Nashi felt that she must have laughed heartily at the misfortunes of the hapless characters in short videos in her past life, accruing far too little virtue, which resulted in her reincarnation as the protagonist of a melodramatic fantasy tale. According to the original narrative, she was destined to unlock a series of misfortunes, being regarded as a mere substitute by her beloved, suffering from damaged roots, and facing the disdain of the entire sect, ultimately culminating in a tragic death pierced by 1,000 arrows. The silver lining was that she had bound herself to a system. The downside, however, was that this system had been sent to stabilize the small world, compelling her to adhere to the storyline, or else it would eliminate her. Nashi, oh dear. The system promised that upon completing the narrative and fulfilling her tasks, she would unlock a grand package that would allow her to live the latter half of her life in peace. Skeptical, yet with no alternative, Nashi resolved to follow the plot diligently. Thus, when the sect leader consoled her, saying, "There are countless flowers in the world, why fixate on just one?" she pursed her lips, shook her head, and with tears welling in her eyes, ran off to vent her frustrations through sword practice, each swing feeling as though it struck the face of the scoundrel. After 99-97 strikes against the scoundrel, 99-98, 99-99. Hee. Today is yet another day of tirelessly striking the scoundrel. The sect leader, disheartened by his disciple's obstinacy, wondered if there were greater concerns than just his student. When her uncle decided to take her out for a distraction, she dramatically exclaimed a classic line, only to retreat to a distance. This unreliable uncle, suggesting I disguise myself as a man and visit a brothel? Not a chance, uncle. You misunderstand, my dear niece. Later, when Nashi's stunningly beautiful, statuesque junior sister returned, she feigned jealousy while secretly drooling. Beauty, oh beauty. Let me hug you, touch you, be close. Ah, that wretched scoundrel is hindering my intimacy with the beauty. Little sister. Nashi believed her acting was impeccable, successfully completing the storyline, and she instructed the system to allow her to reinvent herself before re-entering the sect. When the moment arrived for the scoundrel's betrayal and the climactic scene of her impending doom came to pass, the sect members rallied to support her. The white-haired sect leader, his robes billowing, stood at the forefront, furiously declaring, "Who dares to harm my disciple?" The usually jovial uncle's demeanor turned grim, and as a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation, his sword pointed, silencing all around. The junior sister, now disguised as a man, embraced her and provocatively smiled at the scoundrel. "Sorry, but Cici prefers me." Wait, why does the junior sister have such exaggerated pectorals? Faced with the complete failure of the narrative, Nashi awaited the news of her demise for several days, only to receive the system's cold, mechanical voice. Successfully altered the small world narrative, achieving a harmonious ending. Wishing the host a pleasant journey. Pre-collection. Starting a top sect from a mass grave. Seeking collections, she traversed the cultivation world, becoming an unnamed beggar on the brink of starvation, also binding a sect simulation system. As long as she recruited disciples and built the sect, completing tasks would yield a series of rewards. With trembling hands from hunger, she looked at Task 1. Select the original site of the sect task reward, XXX, XXXX, and a bowl of grilled meat rice. Staring at the suddenly materializing map and the little red, representing herself, she decisively chose the site beneath her feet. After finishing her meal and regaining clarity, she glanced down at the mass grave below, suppressing a laugh. Isn't it just starting a sect? I can do this. From the notorious mass grave of the cultivation world emerged a madwoman with a tangled spiritual vein and low cultivation, yet she boldly erected a sign declaring the establishment of the Jinhuan sect. The most ludicrous aspect was that people actually joined her sisters on the run. Blind men and orphan girls from deceased clans. Jinhuan welcomed all with open arms, smiling as she accepted everyone. As she built the sect, cultivated the land, and improved the sect's construction, resources were collected, relationships expanded, and rival forces were absorbed, resulting in a thriving sect. Eventually, Jinhuan's disciples began to roam freely, gathering heavenly materials and treasures, effortlessly quelling injustices. The once formidable mass grave was now shielded by impenetrable barriers, causing the cultivation world to finally sense something amiss. During her inaugural appearance at the Grand Assembly of Top Sects, Jin Huan cheerfully addressed the previously unrivaled sect. Let us take the title of the number 1 sect for. Now we still have a name to collect. It was said that the celestial gathering that year was exceptionally fierce, and after Jin Huan's sect became the top sect, no one dared to provoke them. Chapter 1. Nan Xi felt that in this lifetime. Nan Xi felt rather fortunate in this life. Although an orphan, she had been discovered by the leader of a cultivation sect in her youth and was fortunate enough to be admitted into the celestial sect. Her innate talents were exceptional, and the day her potential was measured, the leader was astounded, immediately appointing her as the eldest disciple without a second thought. Though not a breathtaking beauty, her appearance had always garnered admiration throughout her life, earning her the title of a beauty. In all honesty, as a person easily satisfied, such an auspicious beginning was akin to winning the lottery for Hershey could lead a life of ease even without effort. If only she were not cast as the protagonist of a melodramatic fantasy tale, bound to a system that dictated her actions. Nan Xi had been in this world for over 20 years, having arrived as a child, awakening to find herself rescued by the sect leader. She could say she had endured no hardship, coming into a life of privilege from the start. However, for as many years as she had been here, she had also been following the narrative dictated by the system. At first, she struggled to accept, believing that her past life's lack of compassion and virtue had led to her current predicament. But as time passed, she adapted. Wasn't it just following the plot? Wasn't it just being a frail, innocent flower? Wasn't it just possessing extraordinary potential yet remaining mediocre in strength? She could manage that. And aside from the moments when she had to adhere to the plot, she could act as she pleased, as long as she maintained her character. Over the years, she had discovered some enjoyment in this. For instance, just yesterday, Nan Xi had completed a storyline where she delivered a gift to the male lead, who had recently claimed a spot on the celestial rankings, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Today, with no plot to follow, she still needed to maintain her persona and respond accordingly. She found a tree. It was spring, and the 100-year-old pear tree at the sect's entrance was in full bloom, its snow-white flowers blanketing the branches. As the wind blew, petals fluttered down, creating a picturesque scene against the worn stone steps that exuded a sense of nostalgia. Nan Xi stood beneath the tree, gazing up with sorrowful eyes at the blossoms, extending her delicate hand to catch a single perfect pear blossom. A beauty amidst a beautiful scene, the pear blossoms accentuating her melancholy and exquisite sight. Even those unaware of the underlying circumstances could perceive her sadness and found themselves drawn to her plight. Unable to restrain herself, Nan Xi called out to the system. "How was my performance? Was it a 10? The system replied with annoyance. The protagonist's personality is timid and somewhat insecure even when sad. She would seek a secluded place to process her emotions alone, only to be, coincidentally, seen by others. Not in a bustling area like the sect's entrance." Nan Xi protested, glancing around. "There's hardly anyone here. This is the back entrance. The stone steps are decrepit. Who would take the back door instead of the front?" Nan Xi. She fixed her gaze on a passerby, who hurriedly quickened their pace until they disappeared from her sight. Another person approached. Nan Xi had to concede that, while it was the back entrance, there were indeed quite a number of people passing through, most of whom were disciples of her own sect, all of whom recognized her, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Impertinent, Nan Xi silently complained to the system, not even a greeting for the senior sister. As several female disciples passed by, treating her as if she were invisible, they suddenly froze in their tracks, casting incredulous glances her way, before stammering. "Greetings, senior sister. Greetings, senior sister. Greetings, senior sister." Their voices, though uneven, were surprisingly melodious. Suppressing the smile that nearly slipped from her lips, Nan Xi had not considered why they were suddenly addressing her. She responded amiably, "Hello, junior sisters. Are you heading down the mountain for something?" "Yes, we're going out to purchase supplies." The disciples wore peculiar expressions, hastily uttering their response before departing. Nan Xi was not particularly esteemed within the sect. This was, of course, to be expected as the chief disciple. Her abilities were rather mediocre. Although she had performed her duties well in the initial years, rarely making public appearances, the impression she left was one of a somewhat distant, yet reliable figure. However, ever since the plot involving her reunion with the male lead had unfolded, Nan Xi had to maintain the persona of a lovesick individual, frequently visiting the neighboring Sect to see him, and her responsibilities became a chaotic mess due to various accidents. Over time, her reputation within the sect had devolved into that of the erratic senior sister. Classic xianxia tales often favored the naive or innocent female protagonists, and while some were well-crafted, many readers indulged in them. Alas, the narrative Nan Xi found herself in, while adhering to certain societal norms and character archetypes, could be aptly summarized with a single word: mediocre. The protagonist's actions were entirely indifferent to the well-being of others in the sect, ultimately rendering her a symbol of obsessive love online. Nan Xi had only clicked on the story out of curiosity. As for what transpired thereafter, it is best left unspoken. Nan Xi did not lie down in resignation. At her courtyard entrance, she spotted a hesitant youth contemplating whether to knock. Dressed in azure robes, with bright eyes and a fair complexion, he appeared more delicate than many young maidens, his hair simply tied up with a matching headband. His hand hovered before the door, wavering, his brows furrowed as if he could crush a fly. Nan Xi recognized him. He was Lian Xianxing, the direct disciple of the sixth elder of the Tianyan sword sect, only 14 years old, having been accepted into the sect 2 years. Prior, he was lively and innocent, yet for reasons unknown, he had always kept his distance from Nan Xi. At this moment, it was unclear what had compelled him to seek her out. Seeing no one around, Nan Xi's mischievous side awoke. She quietly approached him from behind and spoke softly. "Junior brother Lian, why do you linger at my door? Why did you frighten me, senior sister?" In that instant, he momentarily forgot his apprehensions, his words tinged with accusation, yet they no longer felt distant. Nan Xi feigned a melancholic expression, sincerely apologizing. "I apologize, junior brother. I was lost in thought, and, upon regaining my senses, found myself standing behind you. It was not my intention to startle you." Really, he recalled the purpose of his visit. His master had mentioned that he had been in the sect for nearly 2 years and still remained unfamiliar with Nan Xi. This time, seeing that she was feeling down, and with no suitable female disciples of the appropriate age available, along with the inappropriateness of his male peers visiting, he was sent to console her. Nan Xi nodded earnestly. Indeed. With that simple nod, Lian Xianxing harbored no doubts, his expression softening as he continued. "I came today to, I did not mean to frighten you, I intended to, dear junior brother." Nan Xi could not suppress a hint of amusement in her eyes, but quickly masked it. Typically, such subtle shifts in expression would go unnoticed, yet Lian Xianxing's eyes widened. "Did you intend to scare me, senior sister?" Nan Xi was momentarily taken aback, her facade slipping as she displayed genuine astonishment. "How did you know?" Realizing her slip, she chastised herself inwardly for her loose tongue. "This foolish brain of mine, did I not just admit it? Why must I speak so hastily? But junior brother Lian has always been good-natured, surely he will not be upset." Nan Xi glanced at Lian Xianxing's expression. He appeared bewildered, his gaze fixated on her, a mix of disbelief and skepticism dancing within his eyes, as though he were ensnared in an enigmatic puzzle, leaving Nan Xi equally perplexed. Is he angry or not? Nan Xi could not decipher his emotions but pressed on. "I apologize, perhaps I was momentarily shaken and failed to control myself." Lian Xianxing had felt a flicker of irritation, yet the ethereal and distant tone in her voice seemed not to originate from her. Moreover, it appeared that Nan Xi was wholly unaware of the revelation, as if he could hear her innermost thoughts. With a hint of uncertainty, Lian Xianxing shook his head. "It's nothing I understand." Yet he did not understand. He continued, "Senior sister, I heard you were feeling down, so I thought to bring you some marinated chicken feet, hoping to lift your spirits." Nan Xi was taken aback. According to her persona, she should have shaken her head, expressed sorrow, and with a bittersweet smile, declined the offer. But Nan Xi quickly composed herself, forcing a melancholic smile before opening the courtyard door. "You are very thoughtful, junior brother. Thank you. Please come in and have a seat while I prepare some tea for you." Marinated chicken feet. How does that old sixth elder know my preferences so well? Hearing that voice again, Lian Xianxing observed Nan Xi's retreating figure, which, despite her outwardly sorrowful demeanor, conveyed a hint of excitement. Offering consolation was not merely about delivering something. Moreover, since Nan Xi would need to brew tea, Lian Xianxing must remain seated for at least the duration of a cup. To be deemed courteous, the chicken feet were served with wooden skewers, making them easy to handle, without soiling one's hands in the absence of disposable gloves. Watching as Nan Xi eagerly bit into the chicken feet, Lian Qianxing took a sip of tea, hesitated momentarily, yet decided to speak. But in the next moment, he was handed another chicken foot, and the woman before him, her gaze lowered, exuded a quiet sadness as she said, "You should have some too, Junior." "Brother, I cannot possibly eat this much." Lian Qianxing was momentarily stunned. If he disregarded the chicken foot, it was indeed in line with his senior sister's usual behavior. Yet something felt slightly amiss. How infuriating. If anyone other than junior brother Lian had come today, I would never have shared my chicken feet. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, Nan Xi savagely bit into the chicken foot. Lian Qianxing felt a tinge of embarrassment, nearly losing his composure, but still clutching the chicken foot, he inquired, "Is your sorrow related to that Chi friend?" Nan Xi's attention was piqued by the keyword, and she abruptly raised her head, instinctively inhaling sharply. Cough, 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 cough. She was still chewing, and in her haste, she forgot that the marinade had a notable spiciness, causing her to choke and cough violently, her throat ablaze. Lian Qianxing, alarmed, immediately sprang up, patting her back and offering tea, appearing even more anxious than Nan Xi. "Do not be disheartened, senior sister. If that man does not appreciate you, you can find someone who does. You are so beautiful, surely many would be fond of you." Nan Xi's coughing intensified. All she registered was the phrase "that man does not appreciate you," her grip on the teacup tightening, her eyes reddening from the irritation. Speechless, she could only scream inwardly. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. There are a total of 8 forms, and currently, Nan Xi has mastered the 4th form, yet she finds herself stagnating, having practiced for several months. Judging by the protagonist's prowess in the storyline, it is estimated that she will require another 2 to 3 months to perfect it, rendering her progress the slowest among the direct disciples. She meticulously regulates the strength of her sword strikes, thrusting, slashing, poking, and flicking with each movement, exhibiting greater force than before, and the transitions between actions now appear smoother and more fluid, indicating a semblance of advancement. In an effort to cultivate an appearance of diligence, she discreetly channels her spiritual energy to induce perspiration. Upon completing a form, Nan Xi gazes at He Jian, deliberately allowing her breathing to become heavier, her expression adopting a more serious demeanor. "How exhausting," she silently lamented, not due to the exertion of the technique itself, but rather the necessity of feigning strength in the presence of a high-level practitioner, which required her utmost vigilance. She could not afford to appear fragile at this moment, merely furrowing her brows to convey her burdensome thoughts. Upon hearing that distinct voice once more, He Jian's expression tightened, sensing something amiss. However, Nan Xi's recent demonstration before him rendered any amusement impossible. It was not that she had made no progress, but rather that the advancement was minuscule and fell short of his expectations. The issue of insufficient sword strength remained unresolved. He inquired, "Do you find it tiring?" Uncertain of He Jian's intentions behind the question, Nan Xi hesitated before nodding. He Jian's frown deepened, his naturally stern countenance further accentuated by his furrowed brows, instilling a sense of intimidation in many disciples who dared not meet his gaze. "During your foundational sword practice, I never witnessed you utter a complaint of fatigue. As sword cultivators, we must not only train but also hone our swordsmanship and physique. The physical trials we endure are but a fraction of those faced by pure body cultivators. Having chosen the path of sword cultivation, you must not allow yourself to feel weary. Once such thoughts take root, fatigue will ensue, and indolence will rear its head, governing your mindset. How then can you expect to master the sword?" Nan Xi obediently absorbed his admonitions, her desire to retort subdued. However, whenever her thought wavered, the system would prompt her, compelling her to lower her head in submission. "Master is correct, but I have had matters weighing on my heart of late." Upon uttering these words, an ominous premonition washed over He Jian, his expression darkening. "What matters?" Nan Xi feigned sorrow. "He was injured previously, and I have been preoccupied with thoughts of him. I delivered healing ointment yesterday, but enough, you needn't elaborate." While Nan Xi's slow progress merely resulted in a discontented furrow of his brow, her expression of fatigue prompted a more serious reprimand. However, upon mentioning Qi Qian, an uncontrollable anger surged within He Jian. Without hesitation, he interrupted her, intending to address the matter thoroughly, but was halted by a voice laced with resentment. Why can't he just be struck down by a single sword? Yesterday, I almost poisoned the ointment. Nan Xi discreetly sighed. Master will surely reprimand me for this. He Jian clearly observed that Nan Xi had not spoken, nor did she emit any spiritual energy fluctuations indicative of communication, which required a golden core stage to Mystura. Realms she had yet to attain. S.O. From whence did that voice originate? He Jian, perplexed, momentarily failed to grasp the implication of Nan Xi's words, and continued with his prepared discourse. The esteemed senior sister of the Tianyan sword sect, weeping and pining for a man, what a sight to behold. That man is no elixir to elevate one's cultivation. Why squander your efforts on him, hindering your training, and wish for him to be struck down by a single sword? He Jian refrained from voicing that thought, belatedly realizing the absurdity of the situation, his previously stern expression morphing into one of incredulity, bordering on comical. Be struck down by a sword? Poison in the ointment. His words faltered, and after a considerable pause, he cleared his throat when he noticed Nan Xi's puzzled gaze upon him. Very well. After so many admonitions, you seem incapable of absorbing them. However, one thing is paramount. Do not allow your training to be impeded. From this day forth, you shall repractice the fundamentals, executing 10,000 sword strikes daily until your strength meets my satisfaction. He Jian fixed his gaze on Nan Xi as he delivered this edict, only to witness her expression momentarily glaze over. That voice echoed, once more, 10,000 strikes is not unmanageable. The vacant look in her eyes gradually returned to her usual demeanor, her inner thoughts continuing unabated. After all, when I initially practiced the fundamentals, the tasks were far more demanding. Eventually, I grew accustomed to it. Would a mere 10,000 strikes now truly exhaust me? Yet, ultimately, this predicament falls upon Chi-Chi indeed. I must mark this against him. Outwardly, Nan Xi slowly bowed her head, silently accepting her punishment, her expression pitiful as she murmured, "Disciple understands, and shall not disappoint master." The voice resonating within her thoughts was in stark contrast to Nan Xi's outward expression and words, causing He Jian to gradually formulate a hypothesis. Could it be that this was the voice of Nan Xi's innermost thoughts? Nan Xi felt that she must have laughed heartily at the misfortunes of hapless characters in short videos in her previous life, thereby exhausting her share of good deeds, which led her to become the protagonist of a melodramatic fantasy romance. According to the original storyline, she was destined to unlock a series of tragic events, including being treated as a substitute by her beloved, suffering from damaged roots, and facing disdain from the entire sect, ultimately culminating in her demise by a rain of arrows. The silver lining, she had bound herself to a system. The downside, this system had arrived to stabilize the miniature world, compelling her to adhere to the script. Failure to comply would result in dire consequences for her. Nan Xi, boxed in. The system promised that upon completing the storyline and fulfilling its tasks, it would reward her with a grand gift package, ensuring her a tranquil and secure latter half of her life. Though Nan Xi harbored doubts, she had no choice but to engage earnestly with the plot. Thus, when the sect leader consoled her with the phrase, "There are countless beautiful flowers in the world, why fixate on just one?" she merely bit her lip, shook her head, and, with tears brimming in her eyes, retreated to practice swordplay, each strike feeling as though it were aimed at the face of that scoundrel. Strikes at the scoundrel. 99.97, 99.98, 99.99. Kihi. Another day of tirelessly striking at the scoundrel. The sect leader, observing his obstinate disciple's despondence, wondered if his worries extended beyond just her. When an elder, seeking to comfort her, decided to take her out for a diversion, she dramatically recited a classic line before retreating to a safe distance. "This elder is the most unreliable. The thought of me donning male attire to visit a brothel is utterly absurd. Elder. My dear niece, you misunderstand." Later, when her stunningly beautiful and statuesque junior sister returned, she donned a green-eyed visage of jealousy, secretly drooling over her. He, fair maiden. Oh, let me embrace you, touch you, be close to you. Ah, that detestable scoundrel interferes with my intimacy with the beauty. Junior sister. Nan Xi believed herself to be an exceptional actress, skillfully completing the plot. And she specifically instructed the system to allow her to reinvent herself before being placed back into the sect. Until the climax of her impending demise at the hands of that scoundrel arrived, the members of the sect rallied to support her. The elderly sect leader, with flowing white hair and billowing robes, stood resolutely at the forefront, declaring fiercely, "Who dares to harm my disciple?" The usually jovial elder grew solemn, and as a powerful figure in the realm of cultivation, his sword pointed forward, silencing all present. The junior sister, now dressed in male attire, held her protectively, flashing a taunting grin at the scoundrel. "Apologies, but she prefers me." Wait a moment. Why does the junior sister's physique appear so exaggerated? Faced with the complete failure of the plot, Nan Xi awaited the obliteration notice for several days, only to receive the system's cold, mechanical voice. The plot of the miniature world has been successfully altered, achieving a harmonious and happy ending. Wishing the host a pleasant journey. Pre-collection. The Supreme Sect begins from the graveyard, seeks to gather followers as she traverses the realm of cultivation, becoming a nameless beggar on the brink of starvation, while also binding to a sect simulation system. By accepting disciples and developing the sect, she could earn a series of rewards. With trembling hands from hunger, she gazed at Task 1. Select the original site of the sect task reward, XXX, XXXX, and a bowl of roasted meat rice. Staring at the map that had suddenly appeared before her, along with a little red, representing herself, she decisively chose the site right beneath her feet. After finishing her meal, and with a clearer mind, she looked down at the graveyard beneath her, unable to suppress a chuckle. Wasn't it just about establishing a sect? She could do it. A madwoman with a tattered spiritual pulse and meager cultivation emerged from the infamous graveyard, erecting a sign that read Jinhui Sect, proclaiming her intention to establish a sect. What was most absurd was that people genuinely began to join her. Sisters on the run, blind men, and orphan girls. Jinhui welcomed all with open arms, smiling as she accepted them. Building the sect, cultivating barren land. The sect's development surged as resources were collected, relationships expanded, and rival powers were absorbed. With collective cultivation, secret realm explorations, and the sect's combat strength rising, accompanied by generous task rewards, the sect flourished. As the disciples of Jinhui began to roam freely, collecting rare treasures and effortlessly resolving conflicts, the once vast graveyard became fortified with impenetrable barriers, finally alerting the cultivation community to the unusual happenings. Jinhui made her debut at the Grand Assembly of Top Sects, smiling as she addressed the former #1 sect. "Let us hold this title for now, we still have a title to collect." It was said that the Celestial Assembly that year was fiercely contested, and after Jinhui sect rose to supremacy, none dared provoke them. Chapter 1. Nan Xi felt that in this lifetime, her fate was relatively fortunate. Though an orphan, she was rescued by the sect leader of a cultivation sect in her youth, fortunate enough to enter the Celestial Sect. Possessing exceptional roots, the day her talent was tested, the leader was astounded and immediately appointed her as the chief disciple without a second thought. With a captivating appearance, she may not have been a transcendent beauty, yet throughout her life, she was often praised as a stunning woman. To be frank, for someone like Nan Xi, who was easily satisfied, such a start was akin to winning the lottery. Even if she lay idle, she could remain a person of great stature for her entire life. If only she hadn't become the protagonist of a tragic fantasy romance, bound to a system that compelled her to follow the script. Nan Xi had been in this world for over 20 years, having entered as a child, awakening to find herself rescued by the sect leader. One could say she had not suffered even a hint of hardship, arriving directly into a life of comfort. However, as many years as she had spent here, she had also spent the same number of years bound to the system, progressing along the prescribed storyline. Initially, she struggled to accept it, believing it was due to her carefree existence in her previous life, having failed to accumulate sufficient good deeds, thereby necessitating her to repay in this life. But over time, she came to terms with it. Wasn't it merely about following the script? Wasn't it about playing the role of a fragile, naive flower? Wasn't it about possessing extraordinary roots yet maintaining mediocre strength? She could manage that, moreover. Apart from the moments when she was required to follow the plot, as long as she maintained her persona, she was free to do as she pleased. Over the years, she had discovered a modicum of enjoyment in this. For instance, just yesterday, Nan Xi had completed a storyline wherein she presented a gift to the male protagonist, who had just ascended the rankings of the esteemed list, only to be met with a cold rejection. Today, with no plot to follow, she was still obliged to maintain her character and produce a fitting reaction. She sought out a tree. It was springtime, and the century-old pear tree at the Sect's entrance was in full bloom, its snow-white blossoms covering the branches. When the wind blew, petals cascaded down, contrasting beautifully with the aged stone steps, creating an exquisite scene. Standing beneath the tree, Nan Xi gazed up, her eyes filled with sorrow as she reached out, delicately catching a singular, pristine pear blossom in her slender fingers. The beauty complemented the scenery, and the pear blossoms accentuated her melancholy, creating a poignant atmosphere. Even those unaware of the true circumstances could clearly see her sadness at that moment and felt themselves moved by her display. Unable to restrain herself, Nan Xi called out to the system. "How was my performance? Was it a perfect 10? The system responded with exasperation. The protagonist's character is timid and slightly insecure even when heartbroken. She would seek solitude to process her emotions, only to be coincidentally seen by someone. And not in a place like the Sect's entrance, which was bustling with activity." Nan Xi protested, glancing around her surroundings. "There are hardly any people here. This is the back entrance. The stone steps are in disrepair. What respectable person would enter through the back door?" Nan Xi. She fixed her gaze on a person who was hastily departing, their pace quickening until they vanished from her sight. Another individual descended before her. Nan Xi had to concede that, although it was the back entrance, there were still quite a number of people passing through, mostly disciples of her sect, all of whom recognized her. The humiliation stung deeply, and Nan Xi felt a twinge of defiance. Impolite. Nan Xi silently complained to the system, not even a greeting for the senior sister. As a few female disciples passed by her, treating her as if she were invisible, they suddenly froze, casting incredulous glances her way, and stammered, "Good day, senior sister. Good day, senior sister. Good day, senior sister." The discordant chorus of 3 or so voices was surprisingly melodious nonetheless. Suppressing the smile that almost broke free from her lips and not pondering the sudden greeting, Nan Xi replied amiably, "Hello, junior sisters. Are you heading down the mountain for a task?" "Yes, we're going out to shop," the disciples replied, their expressions somewhat peculiar, before hastily departing. Nan Xi was not particularly well regarded within the sect. This was, however, to be expected as the chief disciple. Her abilities were rather mediocre. Although she had not frequently appeared in public during her initial years, she had managed her duties adequately, leaving others with a vague yet dependable impression of her. However, ever since the narrative of her reunion with the male protagonist unfolded, Nan Xi had been compelled to maintain the persona of a love-struck individual, frequently visiting the neighboring immortal sect to seek the male protagonist. Her responsibilities became a chaotic mess due to various accidents. Over time, her reputation within the sect deteriorated, rendering her the senior sister with a troubled mind. Old-fashioned xianxia tales often favored clumsy or innocent female protagonists. While some were well-written and enjoyable, the one Nan Xi found herself in, despite its coherent worldview and character setup, could be succinctly described with one word: ridiculous. The female protagonist's actions were entirely indifferent to the well-being of others in the sect, ultimately becoming synonymous with a love-struck mentality online. Nan Xi had clicked into the story out of sheer curiosity. As for the events that followed, it is best left unmentioned. Nan Xi did not find herself in a state of repose. At her courtyard entrance, she spotted a hesitant young man contemplating whether to knock. Dressed in blue, with bright eyes and white skin, he appeared more delicate than many young girls. His hair was simply tied up with a headband matching his attire. His hand hovered over the door, indecisive, while his brow furrowed intensely. Nan Xi recognized him as Lian Xianxing, the direct disciple of the 6th elder of the Tianyan sword sect, who was only 14 and had joined the sect 2 years prior. He was innocent and lively, but had always kept his distance from Nan Xi for certain reasons. At this moment, she wondered what compelled him to seek her out. Seeing no one around, a mischievous thought crossed Nan Xi's mind. She stealthily approached Lian Xianxing from behind and spoke nonchalantly. "Junior brother Lian, why do you linger at my door? Why did you scare me, senior sister?" He momentarily forgot his apprehensions, his words laced with reproach, which made their interaction feel less distant. Nan Xi feigned a melancholic expression and sincerely apologized. "I apologize, junior brother. I was lost in thought and did not intend to frighten you." "Is that true?" He recalled the purpose of his visit. His master had pointed out that after nearly 2 years in the sect, he remained unfamiliar with Nan Xi. Concerned about her well-being, especially since the other female disciples of suitable age were absent and it would be inappropriate for his male peers to visit, he had been dispatched to console her. Nan Xi nodded earnestly. Indeed. With just that nod, Lian Xianxing harbored no doubts, relaxing his brow, and began, I came today, Jia. I did not intend to scare you, I purposefully startled you. Dear junior brother, Nan Xi thought to herself, unable to suppress a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, which she quickly concealed. Generally, such subtle changes in expression would go unnoticed by most, yet Lian Xianxing's eyes widened in surprise. You meant to scare me, senior sister? Nan Xi was momentarily taken aback by the question, forgetting to maintain her facade, her face displaying astonishment. How did you know? Realizing her slip, she scolded herself internally for her quick tongue. Oh, foolish me. I just admitted it. Why did I speak so hastily? But junior brother Lian has always been good-natured. He surely won't be angry, will he? She observed Lian Xianxing's expression. He appeared dazed, gazing at her with a mix of disbelief and suspicion, as if grappling with an incomprehensible dilemma. This complex expression left Nan Xi feeling bewildered. Is he angry or not? Nan Xi could not decipher it but pressed on. I apologize, perhaps I was a bit overwhelmed and lost control. Lian Xianxing had felt a hint of irritation, yet the voice that emerged seemed ethereal, as though it were not spoken by a senior sister, but rather a distant echo. Moreover, Nan Xi appeared completely unaware of the revelation, as if he could hear her innermost thoughts. With a hint of hesitation, Lian Xianxing shook his head. It's nothing I understand. He did not truly understand. Continuing from where he left off, he said, Senior sister, I heard you were feeling down, so I thought to bring you some marinated chicken feet, hoping it would lift your spirits. Nan Xi was taken aback. According to her persona, she should now shake her head, feign sorrow, smile bitterly, and decline, but, quickly gathering her composure, Nan Xi forced a smile, opened the courtyard door, and said, Thank you for your thoughtfulness, junior brother. Please come in, have a seat, and I will prepare you a cup of tea. Marinated chicken feet. How cunning of the sixth elder to know my preferences so well. Once again, she heard that voice. Lian Xianxing watched as Nan Xi retreated into the inner room, her expression feigning melancholy, yet he discerned a flicker of excitement in her demeanor. A visit wasn't merely about bringing something after all. Nan Xi needed to brew tea, and Lian Xianxing should at least stay long enough for a cup of tea to be considered polite. The chicken feet were skewered with sticks, making them easy to handle, without getting one's hands dirty in the absence of disposable gloves. As Nan Xi eagerly began to gnaw on the chicken feet, Lian Xianxing took a sip of tea, hesitating for a moment before deciding to speak. However, in the next instant, he found another chicken foot pressed into his hand, and the woman before him lowered her gaze slightly, an undeniable sadness permeating her demeanor. As she said, You should eat some too, junior brother. I can't possibly finish all of this. Lian Xianxing was momentarily taken aback. If he disregarded the chicken foot, it would align with his senior sister's usual character. Yet, something about the situation felt slightly off. Damn it, my chicken feet. Had anyone else besides junior brother Lian come today, I would never have shared. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, Nan Xi took a fierce bite of the chicken foot. Lian Xianxing, feeling a bit embarrassed, nearly lost his composure and asked, Is your sadness due to that Xi? Friend? Nan Xi's heart raced at the mention of the keyword, and she instinctively looked up, inhaling sharply. I cough cough. Cough cough cough. She was still chewing when she panicked, forgetting that the marinade had a noticeable spiciness that caught in her throat, prompting a fierce coughing fit. Lian Xianxing sprang up, panicking and patting her back while offering her tea, appearing more anxious than Nan Xi herself. Senior sister, don't be upset. If that man does not appreciate you, you can find someone who does. You are so beautiful, surely many would be fond of you. Nan Xi coughed even harder, hearing the words that man does not appreciate you, her grip on the teacup tightening, her eyes reddening from the strain. She could not articulate her thoughts, only silently screamed within. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. There are 8 forms in total. Currently, Nan Xi has practiced up to the 4th form, struggling with her progress for several months. Based on the protagonist's skill level in the storyline, it is estimated that she will require another 2 to 3 months to master it, making her the slowest among the direct disciples. She meticulously controlled the force of her sword strikes, thrusts, slashes, jabs, and flicks, each executed with greater strength than before, her movements now more fluid and cohesive, a clear indication of progress. To create an illusion of diligence, she secretly urged her spiritual energy to induce perspiration. Upon completing a form, Nan Xi glanced at He Jian, deliberately making her breaths heavier and adopting a more serious demeanor. "I'm so exhausted," she internally lamented. It was not the practice itself that fatigued her, but the need to maintain a fought of strength before a high-level cultivator, which required her utmost vigilance. She could not afford to appear weak during such moments, only allowing a subtle frown to reveal her underlying worries. When she heard that peculiar voice again, He Jian's expression tightened, sensing something was amiss, yet he could not bring himself to smile after witnessing Nan Xi's demonstration. There was indeed progress, albeit minuscule. Falling short of his expectations, the issue of insufficient sword strength remained unresolved. He inquired, "Do you feel tired?" Uncertain of He Jian's intent behind the question, Nan Xi hesitated before nodding. He Jian's frown deepened, his serious demeanor becoming even more intimidating, causing many disciples to avert their gazes. "Previously, when practicing basic sword forms, I never heard you complain of fatigue. As sword cultivators, we must not only train, but also hone our bodies. The physical toll we endure is merely less than that of pure body cultivators. If you have chosen the path of a sword cultivator, you must not succumb to weariness. Once such thoughts take root, fatigue will follow, and lethargy will seize your mind. How, then, can you excel in swordsmanship?" Nan Xi obediently absorbed the reprimand, having no desire to retort. However, whenever her performance faltered, the system would remind her, prompting her to lower her head in compliance. "Master, you speak the truth, yet I have been preoccupied with matters of the heart." The moment those words escaped her lips, He Jian's expression soured, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "What troubles you?" Nan Xi feigned sorrow. "He was injured previously, and I can't help but worry. I delivered healing ointment yesterday, but enough, you need not elaborate." If Nan Xi's slow progress merely caused him concern, her expression of exhaustion prompted him to scold her, but the mere mention of Chi-Chi ignited his ire. Without hesitation, he interrupted her, intending to address her regarding the matter at hand, but then he heard a voice filled with resentment. "Why can't he just be struck down by a sword? I almost poisoned the ointment yesterday." Nan Xi sighed quietly, aware that she would face another reprimand from her master. He Jian, perceiving her silence and the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuation indicating she had not yet reached the golden core stage to communicate telepathically, wondered where the voice originated. Confusion clouded his mind, and it took a moment for him to comprehend the implications of her words as he continued with his prepared speech. "The esteemed senior sister of the Tianyun sword sect, reduced to tears over a man. What does that say about you? That man is no elixir for spiritual advancement. Why waste your efforts and hinder your training? To have him be struck down by a sword?" He Jian halted mid-sentence, suddenly realizing the absurdity of his words, his serious demeanor momentarily giving way to surprise, bordering on the comical. "Struck down by a sword? Poison in the ointment?" He faltered, taking a moment to regain his composure before clearing his throat. "Enough. After so many admonitions, you seem incapable of heeding them. One thing is certain, do not allow your training to be compromised. From this day forth, you shall practice your fundamentals anew, striking the sword 10,000 times daily until your strength meets my standards." He Jian fixed his gaze on Nan Xi as he delivered this decree, noticing her expression momentarily blank. The voice returned, once more, 10,000 times. That's not impossible." Her vacant expression returned to its usual demeanor, while her inner thoughts continued. "After all, when I first practiced the fundamentals, the tasks were far more strenuous. Eventually, I became accustomed to it. How could striking 10,000 times now possibly exhaust me? Yet, ultimately, I must blame Chi-Chi for this. I shall take note of his transgressions." Outwardly, Nan Xi slowly bowed her head, silently accepting her punishment, her expression pitiful as she murmured, "Disciple understands, and shall not disappoint master." The dissonance between the voice and Nan Xi's demeanor piqued He Jian's curiosity. Could this indeed be the voice of her heart? Chapter 3. Once such speculation arises, it only serves to solidify certainty until one is utterly convinced. The tone of this inner voice is not unfamiliar to He Jian. In her youthful days, though obedient and well-mannered, Nan Xi would occasionally utter some playful remarks, her vivacity reminiscent of the words that now seemed to echo her inner thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, He Jian discreetly chose to conceal this matter. Whether or not her inner voice was indeed uncertain, once it was confirmed, the knowledge of being able to hear such thoughts would inevitably evoke wariness and rejection from anyone. It was better to seek the underlying reason first. Setting aside this issue, He Jian was not particularly pleased with Nan Xi's performance today. However, noticing her agreeable demeanor, he merely waved his hand, his expression remaining devoid of mirth, and said, "Very well, there is nothing more to discuss today." Upon hearing this, Nan Xi lifted her gaze to meet He Jian's, awaiting his subsequent words. Meeting her gaze, He Jian placed his hands behind his back and said, "Please wait a moment." He then quickly entered the inner chamber, returning shortly with a small storage pouch, which he handed to Nan Xi. His expression turned serious once more, stating that the trials of cultivation must be endured, but in other matters, one must also take care of oneself. "Take this. I have but one request. Do not give it away to that brat Qi-Qian." He Jian would periodically provide Nan Xi with supplies, such as elixirs and spirit stones, fostering a bond between them that resembled more of a father-daughter relationship than that of master and disciple. Externally, Nan Xi obediently accepted the pouch, while internally, she couldn't help but think, "Not to give it away? Does that mean I can give it?" He Jian, with a scowl, corrected himself, insisting that under no circumstances should she give anything to Qi-Qian. Given her usual disposition, it was not surprising for He Jian to retract his words. Nan Xi nodded earnestly, promising, "I will use it for myself. These items won't affect anything if I don't give them to Qi-Qian. Besides, I have no intention of doing so." With this thought, Nan Xi imperceptibly pursed her lips. She failed to notice He Jian's momentary pause, as if hesitating to ask something, but ultimately he merely raised his eyebrows at her. "Thank you, Master. I will certainly produce results that will satisfy you next week." After exiting the Grand Master's cave, Nan Xi found herself with an unusual abundance of free time. She had completed her cultivation tasks in the morning, and the storyline quests had only seen one task completed yesterday. At this juncture, her interactions with the male lead were infrequent. Initially, she had reserved the entire afternoon for her tasks, but she completed them more swiftly than anticipated. Within the sect, her options for passing the time were limited to cultivating, studying, or engaging in casual conversations with others. After a brief moment of reflection, Nan Xi unhesitatingly opted for the latter. Having spent many years in the sect, she was familiar with a good number of disciples. Although they weren't particularly close, it was sufficient. These disciples resided on different peaks, yet they often encountered one another at the training grounds. Unlike practicing alone in her courtyard, the training grounds, bustling with activity, served as the fastest hub for gossip and information exchange within the sect. As practitioners finished their drills or sparring, they would gather at the edges to share what they knew and indulge in gossip. Even in the midst of sparring, those who were not overly serious would occasionally interject with comments. When Nan Xi arrived, she deliberately toned down her presence and quietly settled into a secluded corner before discreetly taking out some snacks and seeds from her storage pouch. She infused her ears with spiritual energy to enhance her hearing. Disciple B interrupted him, saying, "Your news travels too slowly. This matter has already spread throughout the sect. If you ask me, senior sister is just foolish to allow herself to be insulted like this." Upon realizing that the subject of discussion was herself, Nan Xi cracked a seed nonchalantly, failing to form any substantial thoughts. As for yesterday's events, according to the narrative, Nan Xi had wrestled with indecision for several days before mustering the courage to approach Qi-Qian with a gift of medicinal ointment. To her dismay, upon catching sight of her, Qi-Qian's expression turned cold, and in front of all, he scolded, "I have told you before, your concern is unwarranted. If you value your dignity, you should not appear before me." He then uttered further remarks, essentially instructing her to leave with unrestrained disdain. Such explosive gossip spread like wildfire throughout the sect, and perhaps even beyond, reaching a considerable portion of the cultivation world. Disciple C chimed in, her voice laced with indignation. "If you ask me, regardless of how senior sister behaves, she has done nothing to wrong Qi-Qian. No matter how annoying he is, She has helped him quite a bit. Chi-Qian is simply ungrateful. Nan Xi silently nodded in agreement. Disciple A shook his head solemnly, stating, while that may be true, romantic relationships cannot be reduced solely to matters of benefit. Regardless of whether Chi-Qian is indeed ungrateful, senior sister's actions have become the subject of external discussions. What are they saying? Disciple C pressed for details. Disciple A's demeanor shifted to one of caution, seemingly wary of being overheard or finding the words distasteful. After a prolonged pause, he managed to utter a single word, despicable. Disciple B, emboldened, raised a hand to shake his head, clarifying more accurately. It's shameless. Nan Xi took a sip of juice, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is quite shameless. I can hardly bear to watch. The trio of disciples was momentarily taken aback by the sudden voice, but at that moment, Disciple D interjected, joining the conversation. Are you discussing senior sister's incident from yesterday? It truly is a topic difficult to articulate. Although the tone was slightly different, none of them pondered deeply. Disciple B, feeling a kinship, grasped Disciple D's hand, affirming, isn't it so? Indeed, Disciple D nodded, adding, moreover, senior sister Nan Xi actually managed to swallow her pride. If it were me, I would find it impossible to endure. Sensing the commotion, other disciples gradually gathered, joining the discussion, making it difficult to discern who was speaking. Exactly. As the esteemed senior sister of Tianyun's sword sect, she ought to uphold her dignity. Nan Xi listened intently, taking a bite of the fried chicken she had made, relishing its crispiness while echoing the sentiments of disdain. Indeed, I have never witnessed a senior sister so devoid of dignity. The disciples, oblivious to any oddity, continued their fervent discussion. You all are far too tolerant. If it were me, I would roll up my sleeves and give him a slap. Does he think we are made of clay? His lack of respect for senior sister is a slight against the entire Tianyun sword sect. You are absolutely right. We ought to show some spirit, otherwise they will think we are mere playthings. Not just a slap. I would deliver punches and kicks, and then strike him again with my sword at his injury. Chi-Qian truly is insufferable. Nan Xi resonated deeply with these words, her enthusiasm prompting her to express her own thoughts before taking another sip of juice, momentarily reminiscing about the cola of her past life. Did she still want that? Today, she seemed quite sad indeed. Nan Xi commented, No. It's not that she feels humiliated. She feels deeply hurt by the insult from the man she likes, which is truly heartbreaking. Well, that may not be impossible. But if senior sister only thinks about her own hurt from Chi-Qian and not about the sect, then that truly is. The expressions of the disciples grew increasingly complex. As the topic arose, Nan Xi grew increasingly agitated. She was utterly consumed by thoughts of that man, hardly considering her sect. And in her heart, she endeavored to justify Chi-Qian's actions, attributing them to his injury-induced confusion. What could it be? The disciples' expressions mirrored that of someone who had just swallowed a fly, and at that moment, a few began to sense something amiss. How could a fellow disciple understand the eldest senior sister's sentiments so well? Just as doubts lingered in the air, one individual suddenly fixated on a particular spot, wide-eyed and visibly unsettled, betraying a hint of curiosity, laced with anxiety. The disciples turned their gazes in that direction. After finishing her snacks, Nan Xi, with a mischievous glint in her eye, tidied her things and donned a feigned innocent demeanor, stepping forward with an air of being wronged, gazing at the gossiping disciples. All those engaged in the gossip seemed to awaken from a dream, stammering, "Why yes, it's the senior sister. Indeed, it is the senior sister." Satisfied with having startled them, Nan Xi nearly lost her composure, suppressing a laugh. Little did she know, the disciples were collectively gasping in astonishment. What a revelation! The senior sister not only gossiped about herself, but also berated Chi-Qian relentlessly. Chapter 4. Merely contemplating this layer of thought, the tension from being caught whispering behind the subject's back dissipated, replaced by shock and an indescribable thrill. The bashful disciples soon found their faces flushed, their pupils trembling as they regarded Nan Xi. Even those who managed to maintain some composure could not conceal their astonishment. Observing their reactions, Nan Xi felt an urge to laugh. Yet after years of undertaking missions, her professionalism prevailed, transforming her impending smile into glistening tears in her eyes. I merely wish to be kind to someone. What is my wrongdoing? Upon uttering these words, she wiped her tears and, before turning away, covertly glanced at the disciples' expressions, fearing she might burst into laughter, and hurriedly fled. At that moment, the disciples were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they watched Nan Xi's retreating figure. After a while, someone hesitantly spoke up. So, the eldest senior sister truly did join us in berating Chi-Chi, right? One disciple, in a daze, remarked, not only did she scold Chi-Chi, but she also criticized herself. The eldest senior sister claimed to want to hurt Chi-Chi even more and lamented her own lack of dignity. She professed her deep affection for Chi-Chi, echoing our sentiments about her shamelessness and disregard for the sect. In this seemingly mundane yet profound exchange, the disciples experienced a profound shift in their worldview. One trembled as they exclaimed, "Has the eldest senior sister finally lost her mind?" Everyone responded with shock. This revelation struck like a drop of water into seemingly calm hot oil, instantly igniting a flurry of emotions. Indeed, the eldest senior sister, professing her uncontrollable love for Chi-Chi while simultaneously expressing a desire to harm him, epitomized the classic tale of love turning to hate. Declaring herself blameless while lamenting her lack of dignity illustrated a clear descent into confusion. Ever since their first encounter, the eldest senior sister had exhibited peculiar behavior. Could it be that her unrequited love over the past few years had truly driven her to the brink of madness? Thus, the lively gossip transformed into hushed discussions, as they sought to process the shocking news they had just encountered. We cannot simply stand by regarding the eldest senior sister's situation. If anything were to happen to her in the future, we would be plagued by guilt. Regardless of other considerations, as the eldest senior sister of the Tianyan sword sect, she should not be allowed to continue down this path. What should we do? It seems we cannot help her on our own. Should we report it to the sect leader? Though formidable, the leader has always treated the senior sister well. But would the leader truly spare us if we brought this to light? As other disciples became aware of the commotion, they inquired about the happenings. The gathered individuals shook their heads, merely stating that the eldest senior sister had caught them gossiping before discreetly seeking a quieter place to deliberate. Ultimately, they concluded that regardless of the risk of retribution from the leader, they must inform him of the situation. Although he may be intimidating, it is unlikely he would resort to silencing them. At most, he might send them to the back mountains for training. Unbeknownst to Nan Xi, she had already been deemed mentally unstable by a faction of the disciples. After enduring a considerable distance, she finally found a secluded spot and leaned against a nearby tree, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. System. Did you witness their expressions? It was utterly hilarious. Yet I held back so hard. I truly wish to join them in ridiculing this love-stricken protagonist. System. Please refrain from becoming overly complacent and always remember your mission. The system's penchant for delivering such sobering remarks had grown familiar to Nan Xi as she continued her self-deprecating commentary. Did I not execute my mission splendidly? I sacrificed my own dignity for the task. You can't spare a few more words of conversation with me? System. Currently, there are no rewards available. How stingy. Must I remain a free laborer indefinitely? How unfair. System? System? Why have you fallen silent? I just went to request benefits from headquarters. Yay! Apart from engaging in tasks tied to the plot, Nan Xi was typically very obedient to her master's instructions. For instance, when instructed to add another 10,000 sword swings to her daily practice, she would rise an hour earlier than usual to commence her training. Meanwhile, the several disciples who had deliberated throughout the night finally dispatched a representative to knock on Jian's door. One knock yielded no response. A second knock also went unanswered. As it appeared no one was home, they turned to leave, one person glancing at a device on the door before slapping their thigh in realization. Ah! The leader is absent. Our visit has been in vain. The absent leader found himself in Nan Xi's courtyard. Regarding the matter of heart voices, he had perused numerous materials the previous night, all of which merely indicated that certain treasures or secret techniques could eavesdrop on others' thoughts. Yet these were either lost to time or required exceedingly stringent cultivation conditions. There had never been a mention of hearing another's thoughts without employing any means. After verification, The leader confirmed he could only hear Nan Xi's thoughts, leading him to conclude that the issue lay with her. Thus, he arrived early that day. By the time the leader arrived, Nan Xi had already completed her 658 sword swings. The high-ranking cultivator approached silently, and she remained oblivious, continuing her practice while counting aloud. 7,659, 7,660, 7,661. The leader was taken aback by Nan Xi's diligence, instinctively remaining silent as he observed her for a while. Nan Xi's grip on the sword was remarkably steady. Each swing was executed with precision, as if she had spent considerable time honing her skill prior to his arrival. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead and the tip of her nose. Yet her hand remained unwavering. Even the stringent sect leader found no fault in her technique. He observed in silence until Nan Xi had completed an entire sequence of 10,000 sword strikes, at which point he spoke. "Well done. If you maintain such diligence daily, I might soon relieve you of these sword drills." "When did you arrive, master?" "At the stroke of 7,659.
Oh.
Nan Xi quietly settled onto a meditation mat in the courtyard, channeling her spiritual energy. During extensive practice sessions, she initially felt fatigued, followed by a profound weariness. But once she reached her limit, a surge of spiritual energy would spontaneously rise within her, nurturing her physical form and prompting her body to absorb spiritual essence. The purity of the energy absorbed at such times was unparalleled compared to ordinary training. Though Nan Xi had to suppress her cultivation for the sake of her mission and felt no grievance for her punishment, she was reluctant to squander the spiritual prowess she had diligently acquired. Her satisfaction with the sword reminded her of the early days when she first became his disciple. She was but a child then, yet she executed every task he set for her with flawless accuracy. The elders often remarked that he was overly harsh, yet at that time, who did not envy him for having such a remarkable student? But now, as he recalled Chi-Chi, his expression darkened. The events of the previous day had reached his ears in their entirety, and he could not abide the humiliation inflicted upon his disciple. Thus, as Nan Xi completed the absorption of her spiritual energy, he abruptly rose, his face stern, and declared, "You performed admirably today, but you must continue to uphold this standard. Do not neglect your swordsmanship practice. I will conduct a thorough review next week." Nan Xi, undeterred by his stern demeanor, nodded obediently and silently contemplated. "Perhaps I should strive to please master next week." Clutching her blanket, she whispered to the system, "Though I feel no fatigue now, I shall postpone sword practice until the afternoon." With that, she closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Even without knowledge of the incident, Hagwan's good mood did not last long. As he walked along the path, a throng of disciples suddenly surged toward him, their faces etched with panic. Lacking the composure characteristic of esteemed sect members, his expression darkened as he prepared to admonish them, but the leading disciple cried out, "Master, something is amiss with senior sister." Hagwan's countenance, already somber, grew darker still. "No matter the circumstances, your senior sister remains your senior sister. Do not speak ill of her. What I have taught you." The disciples, flustered, interrupted him. "We do not intend to slander her. Please allow us to explain." Having organized themselves prior to approaching, they quickly recounted the events of the previous day. The leading disciple lamented, "I assure you this occurred. If I speak falsely, I will accept punishment." As Hagwan absorbed their account, his expression shifted from dark to serious. He contemplated two matters. First, the disparaging words attributed to Nan Xi might not have originated from her mouth, but could have been a leak of her inner thoughts. Yet, such a dissonance in her heart and speech led him to wonder if his beloved disciple had indeed lost her sanity. Meanwhile, an unusually troubled Nan Xi sneezed in her sleep. Nearly waking herself, rubbing her nose, she mumbled, "Who is speaking ill of me?" Then, wrapping herself in her blanket, she sank back into a deep slumber. In Chapter 5, Hagwan posed several inquiries to the gathered disciples. "Did you all hear these words from senior sister directly? Did you see them spoken with your own eyes?" Upon hearing this, the disciples believed he doubted their credibility, prompting them to fervently assure him of the truth of their claims, stating they had indeed heard senior sister utter those words. "And did you see it with your own eyes?" This question gave them pause, for although they were certain of the voice, They had not witnessed the words leave her lips. At that moment, senior sister was concealed from view. We did not see her immediately, but those words could only have come from her, and we heard them clearly. Maintaining his authoritative facade, Hagwan remained impassive. I understand. The disciples, anxious, awaited his judgment. Given Hagwan's demeanor, their hearts sank. After all, senior sister was the most favored disciple of the sect leader, and their claims could lead to dire consequences. Yet the next moment, Hagwan's expression darkened further as he stated, "For today, as events, I ask that you keep this matter quiet. Should you hear similar words in the future, refrain from displaying any unusual reactions in front of senior sister, regardless of her condition. There may be other critical factors at play." With an unapproachable demeanor, Hagwan spoke with a rationality that momentarily astonished the disciples. The disciples struggled to digest his words, uncertain of their implications, but Hagwan soon dismissed them. As they departed, they still had not fully grasped his message. Following this, Hagwan adjusted his schedule, intending to seek justice for Nan Xi from Chichian's sect while also observing whether her inner thoughts had leaked solely to him or to others as well. If her thoughts echoed throughout the realm of cultivation, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Based on the disciples' reactions, Hagwan was at least 50% certain they could hear Nan Xi's thoughts. Soon after, the disciples encountered Nan Xi once more. The distinction between a direct disciple and an ordinary inner-sect disciple lay in their innate talents, allowing direct disciples to consistently outpace their peers. Thus, apart from occasional rest days, direct disciples usually led the training sessions of ordinary inner disciples. Today was no exception. Upon arriving at the training grounds, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Not only were the expressions of the 10 or so disciples she had spoken with yesterday different, but there were also other direct disciples present. Each peak within the sect had its own training grounds, with the elders occupying their respective peaks. Direct disciples typically led the other disciples, unless no direct disciple resided at a certain peak, in which case they would come to the main peak to be guided by the eldest disciple. After all, each elder's sword style was unique, and they taught their disciples according to their individual strengths. A day each week was designated for unified practice of the Tianyun sword technique at the main training grounds, but today was not that day. Another direct disciple, upon seeing Nan Xi, appeared somewhat anxious and respectfully greeted her. "Good day, senior sister." Before he could approach, Nan Xi leisurely observed Lian Xianxing and, upon nearing him, adopted her usual demeanor, a blend of melancholy and innocence. She smiled warmly at Lian Xianxing, saying, "There's no need for formality, junior brother Lian. Thank you for yesterday." Such amiable friendliness naturally allowed Lian Xianxing to relax his vigilance somewhat. When the topic of Qi Qian was not mentioned, the female protagonist could still be considered relatively normal. Today, Nan Xi had no particular tasks. She only needed to guide her disciples in their practice as usual. Observing Lian Xianxing's innocent demeanor, a subtle smile graced Nan Xi's eyes. She casually inquired, "What brings you here today, junior brother?" Internally, she mused, how adorable this little junior brother is. Unbeknownst to her, Lian Xianxing's cheeks suddenly flushed, while the other neatly lined up disciples briefly displayed their astonishment. "So that's it," Nan Xi thought, her expression softening. "Then stand beside me." At this juncture in the narrative, despite the numerous blunders the female protagonist had made and her less-than-stellar cultivation compared to her fellow disciples, the Tianyun sword sect had always maintained a reputation for propriety. The senior sister's standing had never diminished. Like the other direct disciples, before they could become independent, they all needed to pass through the senior sister's scrutiny. The ordinary disciples still acknowledged her authority. Suddenly recalling something, Nan Xi's smile dimmed slightly. She sighed inwardly. "Cherish these days. Soon I may no longer be regarded as the senior sister." A senior sister without real authority could hardly shoulder the responsibilities expected of her. The disciples. Lian Xianxing abruptly looked up, his face no longer flushed, and he opened his mouth to say something. However, Nan Xi had already adopted a serious demeanor. Gripping the sword hilt as she commanded, "Let us first practice the introductory stance before proceeding to the trial techniques." Her sudden seriousness interrupted everyone's thoughts, and Lian Xianxing promptly grasped his sword hilt. The other disciples followed Nan Xi's lead, drawing their swords and swinging them. The sounds of swords being unsheathed and slicing through the air, along with the rustling of their garments, immediately became the dominant melody of the training ground. Yet, today, all the disciples struggled to enter the right mindset. What did the senior sister mean when she said she might not be considered a senior sister in the future? A small group of others, believing they understood part of the situation, mournfully thought, indeed, the senior sister must be facing some issues. It seems we will no longer be led by her in sword practice. Although the senior sister had not been particularly rigorous in her teachings, they could not deny that they had learned much under her guidance. As the disciples suppressed their doubts and sorrow while training, at that moment, He Jian was not at the Tianyun sword sect. He had arrived at another sect near the Tianyun sword sect, the Yushu sect, where Qi Qian resided. In contrast to the centuries-old standing of the Tianyun sword sect, the Yushu sect had only recently risen to prominence and was now among the first-rate sections. As the leader of the Tianyun sword sect, He Jian's unannounced visit to the Yushu sect was enough to warrant everyone's attention and stirred a sense of unease. In the days prior, the elders of the Yushu sect had not only refrained from intervening in Qi Qian's affair with Nan Xi, but had even seemed to encourage it. However, the presence of a prestigious senior sister from the Tianyun sword sect, who was treated as lowly as dust within the Yushu sect, was an experience difficult to articulate. Yet, He Jian's arrival shattered their complacency. Without delving into how He Jian asserted his authority within the grand hall of the Yushu sect, compelling Qi Qian and his master to apologize, when it came time for them to apologize to Nan Xi, he hesitated. He Jian was acutely aware that his disciple was quite smitten by Qi Qian. Should they come to apologize, it was uncertain how Nan Xi would react. In the past, he might have outright refused to allow Qi Qian to apologize, but, recalling the matter of heartfelt sentiments, he contemplated and ultimately permitted Qi Qian to approach, stipulating that he should come alone, without any companions. With this, He Jian's purpose for his visit was deemed accomplished. As for Nan Xi, her position was rather clever. She could observe all her disciples while remaining at a distance where only a few could hear her voice if she called out. Lian Xianxing was directed to engage with the other disciples for discussion, ensuring that she was undisturbed. With distance between them, Nan Xi relaxed her control over her expressions, her demeanor becoming more tranquil as her gaze drifted, lost in thought. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Master is likely at the Yushu sect now, demanding that Qi Qian and his group apologize. The disciples closest to Nan Xi suddenly caught a fragment of her voice. Though not entirely clear, the content instantly captured their attention, causing them to abandon their idle chatter, their expressions resolute, as if they were on the brink of enlightenment. Among them, Lian Xianxing reacted most strongly, abruptly turning to face Nan Xi. Nan Xi felt a twinge of distress. I wish Master wouldn't be so kind to me. What is the use of Qi Qian's apology? This led to a series of absurd reactions from the infatuated female protagonist, marking the first step in He Jian's growing disillusionment with her. The disciples who overheard her thoughts frowned, feeling immense pity for He Jian. At this moment, the disciples had yet to realize the oddity of the situation, believing it to be merely Nan Xi's musing that had inadvertently escaped her control. Only Lian Xianxing sensed something amiss. His youthful face, still round with baby fat, transformed into a serious visage as he focused intently on Nan Xi. Given Qi Qian's nature, even if he were to apologize, it would not alter his attitude towards me. He might even find a way to jab at my vulnerabilities while apologizing. The disciples. This statement seemed uncharacteristic of senior sister Nan Xi. Uncertain, they strained to listen further. Suddenly, Nan Xi's eyes brightened. Wow, this is so exhilarating. Why can't it be broadcast directly for me to watch? The disciples. Really? They wished to see it too. But wait, Chapter 6. Lost in her thoughts, Nan Xi suddenly noticed the gazes of her disciples upon her. Realizing that the allotted break time had elapsed, she slowly stood up. Gathering her thoughts, she approached the line of disciples, adjusting her expression. As she spoke, her voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated. The seated and idly standing disciples instantly stood at attention, their expressions serious, gripping their sword hilts with determination. The formation was orderly, with not a single disciple slacking off. This was the ethos of a great sect. Even without strict assessments of ordinary formations in the cultivation world, their discipline was impeccable. Nan Xi remained silent, drawing her sword and assuming a stance, delegating the task of calling out the commands to Lian Qianxing. The disciples followed suit, but at this moment, Nan Xi was quite earnest, devoid of any extraneous thoughts. Yet, a few disciples who had not fully grasped their training were scratching their heads, pondering her earlier remarks. The senior sister's awareness of the unfolding events at the Yushu sect was remarkable. After all, direct disciples often possessed insights unknown to others. However, her attitude, which seemed to wish for the sect leader to reprimand Qi Qian further, was indeed perplexing. The atmosphere was somewhat more relaxed compared to before. Nan Xi continued to stand apart from the crowd, casually observing the diligent practice of her disciples. It was not a lack of seriousness. Rather, with hundreds of disciples needing her guidance, she had to expand her consciousness to encompass each disciple's movements, allowing her to promptly identify and rectify any deficiencies. After a moment of hesitation, Lian Qianxing approached her. "Sister, earlier as the conversation meandered." He suddenly recalled the possibility that Nan Xi's words might be a reflection of her inner thoughts. Pausing momentarily, he abruptly diverted the topic, commenting on how impressive his senior sister appeared while guiding them. The unexpected praise from his junior caught Nan Xi off guard, and she struggled to suppress a smile, lamenting, "If I were truly formidable, would I not be able to capture a Qian's attention even once?" Here it came again. Lian Qianxing felt a shiver run down his spine. The reasons he had always kept his distance from Nan Xi were twofold. First, no matter what he spoke of, she would invariably steer the conversation toward Qi Qian. Second, she perpetually donned a fixate of helplessness, as if any mistreatment she endured was entirely her fault. While this demeanor was not overtly frightening, it unnerved him to the core. With his amiable nature, he often found himself at a loss for words when confronted with her behavior. After a couple of interactions, he resolved to keep his distance from her. Nan Xi, ever mindful of her persona, performed with fervor, secretly reveling in her little brother's admiration. "You are my dear junior brother, discerning and astute. Even Master fails to recognize my prowess, yet you have." She remained oblivious to the gazes of the practicing disciples, or if she did notice, it did not concern her. After all, she had long since become the focal point whenever she spoke. The emotions that had begun to well up in Lian Qianxing were swiftly quelled, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words, choked by Nan Xi's heartfelt expressions. In his eyes, her movements were decisive and her sword energy far surpassed his own. Even compared to senior brothers, she seemed to excel. Yet how could she claim to be anything but mediocre? Nan Xi did not continue the conversation, as she was attentively observing the actions of her fellow disciples. Though many had been drawn to her words, others remained focused on their practice. She had just been speaking, yet her gaze shifted to a particular disciple, instructing him, "When you strike down, you ought to angle it slightly this way." She approached him, prompting him to repeat his earlier movement, correcting him in the process. It took Lian Qianxing a moment to comprehend her guidance, and as he regarded his senior sister, a flicker of admiration ignited within him. While conversing with Nan Xi, he had also been observing the other disciples, but his attention had been divided, making it difficult to discern their errors. Previously, he had heard many say that although Nan Xi was the senior sister of Tianyun's sword sect, she was preoccupied with romantic entanglements, making no progress in her cultivation and possessing mediocre abilities devoid of responsibility or talent. Lian Qianxing had never engaged in such discussions, yet he harbored some agreement with those sentiments. However, from his current perspective, Nan Xi diverged greatly from those rumors. While there were indeed other senior brothers and sisters who matched her prowess, they were always celebrated as exceptional. He prided himself on his talent, having been hailed as a prodigy since childhood, boasting a cultivation level superior to many who had entered the sect years before him. Yet he still felt the insurmountable barrier that separated him from Nan Xi. This barrier was one he found difficult to breach. Unbeknownst to Nan Xi, her little brother had begun to idolize her. Since she had stepped into the crowd, disciples had gradually approached her with inquiries. Naturally, she answered them diligently, and only after all questions were addressed did one disciple timidly ask her something quietly. The disciple, feeling scrutinized, nervously glanced at Nan Xi. She was taken aback by the question. What an astute observation. Does this junior brother have connections within the Yushu sect? The disciple faltered, and the surrounding disciples regarded him with amusement. Everyone was aware of the source of the information, yet wise souls refrained from voicing it. What? Master actually? No, I refuse to believe it. When did he go? He never mentioned it to me. The disciples collectively raised their brows. Did you not know this already? They were bewildered by Nan Xi's reaction, the atmosphere falling into a perplexed silence as they awaited her response. Nan Xi widened her eyes, incredulity washing over her. How could it be? I was just scolding at Qian. She took several steps back, disbelief etched on her features, shaking her head, tears threatening to spill. The disciples were equally bewildered. Although they had witnessed Nan Xi display this demeanor countless times, they were taken aback by her previous words, which contradicted her current reactions. Their inquiries stemmed from a desire to see how her responses differed from before, as well as a curiosity about the rumored broadcasts they were eager to witness. Amidst Nan Xi's immersive performance, a few disciples suddenly realized something, slapping their foreheads in dismay. Oh no! I almost forgot that our senior sister is not quite herself. This group had been the first to notice Nan Xi's oddity. While the earlier crowd had spread the news, they had been too engrossed in their practice to remain vigilant. The sect master had instructed them to keep it a secret, yet Nan Xi was now exposing her peculiarities for all to see. Should they assist in concealing it? This was a grave dilemma. As no one responded, Nan Xi, puzzled by their silence, redirected her attention to her fellow disciples. Or perhaps her pupils widened in realization. Could it be that my acting skills have diminished? Before she could contemplate further, one disciple exclaimed loudly, "Senior sister, why concern yourself with that man's fate? Given his treatment of you, Master's reprimand is well deserved." His words drew the attention of the entire assembly. The disciple instinctively covered his mouth, regret flooding him. While he had intended to help conceal Nan Xi's oddity, his previous statement was rather inappropriate. Before anyone could express agreement, Nan Xi had already grasped her heart. Shaking her head vigorously, A Qian merely pointed out my faults. It was I who shamelessly clung to him, causing him undue distress. He is not at fault, and Master has no reason to chastise him." The disciples were left speechless, utterly shocked. Wow, Nan Xi marveled inwardly. I can't believe I uttered such words. How astoundingly foolish I am. I could just slap myself. Before she could finish her thought, amidst the bewildered gazes of her fellow disciples, 2 or 3 more stepped forward, stammering, "Senior sister, we believe you are remarkable, and you are not shameless. You need not think so poorly of yourself." They spoke insincerely, their hearts heavy, yet they managed to force strained smiles. While Nan Xi's act of delivering medicine to Qi Qian was not inherently shameless, given the current circumstances, she failed to recognize her misjudgment, showing no awareness of her disgrace. Instead, she continued to defend Qi Qian, her heart unwaveringly devoted to him. Coupled with her previous actions, it could indeed be deemed shameless. Nan Xi's greatest folly lay in her persistent advances towards someone who harbored no feelings for her, especially when his attitude was decidedly unkind. At this moment, some began to sense something amiss. For instance, certain statements she made without verbalizing them carried an ethereal, distant quality. However, the disciples' attention was diverted by their peers, leaving them gaping in astonishment at Nan Xi and the others. Lian Xianxing sensed the commotion and arrived just in time to hear a couple of sentences that shook him to the core. He was more perceptive than others and immediately discerned the disparity between unspoken thoughts and spoken words. Yet he had little time to ponder further, as he observed a trembling disciple whose expression bore the weight of existential doubt. Such vile words had always been reserved for those they utterly despised. Never had they imagined applying such terms to themselves. However, Nan Xi effortlessly wielded them, even chastising herself for her lack of shame. Was it truly offensive? Nan Xi bowed her head in tears, acknowledging the painful truth. She was indeed shameless. It was not merely a lack of shame. The disciple wished to assure Nan Xi that she need not demean herself so. As the eldest sister of the Tianyan sword sect, she was the finest among her peers. And even if she had fallen from grace, she was still leagues apart from ordinary disciples. Lian Xianxing's gaze sharpened for a fleeting moment. He finally grasped that something was amiss. Judging by the reactions of the disciples, it appeared he was not the sole one capable of hearing the eldest sister's thoughts. The pressing concern now was that if this disciple continued, Nan Xi herself might become aware of her thoughts being laid bare. Lian Xianxing quickly interjected, stating, "Sister, today's practice is not yet concluded, and it seems inappropriate to delve into personal matters." Nan Xi seemed to snap back to reality, nodding repeatedly. "You're right. I have been selfish, neglecting your feelings. If there is anything you do not understand, please feel free to voice it." The situation appeared to be under control, and Lian Xianxing secretly exhaled in relief. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, he found Nan Xi staring intently at him, causing him to feel a pang of nervousness. In the next moment, however, she averted her gaze. "Such a good little junior brother." Lian Xianxing was taken aback, his face flushing crimson, and he dared not meet Nan Xi's eyes, hastily moving towards a calling disciple. What had just transpired seemed to have concluded, yet its repercussions were still slowly unfolding. More than one disciple sensed the oddity, and this conversation with Nan Xi not only left them feeling frustrated, but also instilled numerous doubts. Why did the eldest sister, clearly aware of the sect master's intentions, choose to feign ignorance? Why did she persist in actions she knew to be wrong? Why did she simultaneously protect Qi while believing he deserved the beating? Moreover, the manner of speaking felt slightly off. He observed the disciples in the training arena, their seriousness apparent, and his own disciple diligently completing her assigned tasks, which eased the tension on his brow. However, as he extended his consciousness, a slight observation revealed whispers among the disciples, indicating that prior to his arrival, events had already unfolded in the training ground. The disciples were at a loss for words. Yet he quickly discerned the underlying cause. They too could likely hear Nan Xi's thoughts, though he had yet to devise a solution regarding the exposure of thoughts. He had formulated some ideas on how to manage the situation. Firstly, until the issue was clarified, if only the sect members could hear the thoughts, Nan Xi must remain unaware of the leakage. Conversely, if everyone could hear, it would be imperative to inform her of the situation. Chapter 7. As for whether outsiders could hear, that would depend on whether Qiqian's visit to apologize tomorrow would elicit any reaction from Nan Xi's thoughts. While he contemplated the handling of thoughts, Nan Xi also sensed something was amiss. After all, her consciousness was constantly monitoring her disciples. Though her awareness did not match Lian Qianxing's sharpness, she could still grasp bits and pieces. Nan Xi noticed that the disciples seemed more puzzled by her recent actions than angry or derisive, prompting her to prepare to listen attentively to their concerns. "You did well," a voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see her master, bowing her head in greetings.
"Master."
Lian Qianxing nodded gently, shifting his attention to the disciples, maintaining an expression devoid of any visible satisfaction. Yet, the previously orderly and focused disciples began to falter under his gaze, as a significant portion feared him, and anxiety often led to mistakes. Lian Qianxing displayed a hint of displeasure, asserting that as sword cultivators, they should possess unwavering resolve, if mere scrutiny from him could induce errors. Such mistakes could prove fatal in real combat. He sternly reprimanded the disciples, causing many to grip their swords tightly, burdened by pressure that made it difficult to recall Nan Xi's earlier words. Nan Xi remained unfazed. While she appeared serious, her mind was already racing with thoughts, primarily concerning the impending task. Next, Nan Xi would need to navigate the unfolding narrative, which involved Lian Qianxing informing her that Qi would come to apologize the following day. As the sect master, Lian Qianxing's authority was unquestionable, and the arena fell silent, the sound of swords slicing through the air causing Lian Qianxing to tense his features. Remaining mute, at this moment, Nan Xi's voice emerged softly. "Ah, I really don't want to face this." Her tone carried a mix of dejection, evasion, lethargy, and a sense of despair. The disciples' previously serious demeanor was abruptly disrupted. With the sect master present, they dared not make any extraneous movements, so during their swordplay, they covertly glanced at Nan Xi, eager to hear what audacious words she might utter next. Yet, after that moment, Nan Xi fell silent. Lian Qianxing regarded her, noting her despondent words, but revealing no emotion. Although he was unsure what she dreaded facing, he reminded her that there were still matters to discuss. Therefore, Lian Xianxing maintained a stern countenance and instructed, "Come with me." He then addressed Lian Xianxing, saying, "Xianxing, please oversee things here for the time being." Lian Xianxing promptly stood at attention, responding earnestly, "Disciple obeys." Lian Xianxing led Nan Xi to a secluded area where she had rested earlier, far enough from the disciples that they could not overhear their conversation. As he speculated on Nan Xi's potential reactions, he slowly began, "Tomorrow, Qi Qian from Yushu's sect will come to apologize to you. Be prepared, and do not tarnish the reputation of Tianyun Sword Sect." Lian Xianxing fixed his gaze on Nan Xi, awaiting any change in her expression, but was suddenly met with a piercing wail.
"Ah!
I knew it!" Nan Xi shut her eyes in anguish, oblivious to the shock that rippled through both her master and the nearby disciples. The narrative had commenced, and Nan Xi was obligated to see it through. When she finally opened her eyes again, she had steeled her emotions. "I heard that you reprimanded Qi Qian, master. How can you bully him? He did nothing wrong. It is I. Nan Xi spoke rapidly, her emotionally charged lines tumbling out at a swift pace, slightly distorting her message. Yet even so, Lian Xianxing absorbed every word, his expression suddenly darkening, signaling an impending storm. They speculated that Nan Xi must have uttered something outrageous. Yet they struggled to comprehend why her voice fluctuated between clarity and utter silence. With Nan Xi, Lian Xianxing usually exhibited more patience, but his inherent firmness and severity allowed no room for error. Nan Xi now directly thrust a steel nail into his eyes, and could no longer endure it.
Consequently,
A voice imbued with pressure and indignation escaped despite Jian's strenuous attempts to suppress it. "You! What a ridiculous line. Claiming to act on behalf of justice, while clearly abusing authority. What humiliation. He deserves this." "Oh, master, you truly are a wonderful mentor." The disciples, upon hearing such words, immediately craned their necks to catch a glimpse, yet Nan Xi had her back turned, concealing her expression, leaving them only to witness the astonishment on Jian's face. Whispers erupted among the disciples. "What is the senior sister saying? She seems quite pleased. Wasn't master supposed to be defending her? Could it be?"
"What?"
The senior sister finally came to her senses? "Honestly, I agree with the sect leader's actions." Their hushed conversations soothed Jian, whose anger dissipated, replaced by sheer bewilderment as he stared at Nan Xi, unable to utter a word of reproach. Moreover, what had Nan Xi stated? She called him her esteemed mentor. Immersed in this internal dialogue, he found it hard to recall her earlier audacious remarks. After nearly a minute of waiting for Jian's fury, Nan Xi curiously lifted her gaze, only to find a semblance of relief on Jian's countenance, which startled her. "Why isn't master angry? How terrifying. Has he been possessed?" Observing the disciples' expressions of dread, Jian fell silent for a moment. Unlike Nan Xi, who excelled in theatrics, he struggled to mask his unease, consciously raising his voice, declaring, "You are utterly irreverent." With each word, Jian faltered, finding it difficult to express his frustration. "Ignorant fool." He paused again. "Ungrateful wretch." Stopping his tirade, he sensed his anger waning. Although Nan Xi noted his diminishing words, she felt a slight sense of relief. "It feels right, Jian." The disciples. How could she seem so content after being scolded? Regardless of the circumstances, you must accept this. With that, Nan Xi lowered her head, murmuring in a manner that suggested she was struggling to comprehend, yet felt compelled to heed her mentor's words. Although her words were quiet, they were still distinctly audible to cultivators. "Akian, forgive me, it was unintentional. It was master, he acted on his own accord. I have never blamed you. I know you only wish the best for me." The disciples nearby clearly discerned that Nan Xi was uttering something, yet they could not hear her words, scratching their heads in confusion. Why did the senior sister's voice fluctuate between audible and inaudible? What she had said seemed harmless. So, why did the sect leader erupt in anger? Clearly, there were words they had not heard that provoked his wrath. But why could they hear some of her words and not others? Everyone was perplexed, yet Xianxing had already grasped the reason. With higher cultivation and insight, he utilized a secret technique to enhance his hearing, enabling him to comprehend Nan Xi's words, which only heightened his terror. The senior sister, she is truly terrifying. Both her spoken words and her inner thoughts diverged drastically, instilling a profound sense of fear. Do as you please. I shall not concern myself. Jian strode past Nan Xi, who turned in disbelief to regard him, her expression and inner turmoil aligning in shared sorrow. No, master. My esteemed mentor. A laugh unexpectedly escaped from the crowd, despite attempts to stifle it, shifting the atmosphere to one of unexpected levity. Although Qianqing still found Nan Xi intimidating, he could only feign ignorance of the situation. Jian hesitated before decisively walking away, the anger that had flared moments ago inexplicably dissipated. Perhaps, he realized, he had never truly understood his disciple. Tears streamed down Nan Xi's face, and once she had calmed, she silently wiped her eyes and stood before the disciples, appearing drained as she remarked. Today's practice was not as it should have been. Normally, this would prompt the disciples to disperse swiftly, but today was different. Among the 200 present, those with closer ties exchanged glances. Many sighed inwardly. If they wished to harbor hatred, so be it. Why burden themselves? If their resolve faltered, it would be a loss greater than the gain. Senior sister need not grieve. We must believe that all will be well. At the very least, you have already achieved much. After this dense and cryptic comfort, they gradually dispersed, while Nan Xi stood in bewilderment, watching the departing disciples. Hate whom? Master? That cannot be. That would be truly irreverent. The disciples stumbled in their thoughts. Senior sister, do not love too deeply. It would be better to feel resentment towards the sect leader than to think they meant Qi-Qian. Since noticing something was amiss with Nan Xi, and observing the exchange between the sect leader and senior sister, Qianqing strained to eavesdrop on the ensuing commotion. Without supervision, the disciples engaged in a fervent and rapid discussion regarding their senior sister's unusual behavior, arriving at a conclusion. The crux of the matter was that even in her current state, she still managed to guide them diligently in their training. Previously, they had deemed Nan Xi's role as the chief disciple inadequate, as she seemed preoccupied with romantic entanglements, neglecting her cultivation and appearing foggy in her endeavors. However, now, even in her distress, she sustained a facade to lead them in sword practice, without error. Moreover, it was evident that her outward display of instability had only recently surfaced, suggesting that prior to their awareness, she must have been shouldering immense pressure. Although one might argue that her predicament was of her own making, they had all been her students and could not afford to be overly harsh. The collective sentiment was, given her current state, they ought to be more lenient. Unbeknownst to Nan Xi, she had been unwittingly categorized by her disciples as a vulnerable soul in need of care. Once everyone had dispersed, she too made her exit. Yet, she harbored many grievances regarding the day as occurrences, particularly her dissatisfaction with the absurdity of the narrative and her disdain for the female lead's portrayal. However, whether it was the events that transpired or her critiques of the lead, she could not voice them aloud, for doing so would likely brand her as irrational. Thus, she confined her thoughts to her mind, utilizing the system as a waste receptacle for her frustrations. While her tears were an exaggeration, her belief that Jian acted for her well-being was sincerely held. As noon approached, the sect bustled with activity, and Nan Xi, lost in her thoughts, failed to notice the astonished glances directed her way. Even if she had, she would not have cared, for she appeared like a rain-soaked flower, seemingly devastated. Should anyone approach to comfort her, she would find it entirely normal. However, once they learned the cause of her tears, they would undoubtedly deem her peculiar. With a heavy sigh, Nan Xi transformed her sorrow into indignation and continued her tirade. Sometimes, I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts. Indeed, this infatuation with love is maddening. For the sake of a man, you seem willing to forsake everything, don't you? It infuriates me that you are so despised by the entire sect. You brought this upon yourself. As Nan Xi vented her frustrations, the system remained silent, for any utterance from it would surely summon a tempest of wrath. The you in Nan Xi's tirade occasionally referred to it, sometimes to the female protagonist, yet regardless of the subject, her sentiments were never positive. Meanwhile, a strikingly handsome youth, with both grace and beauty, stood with arms crossed, slightly raising an eyebrow as he listened to Nan Xi's outpouring of emotions. Chapter 8. Master Uncle, what you say? Master Uncle, Your words may cause the senior sister to feel disheartened. Another young man, appearing somewhat helpless, was younger than this master uncle, straddling the line between youth and adulthood, seemingly of the same age as Nan Xi. He sensed that something about Nan Xi had shifted. Li Yunjin chuckled softly, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with a hint of flirtatious charm. As long as you keep this to yourself, your senior sister shall remain unaware. As they conversed, they made their way to the master's cave abode. He Jian was contemplating matters concerning Nan Xi. In essence, whatever actions needed to be taken would have to wait until the morrow, when Chi-Chi departed. The notion that only those within the sect could hear Nan Xi's thoughts was merely an unfounded hope of He Jian's. Even if her thoughts were to be revealed, if he were the sole listener, it would pose no issue. He could ensure that Nan Xi remained oblivious to this matter, or that it would not affect her in any significant way. However, through observation, it was evident that more than one person could hear Nan Xi's thoughts. The potential revelation of her innermost feelings was neither trivial nor monumental, but if only the sect members could perceive her thoughts, the repercussions could be minimized. Yet, if everyone were to hear her musings, she would forever be distanced from the core circle of the Tianyun sword sect. Even as the foremost disciple, she would be barred from accessing the sect's confidential matters. Regardless, she would have to remember this incident, even if she kept her thoughts unspoken. She must tread carefully until the issue of her thoughts being exposed was resolved. Despite the foolish actions this disciple had committed over the years, He Jian could not help but contemplate her future. Li Yunjin stepped forward slightly, regarding He Jian with a smile. I pay my respects to my senior brother. Qi Zhao lagged a step behind Li Yunjin. Unlike Li Yunjin's casual remark, he approached the master with the utmost seriousness, bowing slightly and earnestly stating, I pay my respects to the master. In the realm of the immortals, such protocols were not overly rigid. There was no need to await the elder's acknowledgement to dismiss the formalities. Qi Zhao straightened up, offering a slight nod to He Jian. During this expedition, the disciple has not disgraced his mission. He was not one for joviality, but his gentle nature endeared him to all. As long as the task is completed, it suffices to honor the title of a disciple of the Tianyun sword sect. The master was typically stingy with praise, and the two had grown accustomed to it. Li Yunjin observed the master's expression, narrowing his eyes slightly, and then inquired, Why does my senior brother appear so troubled? Has something transpired? Before He Jian could clarify the situation, Li Yunjin assumed it was related to Nan Xi and Chi-Chi, or perhaps regarding Nan Xi's attitude towards He Jian. He was prepared for He Jian to remain silent. However, the latter merely cast a glance at him, sighed, and said, Very well, it is no harm to share. Given your perceptiveness, it is only a matter of time before you learn of this. He Jian elucidated the matter, stating, This incident occurred unexpectedly. I have yet to grasp the reasons, much less devise a solution. For now, I can only seek to minimize its impact on her. Oh. A glimmer of interest sparked in Li Yunjin's eyes. No wonder I noticed a change in the tone of your disciple's voice upon arrival. Did you encounter her during your visit? The master paused to ask. Do you recall what she said? It was mostly a jumble of frustrated words, lacking clarity. Li Yunjin pondered. Yes, she did mention something about knowing you care for her. As the two elders conversed, Qi Zhao refrained from interjecting. Yet, as he listened, numerous thoughts flooded his mind, chiefly his astonishment regarding the revelation of thoughts. From long ago, he had deemed Nan Xi as someone not to be closely associated with. Hence he felt no inclination to concern himself with her affairs or thoughts, nor her musings. He Jian, however, was momentarily taken aback by Li Yunjin's words. Did my disciple truly say such a thing? Indeed, replied Li Yunjin, his smile captivating yet lacking genuine warmth. Rather than joy, it conveyed a sense of intrigue. After all, even in her thoughts, Nan Xi's sentiments appeared disjointed, piquing her interest. He Jian's demeanor softened slightly. I have always maintained that she possesses understanding. No one at the scene responded to this statement, evidently uninterested in it. He Jian found it difficult to continue the conversation, opting instead to recount the events of the past few days to Li Yunjin, sharing his handling of the situation. Li Yunjin raised no objections, inquiring with keen interest, So, you wish to observe your disciple's reaction after confronting Chi-Chi tomorrow before deciding on subsequent actions? He Jian nodded. Brother, Do not blame me for the warning. But Nan Xi's reaction may not be as favorable as one hopes. Li Yunjin, ever nonchalant and driven by curiosity, perceived the futility in her disciple's situation. While He Jian remained hopeful regarding Nan Xi, the following day dawned. It was still early morning, and not even a rooster had crowed. Nan Xi tossed and turned in bed, unable to find repose, ultimately rising to meditate, yet her mind could not settle. Her nature was carefree, so despite yesterday's events, she could swiftly move past them and embrace the day ahead. However, while she was untroubled by the past, she found herself anxious about the future, particularly the impending encounter with Chi-Chi. Initially, Nan Xi held no strong opinions about him, even when tasked to confront him. She approached it with a mindset of enjoying the company of a handsome man. Yet, as time passed and her interactions with Chi-Chi increased, the allure of his appearance faded in her eyes. At some point, she began to loathe the sight of his face, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike him. But alas, she had to adhere to the narrative, and as time wore on, the anxiety she felt before each meeting with Chi-Chi escalated, robbing her of sleep. Nan Xi believed that the remedy for her affliction lay in delivering an actual blow to Chi-Chi. Thus, she resolved to practice her swordplay. For the move she had long memorized required no thought, allowing her to immerse herself in the rhythm of the training, which proved exhilarating. Chi-Chi arrived at the Tianyun sword sect just before the hour of the snake. He Jian had set the deadline for noon today, and Chi-Chi had come an hour early. Were it not for the fear of He Jian storming into the Yushu sect to retrieve him, he would have certainly abstained from visiting the Tianyun sword sect. Many disciples of the Tianyun sword sect were already quite familiar with Chi-Chi, yet only a select few had encountered him in person, which only fueled their curiosity. Thus, a group lay in wait along his path, quietly observing him. To be candid, Chi-Chi's appearance was highly deceptive. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, he stood tall and imposing, exuding an air of extraordinary presence. From head to toe, he radiated the aura of a favored child of destiny. Although the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect often had their grievances towards their senior sister, they remained united against outsiders, and thus could hardly harbor any fondness for Chi-Chi. If anything, their disdain was more pronounced. Upon seeing Chi-Chi, the female disciples exchanged glances and spoke nonsensically. Is this Chi-Chi? He doesn't seem remarkable at all. I wonder what senior sister Nan Xi sees in him. One added, I don't get it. He just has 2 eyes and a mouth, just like everyone else. He doesn't even compare to our senior brother Qi Zhao in terms of looks. I prefer Qi Zhao. This last remark was genuine. The male disciples scoffed at Chi-Chi, questioning what could possibly attract their senior sister to him. In terms of cultivation, talent, and appearance, their senior sister was certainly his equal, if not superior. They mused about how he could dare to look down on her, despite her flaws. She was still a remarkable beauty who treated him with kindness. It was utterly contemptible that he failed to appreciate her and even insulted her. How infuriating! Even if senior sister favored me, it would be a far better match than her interest in him. These 3 statements were indeed sincere. The onlookers formed a line from Chi-Chi's entrance to the sect, stretching all the way to Nan Xi's courtyard. Though they remained concealed, their presence was unmistakable, and their whispers were hardly muffled. Chi-Chi, possessing considerable cultivation, could sense their gazes and even catch fragments of their conversations, which only served to deepen his stern expression as he approached. Nan Xi, having anticipated this moment, stood at the courtyard entrance, ready for Chi-Chi's arrival. However, her preparations were merely superficial, for in the narrative, the female protagonist always adorned herself lavishly in front of Chi-Chi. Thus, she had dressed exceptionally well, but even now, she was mentally rehearsing the scene that was about to unfold. Pretending to be Chi-Chi, I apologize for my previous rudeness. I hope you can forgive me. My future self, no. Akian, you did nothing wrong. It was I who was at fault. Sniffle, you need not apologize. I obtained this XX in the secret realm. Please accept it. Setting aside the fact that his apology lacks any genuine remorse, my lines are utterly cringeworthy. I even have to give him something that I fought tooth and nail to acquire. Someone come and take him out. The nearby disciples, including He Jian and Lian Qianxing, were struck dumb by Nan Xi's internal monologue. They could not comprehend the scene Nan Xi was envisioning, nor could they fathom her subsequent madness. The onlookers in the corner fared better, but the two in the open could not manage any additional expressions, struggling to contain themselves. Oblivious to her own absurdity, Nan Xi craned her neck to see if Chi-Chen was approaching. Fortunately, he arrived rather promptly. As he spoke his apologies, he took advantage of his height to look down at Nan Xi, his tone devoid of any contrition. He-Jian's expression darkened immediately. Yet, Nan Xi had already taken a deep breath in preparation, and at that moment, she spoke with fervent emotion. No, Akian, you are not at fault. Her face displayed sorrow and concern, convincingly concealing any hint of insincerity, leading all who witnessed her performance to deeply believe that something was amiss with her mind. Continuing with her emotionally charged speech, she proclaimed, "It is my fault for disturbing you. Your reaction is entirely understandable." As her words concluded, Chi-Qian's brow eased slightly, his expression becoming more agreeable. "I acquired something during my last venture into the secret realm. You." Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that the dialogue between Nan Xi and Chi-Qian would mirror her prior mental rehearsal so closely. Any discrepancies were merely in the accompanying expressions, which were more animated. He-Jian, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted Nan Xi's speech by sealing her mouth with a spell. Having realized that her words would yield nothing pleasant, Nan Xi's eyes sparkled as she looked at He-Jian, feigning a desperate expression, while the light in her eyes was unmistakably bright.
"Yay.
Master is formidable. Master, swiftly teach him a lesson. Make him apologize. Compensate for his wrongs. Plead for mercy. Weep profusely." The others were left speechless. Yet, Nan Xi continued to speak, her words unrestrained and incongruous, her tone distinctly different from that of a typical conversation. This created a dissonance, as if she were articulating her innermost thoughts rather than engaging in dialogue. As the disciples pondered in silence, Li Yunjin lounged lazily on a nearby tree, her gaze fixed on Nan Xi, especially her eyes, a playful smile curling at her lips. He-Jian remained focused on Chi-Qian. Though Chi-Qian's expression soured, he showed no signs of shock and continued to stare at He-Jian, as if in a standoff. Eventually, he slightly lowered his head and addressed Nan Xi. "I truly apologize for my disrespectful words and actions. Today, I offer this token of apology. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness." From his storage ring, he produced several items, including precious elixirs and rare materials. However, Chi-Qian's demeanor was expected by He-Jian, who felt a sudden sense of relief. As though he had resolved a significant issue, Chi-Qian was oblivious to Nan Xi's thoughts. Meanwhile, Nan Xi remained blissfully unaware, exulting internally. "Hooray! Apology gift! Elixirs, he, treasures, he, master is the best." Yet, her joy was short-lived. As she reveled in her triumph, the system's cold voice reminded her, "Host, please always remember your task." With her back to Chi-Qian, she took a protective stance facing He-Jian in opposition. Both Chi-Qian and He-Jian were taken aback by Nan Xi's actions. Still, Nan Xi gazed resolutely at He-Jian, unable to speak, yet her body language and demeanor conveyed her sentiments. Meanwhile, Chi-Qian, in a moment of daze, stared at Nan Xi's figure, momentarily lost in thought. He-Jian's previously relaxed expression turned cold once more, and even the disciples nearby, who had been smiling due to Nan Xi's internal musings, were left baffled by her behavior. As the two sides faced off, Nan Xi's heart replayed the image of a tearful, cat-like expression. "Forgive me, heaven. Forgive me, master. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall on Chi-Qian." Amidst her conflicting expressions and thoughts, He-Jian snorted coldly, dispelling the spell and granting her the freedom to speak once more, yet he remained icy as he inquired, "Do you have anything else to say?" Nan Xi, observing He-Jian's expression, sensed she had already said too much. After a brief pause, she began, "Master, please don't. Hic." Caught off guard by her own hiccup, she remained acutely aware of her task, her expression resolute. "Don't make it difficult. Hic. Akian, hic. Whether it is a gift, hic, or anything else, it is all, hic, willingly given, hic, on my part." Having mustered the strength to utter those words, she continued to hiccup uncontrollably, her heart sinking. "This is it. Not only will Chi-Qian not be moved, but I can't even bear to listen myself." Suddenly, Laughter erupted from the nearby bushes. Pahahahag. A burst of laughter escaped from one disciple, only to be swiftly stifled by another disciple beside him, who anxiously warned, "You must hold it in. We will be discovered." Meanwhile, He Jian, Lian Qianxing, and other disciples, including Qi Qian, remarked, "You have already been discovered." This unexpected interruption led He Jian to feign indifference, turning his gaze towards Nan Xi. Yet he found himself unable to muster any anger, perplexed by Nan Xi's intentions. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he thought, "Do as you wish. I can no longer concern myself with you." Nan Xi blinked in confusion. Is it over? Just like that?" Suddenly, Li Yunjin appeared, gazing at Nan Xi with a smile. "Master nephew, doesn't it seem that your senior brother is disappointed in you? Aren't you afraid?" Chapter 9. Nan Xi was startled by the sudden proximity of a face, instinctively retreating a step. Upon recognizing Li Yunjin, she subtly exhaled in relief. Her peripheral vision caught He Jian's departing figure, leaving her somewhat bewildered. However, from He Jian's retreat, it appeared he was not angry enough for their relationship to shatter. "Once Qi Qian leaves, I should comfort my master," she mused. When she lifted her gaze, she met Li Yunjin's seemingly smiling, yet profoundly insightful eyes, prompting her to instinctively step back once more. In truth, Nan Xi was not well acquainted with the senior aunt. She only knew that, despite her considerable cultivation, Li Yunjin held no official position and seemed to lead a rather idle life within the sect, often descending the mountain with disciples, likely bored of staying in the sect. A more superficial understanding of Li Yunjin revolved around her striking appearance. With a handsome face, a penchant for male attire, and considerable height. It wasn't until her third year in the sect that Nan Xi learned she was a woman. Although she was somewhat of a free spirit, she was immensely popular due to her high cultivation and amusing personality, endearing herself to disciples of all genders. However, these matters were of little consequence to Nan Xi, as Li Yunjin had been largely absent in previous years, missing the more typical phases of her life. By the time they could frequently meet, Nan Xi had skillfully distanced herself from this senior aunt with her exquisite acting. Li Yunjin's casual tone and light-hearted words were truly remarkable. Just before a flicker of restrained sorrow crossed Nan Xi's face, Li Yunjin discerned a fleeting indifference. Then, the woman looked up, her sadness mingled with defiance as she gazed back at her. "What is a feat?" The disciple believed that she had done nothing wrong. Even the events occurring in the Yushu sect were her private matters. While she outwardly expressed this sentiment, Nan Xi simultaneously admired Li Yunjin's handsome visage while internally critiquing. With such stunning looks, why must her words be so blunt and piercing? Thankfully, my heart is resilient. Otherwise, I might have been hurt. Li Yunjin paused. Then her eyes lit up with a brilliant smile, unrestrained. "Ha ha ha, Nan Xi, you are truly amusing." Nan Xi replied, joking aside. "It seems my senior aunt is not quite normal either." For the moment, she was captivated by Li Yunjin, entirely forgetting Qi Qian beside her, as well as the other disciples lurking in the shadows. While Qi Qian's reaction was momentarily disregarded, the disciples' minds gradually shifted from confusion to clarity. They whispered cautiously, "It seems the senior sister speaks in two different tones. Some of her words reflect my own inner musings. Has she not realized that the most unusual one is actually herself? How disjointed is that thought compared to her outward appearance?" As the disciples engaged in fervent discussion, their jade butterflies flickered. The jade butterfly served as a form of identification for the disciples, capable of conveying messages. Though everyday matters were typically posted on each peak's bulletin board, aware that messages from the jade butterfly were never trivial, most had developed the habit of promptly checking it upon a flicker. Diving into the message, they found words visible only to themselves. Disciple Nan Xi, for reasons unknown, has experienced a leakage of her inner thoughts. Please note the distinction between her inner voice and spoken words. Additionally, this matter is to remain confidential. No one is to inform Nan Xi of the leakage, nor disclose it to outsiders. This notification, issued by the sect leader, alerted the entire sect to Nan Xi's inner voice leakage and the necessary precautions. The disciples fell silent as they processed the news. Some were still unaccustomed to checking messages publicly, remaining absorbed in Nan Xi's peculiarity. However, One could not help but notice that another voice had become notably more coherent and entertaining. A nearby disciple gestured for another to check the jade butterfly. Although initially perplexed, he complied, only to fall into silence. This silence stemmed less from shock and more from disbelief, as their minds struggled to comprehend the information. The sect leader's clarification confirmed that the voices indeed originated from Nan Xi. When speculation and reality merged, most began to ponder further implications. Eventually, someone mumbled, "Why is our senior sister's inner voice so different from her spoken words?" Nan Xi, meanwhile, only realized Qi Qian's presence as he maintained a stoic demeanor, stating, "Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." It dawned on her that she had just traversed a storyline, and the system had not prompted her until now. With Qi Qian's remark serving as a catalyst, the next plot was poised to unfold. She glanced around, though no other figures were visible. She sensed the presence of many hidden observers in the unseen corners. Yet, at this point, Nan Xi could only feign ignorance. Perhaps due to her previous ordeal or the lingering impact of her earlier confrontation, Qi Qian's expression remained cold, but his disdain had been tempered, merely nodding slightly before turning to depart. Once he was gone, Nan Xi cast a glance at Lian, and upon meeting her gaze, felt an unsettling sensation, prompting her to look away. Lian, having heard her inner thoughts, smiled and remarked, "Then I shall not disturb you any further, master nephew. I shall certainly pay you a visit another day." As she departed, she whisked away the previously dazed Lian Qianqing, leaving Nan Xi's courtyard devoid of others. With her hands raised, Nan Xi rubbed her face vigorously, internally lamenting, "I really do not wish to deliver anything to Qi Qian. Oh dear, my precious." The disciples lingering in the shadows muttered, "Then don't deliver it." Yet Nan Xi had already unsheathed her sword, her fingertips forming a seal as she soared into the air, hastening towards the direction Qi Qian had taken. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Lian flew on her sword, with Lian Qianqing anxiously clutching her garment from behind, whispering, "Senior aunt, is this truly all right? Adults' affairs are not for children to question. Had you not insisted on coming along, I would not have brought you." Lian Qianqing fell silent. He too had received the notification regarding Nan Xi's inner voice leakage, yet his mind was rife with confusion. When he observed Lian stealthily preparing to follow Nan Xi, he inexplicably grasped her sleeve and joined her. Lian adeptly maneuvered, allowing Nan Xi's inner voice to resonate continuously ahead of them. Cassia seed, ginseng grass, dragon horn.
Ah!
A sudden, anguished scream pierced the air, a cry of frustration echoing from Nan Xi's shattered heart. "Why must I part with so many treasures? They are of great value, you know." Lian Qianqing was startled, her delicate face paling as she instinctively clutched Li Yunjing's sleeve. Yet Li Yunjing remained composed, letting out a light scoff. "Then simply refuse," she murmured, her thoughts inscrutable. Lian Qianqing nodded silently. Nan Xi caught up with Qi Qian effortlessly. As outsiders were forbidden from sword flight within the sect, technically, disciples weren't permitted either. But as the senior sister, she enjoyed certain privileges. A flying sword was, of course, far swifter than walking. She landed hastily, though her expression had already shifted from distress to concern. "Ah Qian," Nan Xi gazed at him with deep affection. Qi Qian, seemingly anticipating her pursuit, remained impassive, his cold eyes meeting hers. "I have already apologized. I implore you, fellow cultivator, to cease pressuring me." Hidden disciples along the path were not few in number, and upon hearing Qi Qian's words, a vague sense of absurdity surfaced, though they couldn't quite grasp why. Then, a voice rang out clearly in their ears, "Don't make it seem as though I'm forcing you. To apologize for wrongdoing is only right and proper." Like celestial music that briefly enlightens the ears, the disciples' eyes brightened as they nodded repeatedly, instinctively turning their gazes toward Nan Xi with eager anticipation. Speak quickly, they thought. Hurl these words in Qi Qian's face to stop his nonsensical ramblings. Yet what met their eyes was Nan Xi's expression of tender concern as she spoke considerately to Qi Qian. "Ah Qian, don't be angry. I know this matter has been difficult for you. As for Master's decisions, I've never been able to influence them." The disciples.
No.
"Why do you think one way and act another? Scold him." The disciples, wearing masks of anguish, yearned to rush forth and speak on behalf of Nan Xi.
Yet,
The harsh reality was that they could only watch as Nan Xi produced several gleaming treasures, whose worth far surpassed that of Chi-Chien's gratitude. With utmost sincerity, she remarked, "Qian, this matter has been unjust to you. Please accept these." The disciples, gazing at these treasures, each one a coveted prize beyond their reach, felt their pupils tremble in shock. Before they could fully process the moment, a heart-wrenching wail pierced their eardrums.
Ah!
"My treasure! If you have any shame, do not accept it." Chi-Chien, aloof and expressionless, accepted these valuable items and merely uttered a reluctant hm, his demeanor showing no sign of softening, tacitly acknowledging that he had indeed been wronged. The disciples, gripped by terror, clasped their ears, their minds too preoccupied to critique the gravity of Nan Xi's actions. At that moment, an unfamiliar figure appeared beside them. As they turned in astonishment, they beheld the smiling visage of Li Yunjin, accompanied by the pitiful Lian Qianxing, who, like them, was desperately covering his ears in distress. Li Yunjin, however, stroked her chin and revealed a captivating smile that was impossible to look away from. Indeed, this was quite intriguing. "Uncle Master, your words are equally problematic." After Nan Xi delivered the items, the narrative reached its conclusion. Chi-Chien accepted the belongings and departed with remarkable decisiveness, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Nan Xi pondered the script's assertion that Chi-Chien's tone had softened by 7 parts, yet she felt no trace of this supposed warmth. Where, she wondered, was the 7 parts? The utterance of a single can convey various nuances of tone. After the 2 parted ways, the disciples who remained in place stood up in a daze only after the pair had walked far away. Upon noticing Li Yunjin heading towards the exit of the sect, one of them instinctively inquired, "Is Master Uncle departing once more?" Li Yunjin turned her face slightly towards the disciple and smiled, saying, "I cannot simply stand by and watch our sect's resources squandered elsewhere, can I?" Chapter 10. Nan Xi currently finds herself engulfed in despondency, a profound melancholy. Since her arrival in this realm, she has indeed made great efforts. The system had assured her that upon the completion of the narrative, she would be able to live out the remainder of her days in tranquility, though Nan Xi harbors considerable skepticism regarding this promise. Nonetheless, she has always adopted a day-by-day approach to existence, relishing her moments of freedom amidst the constraints of the plot. Her cultivation is her own, her swordsmanship belongs to her, and of course, her wealth and treasures are hers as well. Yet, owing to the dictates of the storyline, she has been compelled to relinquish her precious possessions, stirring within her a fierce desire to obliterate the system. However, powerless against it, she can only unleash her dark curses within the confines of her mind. This includes, but is not limited to, wishing for Chi-Chien to meet a tragic fate at the hands of a madman on the morrow, for the system and its headquarters to erupt in flames, and for all those who have wronged her to stumble and fall face first into the foulest of refuse. The very essence of her thoughts would astonish any listener and evoke disgust. As Nan Xi drifted like a lost soul toward her small courtyard, a shadow suddenly flitted past her. Someone abruptly tapped her shoulder. Li Yunjin initiated conversation, leaving Nan Xi momentarily stunned, gazing at her with a hint of bewilderment, pondering, "Has my master's mind faltered?" Unexpectedly, "You came to speak with me." Suddenly being scolded, Li Yunjin's eye twitched slightly. Yet recalling her recent act of kindness, she resolved to be magnanimous and not bicker with Nan Xi. Instead, she gazed at Nan Xi with a gentle smile. Witnessing Li Yunjing's smile take on a somewhat mischievous glint, Nan Xi shuddered and hastily shook her head.
No, no.
"What matter brings you to seek me, esteemed mentor? On this occasion, I have garnered considerable rewards, bringing gifts for each disciple, and naturally, you are included." Li Yunjin waved a storage pouch before Nan Xi. Unconsciously, Nan Xi's gaze followed the pouch, her eyes sparkling with excitement, yet she maintained her facade, swallowing hard. "Uncle, you are too kind, but I..." She gritted her teeth, sorrowfully uttering the remaining words, "need." In the narrative, the female protagonist, shaped by her childhood experiences and her sensitive, stubborn nature, never accepts gifts from others. Possessing a somewhat ingratiating personality, she is inclined to give but struggles to accept kindness from others. The thought of the gift she had lost in the past only deepened Nan Xi's sorrow. "I need it. I truly need it. I desperately need it. Oh, My precious gift. She screamed inwardly, yet maintained a stoic facade, forcibly averting her gaze from the storage pouch. The elder possessed profound cultivation, and in this world, strength dictated all. The resources at the disposal of high-level cultivators were beyond the wildest imaginations of their lesser counterparts. The elder has always been impatient with me, to refuse so bluntly. With those words, she departed, leaving Nan Xi staring blankly in her wake. Not far away, a shrill cry erupted behind Lian. Ah, elder, I worship you. I adore you beyond measure. Lian, who hadn't gone far, overheard the inner thoughts and couldn't resist covering her ears. Yet soon, the corners of her lips curled into a faintly smug and intoxicated smile. As expected of her, yet another soul enchanted. But before she could take 2 more steps, her feet halted abruptly. Raising her eyes to meet the figure before her, she smiled with careless grace. Senior brother? What brings you here? With a habitual frown on his face, he listened to Nan Xi's thoughts, recalling what he had previously heard from a disciple about Nan Xi delivering items to Chi-Chi. He immediately grasped the situation and inquired, "What have you done with Chi-Chi?" This question is quite intriguing. Lian stroked her chin, appearing to ponder deeply. Then, she blinked and mused, Perhaps I could feign the role of a bandit, deliver a beating, and compel him to surrender all his treasures? Recalling the panic-stricken yet malevolent gaze of the other party, Lian couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. She instructed He Jian to distance himself slightly, lest he be discovered by Nan Xi, then eagerly inquired, "It seems Chi-Chi cannot hear the thoughts of his disciple. So only the members of our sect can perceive the sentiments of the disciple?" He Jian nodded. While currently uncertain, it seemed to be the case. It could not be that the entire cultivation world could hear Nan Xi's thoughts, leaving only Chi-Chi oblivious. Had Nan Xi known that the gift she received was a result of Lian seeking justice for her, she would have laughed heartily 3 times. However, unaware of this, she simply cherished the item and sought to verify her achievements with the system. How did I fare in this plot? The system assessed, task rated as excellent. Please continue to uphold this standard. Nan Xi felt dissatisfied. Why not outstanding? Although this rating held little significance, she had put in earnest effort and deserved the best recognition. Accustomed to this, she had just reclined on her bed when the system's words jolted her upright. "Oh right, master. I must find my master." The system's words echoed in her mind without leaving a trace, yet suddenly reminded her of He Jian. Since their feelings had not ruptured, there remained a chance for reconciliation. The system indicated minimal impact on the plot, thus it would likely not interfere with her current pursuit. With renewed enthusiasm, Nan Xi set off to find He Jian. Upon arriving at the cave, she was met with He Jian's somber and cold expression, which inexplicably instilled a sense of trepidation in her. In the past, she would never have faltered, but given the circumstances, she felt a twinge of guilt. Her gaze darted about, deliberately avoiding He Jian's eyes. "Today's events were my fault. I have acted in defiance against my master, and I humbly request punishment." Lowering her head, she added, "As long as master can forgive me, I am willing to do anything." He Jian's ears twitched. Anything? Upon hearing this, when Nan Xi raised her gaze to meet He Jian's, her words, quicker than her thoughts, blurted out, "But giving up Chi-Chi is not an option." He Jian's expression darkened, his anger palpable, though he remained silent. Nan Xi's anxiety grew, her mind racing. None of this is my fault. If master must blame someone, let it be Chi-Chi. He seduced me. Ah no, it was Chi-Chi's shamelessness. I am the one with pride. If there is to be scolding, let it be directed at Chi-Chi. Observing the illogical turmoil of his disciple's thoughts, He Jian sighed. In this vast world, there are countless flowers. Why fixate on just one?
What is so special about Chi-Chi?
At this, Nan Xi blinked. A fleeting thought from the system crossing her mind. Host, please maintain your character. Chapter 11. From the moment He Jian uttered that statement, Nan Xi anticipated the system's response. Though reluctant, she instinctively donned a serious and wistful expression, declaring with heartfelt sincerity, "Ah Qian is indeed wonderful in every way." She lowered her gaze slightly, stating, "It is I who am lacking. He does not favor me because I am unworthy of him." The moment those words left her lips, even without speaking further, She could sense the sudden surge of anger emanating from He Jian, causing her face to flush. He Jian spoke in a measured tone. What if I were to say you must give him up? At this, Nan Xi hesitated, her heart racing as she quickly shook her head and stepped back, feeling increasingly anxious. I cannot agree to my master, but to oppose him, I truly do not wish to lose this master-disciple bond. She discreetly furrowed her brow, missing the flicker of surprise in He Jian's eyes. While unsure of her current feelings towards Chi-Chi, He Jian was acutely aware of one thing: Nan Xi's choice regarding Chi-Chi was resolute. Having prepared himself for a standoff with Nan Xi, the slight concern he sensed from her towards him softened his expression. Soon, Nan Xi conceived a plan. Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at He Jian and decisively reached for her sword hilt. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, feigning a tearful countenance. Under He Jian's startled gaze, she hastily moved to the side, swinging her sword while breathlessly stating, "Disciple. Disciple recalls today's practice remains unfinished. I humbly request Master to supervise." Nan Xi understood He Jian well. In his eyes, the current practice was far more crucial than the still harmless Chi-Chi. True to her expectations, upon witnessing her actions, He Jian's furrowed brow relaxed, and he refrained from interrupting her, though what occupied his thoughts remained a mystery. I shall deliberately make a mistake or two later, allowing Master to chastise me for my errors. Surely he will forget about Chi-Chi. Nan Xi praised her cleverness. However, He Jian furrowed his brow again, intent on offering a warning, yet Nan Xi's thoughts interrupted him. But that won't do. I was scolded last time. Merely swinging my sword again to be chastised would be too embarrassing. Perhaps I should show Master my perfect swordsmanship? He Jian's expression softened once more. Or, just as Nan Xi was about to voice her next thought, He Jian suddenly realized he was being led by the nose by her musings. He lowered his voice. After you finish your swordplay, I will check the forms I assigned you. Should they still be inadequate, we shall practice further. Nan Xi looked at He Jian, nearly forgetting to maintain her character, then slightly bowed her head. Disciple understands. There is no other option. I must show Master my sword forms. He Jian's demeanor lightened a fraction. How many times have I swung now? Let us consider it 1,000 times. He Jian's expression darkened as he replied. You have swung 87 times. Do not miscount. Nan Xi faltered, glancing at He Jian, her face a picture of compliance. Heavens, how does Master know I intended to feign the count? He Jian observed as Nan Xi obediently began her count from 87, slowly stroking his short beard. Unable to suppress a smile. Though Nan Xi's thoughts were not entirely obedient, they were lively and clever. Despite having numerous unresolved questions, her current demeanor offered He Jian a sense of relief. Yet, soon He Jian's concern returned. Nan Xi was earnestly swinging her sword, her face still glistening with tears and a stubborn expression, while her thoughts gradually morphed into something darker. 88, 89, 90, 91. Strike the scoundrel 7,777 times. Strike the scoundrel 7,778 times. Strike the scoundrel 9,997 times. Strike the scoundrel 9,998 times. Strike the scoundrel 9,999 times. Another day of diligently striking the scoundrel. Fully engrossed in her sword practice, she remained oblivious to how her forced expression had twisted into something more sinister. Her once defiant and delicate demeanor now radiating a fierce intent to annihilate Chi-Chi. He Jian, who had intended to use Chi-Chi as a means to reprimand Nan Xi, found himself at a loss for words. He observed her unwavering grip on the sword and silently swallowed back his intended admonition. Perhaps, just perhaps, he should be more concerned about Nan Xi than Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, having completed her sword practice and feeling a measure of pent-up frustration released, Nan Xi gathered her composure, noting that He Jian no longer brought up Chi-Chi. Thus she need not maintain her previous demeanor, simply blinking at him. Master, disciple has finished. He Jian maintained a composed expression, responding, Show me your sword forms. He spoke with a grave solemnity that commanded respect, yet Nan Xi was well acquainted with him and felt no trepidation, responding with an obedient demeanor. Internally she chuckled. He will surely be astonished by my progress, and may even reward me with a small token of appreciation. He Jian, with a stoic expression, scoffed inwardly, dismissing the notion that anyone could be genuinely surprised. However, as Nan Xi lifted her sword and executed her movements, an inexplicable aura began to emanate from her, swirling around her and converging at the sword's tip. The blade suddenly radiated a formidable sharpness, producing a crisp, melodious hum that echoed the spirit of a sword capable of cleaving through all obstacles. He Jian's eyes gleamed with a newfound awareness as he observed Nan Xi's graceful swordplay. While he was not taken aback, he did feel a sense of respect. Just a week prior, her movements had lacked precision, yet now they were executed flawlessly, exuding an impressive sword intent that made the wielder appear resplendent. For a fleeting moment, He Jian perceived a side of Nan Xi that seemed unfamiliar to him, sparking a sensation akin to glimpsing her true self. Unbeknownst to her, the depth of his understanding regarding her performance was profound. She felt her display was perfect and was confident it would please her master, gazing intently at He Jian after she sheathed her sword. He Jian, hastily suppressing his satisfaction, cleared his throat. Quite commendable, but do not let this minor achievement inflate your pride. After a moment of contemplation, he added, in light of your commendable performance, the daily requirement of 10,000 sword strikes is hereby waived. However, you must continue to practice diligently and refrain from complacency. With nothing more to say, He Jian recalled Chi-Chi, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Finally, he advised, if you cannot let go of Chi-Chi, simply restrain yourself. Do not allow obsession to take hold. Nan Xi raised an eyebrow in confusion. He Jian's reaction seemed off, prompting her to scrutinize him with skepticism. Has my master been affected by something? Why is he not advising me? After a brief pause, she mused. He merely said not bad, how infuriatingly proud. I even caught a glimpse of your smile. Wait, where is my reward? I always receive a reward for my good performance. Her eyes widened in alarm. Enough. He Jian interjected, unable to endure her spiraling thoughts any longer. Fixing her with an intense gaze, he fished an item from his sleeve and placed a robe and a hairpin-like artifact into her storage ring. Should you maintain this level of excellence, I will permit you to descend the mountain for practice. At these words, Nan Xi's eyes lit up. Thank you, master. Hooray. I can go down the mountain. The matter of Chi-Chi, however, remained unresolved. Nan Xi felt a sense of satisfaction that He Jian was not disappointed in her, while simultaneously discovering the system's criteria for assessment, which surprisingly allowed for deviations in the plot. As long as the core storyline remained unchanged, the rest was mere triviality to the system. This revelation brought her immense joy, maintaining her good spirits for several days and allowing her to forget about Chi-Chi entirely. For several consecutive days, she did not utter his name, nor did he cross her mind. This turn of events was, in fact, not wholly unfavorable for the disciples, as witnessing their senior sister's tumultuous feelings for a man was rather disconcerting. However, the ability to hear Nan Xi's inner thoughts was not a boon either. Even without Chi-Chi, her musings remained wildly erratic, ranging from critiquing a fellow disciple's swordsmanship to pondering which vendor offered the best marinated delicacies, even indulging in gossip about the senior elders. Such vibrant thoughts nearly disrupted their training sessions. As the month drew to a close, the time for the customary assessment arrived. While the evaluations for ordinary disciples were of little note, this day was significant for the direct disciples of the sect who gathered to engage in martial contests, promising a thrilling spectacle. On this occasion, it was rather unfortunate that the 6 elders of the Tianyun sword sect, including the sect leader, were present, totaling 7 individuals. Although not all had disciples, there were still 7 direct disciples, yet only 3 were currently in the sect. Nan Xi, Lian Qianxing, disciple of the 6th elder, and Qi Zhao, disciple of the Grand Elder. Elders with disciples often attended such assessments, and disciples eagerly anticipated the opportunity to gauge their progress through this evaluation, all aspiring to engage in honorable competition. Consequently, the majority of the sect looked forward to this monthly assessment, but Nan Xi was not among them. In the training arena, as the elders had yet to arrive, the disciples frequently cast glances toward the right front. Nan Xi maintained a fade of composure, appearing serious, yet internally, she sighed for the 20th time since gathering. Despite her outward demeanor, the existence of her inner thoughts drew the attention of those around her. Is something troubling you, senior sister? Inquired one disciple, who typically refrained from conversing with her, yet was exceptionally gifted in both intellect and emotional intelligence. Nan Xi regarded him and offered a perfunctory smile. I am not troubled. It seems you have misjudged my demeanor. Yet internally she lamented, what keen observational skills. Is this the hallmark of a genius? With another sigh, she reflected, it is because I must compete against prodigies like you that I feel unsettled. The other disciples understood her sentiment, recognizing that her swordsmanship, while not exceptional, allowed her to hold her own against those of slower progress. However, when faced with true talent, her shortcomings would inevitably surface. Even Qi Zhao, upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, maintained a serene expression and humbly remarked, it appears I have misjudged. No one knew what he truly thought. Lian Xianxing, feeling a twinge of anxiety, cast a glance at Nan Xi, wishing to offer words of comfort, but her impassive demeanor made it seem inappropriate to speak. To conceal my abilities and allow you geniuses to perceive me as mediocre is quite the challenge, Nan Xi mused to herself. Qi Zhao, Lian Xianxing, and the other disciples exchanged confused glances, sensing a discordance in her words. Nan Xi then lowered her gaze, silently tracing the patterns on the floor. Last time, I lost to Qi Zhao due to a careless mistake. If I falter again, it will be too obvious. Unacceptable. Feigning defeat and retreating slowly? That's feasible but exhausting. Maintaining caution would prevent suspicion. I should consider other strategies. Perhaps I could pretend to be unwell? That might expedite my loss. Making my skills appear less formidable, it seems like a viable option. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she met Qi Zhao's gaze and quickly adjusted her expression. Sighing softly before addressing him, Junior brother, to be candid, I lost track of time while practicing my swordsmanship yesterday, engrossed in thoughts of today's assessment. My spiritual energy is depleted, and I have yet to recover. Her performance was convincing, showcasing the skills honed over years of training. The others were left speechless. For had they not heard her inner thoughts, they might have believed her. However, what does the senior sister mean? Does it imply that her strength is actually considerable, but she has been pretending to be weak? Or does it suggest that she does not wish to surpass Qi Zhao and others, constantly seeking ways to ensure her own defeat? The disciples vaguely grasped Nan Xi's intentions, yet found it hard to believe. If that were truly the case, what could be her purpose? As a sword practitioner, how could one not aspire to triumph over others? Qi Zhao gazed at Nan Xi, his typically gentle gaze slightly dimmed. What the disciples could deduce, he certainly could as well, but at this moment, he was too preoccupied to ponder Nan Xi's motives. He was simply particularly concerned about her statement regarding deliberately losing to him. His expression grew somewhat grave. He addressed Nan Xi, saying, Senior sister, in this competition, I will give my all. I hope you will not disappoint me. Nan Xi, taken aback by Qi Zhao's words, felt a surge of confusion. Is he upset?
Why?
Because I said I wasn't in good shape? Going all out? What should I do? This complicates matters. For cultivators, the more focused one is during a contest, the more subtle discrepancies can be detected, raising the difficulty of Nan Xi's performance exponentially. Upset? The disciples' gazes slowly shifted back to Qi Zhao's face. Their usually easygoing senior brother had never been seen angry. Yet Qi Zhao merely pressed his lips together and stated with utmost seriousness, if victory is unearned, then this competition holds no significance whatsoever. It was rare for him to look at Nan Xi with such gravity, and as he studied her face, it felt surprisingly unfamiliar. To say he was angry would be inaccurate, yet he was undeniably concerned about her earlier thoughts, which ignited a fierce resolve within him. He was determined to make Nan Xi take this seriously. Meeting his gaze, Nan Xi suddenly felt a jolt of unease, sensing that this performance would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Chapter 12. Nan Xi opened her mouth, intending to speak, but upon noticing that the sect leader and two other elders had arrived, she fell silent, lowering her head slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, after grasping Qi Zhao's meaning, her heart was in turmoil. Help! Help! What does he mean? Could he have figured out that I was deliberately losing before? That shouldn't be possible. How could he? He never noticed before, and we haven't even competed yet. So how could he tell? The disciples exclaimed in astonishment. Really? Senior sister, you are actually losing on purpose. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Although they instinctively found it hard to accept, this was Nan Xi's inner voice. Could she deceive herself? Qi Zhao secretly tightened his grip on his sword. The newly arrived He Jian, along with the Grand Elder and Sixth Elder, paused imperceptibly, casting a furtive glance at Nan Xi. Yet when the inner voice suddenly echoed in their ears, it was impossible to dismiss, and the content of those words. The two elders exchanged glances with He Jian, silently inquiring about the matter. Nan Xi understood that in this assessment, she must exert her full strength. Externally, she obediently complied, but internally, she was equally perplexed. What is going on with everyone today? Do they think I look unserious? Nan Xi involuntarily straightened her posture and adopted a more solemn expression, striving to appear exceedingly serious. After composing herself, she couldn't resist casting another glance at the sect leader, followed by a glance at Qi Zhao. When her gaze met Lian Xianxing's, she offered him a smile. Although there were 3 direct disciples present, Lian Xianxing was too young. His competition with senior brothers and sisters primarily served as a learning experience. Even if Nan Xi were to feign mediocrity, losing to Lian Xianxing would not align with that pretense. Lian Xianxing blushed at her smile, gazing at Nan Xi with clear eyes. Softly encouraging, "Senior sister, good luck." The disciples did not hear Lian Xianxing's words. They merely observed Nan Xi's actions, stifling laughter. Typically, after the sect leader speaks a few words, the disciples' assessments begin. The training arena was arrayed with formations, the sky above marked with the names of the disciples, designating who would compete against whom. The formations would record the disciples' performances for the elder's subsequent evaluation. The contests among direct disciples were more dynamic, utilizing the largest central area, deliberately laid with barriers to prevent the tumult of the competition from affecting others. Direct disciples were expected to set an example and demonstrate for the others, which would significantly aid the disciples in comprehending sword techniques. Thus, prior to the disciples' assessments, the direct disciples would compete first, while the remaining disciples observed. Nan Xi took her sword and stepped into the arena, facing Qi Zhao, and they both performed a respectful bow. She was always adept at such competitions, as her mastery of sword techniques and precise control of spiritual energy allowed her to lose at will without being detected. Yet today, under Qi Zhao's intense scrutiny, she suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. Nan Xi tightened her grip on her sword. Qi Zhao initiated the attack, brandishing his sword and launching a swift strike using the foundational sword techniques of the Tianyan sword art, the speed alarming, imbued with a burgeoning sword intent, akin to a force breaking through bamboo, posing a considerable threat. The disciples gasped at this sudden onset, an air of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Nan Xi, too, was taken aback, for Qi Zhao had always favored a defensive strategy, gradually luring opponents into traps. Today, however, he was markedly different. She hurriedly intercepted the strike, her gaze momentarily sharp, but quickly concealed it. She flashed a faint smile at Qi Zhao, appearing non-threatening. Her junior brother had evidently made significant progress since his return from training. Qi Zhao acknowledged her with a brief reply, his words few, breaking through his limits. His sword rose and fell with greater force than before, and had Nan Xi continued to play her part as she had in the past, she would have undoubtedly succumbed swiftly. She instinctively shifted to a defensive stance, her expression growing solemn, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. Yet the disciples were utterly captivated by the thrilling duel before them, wholly immersed in the contest, their eyes gleaming with excitement, each grasping their own sword hilts unconsciously. However, Nan Xi's immersion was short-lived, as she observed Qi Zhao's sword technique. She suddenly realized, "Oh, is it not natural for me to lose to a junior brother who has progressed so remarkably?" The disciples stared at Nan Xi in disbelief, witnessing her opponent's movements indeed slow down, amplifying their incredulity.
"Ah,
Senior sister, are you genuinely performing?" Qi Zhao's expression darkened as he watched his sword veer away at the last moment, narrowly grazing past Nan Xi and severing a few strands of her hair. A misstep? Yet it hardly seemed so. Nan Xi's thoughts resonated loudly, clear enough for He Jian and the others to hear. Despite their distance, they could discern the situation without difficulty. He Jian's gaze deepened, while the sixth elder turned to him, chuckling, "So your disciple has been concealing her abilities." With their level of cultivation, They could unmistakably perceive the level of skill Nan Xi exhibited in her instinctive defense. At the very least, she was not inferior to Qi Zhao, who had broken through his limits. Humph. Arrogance and talent, foolish beyond measure. This was He Jian's first realization that Nan Xi had been hiding her strength, and his anger flared, rendering his words less than kind. The other two were aware of his temperament and refrained from commenting. The Grand Elder, a figure of great benevolence, merely stroked his chin and remarked, "That child Qi Zhao is quite prideful. He is aware that Nan Xi is intentionally holding back, and thus he must compel her to reveal her true capabilities." Nan Xi, present at the scene, sensed an unusual shift. The offensive vigor of Qi Zhao's swordplay abruptly transformed, becoming more restrained and less aggressive. Although his skill did not plummet to abysmal depths, it was markedly inferior to his previous prowess. At this level, even the heroine of the narrative could easily contend with him, and it was evident that Nan Xi could not afford to be bested so conspicuously. With a focused gaze, Nan Xi decided to transition from defense to offense. Her mind raced as she considered the disparity between Qi Zhao's earlier and current performances. Something felt amiss. Perhaps due to his failure to exert himself fully, Qi Zhao appeared less formidable than before, yet still managed to effortlessly parry her strikes, leading to a brief stalemate. Her moves were consistently intercepted just as victory seemed within reach, causing her brow to furrow slightly in contemplation, tinged with seriousness. Winning yet unable to truly triumph. Losing yet unable to concede. How vexing. She muttered internally, and her disciples, catching a glimpse of her thoughts, noted a swift change in her swordsmanship. This transformation, subtle yet perceptible, revealed the burgeoning sword intent she had previously withheld, making Qi Zhao's prior finesse seem superficial in comparison. Gradually, he began to falter. Just as Nan Xi relaxed her furrowed brow, Qi Zhao's speed of attack subtly increased. She felt on the verge of victory. Qi Zhao no longer exhibited the same prowess he had initially displayed, leading her to believe his skills had not improved. Such was the terrifying nature of Qi Zhao's swordplay. Step by step, it lured opponents into its embrace. Even if others harbored similar intentions, few could replicate his silent mastery. The Grand Elder observed the duel with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Initially, he feared that Qi Zhao's recent breakthrough might overshadow his original capabilities. It seemed such concerns were unwarranted. The elders often found themselves engaged in casual comparisons of their juniors, and the Grand Elder's seemingly mundane remarks concealed a sense of pride. He did not interject but instead remained fixated on Nan Xi's actions. Qi Zhao sought to unveil Nan Xi's true level, while he too yearned to discern how much she had concealed from him. As Nan Xi entered the fray, her movements grew increasingly fluid, harmonizing with her sword. It became challenging to ascertain whether this was indeed her authentic skill, yet it was undeniably more stylish than her previous lackluster performance, exhibiting a distinctive flair. However, He Jian was not entirely satisfied. The sixth elder, not participating in the competition, chuckled and remarked, "The true Nan Xi appears to differ significantly from our prior perceptions." Nan Xi, however, felt a sense of disquiet. She was preoccupied with maintaining her facade, striving to keep her revealed strength at an unremarkable level, which hindered her complete immersion in the contest, making it difficult to identify the underlying discord. As she swung her sword once more, she inadvertently neglected to temper her strength. The blade sang with a piercing clarity, reverberating in the air. Qi Zhao was forced back a step, his eyes alight with realization, while Nan Xi suddenly regained her composure. With a smirk, Qi Zhao, aware of his impending defeat, committed wholeheartedly to his final move. He opened his mouth as if to speak. Yet when his sword met Nan Xi's, he found her force considerably diminished, leaving him unprepared to control his own strength, resulting in the tip of his sword piercing her shoulder. Despite his hurried attempt to retract his force, the blade still tore through her garment, blood seeping forth to stain her attire. Nan Xi regarded him with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "You are quite formidable, junior brother." What Qi Zhao had intended to convey was, "Sister, I cannot hope to defeat you at this moment." In the distance, He Jian nodded with reassurance, recognizing the truth of the situation. However, upon reflecting on Nan Xi's deliberate concession in the duel, he pondered the rationale behind his praise. Realizing this inconsistency, He Jian's expression darkened once more. Yet, the foolishness remained pervasive. Chapter 13. The disciples were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, the arena falling silent for a brief moment before erupting into exuberant cheers. Senior brother Chi is so handsome.
Ah,
Incredible. The spectacle of the contest had left them exhilarated, and they felt a profound sense of connection, both in terms of entertainment and practicality, their emotions reaching a crescendo. As Nan Xi withdrew from the heart of the training ground, the minor injury on her shoulder ceased to bleed within moments, requiring no medicinal aid. It would heal naturally in just a few days. Observing her disciples extolling Qi Zhao's virtues, she mentally replayed her earlier performance, releasing a sigh of relief. Junior brother Qi truly posed a danger, nearly compelling me to reveal my true strength. Fortunately, I regained my composure in time. The fervent atmosphere in the arena abruptly shifted to a peculiar silence. Nan Xi sensed this change and curiously glanced at her disciples. Why have you ceased your cheers? Junior brother Qi is so charming. Let's celebrate. The disciples hesitated, contemplating whether to indulge their senior sister's performance, only to hear her thoughts grow increasingly brazen. Celebrate. Focus solely on junior brother Qi. I can afford to slack off. Lost in her own musings, Nan Xi failed to notice that her disciples had fallen silent, while Qi Zhao's gaze upon her gradually turned melancholic. He Jian, unbeknownst to her, had positioned himself behind her, speaking up, "Your performance surpassed your previous efforts." Ah, my goodness. He Jian remained fixated on her, and when she turned to meet his gaze, he did not waver. Though he harbored discontent regarding Nan Xi's approach, he could not deny that her display was nearly flawless. Had he not heard her thoughts, he might have remained oblivious to the nuances. At present, he could not reveal that her thoughts had betrayed her, nor could he reprimand her for intentionally losing the match. Thus, he declared, "You possess remarkable talent." He Jian's countenance was stern, exuding an aura of authority that was intimidating, especially considering her recent performance. If she could consistently harness such prowess, the future of the cultivation world would be bright. Once he Jian embarked on a critique, it would be a protracted affair. And Nan Xi found herself overwhelmed by his words. Master must be seeking retribution against me. As her thoughts escaped, the disciples, startled by the reprimand, raised their heads in unison, their gazes fixed on Nan Xi, even He Jian's voice momentarily faltering. Regarding the incident with Qi Qian last time, Master did not express his displeasure, and it seems he was merely biding his time. He Jian, momentarily at a loss for words, glared at Nan Xi, who feigned innocence. His frustration was palpable, yet Nan Xi's assertion of his retribution was not entirely unfounded. After all, he could not openly accuse her of deliberately losing. He had to seek compensation from elsewhere. Seeing He Jian lapse into silence, Nan Xi looked up at him. "Have you finished speaking, master?" Her tone was cautious, the pitch of her voice rising with uncertainty, and, perhaps due to her unguarded thoughts, the atmosphere shifted, infusing her words with a hint of playfulness. He Jian, exasperated, retorted, "I have not. Should you continue to be so negligent, I shall impose severe consequences upon you." Nashi bowed her head, trembling with trepidation. Disciple acknowledges wrongdoing. Last time I was severely punished. It seemed I was confined until I succeeded in my cultivation. Ha ha ha, in truth, I had already attained that level long ago. I deliberately stayed for nearly half a year, complaining daily to receive delicacies, and I didn't have to supervise others in sword practice. It was utterly delightful. I implore my master to impose a punishment. The disciples, along with Qi Zhao and Lian Qianqing beside her, widened their eyes in astonishment. So, this is how the esteemed senior sister behaves. He Jian retorted. Next time, I shall punish you with a half-year fasting diet, allowing only the consumption of grains. He spoke with a ferocious tone. Immediately, Nashi's eyes bulged in terror as she pleaded, "My transgressions do not warrant such a fate." At that moment, her inner thoughts echoed. "Ah, so you wish to strike my Achilles heel? Is this how we play? Am I not allowed to progress?" A chuckle escaped the group of disciples, who struggled to suppress their laughter. He Jian finally managed to subdue Nashi, exhaling a breath of relief. And a smile crept onto his face. Since she admitted her fault, he would expect to witness results next time. Otherwise, fasting for half a year would be her fate. Nan Xi's heart sank. The disciples understood. After a brief rest, Nan Xi and Qi Zhao each had another spar with Lian Qianxing, leading up to the assessment of all disciples. At this juncture, the direct disciples had no further involvement. While direct disciples assist the elders, they cannot partake in assessments, especially since the training grounds are monitored with formations, overseen by other attendants and elders. She promptly sought permission from the sect leader and, upon receiving approval, made a swift exit. However, she had scarcely gone far when she was called back. Qi Zhao stood behind her, accompanied by Lian Qianxing, and upon noticing her gaze, he nodded politely. Nan Xi, who typically preferred solitude within the sect, found it unusual that Qi Zhao, who usually engaged with other direct disciples, had called her. Adhering to her persona, she offered a gentle smile and inquired, "Junior brother, what is it you wish to discuss?" Qi Zhao's eyes bore a complex expression. He had previously been indifferent towards Nan Xi, merely maintaining a fixate of courtesy. Had it not been for her inner thoughts, he would have remained oblivious to the hidden depths of this senior sister. Senior sister. We should interact more in the future and exchange insights. The disciples of Tianyan Sword Sect enjoyed a harmonious relationship, as there were established systems governing disputes over interests, ensuring fairness and equity. Resources were earned through strength, fostering cooperation among disciples and minimizing conflict. The bonds among direct disciples were particularly close. Nan Xi had initially been welcomed, but gradually grew distant due to narrative developments. Qi Zhao's invitation was indeed a rarity for Nan Xi. Self-aware, Nan Xi understood her peculiarities well, especially concerning the protagonist. The thoughts echoed in Qi Zhao's and Lian Qianxing's minds, both appearing equally perplexed. Why the reluctance? Nan Xi feigned surprise and joy, saying, "Is it truly possible? Would you both be willing to engage with me more?" "Of course," Lian Qianxing chimed in, his pale face tinged with a hint of blush. "You are indeed the senior sister. Although you have done many things we find perplexing, your contributions to the sect are significant." Realizing he had perhaps spoken too freely, he instinctively covered his mouth, his sparkling eyes glued to Nan Xi, his voice muffled. "In any case, I believe the senior sister is a good person." "Wonderful." Nan Xi beamed with delight. "I shall certainly seek to engage with you both more." Hearing her words, smiles emerged on their faces, only to be abruptly interrupted by a resounding thought. "I advise you run."
Now.
Nan Xi sighed heavily. Engaging with a ghost, are you seeking death? In the later stages of a narrative, the survival of Tianyan Sword Sect was largely due to the elders' righteous actions, stripping the protagonist of her identity token and expelling her from the sect, thus averting calamity. Yet, during her time in the sect, she had caused the demise of numerous disciples, though the text insisted she did not do so intentionally. The two junior brothers were once again bewildered. Qi Zhao, being slightly more mature than Nan Xi, hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to inquire further, but was gently interrupted by a tap on his shoulder. A figure swept past him, and the familiar, relaxed voice instantly revealed her identity. "I wonder if Nan Xi's disciple is free tomorrow?" Li Yunjin lightly waved her folding fan. "I have business to attend to tomorrow, and I can take one disciple with me down the mountain. After much consideration, I have decided it shall be you." She closed her fan and gestured towards Nan Xi. Nan Xi was puzzled. "I do not often interact with my master uncle. Why has she chosen to bring me?" "If you accompany me, whatever you desire, I shall cover the expenses." Upon hearing Li Yunjin's words, Nan Xi's eyes widened, and she nodded vigorously. "I will go. I must go." Realizing her enthusiasm was excessive, she composed herself, offering a shy smile to Li Yunjin. "I hope it won't be too much trouble, Master Uncle. I hope you won't find me bothersome. It is settled then. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow at dawn." With that, she departed with an air of grace, but not before casting a significant glance at Qi Zhao and Lian Qianxing. Lian Qianxing, taken aback, asked, "Master Uncle, why did your eyes?" He was swiftly silenced by Qi Zhao's hand over his mouth. After Qi Zhao bid farewell to Nan Xi, he left with Li Yunjin. Nan Xi, somewhat bewildered, observed the interaction between the three, scratching the back of her head in confusion. Once they were out of earshot, she queried the system, "Did I perform adequately today?" As for Li Yunjin, after moving away, she spoke before Qi Zhao could ask, My elder brother mentioned that while it is known not everyone can hear the senior sister's thoughts, relying on just one person is not entirely secure. Bringing her down the mountain tomorrow is to verify this, though I genuinely have a small matter to attend to. Qi Zhao nodded thoughtfully, understanding the rationale. However, he pondered what the senior sister's thoughts truly meant. Did she wish to avoid contact with them while simultaneously belittling herself? Lian Qianxing silently nodded in agreement. Li Yunjin, stroking her chin, mused aimlessly. There must be some secret. The distance to the training grounds was not far, and disciples who finished early began to emerge, their conversations clearly audible amidst the brief silence among the three. The senior sister is more formidable than we imagined. Why did she deliberately lose, though? I'm so curious.
Sure.
Don't speak of it outside. It would be unwise for the senior sister to hear. Even though she seems a bit eccentric, I think I might be starting to like her. Li Yunjin and the other three overheard their conversation, and with a slight shrug and a resigned smile, she remarked, "If only those within the sect can hear the senior sister's thoughts, perhaps it isn't entirely a bad thing." Chapter 14. At the break of dawn, Nan Xi's courtyard. The door was knocked upon vigorously. As she opened the door, she was met with the clothes tossed by Li Yunjin. Instinctively, she caught them, then stared blankly at her. Li Yunjin instructed, "Put it on. The place we are going to today requires this attire." As she stepped out, she looked down at her hem, her expression rife with skepticism. Male attire? Raising her gaze to Li Yunjin, she caught her snapping her fingers lightly, and before Nan Xi could react, a dazzling spectacle unfolded before her eyes. Simultaneously, Li Yunjin positioned a mirror in front of Nan Xi, beaming as she declared, "Now, this is more fitting." In the mirror, a youthful figure clad in male attire, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, appeared before Nan Xi. While it was evident that it was her reflection, a stranger would not perceive her as a woman. Nan Xi was bewildered. "Master Uncle, where exactly are we going that necessitates male attire?" In this world, there existed no gender discrimination. The risks faced while venturing out were identical, regardless of gender, and the tasks required of both were largely the same. Thus, it was uncommon for individuals to don clothing of the opposite gender. Li Yunjin's preference for male attire was merely a personal interest. Upon being questioned, Li Yunjin held her folding fan to her lips, smiling as she replied, "To a brothel." Nan Xi nodded in understanding. "Ah, so it is a brothel." A moment later, her eyes widened. A brothel? The thought reverberated loudly in her mind, yet Li Yunjin remained unfazed, a playful smile gracing her lips as she confirmed, "Indeed, it is a brothel." This was the last exchange between Nan Xi and Li Yunjin before they soared down the mountain on their swords. Nan Xi remained perplexed, speaking little. The Tianyin sword sect was not far from the city. After descending for a mile or two, they arrived at the nearest city named Yunxiang, a formidable establishment that had stood for a millennium. Once in the city, Li Yunjin led Nan Xi directly to a well-known district. This was the famous Flower Street and Willow Alley, catering to both men and women. However, it was evident that Li Yunjin intended to take Nan Xi to the establishment catering to men. Upon entering, Li Yunjin adeptly greeted the matron. Though she was referred to as a matron, she still possessed a striking beauty. As she conversed, her charming demeanor caught sight of Nan Xi, revealing a hint of surprise. The matroness' slender fingers gently lifted Nan Xi's chin, her brows arching playfully. "What a handsome young lad. The girls here will surely take a liking to you." Nan Xi, caught off guard, instinctively stepped back, her eyes widening in confusion as she looked to Li Yunjin. "So, Master Uncle has a penchant for this. No wonder she enjoys dressing as a man." Li Yunjin simply glanced at Nan Xi without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the matron discreetly communicated to her, "The items young masterly requested are ready in the drunken flower chamber on the 3rd floor." The brothel was merely a facade. The matron was affiliated with the Hehuan sect. Due to their unique practices, few from the sect descended, yet they possessed secrets unknown to ordinary folk, such as exclusive elixirs and transformative artifacts. The very item Li Yunjin had used to alter Nan Xi's appearance had originated from the Hehuan sect, and the matron easily recognized Nan Xi as a woman. However, Li Yunjin had her own intentions for bringing her here, and the matron did not pry further. Li Yunjin nodded and led Nan Xi inside. Upon entry, They were quickly surrounded by 3 or 5 lovely girls. Li Yunjin found a table to sit at and announced, "We have come to listen to music and watch a dance. It is her first visit, so I hope you all will treat her well." It was not until 3 fragrant, soft girls approached that Nan Xi began to feel bewildered. "Is this your first time, little brother? Then we must treat you well. You are truly handsome. Do you prefer older sisters or younger ones? Would you like to eat some grapes? Here, open wide." Nan Xi, dazed, was fed a grape. And only upon meeting Li Yunjin's teasing gaze did she realize what was happening, her eyes wildly inquiring. Yet Li Yunjin merely smiled, patting her shoulder. "There is no danger here. It is not predatory. Master Uncle has matters to attend to for a while. Just listen to the music and enjoy some fruit while you wait for me." Nan Xi was taken aback by Li Yunjin's nonchalant words. "Huh? Are you leaving me here in a brothel? What kind of master uncle is this?" Just then, another grape was placed in her mouth, accompanied by a woman's playful voice. "Oh, dear brother, do not look at anyone else. If you do, I might get jealous." Such words, when heard, inexplicably soothed the heart. Nan Xi fell silent. Very well. She compromised, smiling at the girl beside her. "You are truly beautiful." She had just managed to suppress her instincts and was astonished by Li Yunjin's actions, not daring to reveal her thoughts, her heart surprisingly tranquil. Now that Li Yunjin was gone, she felt liberated, relaxed, and her thoughts began to flourish. "So many beautiful sisters. I like this. Let us get closer. Is this sister named Lian? She resembles a blooming lotus. I adore her. This sister in red is dazzling. My eyes cannot look away. Ah, sister, you are the best. Oh, don't come too close. What if I expose my lecherous nature? Is this heaven?" Separated by a floor. Nan Xi's thoughts resonated clearly in Li Yunjin's ears. Surprised, she glanced at the expressionless individual across from her and felt a bit relieved, unable to suppress a smile. She hadn't realized her disciple could be so amusing. While Nan Xi indulged in the attentions of beautiful women, enjoying the music and banter, her joy was abruptly interrupted. System. Detected a disciple of the Yusu sect. Please maintain your persona. Despite the makeup, it was only effective against strangers. Anyone familiar could recognize her at first glance. Nan Xi's smile faltered as the person seemed to sense her gaze and looked up. Startled, she immediately leaned over the table, hoping to be unseen. What kind of plot is this? She mentally queried the system. How could there be someone from the Yusu sect? Will Chi-Chi show up? The system had limited functions, but it could detect when the male lead was near. Upon hearing her thoughts, it promptly assessed the situation and stated, "The male lead is approaching this area. To avoid the plot, please vacate immediately." Nan Xi stole a glance and noticed that the Yusu sect disciple appeared bored, fixating on the commotion at their table without moving his gaze. Despairing, she began to ramble. "I have a nervous syndrome when someone sees me. Could you help shield me from that gentleman's sight?" The beauty understood with a glance. Twisting her waist to block the man's view, smiling reassuringly at Nan Xi, "I've blocked him. Do not fear, young master." Nan Xi felt somewhat reassured, yet the system suddenly urged, "Please leave this area. Please leave this area." In such situations, it indicated that Chi-Chi was nearing. Nan Xi glanced around. The stairs led too close to the Yusu disciple, and heading that way would surely expose her. The system indicated Chi-Chi was near the entrance. Walking that way would inevitably lead to an encounter. Which male lead would come to a brothel? Nan Xi fumed internally, then resigned herself, silently calling out, "Master Uncle, help." Li Yunjin had just obtained what she desired when the heartfelt whispers of Nan Xi surged toward her in a flurry, startling her to the point of trembling. Instinctively, she glanced in the direction of Nan Xi. However, without the use of spiritual awareness, cultivators lacked the ability to see through walls. Chi-Chi had come here? Ha! Li Yunjin descended the stairs and swiftly approached Nan Xi. Just as she did, she caught sight of Chi-Chi stepping inside, prompting her to stifle a cold laugh. Indeed, he was no good. Chapter 15. Upon hearing Li Yunjin's voice, Nan Xi alertly raised her head, barely casting a glance in Chi-Chi's direction before hastily retreating behind Li Yunjin, using her body as a shield. "Master Uncle, please help me leave this place," Nan Xi urged quietly, careful not to draw attention. Her fear of encountering Chi-Chi and her desire to avoid unnecessary interaction was one factor. Another was the painstakingly crafted character she had worked so hard to maintain. If it were to be ruined by such an unforeseen accident, she would surely be devastated. Li Yunjin stole a glance back, grasping the situation with composure, and no longer felt anxious.
What?
Afraid of being discovered? Nan Xi nodded like a chick pecking at grain, while Li Yunjin leisurely stroked her chin, pondering the reason for her fear. At that moment, Nan Xi felt a shiver run down her spine, immediately immersing herself in the role, patting the corner of her eye with a delicate, tearful expression. If Chi-Chi sees me here, I shudder to think how he would perceive me.
Oh?
Li Yunjin elongated her tone, her stance unyielding, as if she were considering approaching Chi-Chi to greet him. Nan Xi's heart raced, and she instinctively grasped the fabric of Li Yunjin's clothing, her voice trembling. Master Uncle, please just help me out. I knew you were no good. Nan Xi's heart swelled with indignation as she clearly perceived Li Yunjin's mischievous intentions. Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I wouldn't jump up and kick your knee? Perhaps it was Nan Xi's words that had an effect. Li Yunjin truly did remain still, merely casting a sidelong glance, her lips curving into a smile while her eyes bore an inquisitive glint. Tell me the truth. Are you genuinely afraid that Chi-Chi will see you and form a negative impression? Nan Xi was momentarily taken aback, unsure why she was being asked such an obvious question, yet she still nodded earnestly. Li Yunjin's brow relaxed slightly, the emotion in her eyes softening. But in the next moment, she heard Nan Xi's silent thoughts. Chi-Chi should be the one feeling guilty for seeing me here. Nan Xi darkly mused. What kind of good person frequents a brothel? To think he's just a rotten cucumber. How disgusting. Of course, there could be other unknown reasons, but Nan Xi was too apathetic to contemplate them, firmly condemning Chi-Chi. Li Yunjin paused, regarding Nan Xi with a bemused smile, and as she turned her body, Nan Xi was startled, instinctively covering her face. Yet Li Yunjin snapped her fingers, languidly declaring, I merely cast a minor illusion. He won't recognize you. You can lower your hands now. Nan Xi hesitated briefly before cautiously lowering her hands, gathering her courage to glance toward Chi-Chi. Their eyes met just as he turned his attention toward them, and he began to approach. Nan Xi widened her eyes, feeling deceived. Before she could voice her grievances, a hand landed on her head. Don't worry, I didn't deceive you. As Li Yunjin spoke, she observed Chi-Chi stride past her toward a disciple of the Yushu sect, engaging in conversation with an expression as composed as ever. This brought a measure of relief to Nan Xi. She turned toward Li Yunjin, about to speak, but the latter glanced back, offering a reassuring smile. I have completed my business. Let us depart. After Li Yunjin finished speaking, she stepped outside, leaving Nan Xi momentarily stunned. She cast a reluctant glance back at the alluring figure beside her, only to inadvertently meet Chi-Chi's gaze. An immediate shiver ran through her, erasing all thoughts, and she hurriedly followed Li Yunjin out of the building. As they exited the brothel, Chi-Chi seemed to sense something, fixating on the direction Nan Xi had departed, feeling that her silhouette bore a slight resemblance to hers. Once he realized, he furrowed his brow and averted his gaze. Once outside, a silence enveloped Nan Xi and Li Yunjin, until Li Yunjin spoke. Earlier, I heard Chi-Chi inquire with that disciple of the Yushu sect about whether he had found the materials he sought. This establishment engages in various business, not necessarily related to the Huan. Uncertain of Li Yunjin's intent in mentioning this, Nan Xi nodded in confusion, her heart unperturbed. What does Chi-Chi's business have to do with me? Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and her eyes brightened. So, Master Uncle had not come here for romantic entanglements? Li Yunjin chuckled. You younger generations think too much. What do you mean by being indulgent? Indulgent of my romantic whims? A remark that seemed to emerge from nowhere left even Li Yunjin puzzled, but she was always too indifferent to care. With a grand gesture, she beamed, It's still early. If you wish to purchase anything, food or other necessities, I'll cover the expenses. At this, Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rattled off a dozen food items as though reciting a menu. Li Yunjin, unfazed, waved her hand. Let us go. By the time Nan Xi returned, laden with packages, the sky had darkened. However, the sect was unusually lively. The disciples enjoyed a brief respite every half-month, with a 3-day break each month, which was precious to them. Thus, during these breaks, they often orchestrated lively gatherings. Nan Xi spotted bright flames and heard raucous voices emanating from the training ground. A bonfire had been lit, with some dancing swords and others cheering excitedly. Although she felt participating would be anticlimactic, her inherent love for merriment stirred within her, compelling her feet to move in that direction. Lian glanced over and understood. Go enjoy yourself. My old bones can't handle the tumult. I'm going to rest. After spending the day in her company and enjoying her hospitality, Nan Xi held Lian in unprecedented esteem and hastily waved her hand. Master Uncle, you're not old at all. You're remarkably handsome and full of vigor. Realizing something under Lian's gaze, she gradually closed her mouth and waved goodbye. Farewell, Master Uncle. Alone, Nan Xi shifted toward the periphery of the training ground, found a tree with a good vantage point and climbed up. From there, she could clearly observe the scene below. Chi-Zhao was dancing with his sword, his movements graceful and balanced. As he paused, his hair billowed and settled, prompting a phrase to flash in Nan Xi's mind. Like a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon. As Chi-Zhao concluded his performance, the disciples erupted in cheers, excitement palpable. Yet, a voice suddenly interrupted, causing everyone to pause and instinctively search for Nan Xi's figure. Why do I hear senior sister's voice? As the crowd stirred, Nan Xi remained blissfully unaware, content with what she had just witnessed. Impressive. So captivating. Who will dance next? Is it the junior brother Xianxia? Although, I suspect someone will surely cheer him on. At that moment, someone nearby spotted Nan Xi and pointed her out. Senior sister's up in the tree. The exclamation drew the intense gaze of all disciples toward Nan Xi, who, startled by their voracious attention, lost her footing and fell from the tree. She reacted swiftly, executing a somersault and landing gracefully on the ground. Nan Xi surveyed the crowd, her expression one of trepidation. How did they see me? The disciples exchanged glances, and Chi-Zhao approached with his sword, offering Nan Xi a gentle smile. What does my senior sister think of my sword dance? Nan Xi forced a smile. Very good, excellent, truly impressive. Just as she was about to utter impressive, she instinctively closed her mouth, blinking at the person before her, while Chi-Zhao continued to smile warmly. Now that I've finished my performance, isn't it time for my senior sister to take the stage? His words, casual yet imbued with everyday politeness, instantly captivated the disciples, who could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into cheers. Come on, senior sister. Show us your dance. Even those who had previously harbored reservations about Nan Xi found themselves joining in the raucous encouragement. Pushed into the limelight, Nan Xi stood before the bonfire, gazing at the enthusiastic disciples, her scalp tingling as if she were not about to perform a sword dance, but rather to be roasted over the fire. Momentarily bewildered, she pondered how she had gone from being universally disliked to the current acceptance of her presence. Although she rarely performed sword dances, as a swordsman, she possessed a modicum of skill. Thus, with some hesitation, she grasped her sword. Well, I'll just give a simple performance. As she danced, the audience's eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions reflecting wonder. Nan Xi's sword summoned the wind, which entwined with falling leaves and blossoms, creating a scene that was both romantic and breathtaking. The atmosphere gradually quieted as everyone became entranced by her dance. Nan Xi herself felt exhilarated, finding her movements flowing effortlessly, imbued with vigor. Hey! The disciples were jolted from their reverie by a sudden shout, finally noticing the brilliance in Nan Xi's gaze. She spun around, her sword slicing through the air. Let us cut him in half. She twirled, creating a flourish with her sword, and then struck forward several times. Leaping into the air, her garments billowed like wings, her form as light as a swallow, yet her sword thrust down with formidable force. Let us pierce his head. Nan Xi was caught in a surge of enthusiasm, completely oblivious to the disciples' expressions shifting from awe to shock and finally to horror. As she concluded her performance, rushing forward with her sword stabbing ahead, Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with fervor, her heart brimming with bravado. Let us stab him until he is full of holes. The disciples recoiled in alarm, utterly frightened. How terrifying is our senior sister? Who does she want to kill? Chapter 16. Nan Xi sheathed her sword, exhaling a breath of relief, only to realize the disciples were staring at her in shock. What's wrong with everyone? Was my dance not good? Her sword still unsheathed. The glow of the fire behind her lent her an inexplicable aura of power and menace in the eyes of the disciples. No problem. Senior sister, you were magnificent. Yes. Far better than senior brother Chi-Zhao. Flushed with embarrassment from their compliments, Nan Xi was perplexed by their sudden warmth towards her, yet she deemed it a good sign. Please don't flatter me. I feel shy. The excited chatter abruptly fell silent, and Nan Xi, bewildered, noticed the odd expressions on the faces of her companions. What's wrong with you all? Why have you stopped praising me? I'm not done listening. The disciples exchanged glances, realizing they had underestimated her sensitivity to flattery. One notable disciple turned to address the group, attempting to shift the conversation. Now that the sword dance is over, it's time for a night talk. Everyone, please take out what you've brought. Night talk. Nan Xi's eyes lit up. She was quite familiar with such activities, having lived in dormitories throughout her schooling. She understood that a night talk was essentially a gossip session, interspersed with discussions about life aspirations and ghost stories, an enticing prospect. Hearing this, many disciples began rummaging through their storage bags, while those without quickly produced large cloth bags filled with goodies. As the items were displayed, snacks, hearty dishes, ordinary fruits, and spiritual fruits of various kinds, the array was dazzling. Some disciples set up large tables, and once most had finished placing their offerings, the collective gaze naturally fell upon Nan Xi. Feeling the weight of their attention, she nervously glanced around and, with a hint of trepidation, laid out her own delicious contributions on the table. What do those looks mean? Are they not welcoming me? Are they going to make fun of me? Let them talk, I'll dominate this night talk. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Nan Xi instinctively tightened her grip on the sword hilt. An anxious disciple, sensing her intentions, waved his hands frantically. We welcome your presence, senior sister. But it's the rule that everyone brings food. It's not aimed at you. Please, do not draw your sword. We must maintain harmony among fellow disciples. Startled by the disciple's panic, Nan Xi unconsciously released her grip, noticing that many were still eyeing her sword warily. Junior brother, I want to eat anyone. Yes, yes. Observing the fear in her junior brother's gaze, Nan Xi was somewhat bemused. I truly don't eat people. The disciples forced themselves to avert their eyes from Nan Xi's sword. While she might not consume people, she certainly could harm them. Once the preparations were nearly complete, the disciples gathered around the tables, and someone conspiratorially whispered, Have you heard about the incident at the XX Sect a few days ago? Yes, it was quite shocking. Can you believe someone dared to do such things within the sect? Indeed, and with so many witnesses. How terrifying. I can hardly fathom it. It's hard to believe that, in our sect, such behavior would surely lead to expulsion. I heard the instigator had a familial connection with the sect leader. So they were spared, but let us be honest, engaging in such actions is utterly shameless. What scandalous behavior. Nan Xi's pupils dilated in shock. What shamelessness? What was done? Could it possibly be? The disciples felt the weight of her unspoken thoughts, their glances unintentionally drifting toward her, noticing her growing alarm. Some could no longer contain their laughter and said, Right? I just don't understand why anyone would bully their fellow disciples, forcing them to kneel and crawl. How despicable. As Nan Xi's mind raced with possibilities, she thought, could it be that someone was engaging in promiscuous activities within the sect? Perhaps even a group affair? A disciple who had just taken a sip of fruity beverage suddenly sprayed it everywhere, as most turned wide-eyed towards Nan Xi, their pupils trembling. Although they had never heard the term group affair, the context was not lost on them. Nan Xi, hearing the explanation from the disciple, quietly sipped her tea. So, I was mistaken in my assumptions. I suppose it makes sense. How could one describe? Well, the principles of righteousness are indeed compromised here. The disciples forced themselves to divert their gaze once more, and someone with a strong mentality interjected. Indeed, we must mention the one who was humiliated. Do you know how this incident came to light? The atmosphere immediately became lively again. I know. He has a friend who is a direct disciple of a major sect, and that day, coincidentally, his friend went to visit him. What a sight it was. His friend has a formidable background and brought the matter straight to the sect leader. After all, he is a genius who has only recently joined yet has been subjected to such humiliation. Which major sect are we talking about? You don't know? It's the one closest to us, the Yushu sect. The speaker suddenly met Nan Xi's gaze and immediately faltered, instinctively feeling that they had uttered something outrageous. Upon glancing at the others, they found them looking at him with expressions of exasperation. Everyone knew that for the senior sister, both Yushu sect and Chi-Chi were sensitive topics. Mentioning them in her presence could only lead to trouble. Nan Xi, meeting the bewildered gazes of the crowd, quietly lowered her head to search for something. Where is my hairpin? Just pretend you didn't hear that. How infuriating, that cursed Yushu sect. Nan Xi's demeanor surprisingly evoked a sense of relief among them, but soon, their previously eased hearts tightened once more. They are so annoying. They will eventually devour everyone. Nan Xi muttered, first, let us target Chi-Chi. Those who surf the modern waves know that such remarks about devouring are merely a means of venting frustration, though there may be some genuine malice behind them. Most of it is just idle chatter. But the cultivation world was unaware. Immediately, the disciples widened their eyes in terror and realization. It turned out that the sister did not wish to harm her fellow disciples. What? She wanted to kill Chi-Chi? Nan Xi pretended to look for her hairpin, yet kept her ears perked to the silence around her, wondering, is my influence truly so profound that no one dares to gossip? At that moment, any gossip about disciples from the Yushu sect paled in comparison to the shock Nan Xi instilled in them. Despite it being a night talk, they could not openly discuss the matter, suppressing their words and feeling a discomfort they had never experienced before. However, not everyone was affected. After a while, the atmosphere became animated once more. Yet when it came to the tale of a certain cultivator who was inexplicably slain while walking, Nan Xi exclaimed, "Oh, really? When will such good fortune befall Chi-Chi?" As they recounted how a male cultivator was rejected by a woman and subsequently faced dire revenge, Nan Xi remarked, "How splendid. I wish for that too." Even when discussing life ideals, as the disciples dreamed of traversing the world with swords, Nan Xi interjected, "Ideals? My ideal is for someone to meet their demise swiftly." The disciples transitioned from shock to confusion, finally reaching a state of numbness. They grasped a rather simple truth. Their senior sister genuinely wished for Chi-Chi's death. Finally, one could not restrain themselves and timidly asked Nan Xi if she truly wanted Chi-Chi gone. Nan Xi superficially nodded in agreement, yet her inner voice was chilling. Indeed, he must be eliminated unless he dies. If one were to ponder why Nan Xi yearned for Chi-Chi's death, it was quite understandable. After all, if his demise bore no connection to her, the plot would naturally unravel, freeing her from the narrative and the ties binding her to Chi-Chi. Thus, even if she had never genuinely harbored murderous intent, her desire for Chi-Chi's end was sincere. The disciples involuntarily shivered. Given the current symptoms of their senior sister, it was evident that her feelings had transcended mere love and hatred, bordering on the pathological. She was well aware of the cultivation world's gossip, which was not much different from the modern era. However, she had not anticipated that even across 3 continents, the affairs of distant cultivators could reach their ears. Her courtyard was isolated, so upon her arrival, the disciples were still en route. Finally free from her presence, they discussed her situation. What do you think is her mindset? Why does she wish for Chi-Chi's demise, yet cannot let go? I believe she still loves Chi-Chi, but her rationality recognizes his unworthiness. Thus, in the struggle between emotion and reason, such conflicting thoughts and behaviors arise. You are correct. In this context, it is only natural for her to desire Chi-Chi's end. After all, if he were to die, her tormenting turmoil would cease. That makes sense, but could this pose a danger for her? That remains uncertain. If her cultivation falters, the sect leader will undoubtedly notice. Rather than concern ourselves with her, we should be wary of Chi-Chi. One disciple initiated this line of thought, leading the others to recall Nan Xi's ominous tone and fierce murderous intent, causing them to shudder anew. Silence fell once more. Surely, she wouldn't kill Chi-Chi at any moment, would she? That seems implausible, but if she did, what could we do about it? Yet one day, she was suddenly summoned by He Jian and was solemnly informed of an upcoming event. In a few days, there would be a joint sword competition featuring the elite disciples from the 6 major sects, and her participation was mandatory. Nan Xi nodded in understanding. As the chief disciple, even if her abilities were deemed average, it was only among the outstanding disciples. Thus, her attendance at the joint sword competition was inevitable. I have but one request for you, He Jian stated, his gaze piercing. That is to exert your utmost effort. Nan Xi was startled by the sudden elevation in his voice. Meeting He Jian's gaze, she felt a twinge of guilt, but replied with equal fervor. The disciple shall comply. He Jian scrutinized her for a moment, failing to detect any underlying sentiments, and finally relented. That is sufficient. You may leave. As Nan Xi slipped away, she exhaled a sigh of relief the moment she stepped outside. Striving to maintain my capabilities without slipping, how is that not a form of effort? Behind her, He Jian felt a vain throb on his temple, clenching his fists as he consoled himself for some time, ultimately refraining from confronting Nan Xi. In the absence of revealing his true thoughts, would coercing Nan Xi to promise her utmost effort yield any genuine commitment? Rather than pressuring her, it would be wiser to seek other methods. In the midst of contemplation, He Jian suddenly halted. He swiftly recalled that Chi-Chi would also participate in this sword competition. Thus, regardless of whether Nan Xi exerted her full strength, the true impact Chi-Chi would have on her was an unknown factor, rendering the question of her efforts seemingly less significant. With this thought, He Jian let out a slow sigh. Although the event involved 6 major sects, they were essentially the leading sects of this continent, and Tianyun Sword Sect was one of the 5 major sects in the cultivation world, undoubtedly the foremost in this region. Therefore, the sword competition would naturally be held at Tianyun Sword Sect. On the day of the competition, though some had arrived in the preceding days, it was not until the event's day that the remaining disciples from the other 5 sects made their appearances. After several days of hosting guests, Nan Xi finally found respite, partly because the disciples from Yushu sect had arrived today, and He Jian had intentionally arranged for her to avoid Chi-Chi. Regarding this arrangement, Nan Xi could only express her approval. Well done, master. The disciples of Tianyun Sword Sect stood behind Nan Xi, with Qizhao and Lian Qianxing positioned on either side, each exuding an air of dignified grace. Their collective presence was undeniably imposing at first glance. Yet appearances could be deceiving. While Nan Xi maintained an air of serene composure, any passerby who happened to cross her line of sight would inevitably be subjected to her scrutinizing gaze. Is this the one whose undergarments were exposed? I remember this person. He lost to me in our last competition. Judging by his appearance, he seems to have made little progress. I hope he does not suffer defeat at my hands a second time. Ha ha ha, this is the same individual who was utterly terrified last time. Who was it that frightened him so? With resignation, she conceded defeat, displaying a timidity that was quite unbecoming. Listening to Nan Xi's complaints, the disciples struggled to maintain their composure, their expressions betraying nothing. As more individuals gathered, a serene hush enveloped the surroundings. The swordsmanship contest required disciples to compete, and only the 10 most formidable from each sect were permitted to participate. Those ranked within the top 100 were granted the privilege of spectating, ensuring that all present were far from inept. After some formal exchanges and an introduction to the contest's rules, aside from the matches arranged by the sects, all participating disciples were afforded the opportunity to hone their sword skills in designated areas, which was, in essence, the true purpose of the event. Nan Xi initially focused intently on her opponent across the way. However, it was perplexing that her direct counterpart was the Yushu sect, with Chi-Chi, their chief disciple, positioned prominently at the forefront. Nan Xi found herself diverting her gaze downward, unwilling to meet Chi-Chi's eyes.
Yet,
The once indifferent Chi-Chi now regarded her with an unwavering stare. Though lacking intensity, his gaze was nevertheless pervasive. Observers sensed the unusual tension between the two, their eyes flickering back and forth. The reason for Chi-Chi's attention on Nan Xi was not lost on her. Following the previous apology, he had glimpsed the sincerity of the female protagonist and noted her resemblance to his cherished memory. Consequently, his demeanor shifted, viewing Nan Xi as a substitute, and their relationship began to evolve rapidly. Fortunately, despite being rooted in a more traditional narrative, the author presented it with clarity, devoid of convoluted plots involving pregnancy and miscarriage. sparing Nan Xi from a premature demise upon realizing her scripted path. As her thoughts wandered, the speech concluded, and the sky transformed into a celestial canopy, heralding the commencement of the first match between two disciples, one of whom was Nan Xi. Her opponent hailed from the weakest of the 6 sects, and his prowess was far from impressive. A mere glance was sufficient for Nan Xi to assess the situation, and she ascended the stage with purpose. The two exchanged bows before commencing their duel. Below, Chi-Chi observed Nan Xi's performance intently. To be frank, Nan Xi possessed remarkable beauty, her striking features complemented by a hint of determination in her expression. The swaying of her garments evoked an appreciation of her grace within Chi-Chi. A fleeting image of another individual crossed his mind, softening his expression slightly. If Nan Xi were to exhibit a modicum of obedience, he could entertain the thought of allowing her closer proximity. Chapter 17. Nan Xi's first opponent was virtually no match for her, aligning perfectly with her character's strength, leading to an effortless victory. As she stepped down from the stage, she cast a glance toward Chi-Chi and instantly discerned his contemplations. The narrative system had provided her with insight into the original text, and in the beginning, she endeavored to comprehend the thoughts of the original female lead, reading the work countless times, ultimately realizing the futility of her efforts. As she navigated the plot, she settled for merely maintaining appearances. However, her familiarity with the storyline bore fruit, as she could readily interpret Chi-Chi's thoughts in the days that followed. What a repugnant gaze, she dismissed internally, her lack of interest evident with just a glance. The disciples of the Tianyan sword sect, intrigued, directed their attention to Nan Xi, curious about the gaze that elicited such disdain from her. The perceptive nature of cultivators, particularly those of exceptional caliber present, quickly revealed the transformation in Chi-Chi's regard for Nan Xi. His expression, once devoid of sentiment, now bore traces of gentleness, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Chi-Chi's indifference and lack of compassion towards Nan Xi has been a long-standing issue. Initially, the onlookers reveled in the spectacle, then shifted to sympathy for Nan Xi, and ultimately descended into disdain. Presently, it has become an accepted notion among nearly all that Chi-Chi's heart is akin to a 1,000-year-old glacier, impervious to warmth. In an instant, the members of Tianyan sword sect lost their composure. If such devastation could be wrought without any emotional investment, what fate awaits Nan Xi if Chi-Chi were to truly engage? What if Chi-Chi's interest is merely fleeting, while Nan Xi genuinely becomes ensnared in this situation? When the time comes for them to part ways, will it not inevitably allow the seeds of inner turmoil to take root within Nan Xi, leading her to succumb to darkness? Nan Xi remained unaware of her fellow disciples' thoughts. Had she known, she might have commended their astute observations. However, such musings were premature at this stage. After chastising Chi-Chi, she averted her gaze with feigned timidity, swiftly retreating to her designated position within the formation. Yet none dared mention Chi-Chi in her presence. The 6 sects, each represented by 10 disciples, totaled 60 participants. On the first day, with each contestant fighting once, 30 matches unfolded, a considerable number. As proceedings continued, the disciples were permitted to sit upon the ground, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Many, particularly those from the 2 nearest sects, frequently cast furtive glances toward Nan Xi, and whenever her gaze drifted toward Chi-Chi, hushed whispers would ripple through the crowd. Was this the 7th instance already? How truly concerned they are. Indeed, the senior disciple of Tianyan sword sect is notoriously lovesick. Alas, while the flowers bloom with affection, the flowing water remains indifferent. One can hardly blame their gossip, for Tianyan sword sect holds a unique position, and Nan Xi, as the senior disciple, naturally draws attention with her every move. Especially when matters of the heart are involved, with such bizarre and convoluted circumstances. Were Nan Xi not the protagonist herself, even she would be intrigued enough to observe closely. Under the system's urging, Nan Xi glanced at Chi-Chi once more. This time, as if anticipating her gaze, Chi-Chi was already looking at her. Staying true to character, Nan Xi feigned shyness and averted her eyes. After several such exchanges, someone finally noticed Chi-Chi's peculiar behavior. By then, Nan Xi had gradually reached a state of utter resignation, her gaze vacant, though this went unnoticed as she kept her eyes downcast, while others remained oblivious. The disciples of Tianyan Sword Sect kept stealing glances at Nan Xi. Hearing no echoes of her thoughts and seeing her bewitched demeanor, their anxiety reached unbearable heights.
Ah!
A sudden wail startled the disciples of the Tianyan Sword Sect, causing each of them to tremble with varying degrees of fear. Though their movements were subtle enough to go unnoticed, they gazed at their senior sister in terror, bewildered by her sudden outburst. "Stop looking. If you keep staring, I might be sick." The disciples trembled once more, their peripheral glances repeatedly darting towards Nan Xi, their minds still shrouded in confusion, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Nan Xi's expression remained largely unchanged, yet within her, madness continued to seethe. "What are you staring at? Wait until I slap you dead. Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." The disciples. "Senior sister, you mustn't." Unconsciously, someone spoke out, immediately feeling uneasy upon meeting Nan Xi's gaze, which was accompanied by an awkward smile. "Sister, please do not look at me like that. It is rather inappropriate in such a public setting." The other disciples of the Tianyan Sword Sect exclaimed, "Oh dear. The esteemed senior disciple of Tianyan Sword Sect has been reprimanded by an ordinary inner sect disciple. Such a lack of dignity is truly astonishing." Nan Xi understood instantly, realizing, so it is that they cannot tolerate me. She promptly donned a mask of disappointment, gazing at him with words unspoken, then sighed deeply in silence, turning her attention elsewhere. The disciple, feeling despair, exclaimed, "Sister, you misunderstand. That is not what he meant." The remaining disciples of Tianyan Sword Sect regarded him with sympathetic eyes, but the next moment, they heard Nan Xi's laughter.
Loathing.
"If you cannot stand me, then let the internal strife consume you." Everyone fell silent, though they did not grasp the meaning of internal strife. They inferred it to signify feelings of guilt that lead to inner turmoil. The disciples, pure of heart, were immediately taken aback. Their astonishment stemmed from the realization that even when they previously held a less favorable view of their senior sister, should she react thusly to their words, they would indeed feel remorse. Consequently, the way they regarded Nan Xi shifted. Her understanding of human emotions was astonishingly profound. Unbeknownst to her, had she been aware of their thoughts, she might have chuckled quietly, for her insight into human nature was not particularly deep. Rather, she simply had a firm grasp of this group of disciples. After unleashing her frustration and with the disciples' interruptions, the pent-up anger within her had been vented. Whenever the male and female leads encountered one another, contact was inevitable, thus propelling the plot forward, indicating that it was time for Nan Xi to fulfill her mission once more. This task was somewhat lengthy and deemed significant, necessitating Nan Xi's utmost focus and energy. In essence, it revolved around the transformation of Chi-Chien's attitude, which the female lead would discern, leading to her own inner unrest. In subsequent events, she would unlock moments of mockery and Chi-Chien's comforting presence, propelling their relationship to new heights. Moreover, the female lead would learn through the disciples of the Yushu sect about Chi-Chien's white moonlight, a term denoting an unattainable ideal. Setting aside the narrative's merits, the author's meticulous handling of human emotions and sentiments was commendable, delivering a roller coaster of feelings that simultaneously provoked ire and anticipation. Yet, at this moment, Nan Xi's mood was as resolute as someone who had spent a decade fishing. Contemplating the lengthy narrative and the subsequent sticky gazes, she felt an overwhelming discomfort. After a prolonged pause, she suddenly shouted inwardly, "If he dares to touch me, I shall render him incapacitated." The disciples were once more startled by her thunderous thoughts, casting pitiful glances at Nan Xi, pleading for her not to frighten their fragile hearts any further. The first day's competition concluded after 5 hours. Had it not been for the disparity in strength between certain disciples of the Tianyan Sword Sect and their peers, it might have taken even longer. The subsequent time was designated for free activities, with the sword discussions spanning 5 days, 3 days for sect-organized competitions, and 2 for free contests among disciples. Should any disciple not selected among the top 10 defeat any of the 60 participants during the free competition, they would be eligible to partake in the Grand Sect ranking competition. Regardless of their final position, even at 60th, there would be substantial rewards. After the first day's conclusion, Nan Xi pondered the rules of the sword discussion, marveling at the brilliance of the individual who conceived such a competitive structure. However, given the premise that two senior disciples from rival sects held her in disdain, they resorted to mockery and insults, utilizing Chi-Chi to strike at her vulnerabilities, leaving her pale and teary-eyed. Nan Xi, however, bore no ill will. She found their criticisms to be rather accurate, albeit delivered with less than commendable attitudes. Thus, while wandering in thought, she inadvertently collided with someone. "Are you blind?" A gruff voice boomed from above. Stepping back, Nan Xi looked up to find two imposing figures, each nearly 2 meters tall, their muscular frames resembling iron. Her pupils widened in shock. Goodness, no one mentioned that passers-by could look like this. Lian happened to be strolling through the sect when she inadvertently caught wind of Nan Xi's thoughts, instinctively searching for her, only to find Nan Xi staring blankly at the two formidable men. Standing at 5 feet 2 inches, or roughly 175 centimeters, Nan Xi was not particularly short among men, yet she appeared diminutive in comparison to these giants. Lian's interest piqued. Leaning casually against a nearby tree, she observed with no concern for the disciples' feelings. At this moment, the two hulking men recognized Nan Xi. One folded his arms and remarked, "Oh, isn't this the one we know?" The other interjected with a mocking tone, "Who is she, again?" Indeed, a rather oblivious one, isn't she?" They both embraced their stature, exclaiming, "A woman of such height, how amusing." Lian caught the earlier part of their taunt but found the latter half incomprehensible. Even she felt an involuntary twitch at their brazen comments. Seeing Nan Xi silent, they assumed she was intimidated and began to laugh, exchanging glances. "Oh, has she lost her voice? TSK, such a timid soul. Yet she has pursued someone for 4 or 5 years. How devoted." The mockery dripped from their tones. "Surely you do not still harbor hopes that Chi-Chi would fancy you?" One covered his mouth in disbelief, widening his eyes. "Ha ha ha. So the esteemed senior disciple of Tianyan is utterly clueless." The other chimed in, "Come, brother, let us not stoop to the level of a fool. This one is utterly devoid of interest." With that, they strode off, leaving Nan Xi in a state of shock, staring after them. Could they truly be decent people? Lian, witnessing the entire exchange, was baffled. Nan Xi mumbled to herself as she moved toward a less populated area, nearly on the verge of tears from the unexpected kindness. Yet, one could argue she was merely crafting her persona for the narrative. Every remark dripped with sarcasm, each word calculated to provoke. Employing reverse psychology to remind me of the responsibilities of a senior disciple. They hit the nail on the head, devoid of any falsehood. The most surprising part is that their views align perfectly with mine. Truly, they are good people. Lian was left speechless. Was Nan Xi subtly declaring herself a good person? Chapter 18. Unaware of her actions. Unaware that her behavior had been fully observed, Nan Xi continued to express her thoughts aloud as she wandered toward a quieter area. Yet, one might wonder about the nature of the female lead's romantic inclinations. Even when faced with clear mockery, she interpreted their words as a reflection of her unrequited affection, leading to feelings of sadness and concern. With no one around, Nan Xi began to speak her thoughts freely, albeit softly. Even Lian could only catch fragments of her words, such as mockery and concern, which carried weight. However, judging by Nan Xi's expression, it was evident that she remained unfazed. As Nan Xi made her way to a secluded area, gradually approaching her abode, Lian maintained a semblance of restraint and contemplated her departure. However, as she took a small step forward, she beheld a tall figure standing there, his gaze coldly fixed upon Nan Xi. Upon seeing Chi-Chi, the sorrow on Nan Xi's face had yet to dissipate. Momentarily stunned, she appeared melancholic and forlorn. The beauty's tear-filled eyes conveyed a poignant charm, evoking a sense of sympathy and tenderness. Lian halted her intended movement, finding solace against a nearby tree, her seemingly casual gaze resting upon the two. Subsequently, she discreetly employed a concealment technique, rendering herself undetectable to both Nan Xi and Chi-Chi. At that moment, Nan Xi scrutinized Chi-Chi's visage, steeling herself to engage in the unfolding narrative, exhaling a quiet breath. What must come will come. Lian caught this thought. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, Nan Xi's tone hinted at a familiarity with the situation, and her demeanor was notably different from her usual self. What was this? A duality of expression? Li Yunjin murmured softly, continuing to observe their interaction. Chi-Chen noted Nan Xi's expression, a smirk forming in his heart. He had never perceived her this way before, but now he discerned her concern in her demeanor. With Nan Xi not presenting any inconvenience, he felt inclined to show her a modicum of kindness, inquiring, "Has someone wronged you?" Such a tone, if one were to consider the narrative's heroine, would indeed be surprising. Nan Xi widened her eyes slightly, a flicker of astonishment and joy crossing her features, suggesting a sense of being cherished. Yet, recalling the previous encounter, her gaze dimmed once more. She shook her head, hesitating midway, her eyes lingering on Chi-Chen as if she wished to voice something but was held back by reservations. At this juncture, Nan Xi had clearly immersed herself in the narrative, contemplating the next progression while maintaining a sorrowful expression directed at Chi-Chen. What was Chi-Chen about to say? It seemed to be something amiable, albeit lacking in substance. After a brief pause, he added, "After all, you are the senior sister of the Tianyun sword sect." His tone wasn't gentle, but it was considerably softer than his usual cold demeanor. Gazing deeply into Nan Xi's eyes, his thoughts remained a mystery to all. Tears began to cascade down Nan Xi's cheeks. It truly is not easy to utter a kind word. Li Yunjin observed all of this, failing to detect any genuine emotion of gratitude from Nan Xi. Moreover, the earlier remark had left her somewhat taken aback. Had her disciple truly come to understand Chi-Chen to this extent? While musing over this, Li Yunjin sensed a presence behind her, followed by a youthful voice. Lian Xianxing began to utter the word master, but Li Yunjin swiftly covered his mouth, turning his head to face Nan Xi. At the same time, she transmitted a message to his ear. "Your sister is entangled with Chi-Chen. Observe quietly and do not speak. Understood?" Lian Xianxing's eyes widened as he nodded repeatedly. Li Yunjin then released him, redirecting her attention to Nan Xi, while Lian Xianxing, now silent, half-concealed himself behind Li Yunjin. Meanwhile, Nan Xi's tears fell gently, just a drop or two, creating a beautiful yet unobtrusive sight. This was not a calculated ploy on her part. It was merely how the narrative unfolded, for the heroine, regardless of circumstances, remained a character within a novel. After a moment of choking back tears, she spoke. "Qian, what you said resonates with me. Previously, I was too lacking." Seeing Nan Xi's obedient demeanor, Chi-Qian's expression softened further. After a brief contemplation, he responded, "I did not intend to treat you coldly in the past." Upon hearing this, Nan Xi's heart scoffed internally.
Ah!
This single utterance seemed to encapsulate everything. Lian Xianxing, with wide, innocent eyes, quietly asked Li Yunjin, "Master, does sister not believe him?" If she did not trust him, then why did she appear so moved? Lian Xianxing nodded in agreement, expressing his own confusion regarding his sister's thoughts. As their conversation continued, Chi-Qian's subsequent words fell slowly. "I was merely engrossed in my cultivation, indifferent to matters of love. Your feelings are simple and fervent, and I did not wish to hold you back." With such declarations, who among those who harbored affection could remain unperturbed? Nan Xi appeared taken aback, seemingly at a loss for how to react. Such sweet words, I nearly believed them. Lian Xianxing inquired again, "Sister, do you still not believe him?" Listening to the thoughts, it was evident she held no faith in his words. Li Yunjin nodded, and when Lian Xianxing began to ask further questions, she casually pressed down on his head, saying, "Just observe. Refrain from speaking." "Oh." Lian Xianxing complied, feeling slightly aggrieved. Yet, observing Nan Xi's demeanor, she appeared utterly convinced. Tremblingly shaking her head, "I do not wish to be a burden. My affections are one-sided, yet merely gazing at you brings me joy." Having spoken, she seemed to belatedly realize the boldness of her words, lowering her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. A low laugh escaped from above. Chi-Chen remarked, "In the past, my treatment of you was indeed remiss. Henceforth, perhaps we can be friends, and you may call me a Qian." He paused, adding, "Those close to me refer to me in such a manner." Upon hearing this, even someone as innocent as Lian Xianxing sensed something amiss, yet due to his youth, he could not articulate what was wrong. He merely gazed at Li Yunjin in confusion. Master, was not this Taoist once cold towards sister, without a shred of kindness? Li Yunjin's expression shifted from nonchalance to a cooler demeanor, her voice flat as she replied, "Indeed." She did not elaborate further, interrupted by a sudden thought. Is he attempting to manipulate me? Offering a mere apology, expecting me to fall for it, as if he had cast a spell? As Nan Xi's thoughts faded, Lian Xianxing turned to Li Yunjin, awaiting her response. Li Yunjin nodded slightly, her expression clearing somewhat. Upon hearing this, Lian Xianxing's eyes widened in realization, understanding the underlying tension. How could one so readily trample upon another's feelings and then lightly dismiss the matter? Even if Chi-Chi had consistently treated sister as insignificant, it was preferable to such duplicity. At the very least, he had not offered false hope. Sister was aware of this, and surely she would not fall for Chi-Chi's ruse. Would she? The young disciple, typically polite, now hesitated to refer to Chi-Chi as a Taoist. Well, I understand now that a Qian's past behavior towards me had its reasons. I do not hold it against you. A smile graced her face, radiant and beautiful, almost blinding in its sincerity, laying her heart bare before him. Even Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Yet, for the two hidden observers, emotions surged uneasily. Lian Xianxing remained oblivious to the implications, while Li Yunjin's expression darkened, a cold smile gracing her lips. This indicated that Nan Xi had lowered herself, binding her heart to one who may yet cause her pain, and should Chi-Chi truly wound her, it would be by her own choosing. Li Yunjin contemplated turning away, when Nan Xi's thoughts gradually reached her. Wow, I can hardly imagine how beautiful I must look right now. No, while I am indeed attractive, if someone were to see me, they might think I am foolish. Li Yunjin's departure faltered slightly as Nan Xi, while musing, stole a glance at Chi-Chi's face and quietly affirmed to herself, "It seems I have performed admirably. Look, he is utterly captivated." Anyone with common sense should recognize the fortune of being favored by the eldest disciple of the Tianyun sword sect, yet alas, this one is blissfully unaware of her good fortune. Chi-Chi remarked, "All right, I understand. You must be tired today. I shall not disturb your rest." After a brief pause, he added cautiously, "See you tomorrow." He nodded slightly before turning to leave. Nan Xi gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. TSK, he even apologized. Yet he wouldn't walk me a few steps. Realizing her own thoughts, Nan Xi shook her head disapprovingly. Bah, staying near him makes the air less sweet. It's best not to send him off. Throughout this exchange, she remained oblivious to the presence of two individuals nearby. However, given Li Yunjin's high cultivation and her renowned status in the realm of cultivation, it was quite normal for Nan Xi to be unaware of her existence. Once Nan Xi departed, Lian Xianxing, still bewildered, asked, "Master Uncle, what does senior sister truly mean? Is she genuinely willing to cast aside past grievances to befriend Chi-Chi? Even a naive youth can sense something amiss, let alone the fact that Chi-Chi's words hardly resemble those of a friend." The first day of the sword discussion conference passed, and the second day allowed disciples the freedom to engage in various activities, gathering at the training grounds for competitions and casual conversations. Those who felt confident in their abilities could challenge the top 60 disciples. Every individual present had worked tirelessly to reach this level, possessing considerable talent and exceptional strength. Thus, many challenges arose. Nan Xi found herself challenged once, as her rumored mediocre strength made her appear easy to bully, and someone took the bait. However, the challenger proved inconsequential against Nan Xi, who dispatched him effortlessly. Chi-Chi was also challenged, and according to the narrative, Nan Xi observed his match, leading to an exceedingly mundane interaction between them amidst the watchful eyes of many. Just a few exchanges were enough for Chi-Chi to be ushered away, yet those brief moments garnered endless attention for Nan Xi. A wave of discussions erupted around them, particularly among the disciples of the Yushu sect, who were astounded by this seemingly friendly interaction. The attitudes of the Tianyun sword sect and Yushu sect disciples towards Nan Xi and Chi-Chi's entanglement were starkly contrasting. After all, it was Nan Xi who faced humiliation from the outset, while Chi-Chi remained unfazed. Indeed, he was often the source of Nan Xi's embarrassment. For every individual that mocked Nan Xi, there were just as many who secretly lamented Chi-Chi's allure. The Yushu disciples frequently regarded this incident as a point of pride. For the eldest disciple of the Tianyin sword sect was smitten by their senior brother's charm, marking a rare triumph for them over the Tianyin sword sect. Hence, they took pride in the farcical nature of their relationship. Yet now, they witnessed Chi-Chi treating Nan Xi with kindness, prompting many to grow restless. Chi-Chi, being the pride of the Yushu sect, was not to be blamed. Consequently, the brunt of their derision fell upon Nan Xi. One individual sneered, "Ah, our senior brother is so gracious, some must be overjoyed. But I advise you not to rejoice too soon. His kindness merely reflects his willingness to exchange a few words with you." Recalling Chi-Chi's words about protecting her from harm, Nan Xi found herself emboldened. Contemplating the unfolding narrative,
She sighed.
she too cast a glance in their direction, and with no prominent figures present, she decided to let loose. Thus, she scoffed, "You think you're something? Dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Following that, she coldly remarked, "Before you speak, perhaps you should consider your standing and my identity." Her words dripped with arrogance, startling onlookers, including the two instigators, who suddenly realized they were within the Tianyin sword sect, one of the 5 major sects of the cultivation world. And Nan Xi was the revered eldest disciple here. The expressions of the two leading speakers turned pale, and they nervously glanced at Nan Xi, attempting to maintain a facade of bravado. "We did not say anything offensive. Why must you flaunt your status as the eldest disciple?" "Ah, yes, indeed." Nan Xi rolled her eyes in a most unrefined manner, mimicking their tone with a sarcastic lilt. "Some must be overjoyed. I advise you not to celebrate too early." Her taunting words swiftly rendered the two Yushu disciples speechless, their faces alternating between crimson and pallid. Yet, amidst the throng, the audacity of the Yushu disciples did not equate to the absence of Tianyin sword sect disciples. A sudden eruption of mocking laughter filled the air. "Ha ha ha.
Ah.
Why are you poking me?" One of them whispered nervously, "Keep your voice down. Everyone is watching." Spurred by the initial two, laughter rippled through the crowd, causing the Yushu disciples' expressions to darken, nearly consumed by shame and fury. However, the earlier challenge to Chi-Chi meant that many Yushu disciples were present. "Enough." One stepped forward, his countenance stormy, glaring at Nan Xi. "Your senior brother merely granted you a modicum of favor, and you respond with such arrogance. Do you find pleasure in bullying our sect's disciples?" His voice boomed with an air of hostility, drawing an increasingly curious crowd. Qi Zhao, known for his ambition and amiability, stood at the heart of the conference, attracting even those who had no intent to challenge him. After offering guidance to a disciple, he turned to see a gathering crowd. Listening to their discussions, he quickly discerned that it pertained to Nan Xi, prompting him to stride in her direction. Li Yunjin, having witnessed the interaction between Nan Xi and Chi-Chi the previous day, had been deep in thought. She maneuvered into the crowd early, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Lian Xianxia trailed closely behind her, both intrigued. As Nan Xi felt the crowd swell, she regarded the individual before her, who wore a facade of civility yet exuded malice, and recognized that the main event was at hand. Internally, she frowned but maintained a stoic exterior. Perhaps due to her long-standing role as the protagonist, her demeanor was notably restrained. At first glance, she appeared ethereal and melancholic, lacking aggression, which rendered her expression less intimidating. After the individual reprimanded Nan Xi, another emerged leisurely, casting a sidelong glance at her, his features somewhat delicate, casually adjusting his sword tassels. "Brother, do not be angry. Some individuals mistakenly believe that a mere smile from our esteemed brother grants them the right to presume closeness." As the two individuals emerged, both were esteemed disciples of the Yushu sect. The man in the front, named Xiaoyang, was notorious for his direct and fiery temperament. These two figures, though not central to the narrative, played significant supporting roles, having never regarded the female protagonist with any respect. They found her easy to manipulate and had laid numerous traps for her, both overtly and covertly. In Nan Xi's eyes, the Yushu sect was rife with petty individuals. Chi-Chi, despite his seemingly elegant exterior, was merely a facade, while these two were quintessentially despicable characters. Naturally, she harbored little fondness for them and rolled her eyes in secret upon their appearance. However, with their arrival, the day's events officially commenced. Maintaining her composure, She inquired. What is your intent? Upon hearing her question, Wu Zhuo erupted in laughter as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. Are you truly unaware? He refrained from stating it plainly, opting instead to mock. After all the effort you've invested in our senior brother over the years, how is it that you remain oblivious to the most crucial matter? Wu Zhuo's teasing piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves. What could be the most crucial matter? Do any of you know? Someone exclaimed, addressing Wu Zhuo. Not only the disciples from the outer sect were eager for answers. Even those from the Tianyun sword sect shared the same desire. Yet, observing the smile on Wu Zhuo's face, they instinctively understood that whatever he had to say could not bode well for Nan Xi. Consequently, they cast worried glances her way. Nan Xi stood silently, her lips pressed together, visibly suppressing her anxiety. Her expression only heightened the concern of her fellow disciples, who feared not only for her feelings but also for the potential volatility of her emotions, which could lead to an impulsive outburst. How tedious. She regarded the two smug individuals before her, stifling an impending yawn, while a glimmer of unshed tears pooled in her eyes. Yet, internally, she could not suppress her overwhelming urge to voice her sarcasm. Is it not disheartening that villains nowadays lack any substance? Must they always present themselves with such overt malice upon their entrance? Those who heard her thoughts paused, finding her observations strikingly accurate. However, as members of the Tianyun sword sect, they felt compelled to defend their senior sister, thus they knew she was not referring to them. Immediately, their attention shifted to the surrounding crowd. Others, unaware of Nan Xi's sentiments, felt a sense of unease under the scrutiny of the Tianyun sword sect disciples. But soon their gaze shifted away, leaving them to ponder their own identities. Oblivious to the distraction, Wu Zhuo continued to smirk at Nan Xi, preparing to drop a bombshell. Our senior brother has long harbored affections for another. He swayed his head leisurely, describing the woman as a celestial beauty, far surpassing someone like you. His derisive laughter echoed, as he scorned those who neglected their cultivation for trivial pursuits. Wu Zhuo's mirth waned slightly. Nan Xi, not catching the hushed whispers, discreetly scanned the area before feigning astonishment in sync with Wu Zhuo's performance, her face turning pale as she murmured, No. It cannot be. Qi Qian has never spoken of such things to me. Impudence. Qi Zhao emerged from the crowd, casting a cold glare at Wu Zhuo. This is the Tianyun sword sect, and your public insult towards our senior sister is an affront to our entire sect. Should you disregard our honor, we shall have no choice but to expel you. Wu Zhuo's gaze met Qi Zhao's with defiance. I do not insult your senior sister. I merely speak a universally acknowledged truth. His eyes narrowed playfully. You may still regard Nan Xi as the senior disciple, but it seems she does not see herself as such. As he continued, he glanced back at Nan Xi, prompting the crowd's attention to shift towards her, where they found her pale face shaking in disbelief, murmuring inaudibly, expressing her disbelief in Qi Qian's words. Her demeanor suggested a collapse of faith. Under normal circumstances, some might have felt pity for her, but with Wu Zhuo's remarks, the atmosphere shifted. Qiu Yang approached Nan Xi with a mocking grin, taunting, Oh, senior sister, have you lost your authority? He sneered as he passed her, delivering further ridicule. Someone like you could never capture our senior brother's eye. The disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, witnessing this affront, gathered behind Qi Zhao, their faces a mix of fury and helplessness. They understood why Wu Zhuo and Qiu Yang felt emboldened. The Tianyun sword sect had long been at odds with the Yusu sect. Even if they publicly humiliated Nan Xi, it would only be verbal posturing, insufficient to provoke the leaders or elders into action. Ultimately, it would be up to the Yusu sect to discipline their disciples, which they were reluctant to do, leaving any potential repercussions minimal. I've never encountered such quintessentially despicable individuals. In her anger, Nan Xi's internal monologue emerged. These two must believe that the Tianyun sword sect lacks the resolve to punish them, hence their audacity. Nan Xi's thoughts often brimmed with vitality, whimsicality, or flights of fancy. Though her musings were difficult to decipher, they had the effect of lifting spirits. The Tianyun sword sect disciples had never heard her speak in such a dispassionate tone, momentarily captivating their attention and diminishing their wrath. I have an idea. A spark ignited in Nan Xi's eyes, nearly causing her to lose her composure. a smile breaking through her lips. Just you wait, I will personally deal with you. Li Yunjin, observing her disciple in distress, had intended to intervene but paused upon hearing her thoughts. Lian Qianxing squeezed through the crowd, seeing her seniors distressed. Feeling helpless as she glared at the two offenders. Suddenly inspired, she declared, "My master once said, the world is rife with petty individuals who take delight in humiliating others." Though still young, her clear voice captured the attention of all present. Undeterred by the scrutiny, she stood tall and, amidst the astonished and malicious gazes of Wu Zhua and Qiu Yang, proclaimed, "I have never seen such a blatant display of villainy. It is truly astounding." The disciples' eyes lit up in unison. "Junior brother, do not speak foolishness. How could anyone wear the label of villain so openly?"
Ah?
But I clearly see it. The Tianyun sword sect, unaccustomed to confrontations, found their words lacking in sting. However, to label someone as a villain was a direct affront, leaving the Yusu sect disciples' faces alternating between shades of red and green. The onlookers seemed to awaken, softly murmuring in agreement. Indeed, such behavior was unbecoming of gentlemen. In truth, Nan Xi bore no fault. It was they who reveled in exploiting her vulnerabilities, a truly despicable act. Nan Xi, having perked up her ears at the commotion, felt deeply moved. Truly, what camaraderie among our peers! How heartwarming! I can't stop laughing. That expression could serve as a palette. Unlike me, my transformations are always quite charming. Ha ha ha. Dear junior disciples, I hold you all in my heart. The disciples, having just vented their frustrations, found their cheeks flushed by this declaration, leaving them momentarily speechless. However, the disciples of the Yushu sect, recognizing their numerical superiority, could not retort. Qiu Yang, leading the charge, stormed off, not forgetting to utter a disdainful remark. "Let me say this, with such a senior sister, your Tianyun sword sect is destined to perish." Once the Yushu sect members departed, the farce came to a close. After a brief silence, the disciples of Tianyun sword sect were the first to stir, making their way towards Nan Xi. A female disciple handed a handkerchief to Nan Xi, inquiring with concern, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Nan Xi declined the handkerchief, remaining true to her persona, shaking her head in self-pity as she lamented, "For someone like me. Please, junior sister, don't worry about me. It's only natural that I am unloved." After uttering this, Nan Xi hastily departed, her exit remarkably swift, all the while her inner voice resonating loudly. Her face, betraying her, flushed with color. Li Yunjin peeked out, resting a hand on Lian Qianxing's head, observing Nan Xi's retreating figure without uttering a word about her. Instead, she ruffled Lian Qianxing's hair and praised him for his cleverness. Could the esteemed master know what scheme senior sister is up to? Lian Qianxing inquired with bright eyes.
Un certain, Li Yunjin replia.
Instantly discerning Lian Qianxing's intentions and coldly dismissing him, "What you just uttered about gentlemen and scoundrels, spying is hardly the act of a gentleman." "Oh," Lian Qianxing replied, disappointment evident as he poked at Li Yunjin's hand. "Please do not place your hand on my head. It's uncomfortable." "Well, given your height, it's best that I do, so bear with it." Lian Qianxing retorted angrily, "I am still young. I will grow taller." The events of the day, while initially a juicy morsel of gossip, shifted focus after Lian Qianxing's interjection. The narrative transformed from the insult of the Tianyun sword sect's senior sister by the Yushu sect disciples, causing her great distress, to a portrayal of the Yushu sect's disdain for the Tianyun sword sect, culminating in a verbal sparring match between the disciples of both sections. With this shift, Nan Xi's earlier reactions during the unfolding drama were no longer viewed as a disgrace to the Tianyun sword sect. However, she remained oblivious to this change. After executing her clandestine maneuvers, she quietly retreated to a corner of the sword discussion gathering, opting to play the part of a timid quail. The system's requirements for task completion were stringent yet lenient. Actions must closely mirror those in the storyline, but unless explicitly outlined, the specifics of where and for how long were not mandated. Capitalizing on this leniency, Nan Xi nestled in her corner, feigning melancholy, while actually channeling spiritual energy to observe the bustling event. Before long, she spotted Wu Zhua, who was engaged in a sword sparring match. Wu Zhua, no weakling himself, being a direct disciple, naturally attracted an audience. At that moment, having just claimed victory over an opponent, he remarked with a smug air, "Esteemed friend. While this is but a sore discussion, our strengths are too disparate." The defeated opponent, brimming with pride, was visibly irked by the comment and glared at Wu Zhuo with fury. Observing this, Nan Xi clicked her tongue in disbelief. Such a tongue. And yet he isn't even struck? The disciples of Tianyan's sword sect, catching her words, immediately lifted their heads, seeking out Nan Xi's location. Upon spotting her, their gaze followed to Wu Zhuo. In the center of the crowd, Qiu Yang praised Wu Zhuo enthusiastically. "Well done, junior brother.
You are absolutely right."
Before challenging, some ought to weigh their capabilities. The crowd erupted in chatter, with some claiming Wu Zhuo looked down on others, while others defended him as merely offering well-intentioned advice. Albeit poorly articulated, those with fragile egos should refrain from challenging the strong. The defeated opponent, furious and red-eyed, gripped his sword tightly, finally unable to restrain himself. Unleashing a furious strike towards Wu Zhuo, his rage clouded his judgment, rendering his attack lacking in finesse. Nevertheless, Nan Xi's eyes lit up at the sight, as Wu Zhuo sidestepped the blow with ease, raising an eyebrow while grinning triumphantly. Suddenly, a sound akin to fabric tearing echoed through the air. Before anyone could react, Wu Zhuo's clothing was unexpectedly ripped into shreds, cascading to the ground. In an instant, he stood exposed, devoid of any covering. Gasping and exclamations filled the air. Wu Zhuo, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped at his torn garments, but no matter how he tried to salvage them, they only left him more exposed. Qiu Yang, in a flurry, threw a jacket to Wu Zhuo, shouting, "Junior brother, quickly find a secluded spot to compose yourself." Wu Zhuo, flustered, donned the jacket, but it left much to be desired. With his chest still visible and his legs partially obscured, the two hastily retreated, pursued by onlookers eager for the spectacle. Upon stepping outside the arena, Qiu Yang, perhaps in his haste, stumbled and fell into a nearby bush. Wu Zhuo, pulled along, lost his balance as well. The hem of the jacket flew up, revealing a rather embarrassing sight. As Qiu Yang stood up, his face smeared with a brownish substance, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Someone hesitantly asked, "Friend Qiu Yang, what is that on your face?" A murmur of uncertainty followed. Yet, among the disciples of Tianyan's sword sect, a loud and raucous laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha ha, it's dog droppings." The disciples of Tianyan's sword sect exclaimed in shock, "It truly is dog droppings." Chapter 19. The Bounty Hunter Gotham, the cargo docks in Burnley District, the primary import-export hub of the entire city, currently under the notorious control of the Falcone crime family. Towering containers line the docks, creating a labyrinth of varying spaces, concealing numerous secrets and wicked deeds within. As a light drizzle fell from the sky, heavy clouds obscured the moon, casting a gloomy pall over the docks. A man in his 20s, wielding a flashlight, traversed the aisles of containers, alone and vulnerable. Alas, George was merely a negligible pawn within the Falcone family, which was why he found himself dispatched by his superior to inspect the goods destined for shipment in such inclement weather. The rain intensified, and without an umbrella, George grumbled a curse as he observed the downpour showing no signs of relenting. Ever since his breakup with his ex-boyfriend, his luck had taken a turn for the worse. George believed that perhaps Morrison was cursing him from the shadows. But what of it? George thought with a hint of resentment. It was merely a fling. Did he truly believe he could drag him along? Heaven only knew he had initially been attracted to that fellow sister. He was never one to discriminate, often allowing his lower instincts to guide his thoughts. A chill wind swept through, causing George to sneeze violently. Behind him, a swift shadow darted through the night, unnoticed by him, possibly heralding the onset of a crisis. He resolved to seek warmth at the nearest CAF. Pushing open the weathered door, which creaked ominously, he stepped into the warm interior, suffused with the rich aroma of coffee. Inside, apart from a clerk diligently attending to the counter, there was only a lone female patron clad in a dark trench coat. The moment George caught sight of her, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and amber-tinted sunglasses that obscured much of her face, while deep crimson waves of hair cascaded from beneath the hat's brim. Though her features remained mostly hidden, the glimmering metal frames revealed a porcelain, exquisite visage, accentuated by strikingly bold red lips, which led George to surmise that she was quite youthful. The intoxicating blend of her allure and naivete exuded a magnetic charm that ensnared his senses, stirring a dangerous fascination within him. In the shadows, a pair of eyes gleamed with predatory greed. Sensing the almost audacious scrutiny, the enigmatic woman raised her gaze, locking eyes with George, who was too taken aback to avert his stare. She smirked, her slender fingers languidly swirling her coffee, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. Completely forgetting his intention to place an order, he found himself blushing as he approached and sat across from her, attempting to project an air of charm. "Do you mind if I join you?" he asked, though it was evident that they were the only two souls present in the shop. The woman merely nodded, offering no words in response. "How surprising it is to see such a dignified lady alone in a place like this," he remarked, maintaining a hint of the caution characteristic of Gotham's inhabitants. It was indeed unusual for such a striking woman to be alone in such a venue, and George harbored a suspicion that she might be the mistress of some powerful figure. "I came here to find you," she spoke lazily, her voice imbued with a playful lilt that sent shivers down his spine, revealing that she was younger than he had initially estimated. Perhaps she was still a minor, which set his heart racing, and his gaze became fervent. His caution, however, was merely a fleeting sentiment. "George Neal, I sought you out to inquire. Do you have any information regarding Morrison's escape? Has he come looking for you?" The casualness of her tone sent icy dread coursing through George. What did you say? He escaped? No, that can't be.
Who are you?
How do you know my name? Panic surged within him. It seems not," she chirped, tapping her spoon lightly against the cup's rim. In his state of terror, George noticed that her coffee remained untouched. "Do not fear. Even though you are a hopeless scoundrel, everyone knows that killing in Batman City is a provocation. I have no intention of courting trouble. I will save you." She paused, relishing the moment as George visibly relaxed, then mischievously added, "Perhaps." Before he could fully comprehend, she suddenly hurled the coffee cup across the room. George let out a cry, collapsing in shock. The sound of a blade unsheathing sliced through the air, akin to the dramatic unveiling of a performance, accompanied by the shattering of ceramic and a cacophony of sinister snarls. Dumbfounded, he beheld a slender figure wielding twin blades, standing defiantly against a monstrous creature with golden eyes. The woman's hat tumbled to the floor, revealing a vivid red ponytail and high-tech goggles. Her dark trench coat unfurled like wings, revealing a combat suit adorned with enigmatic straps and devices, resembling a striking character from a video game, the kind that would captivate fans everywhere. Yet George had no time to admire her beauty. His lips trembled in shock as he recognized the arsenal concealed within her coat. Even a street thug like him could identify at least 3 handguns, 5 grenades, and a multitude of explosive devices. He had unwittingly flirted with a veritable armory. Should she lose control, she could obliterate half the block.
Hey,
"Morrison, are you excited to see your ex?" A figure, towering above her, seemed unperturbed by her presence, while the girl playfully teased the scaled face of the creature, reminiscent of a killer crocodile. Morrison, George could hardly believe his eyes at the familiar yet alien visage, roared in fury, his golden pupils ablaze as he uttered incomprehensible words. His scaled body shifted, bones cracking under the strain, and a terrifying surge of power surged toward the girl, as if he meant to obliterate her. Linguistic art, bronze throne. It may not have been the most graceful, but a voice that seemed to express exasperation echoed in his ears. In that moment, Morrison felt an inexplicable chill, as if he were a rabbit ensnared by a serpent's gaze. But he was certain. In the next instant, he felt a loosening grip, and the girl vanished from sight, propelling him forward with tremendous inertia. The Reaper, wielding twin blades shrouded in dark mist, appeared behind him, delivering a swift strike that pierced his lower back, crossing the blades to snap his reinforced spine like a mere cord, leaving him staggering and helpless on the ground. The dark mist coalesced before him, revealing the girl's form once more. Linguistic art. Nether reflection. You are the one who wronged me first. Why are you helping this scoundrel? Morrison rasped defiantly, thrashing amidst the pooling black blood. "You seem to harbor a misunderstanding," she said, crouching down, her hair cascading over her shoulder, creating a strangely tender atmosphere. As if she were conversing with an injured puppy. "I am no superhero. I have no interest in your tangled affairs of love and hate. Morrison, the Ripper. A serial killer responsible for the deaths of 14 women. Oh, and my apologies, men too, roaming across 6 cities, including Gotham. How dare you claim to be emotionally wounded? You too, driven by lust, should spare the special groups your grievances. What a misfortune for your sister. Do you even know how high your bounty is on the dark web?" The girl drawled, leveling her gun at his head. Suddenly, a bat-shaped projectile shot in through the window, aimed directly at her wrist.
Ah.
"You arrived so quickly. I thought I was rather fast myself. You cannot kill in Gotham." A deep, gravelly voice emerged from the shadows. "Chimera, am I truly this famous? Even Batman knows of my existence." The hunter girl, codenamed Chimera, appeared quite pleased. Of course, garnering his attention may not necessarily be a favorable circumstance. A youthful male voice emerged beside Chimera, and she turned to see Robin, now tall and slender, gazing at her with a smile. "Your preferred assignments on the dark web typically involve supernatural events or vicious murderers, yet most criminals you encounter are handed over to the authorities. With only a select few meeting their end at your hands, there seems to be no discernible pattern in your choices. What transgression warranted this individual a place on your kill list?" Robin inquired earnestly. "Perhaps it is his peculiar physique. Had he possessed a figure as alluring as yours, I might have spared him." The hunter responded with sincerity, her unabashed gaze thoroughly appraising, filled with admiration. Since his growth spurt, Robin had grown accustomed to the teasing of female villains, yet only Batman's expression soured unnoticed. "However, I wouldn't classify this as murder. He no longer qualifies as a human being." As she evaded the attack, Chimera continued to speak. "Having encountered an array of bizarre adversaries, including the likes of Killer Croc, Batman found such reasoning rather unconvincing. Logically, given Batman's martial prowess, he and Robin should have easily subdued an underage girl. Yet the opponent not only possessed superhuman agility, but also demonstrated physical resilience that seemed to surpass Bane's. Her erratic fighting style, a chaotic blend of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, tai chi, and Japanese ninjutsu, interspersed with street fighting techniques, left him dizzy and disoriented. Despite Batman's proficiency in all those martial arts, the opponent's seemingly inhuman nature and her unpredictable joint-bending maneuvers repeatedly thwarted his attempts to overpower her. Within the confines of the small establishment, a chaotic three-way melee ensued. Seizing the opportunity amidst the confusion, Robin hastily secured George to a nearby lamppost, while the unfortunate Morrison lay sprawled on the ground, occasionally struck by flying cups, tables, and plates from various angles. Batman shot a glare at Robin, who was taking advantage of the chaos, while Robin returned the look at the hunter, who was also exploiting the situation. Chimera gazed helplessly at the duo that refused to relent. They were all thoroughly exhausted, yet only the incapacitated Morrison seethed with indignation. "Aren't you all here because of me? Is there no one concerned about the main subject?" Chapter 20. Night Visit. As the saying goes, one either erupts in silence or transforms in silence. Morrison was destined to be extraordinary, and so he erupted in a grotesque manner. Those present, all keenly alert, quickly noticed something was amiss with Morrison. It appeared he was on the verge of exploding. Chimera discreetly took 2 steps back. At that moment, exploding was no longer merely a figure of speech. Morrison's form swelled as if inflated, dark veins weaving ominous patterns across his mountainous muscles, rapidly enveloped by dense scales. His legs fused into a long serpentine tail, while the wounds along his spine healed at an alarming rate, forcing 2 curved blades to fall to the ground with a clatter. Almost visibly, the humanity in his eyes diminished, replaced by a vacant brutality. This descent into monstrosity was an irreversible process. In an instant, Batman comprehended the hunter's assertion that he was no longer human. This was neither jest nor evasion. It was simply a stark declaration of reality. The creature, now with a serpentine tail, flicked its head and opened its mouth in a grotesque rift, joints tensed like an arthropod, propelling itself toward the nearest target with a force capable of toppling a small pickup truck, making it exceedingly difficult for even Batman in armor to withstand. Yet he did not flinch, remaining stoic in place, his intentions shrouded in mystery. Whether he would absorb the impact or had a contingency plan remained unclear. In mere seconds, a multitude of events can transpire. Not many, but enough time for Robin to position himself before Batman, pushing him aside while astonishingly evading the approaching serpent's tail. Amidst Batman's roar and the sound of the Batmobile's high-voltage containment net shattering through the window, Chimera silently retracted her steps, wiping the sweat from her palms. Has the once angelic Robin truly transformed into such a reckless figure? Chimera pondered. Just a reminder, now is your prime opportunity to escape. A voice echoed in her ear. This was indeed true. Setting aside the familial disputes among vigilantes, Chimera produced a button-like device from her pocket. Hey, gentlemen. Look over here. 3 faces turned toward her, though the one in the cage need not bother. Please turn back. Thank you. I hope you brought gas masks. The hunter girl shyly waved the button in her hand, and upon witnessing the instantaneous realization on the faces of the 2 before her, she pressed it without hesitation and swiftly activated her escape. In that moment, a deafening explosion accompanied by the searing heat of flames erupted, and the Deadpool known as Morrison finally departed the clamor of the world, attaining a semblance of spiritual peace. Cough, cough. When did she plant the bomb? Robin wiped the dust from his face, incredulous. When she first subdued him, the bomb was inserted through the incision made by the blades, ensuring that even as Morrison's wounds healed, he could not expel the device. Batman, ever composed, utilized the apparatus on his gauntlet to analyze the smoke's components. It appeared Morrison himself was unaware of this small addition within him.
Dick shrugged.
So you must have a backup plan, correct? Concerning the global incidents involving these reptilian creatures. The only key figure we have is Chimera, given her relentless pursuit of these beings without harm to the innocent. Surely, we can collaborate with her? This matter is currently irrelevant to you, Batman coldly retorted. Given your reckless actions tonight, I believe it is prudent to suspend Robin's activities. Dick paused, then felt his anger surge. Do I need to remind you that I am trying to assist you? I have my own plan. Your impulsive actions could exacerbate the situation and put you in danger. Batman remained unmoved. I am well aware of your plan, which would result in a broken arm, and I am confident that Serpent's tail would not even graze me. Is it not true that no one has been injured thus far? You have no understanding of that creature and cannot guarantee your safety. I do not require your protection. With that cold finality, Batman turned silently and returned to the Batmobile. Get in. Tonight's mission is concluded. How can someone issue commands with such audacity after an argument? Dick found himself nearly laughing in frustration. He could discern the underlying concern in Batman's tone, yet this excessively controlling form of caring was suffocating. Having partnered for so many years, Dick regarded himself as a mature vigilante. Bruce could no longer see him as that underage boy who barely stood 5 feet tall, nor could he continue to impose excessive supervision over him. I won't be going back tonight. With that remark, Dick chose to refrain from further arguing, removing the locator from his person in front of his mentor and swinging away with his grappling hook, not even glancing back. The specially designed temperature was insufficient to entirely obliterate Deadpool's bodily tissues. Once the flames extinguished, the secrets of the hybrid and dragon lineage would be laid bare before Batman. No, they had already been exposed. EVA, forget the antiquated confidentiality regulations. You ought to have known since Superman's emergence a few years ago. After all, Deadpool's activities are anything but discreet. Neither the prior castle nor the current secret society possesses the capability to erase the memories of superheroes. Believing that the Justice League remains oblivious is akin to believing that Batman refrains from killing the Joker out of love.
Chimera, no.
Candace struggled to shed the cumbersome military gear enveloping her. In fact, she surmised that the secret society's reserves of lead and kryptonite must be substantial. Since entering middle school, Candace, deemed capable of independent action, had returned to her original residence, thus avoiding the constraints of shared dormitories and facilitating her underground endeavors. As the bounty hunter known as Chimera, she pursued suspected serial killers reminiscent of Deadpool while skillfully evading the influence of the secret society. primarily focusing her operations around Gotham's neighboring cities, not due to a lack of funds for airfare, but rather to ensure that should things go awry, she could conveniently call upon Superman. The half-breed, still teetering on the brink of moral decay, could wield word magic. This rich and intriguing extracurricular activity significantly broadened her repertoire of incantations, and although she possessed few high-sequence spells, the lower-sequence ones were safe, practical, and highly cost-effective. Furthermore, the suggestive alias facilitated her fishing expeditions. Her initial years of infiltration revealed a disconcerting truth. Despite her earnest attempts to elude the society's pursuit, it seemed they had forgotten her existence altogether. The laughter she once shared upon witnessing Jin inquire about Kudo Shinichi now felt like an oppressive weight, a sense of futility after years of fruitless searching. Thus, when registering an account on the Hunter's website, Candace deliberated at length, ultimately selecting the codename Chimera, hoping to rekindle ties with that unpleasant former self. During a series of whimsical experiments at the base, a researcher, struck by inspiration while binge-watching a show, proposed merging the high-risk genes of hybrids with those of ordinary humans to mitigate the violent tendencies carried by dragon DNA. After countless iterations that yielded grotesque outcomes, Candace finally emerged, bearing the DNA of 2 males and 1 female, yet devoid of any incantations. Her arrival was met with tears of joy from the base's director, who promptly ceased funding the researchers' project and vowed never to approve such inefficient and ambiguous endeavors again. Incidentally, subsequent to that revelation, binge-watching during work hours was prohibited for researchers. The snug combat suit, though visually appealing, proved quite challenging to remove. Just as Candace wrestled with it, alarms blared from EVA, accompanied by a sound from the windowsill. Candace's expression shifted as she seized a powder container from her vanity and hurled it, shrouding the room in a cloud of white smoke while she retrieved her nightgown, which lay wrapped in the blanket on her bed. A brief flurry of chaos ensued. "So, you barged into my room in the middle of the night just to complain about your trivial disputes?" Candace, clad in cartoon-themed pajamas, crossed her arms and regarded the guilt-ridden Dick, who was perched on the windowsill, pale enough to blend with the wall. By the way, that powder was a seasonal gift from Debbie. In truth, Candace felt a pang of guilt herself, as beneath her nightwear lay the combat suit she had yet to remove. Dick remained blissfully unaware that had he arrived 5 minutes earlier, he would have encountered the chimera he had only just seen. Sorry, I'll keep you company, but I distinctly remember knocking."
No excuses.
With a swift slap to his forehead, she capitalized on his momentary distraction to kick an electronic display screen off the bed. "Apologies, EVA, you'll have to endure a bit of dust for now." After this playful maneuver, they settled on the carpet, with Candace commencing what felt like her umpteenth session of family dispute mediation. If one were to assign a title, she would be dubbed the Gotham Community Committee. "I truly cannot tolerate B any longer. His protectiveness has become rather alarming. I'm unable to do anything beyond his meticulously crafted plans.
Yet,
He never reveals what those plans entail, merely demanding obedience during operations." With 5 elegantly shaped fingerprints marking his forehead, Dick lamented his plight. "Parental conflicts are indeed an age-old conundrum, though your case is rather extreme." Sweating profusely from the oppressive dual-layered attire, Candace yearned to swiftly dismiss this sensitive adolescent and luxuriate in her bathtub. After all, expecting her, who had no parental guidance, to manage a parental figure as formidable as Batman was an overwhelming challenge, she sought a quick resolution. "Speaking of which, aren't you about to take college entrance exams? If it's truly unbearable, consider applying to a university outside Gotham. Batman cannot possibly leave the city. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Perhaps once you establish independence, he will recognize that you are no longer just his sidekick." Candace found this suggestion rather appealing, yet Dick's expression soured further. "Is there a problem?" After carefully choosing his words, he replied, Bruce hopes I'll attend Gotham University and has even offered to donate a building to the institution." Candace paused momentarily before sincerely stating, "The reason you Haven-T punched him in the face is either due to your restraint or because you're a delicate Gotham darling. It's because Alfred was nearby." Juggling the demands of 2 troublesome parental figures was indeed a taxing endeavor. "No, actually, there's just one, and he is certainly more difficult than most combined," Dick grumbled, unsure where to begin venting his frustrations. Ever since his friends discovered his identity, Bruce and Batman had entered a peculiar dynamic in her eyes. Dick had witnessed Candace chuckling at Bruce's critiques of Batman as actions, and after inadvertently uncovering her AO3 browsing history, he resolved to keep that secret to himself. Filled with regret, had I known, I might as well have let her discover Batman as true identity from the start. Of course, she might have reveled in it even more. Dick felt a swell of nobility for managing to keep Batman's identity under wraps despite his frustrations. When I return, I'll devour all his sweet treats. Nevertheless, irrespective of the circumstances. Regardless, thank you for your suggestion. I will ponder over the university matter. I've had my fill of being under anyone's wing. Dick rose, opening the window in preparation to leave. Indeed, Dick did not approach Candace with the intention of seeking a solution to his own predicaments. He was acutely aware of the complexities of his issues. Rather, having someone to confide in always brings a sense of relief. By the way, this is the component you asked me to find for you last time. Almost forgetting the other purpose of his visit, Dick rummaged through his utility belt. Candace's eyes sparkled with delight, realizing that he was somewhat considerate, and she hurried over to receive the part from him. A gentle breeze wafted through, and Dick remarked, "By the way, your incense today is quite potent, almost peculiar." Having obtained what she desired, Candace felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing his inquiry, she dismissively waved her hand. Perhaps it was too difficult for a straight man, who had just entered a girl's room smelling of burnt sulfur, to comprehend the nuances of incense. Are you serious? Dick, the charming heartthrob and media darling of Gotham, was left momentarily speechless. However, he did acknowledge that the sulfuric odor clinging to him was indeed overpowering, and its mingling with the incense was far from pleasant. After Dick departed, Candace took a moment to breathe a sigh of relief, having used half a bottle of incense to mask the scent of refined sulfur from her explosives. Although the explosives were remarkably efficient, they were also overly revealing. It would be wiser to utilize alchemical tools next time. In a relatively good mood, Candace placed the component on her desk, tossed aside her combat attire, and hummed a cheerful tune as she skipped into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Eva lay forgotten beneath the bed, continuing to gather dust. No one knew the sentiments of this super artificial intelligence at that moment, but Candace would later reflect on that time with a tinge of melancholy, stating, "That was the closest I had ever come to death." Candace genuinely did not anticipate Dick's decisiveness. Perhaps she had consistently overestimated his capacity for patience. Alternatively, she might have underestimated Batman's knack for inciting frustration. Less than 4 months had elapsed since their last nocturnal conversation when Candace received a frantic call from Dick. He vehemently lamented in Romani about Batman's oppressive rule over Robin. Due to her limited proficiency in the language, Candace was uncertain if it contained a plethora of obscenities. In any case, following that call, Dick hastily packed his belongings and departed Gotham without a backward glance, eventually settling in BL Davin. Amidst the relentless pace of university life, he prepared to enact his ideas in this new city, equally rife with crime. After congratulating him on his newfound independence, Candace subtly indicated the evident difficulties of pursuing vigilante work in BL Davin without the resources and support of Batman and his adored confidant. "Are you planning to sew your own costume like Spider-Man?" she mused, though it seemed a feasible option. Of course, running away from home was not entirely unprecedented. Friction between adolescents and stubborn parents is commonplace. Candace believed that their relationship would inevitably improve once a distance was established from Batman, provided he ceased causing trouble. However, to her astonishment, it was Bruce Wayne who initiated turmoil. Shortly after Dick's departure, he swiftly adopted a new child, bearing the same dark hair and blue eyes, leaving little room for speculation. "Bruce, you have changed. You are no longer the naive, wealthy darling of Gotham." The school was bustling with activity, and during a break, Candace sighed in exasperation at the chaotic scene unfolding before her, where a group of students was enmeshed in a brawl. She quickly approached to disperse the gathering crowd and managed to extricate a familiar, disheveled figure from the fray. "Ah, it's you again, Onion Boy." Indeed. Dick's new brother was none other than Jason Todd, the same classmate who had once shared a train compartment with them. Hailing from the East End's criminal alleys, he was the second son of the Wayne family, This background was the source of his continuous entanglement in conflicts since he had the audacity to ascend from the ranks of a petty thug. Jason's attire was disheveled, yet he bore no visible injuries, suggesting that his street upbringing had equipped him well for such skirmishes. "I can handle them without your help," he declared defiantly, his unruly hair and stubborn demeanor on full display. Before Candace could respond, a tall boy, who had been lingering nearby, chimed in sarcastically, "Still babysitting for Grayson, huh, Tyler? If you're looking to marry into the Wayne family, I suggest you go for the older one. It'll be quicker, ha ha ha." Such crude remarks were too much for Jason, whose face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists, ready to retaliate against the smug face before him. Candace intervened, casting a casual glance at the boy and leaning in to whisper a single, light-hearted retort. "If I truly wanted to do that, I would consult Mrs. Whitney for advice." Mrs. Whitney was the mother of the tall boy. Upon grasping Candace's implication, his expression turned pale. Before he could utter a word, Candace took Jason's hand, skipping backward with a buoyant tone. "Oh, and by the way, have you noticed that your zipper is down?" As the boy fumbled to adjust himself amidst the laughter of those around, Candace led Jason away from the throng to a secluded spot. Jason, visibly disgruntled, shook off Candace's hand. "I'm not a child anymore. I don't need your help." If this is about Grayson, the classic line every child loves to recite, Candace thought to herself, silently mocking his naivete, though she was only slightly older than him. Of course, it's not entirely untrue. We did fight side by side during our childhood, so perhaps it could be said we are childhood friends. While there was indeed some truth to Jason's grievances regarding Dick, who had been an exceptional friend and support in various aspects, it was the trust fostered over 6 years that had allowed Candace to become his confidant. Following the truck incident, Dick had been apprehensive about allowing Jason to connect with him as Robin. Despite his irritation with his adoptive father's decisions, he felt a sense of happiness for Jason. Candace was oblivious to the underlying tensions between the two regarding the legacy of the Robin costume, as the second Robin was still in training. Otherwise, she might have regarded Dick as a veritable saint. "You endure such ridiculous antics from Batman. You must truly love him." Candace recalled the anxious and awkward expression Dick wore when he implored her for assistance, as if Jason were a fragile, newly hatched bird, and Dick was the mother bird temporarily unable to return to the nest. A nurturing father figure. How delightful. "Why did you do that earlier?" "No, never mind. Forget I asked." Jason furrowed his brow, hesitating to voice his thoughts. However, Candace could discern his inner turmoil, prompting her to sigh. "You think I should have just punched him instead of using his mother against him, don't you?" Clearly. Jason found it unethical to retaliate against a male's malicious remarks by involving the mother in the same discourse. Yet, considering her timely intervention, such accusations would undoubtedly seem ungrateful. More likely, he was apprehensive that she might share this incident with Dick, revealing a remarkably sensitive side to his character. "This is not an attack, merely a statement of fact." Jason's eyes widened in astonishment. "Dick informed me that just last month, Mrs. Whitney's actions indeed led to some unpleasantness between her husband and Mr. Wayne. She is a woman of ambition in peculiar circumstances, rumored to hold little affection for her husband and son, especially during the recent period when her mismanagement resulted in a significant loss of assets. I apologize. I did not intend to place blame on you." Jason felt somewhat awkward. After all, you were only trying to assist me. That's not quite it." Candace waved her hand dismissively in response to the bewildered gaze of the other party. "He merely harbors a crush on me, but has always assumed that Dick and I shared a certain relationship, leading to resentment. He simply couldn't contain himself upon witnessing my assistance to you. I hear that his parents are indifferent to him, making it quite difficult for him to articulate anything appropriate given his upbringing. Thus, after being publicly humiliated by the revelation of his mother's little secret, one might pity him. If not for his foul mouth, Jason would have felt some sympathy. Moreover," Candace continued, observing Jason's pensive expression, "do you hold any misconceptions about me? After Dick graduated, who do you think took his place as the heartthrob of the entire school?" Jason suddenly realized. It seems that individual will not fare well in the coming days. Chapter 22. Having triumphed in the competition, Nan Xi restrained her rising smile, maintaining a perfectly calibrated expression, and offered a slight bow, stating, "I concede." The opponent's demeanor shifted several times before ultimately accepting their defeat to Nan Xi, bowing in return. Your skills are remarkable. I am indeed humbled. It remains uncertain whether Nan Xi has yet to cultivate sword intent or if she simply lacks it, but regardless, her mastery of swordsmanship alone suffices for her victory, demonstrating exceptional prowess. Such skill, when combined with sword intent, raises the question of what heights she could achieve, truly a matter of wonder. Contemplating this, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Chi-Chi, positioned below the stage. Chi-Chi's strength is an acknowledged fact, and having sparred with him, he believes that Chi-Chi's swordplay pales in comparison to Nan Xi's. If Nan Xi possessed sword intent, she would likely rival Chi-Chi. Yet, why does she lack sword intent? His gaze shifted back to Nan Xi, an inkling of suspicion taking root in his mind. A swordsman must possess a certain spirit, yet from what they know of Nan Xi, her heart seems wholly devoted to Chi-Chi, even if she once exhibited a strong spirit. It appears to have faded away now. He shook his head, descending from the stage. Nan Xi also left the arena, making way for the next competitors. Most were not as contemplative as those who had lost. They remained awestruck by the elegance of Nan Xi's swordsmanship and her adept use of the blade. Consequently, everyone unconsciously turned their gaze towards Nan Xi, engaging in enthusiastic discussions about her recent performance. Upon returning to the Tianyun Sword Sect's team, Nan Xi received a warm welcome, with praises flowing freely from all directions. Sister, you were truly magnificent just now. Your swordplay was exceptionally beautiful. I was astonished, and I would have been stunned regardless. Senior sister, during our next practice, please go easy on us. Sword cultivators must endure hardship. Senior sister. Flushed with admiration, Nan Xi felt elated yet endeavored to maintain her composure, saying, I was unaware of how it happened. It was instinctive. Perhaps a sword cultivator truly requires a heart devoted to growth. This was a rehearsed line, and the gravity of her words momentarily tempered the exuberant atmosphere. Then, internally, she thought, oh, don't stop. Keep the compliments coming. The disciples, momentarily taken aback, resumed their flattery. At that moment, Qizhao turned to Nan Xi and remarked, Sister, you were formidable today. Qizhao was not one for many words, and his proximity to Nan Xi made his rare utterance stand out, prompting her to look in his direction. Suddenly struck by a realization. Speaking of which, today's match for junior brother Qizhao is against Chi-Chi, right? As this thought crossed her mind, the disciples instinctively glanced at the screen displaying the competitors' names, confirming that indeed, Chi-Chi was his opponent. Apart from a select few who had already been informed, the rest quickly grasped the situation, their thoughts racing. Everyone knew of Nan Xi's affections for Chi-Chi, and he certainly had made a name for himself. Despite not being a disciple of one of the 5 great sects, his exceptional abilities had earned him recognition as a genius in the cultivation world. His prowess positioned him among the most esteemed disciples, including Qizhao, yet he had yet to face these prodigies in public competition. Thus, it remained uncertain whether he was stronger or weaker than them. Today's match between Chi-Chi and Qizhao appeared to be a deliberate arrangement by the elders. As the focus shifted to her, the conversation quickly turned from praising Nan Xi's skills to discussing the day's contests. They were cautious, fearing that Nan Xi might notice their discussions. Delaying the conversation about Qizhao for a moment. Senior brother, do you have confidence in today's match? Upon being queried, Qizhao cast a glance at the screen. Then replied, though I have yet to face him, I have gained considerable experience of late, so I harbor some confidence. Upon hearing this, Nan Xi regarded him silently. Junior brother Qizhao is indeed quite formidable, but alas, he cannot defeat Chi-Chi. As this thought echoed, those present paused, instinctively looking at Nan Xi, then quickly averting their gaze to avoid detection. Qizhao tightened his grip at the implication of defeat suggested by Nan Xi. While some were unconvinced, they could only counter with alternate arguments, acknowledging Chi-Chi's strength while also pointing out that he belonged to the Yushu sect, which had its own deficiencies. Especially considering that senior brother Qizhao had recently returned from training and broken through his bottleneck, making victory appear attainable. Others nodded in silent agreement. While that is indeed true, junior brother Qizhao's progress does not imply that Chi-Chi has not advanced as well. Noticing that no one was paying her any mind, Nan Xi immersed herself in contemplation. Let me think. While it is true that in terms of overall strength, junior brother Qi Zhao is likely superior. Qi Qian possesses a hidden trump card that can counter Tianyun's sword technique. In a battle between masters, finding a single flaw can determine victory. If he remains vigilant, with junior brother Qi Zhao's reflexes, victory is not impossible, but can he maintain that awareness? Alas, I cannot voice this. It is all so perplexing. I do not wish for Qi Qian to win. Initially, the disciples believed Nan Xi's assertion of Qi Zhao's inability to win stemmed from her affection for Qi Qian, thinking her biased. However, upon hearing her reasoning, they suddenly comprehended, casting their gazes toward Qi Zhao once more. Senior brother, we believe in you. You can surely win.
Defeat Qi Qian.
Someone whispered, avenge our senior sister. Close to Qi Zhao. And with keen hearing, Nan Xi feigned ignorance, glancing at the sky and then the ground as if she had heard nothing. In her heart, she cheered for Qi Zhao. Junior brother, go for it. Defeat Qi Qian. Nan Xi earnestly rooted for Qi Zhao, causing the disciples' gazes to drift, leaving them momentarily puzzled about whether Nan Xi supported Qi Qian or Qi Zhao. However, it soon became unnecessary for them to decipher this. As the time for Qi Zhao and Qi Qian's duel arrived, both ascended the stage, exchanged bows, and drew their swords. This contest was marked by a palpable tension, as both competitors were formidable opponents. The disciples of the Yusu sect and the Tianyun sword sect were wholly absorbed in the spectacle. Each faction was convinced of their impending victory, with an unspoken understanding that the victor would claim the title of champion of the sword conference. Nan Xi observed from below, fully aware that Qi Qian would triumph, for he was the male protagonist destined for victory in the narrative. His ingenuity would outshine the Tianyun sword sect, earning him the coveted title and allowing him to make a name for himself in the realm of cultivation. Nan Xi, while not entirely displeased by this prospect, harbored a flicker of personal bias. Go, junior brother. If you win, sister will bestow upon you a grand gift. Before the match officially commenced, Qi Zhao's gaze shifted and fell upon his sister, watching intently from the sidelines, a smile gracing his lips. In a mere second, both competitors sprang into action, exchanging several swift strikes. The excitement was palpable, causing the audience to erupt in fervor, their cheers mingling with a chorus of gasps. These were the strongest of their generation competing, and unlike seasoned masters, the younger crowd found it easier to discern the nuances of the duel. Fully engaged in the learning experience, Nan Xi, however, perceived the movements of the two combatants with remarkable clarity. In her mind, she envisioned herself battling Qi Qian. Initially, her technique mirrored Qi Zhao's, as they both wielded the same sword style, until a moment arrived when their blades clashed, resulting in a brief stalemate. Qi Qian, seizing the opportunity, maneuvered his sword to gain the upper hand over Qi Zhao. Yet in her mental rehearsal, she remained unyielding, prompting her to concentrate intently. Redirect the force. Tianyun's sword technique, 7th form, follow the path. On the stage, Qi Zhao had his own strategy, but upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, he swiftly adapted, employing her more refined approach. In an instant, the tide turned, and Qi Qian found himself at a disadvantage. In the heat of battle, opportunities were fleeting. While Qi Zhao was slightly stronger, if he were to be pressured, he still had a chance to retaliate. However, Qi Qian's chances of countering were minimal now that he was overwhelmed. As the match progressed, Nan Xi sensed no further vulnerabilities in Qi Zhao's stance. If this continued, she believed she could defeat Qi Qian within a quarter of an hour. This realization brought her a sense of relief. If I can best Qi Qian, that would be splendid. Yet, she remained vigilant, her focus unwavering on the unfolding events. For she had not forgotten Qi Qian's signature move designed to counter the Tianyun sword technique. Just as Qi Qian was cornered at the edge of the stage, he positioned his sword horizontally, attempting to carve out a flaw in Qi Zhao's relentless onslaught. Before Nan Xi could react, Qi Zhao seemed to anticipate his move. Retreating with his sword, with a flick of his wrist and a glimmer in his eyes, he uttered 2 words, Qi Yun, execution. A bright red shadow of a sword materialized behind him, lunging toward Qi Qian. This technique could indeed counter the Tianyun sword technique, but it bore a significant drawback. Following such a forceful breakthrough, a brief opening would ensue. This gap could be inconsequential if the opponent were struck. But Qi Qian failed to land his blow on Qi Zhao. In the next moment, he was pierced by the sword's shadow and sent tumbling off the stage. Qi Zhao emerged victorious. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief as she leapt to her feet, astonished by the turn of events. Noticing the gazes of those around her, she gradually sat down, still in shock. No, it can't be. Qi Qian actually lost. Upon hearing her thoughts, the disciples cast concerned glances at Nan Xi, fearing she might be disheartened by Qi Qian's defeat, potentially leading to actions that would invite ridicule from others. Yet, she merely sat there, her gaze fixed on the stage, muttering about Qi Qian's loss. Ah, 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 ah. Well done, junior brother. Her laughter rang out, exuberant and wild, reminiscent of a haunting melody. For a moment, the disciples wore expressions of pained amusement, but as they noticed Qi Zhao descending from the stage, ignoring Qi Qian entirely as he approached them, their spirits lifted once more. Brother is incredible. Ah, ah, ah. How could you not even help him up? Qi Zhao, ever the gentleman, never discarded his opponents from the stage. Even if he had been unable to control the situation, he would always assist them afterward, bending down to help them rise. However, today, he paid Qi Qian no mind. Though Qi Qian quickly regained his footing, his disheveled appearance elicited a sense of schadenfreude among the onlookers. With a gentle smile, Qi Zhao remarked, "The Yusu sect and the Tianyun sword sect have harbored grievances for ages. It is only natural that I harbor no fondness for him. If I were to feign civility despite my disdain, it would not only discomfort me, but also provoke his resentment, as he might interpret it as a taunt." His wisdom resonated with the others. Indeed, cultivators should act according to their true feelings. As they engaged in lively conversation, they suddenly sensed an intensely scorching gaze. So fierce it raised the hairs on their necks. Turning to investigate, they discovered it was Nan Xi. Overcome with excitement, she had not yet averted her gaze. And upon clearing her throat, she flashed a smile at her companions. This smile was even more unsettling. The disciples silently attempted to quell their goosebumps. If one were to assess Nan Xi's mood, it was undoubtedly elation. She felt as though she could laugh to the heavens 3 times over. But in order to maintain her fade, she restrained her exuberance, her smile now a tight-lipped grin. Yet, her excitement was so palpable that her smile appeared somewhat eerie. In truth, Qi Qian's loss was not disgraceful, it was merely a standard match. He had nearly gained the upper hand several times. And although Qi Zhao's victory was not particularly spectacular, Qi Qian's defeat could be attributed to a slight miscalculation. To outsiders, the match was remarkably thrilling. While others may not see Qi Qian's defeat as shameful, he felt otherwise, and the atmosphere among the disciples of the Yusu sect grew increasingly somber. Unbeknownst to other sects, they had come to this sword conference with the intent of surpassing the Tianyun sword sect. Previously, there had been 4 encounters between the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect and the Yusu sect, resulting in 2 wins and 2 losses, an admirable record. However, everyone had pinned their hopes on Qi Qian's victory. Not only the disciples, but also the elders held high expectations for him. Yet now, their long-laid plans had come to naught, and disappointment was etched on every face. Despite the match's conclusion, it was too soon to criticize Qi Qian. His performance was, after all, beyond reproach. The competition was still ongoing, with approximately 10 matches left in the afternoon. Yet, none could rival the excitement of Nan Xi's earlier match and the duel between Qi Qian and Qi Zhao. Initially, the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect reveled in their victories, but as time wore on, their joy began to wane. Heh heh heh. Indeed, junior brother Qi Zhao is truly impressive. He has a bright future ahead. Hee hee. The gaze of the heart continually darted towards Nan Xi. Ever since Qi Qian's defeat, she had changed. Laughter would erupt from her sporadically, and moments later, she would sing praises of Qi Zhao. At times, her facial expressions would betray her, revealing a rather unsettling smile. Alas, it seemed that senior sister had truly lost her mind. By the conclusion of the day's competition, Nan Xi had fallen silent. The strange murmurs that had begun an hour prior ceased, and with her head bowed, she made her way back to her quarters. However, recalling her recent odd behavior, the others chose to quietly follow her, watching as she returned home and closed the courtyard door.
Ha, ha, ha.
Laughter erupted from behind the courtyard door. The disciples observed for a while, but when no further sounds emerged, the whispers shifted to mundane thoughts of hunger and sleep, prompting them to prepare for their departure. Just as they turned to leave, they discovered someone standing behind them, startling them greatly as they gaped at Lian. "Master Uncle, when did you arrive?" "Since the moment Qi Zhao and Qi Qian began their contest," Lian replied, casting a glance towards Nan Xi's courtyard. After all, her intention to observe Nan Xi was not a mere jest. Even without Nan Xi's involvement, Qi Qian would have come to witness the competition, thus gaining insight into the situation here. Perhaps due to her pre-existing assumptions, the more Lian listened, the more convinced she became. If Nan Xi genuinely harbored feelings for Qi Qian, she would not sincerely wish for Qi Qian's defeat. Furthermore, her elation was unfitting. If she truly cared, she could not return alone, idle, with thoughts only of food and sleep. It would be difficult to justify even with the notion of love turning to hate. Thus, despite lacking tangible evidence, Lian resolved to conclude her thoughts, though she would not share them with others just yet. After all, speaking of it held little significance. Once the disciples dispersed, even in the spirit of observation, Lian had no desire to eavesdrop, as she could not shield herself from the murmurs of the heart. Overhearing Nan Xi's private matters would be her own fault. By the time Nan Xi finished her meal, washed up, and settled into bed, the night had fully descended. Lying on her bed, she poked at the system that had been silent all day, inquiring, "What is happening? Qi Qian lost today's match. Will it not affect the plot?" This time, the system responded promptly, a crackling of electricity preceding its words. "Host, the plot has deviated, but it does not concern you. We will manifest the necessary effects through alternative means." Furthermore, this narrative primarily revolves around the romantic entanglement of the male and female leads, rendering other matters insignificant. "Do not fret, host." Nan Xi felt no anxiety, for as long as she was not the cause of any plot deviations, the consequences would not fall upon her. Yet, she pondered where the deviation had occurred. This question was not hers alone. The system was also urgently investigating. It encountered an unfamiliar segment of code within its programming. One that did not affect its operation appeared not to be a virus, but could neither be deleted nor analyzed for its influence on her functionalities. However, it seemed unrelated to the plot deviation. Meanwhile, as Nan Xi slept soundly, another individual lay awake through the night. For Qi Qian, today's defeat was hard to bear. In the moment of his loss, the sounds around him receded like a retreating tide, his gaze fixated on Qi Zhao as he returned to the Tianyun sword sect. Simultaneously, he caught sight of Nan Xi, who had suddenly stood up, her expression vacant and astonished, as if struggling to comprehend his defeat. At that moment, Qi Qian thought that he neither desired Nan Xi's consolation nor wished to see pity in her eyes. If she approached him to offer comfort, he would simply tell her to leave. When sound returned to his ears, he found himself seated back at the Yu Su sect. After the gathering disbanded, he walked away without a backward glance for quite some time. When a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to look, he found no trace of Nan Xi behind him. Even upon returning to the guest quarters of the Tianyun sword sect, he lay on his couch, and as the night wore on, he only sat up, his expression darkening as dawn broke. Nan Xi had truly not come to seek him out. Fortunately, Nan Xi remained unaware of Qi Qian's inner turmoil, or else she might have scolded him for being utterly foolish. She had slept deeply, dreaming of a sparring match with Qi Qian, where they were evenly matched at first. But he ultimately faltered, leading to her triumph. As her strength grew, defeating Qi Qian felt akin to vanquishing an ant. The dream nearly made her laugh aloud. Yet, in a twist, Qi Qian inexplicably fell in love with her, pleading and clinging to her, which startled Nan Xi awake. Upon waking, she realized that Qi Qian's actions in her dream mirrored a brief moment in the plot where he and the female lead shared a tender time, culminating in a parting where she was meant to perform similar gestures. This thought caused Nan Xi to inwardly curse her misfortune. Time passed swiftly, and soon the final day of the sword discussion conference arrived. From the morning onward, disciples of the Tianyun sword sect buzzed with talk of a particular event. Nan Xi's little junior sister was returning. The distinction of calling her Nan Xi's little junior sister arose from the fact that, although all sect members referred to one another as senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters, only those sharing the same master could truly claim that title. This little junior sister was none other than Luo Tingyun, the second disciple of their shared master. However, she had joined the sect later, several years behind this group of disciples, thus earning the title of everyone's little junior sister. Yet today, the fervor of their discussion was not merely due to her return, but rather for a more mundane reason. Their junior sister, Luo Tingyun, was renowned for her breathtaking beauty, hailed as the most stunning maiden in the realm of cultivation. Unfortunately, due to her frail health, she seldom appeared within the sect, and even among her peers, few had seen her, naturally sparking curiosity. Rumor had it that her innate deficiencies had been largely resolved, and that upon her return, she would train alongside everyone. This only intensified their eagerness to discuss her. As for Nan Xi, she held a different perspective on this little junior sister. First and foremost, she was well acquainted with her, perhaps more than anyone else. Yet, this familiarity was not born of personal connection but rather from the plot, where the little junior sister served as Qi Qian's unattainable ideal, despite her minimal appearances, casting a long shadow across nearly 100,000 words of narrative. Each critical moment was intertwined with the little junior sister's presence, bringing torment primarily to the female lead. After all, whenever the male lead suffered, he would merely exchange a few words with the female lead, and she would come rushing back. Even later, when the little junior sister was gravely injured and on the brink of death, Qi Qian, upon hearing the news, went mad. Knowing that the female lead's rare constitution could save her, and without hesitation, he extracted the female lead's immortal bone. Oh yes, at that moment, Qi Qian had even wept, lamenting that he owed a debt of gratitude to the little junior sister for her rescue, and vowed to treat the female lead well in the future. Nan Xi had nearly felt nauseated at the time. Regrettably, the comments section overflowed with praise for the emotional turmoil, even expressing sympathy for the male lead and reprimanding the female lead for not suffering enough. Nan Xi. In hindsight, it seemed that Nan Xi's initial eagerness to indulge in the entire novel had been rather foolish. As of now, although Nan Xi is quite curious about who this little junior sister is, she must engage in the necessary plot as the arrival of the junior sister approaches. She is on her way to find Qichuan. Today's competition does not involve Nan Xi and Qichuan, allowing them a degree of freedom. Earlier, Nan Xi keenly spotted Qichuan at the edge of the crowd, his expression as tense as usual, yet she distinctly observed a vacant look in his eyes, as if his soul were elsewhere. The story unfolds with the female protagonist noticing Qichuan's distracted state, which stirs her concern, prompting her to quietly follow him. To her surprise, she discovers that Qichuan's preoccupation stems from hearing news about the junior sister, connecting this with the rumors of his beloved from days prior. She deliberately brings up the junior sister during their conversation, only to find Qichuan's reaction somewhat off-kilter. It becomes evident that the newly arrived junior sister is indeed Qichuan's heart's desire, leading to a painful realization for her. In the initial phase of this narrative, which involves her awareness of Qichuan's distraction due to the junior sister, most of the scene consists of the protagonist's internal monologue, allowing Nan Xi merely to follow Qichuan and eventually strike up a conversation. When Qichuan finally finishes speaking with his fellow disciples and finds a secluded spot to sit, Nan Xi adjusts her expression and makes her timely entrance. Akian. Upon hearing Nan Xi's voice, Qichuan looks up, and for reasons unknown, she perceives a colder glint in his eyes compared to the previous day. However, this is inconsequential. Nan Xi hastily reviews her lines, sits beside Qichuan while maintaining a distance of nearly half a meter, and turns her head to gaze at him. The sword competition will soon conclude. Akian. When will you return? In this segment, the female protagonist's emotions are fraught with tension, not solely due to the conflicts from the past few days, but also because of her suspicions regarding that ethereal person. Her demeanor reflects hesitation, albeit suppressed. Yet, as the narrative dictates that Qichuan does not spare her a glance, Nan Xi refrains from expressing any emotions, delivering her lines with heartfelt eloquence. Not far away, Lian, having already observed Nan Xi's stealthy approach, finds the scene peculiar yet somewhat elusive in its oddity. As previously mentioned, due to her prolonged adherence to the female protagonist's persona, Nan Xi, even in moments of neutrality, displays a hint of uncertainty, which aligns well with her current tone. Chi-Chuan indeed feels troubled by the news of Lu Tingyun, the junior sister. But upon hearing Nan Xi's voice, he recalls his recent failures and her previous indifference towards him. At this moment, when Nan Xi inquires about his return, a wave of irritation surges within him, and he turns sharply to face her. "Why do you ask me this? Are you so eager for my departure?" The sudden intensity of Chi-Chuan's gaze leaves Nan Xi momentarily taken aback, her expression contorting in surprise. She quickly composes herself, exclaiming, "What do you mean, Aikian? What's wrong with you?"
I.
Oh dear, the director mentioned this scene doesn't exist. Nan Xi, unable to fathom the situation, feels disgusted at the prospect of not adhering to her scripted lines. Thankfully, her expression is convincing enough to alleviate some of Chi-Chuan's anger, though he continues to scrutinize her closely. "Why have you treated me as if I were invisible these past 2 days? Just because I lost a match. Have you lost interest? The affection you claim seems rather superficial." His words come out in a rush, tinged with anger, mockery, and a hint of concern, leaving Nan Xi utterly bewildered. Is this guy having a fit? Chapter 23 finds Nan Xi in a state of shock, nearly failing to respond. In this critical moment, the system intervenes, relaying a string of lines into her mind. With her lines now available, it's up to Nan Xi to showcase her acting prowess. She shakes her head, her anxiety mounting, her eyes blinking uncontrollably, her long eyelashes drawing attention. "No, that's not it. I never thought that way. How could you think so? I have never treated this lightly. I haven't ignored you. You lost to Qi Zhao, but you are still formidable. There is no shame in losing. I noticed you were upset, and I feared I might disturb you, causing you further distress." At this point, Nan Xi's expression turns sorrowful, as though on the verge of tears. Observing her flustered demeanor and heartfelt sincerity, Chi-Chuan feels a slight easing of his agitation, though he soon recalls his earlier lapse in composure, causing his expression to darken again. Yet, Nan Xi is unfazed by his mood, internally critiquing his contradictory behavior. "You complain when I seek you out, yet you're irked when I don't? Such a contradictory person. Moreover, why would I seek you out without cause? Inviting trouble for myself?" Except during tasks, Nan Xi generally avoids engaging with Chi-Chuan, as no one desires to increase their workload, and even the slightest deviation could alter the narrative. Therefore, during idle moments, she naturally steers clear of him. Li Yunjin, having overheard Nan Xi's inner thoughts, raises an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips at the implications of those two statements. After a brief silence, Chi-Chuan's mood stabilizes. Even he, in his dulled state, realizes that Nan Xi has stirred his emotions. His gaze towards her becomes complex. At this juncture, Nan Xi recalls the focal point of the narrative and smiles as she speaks. "Aikian, I heard the junior sister is returning. They say she is a great beauty, and it has been so long since I last saw her that I can hardly remember." The ensuing events transpire in alignment with the script, allowing Nan Xi to navigate the storyline with a facade of calm as she parts ways with Chi-Chuan. The mention of the junior sister leaves Chi-Chuan in a distracted state, oblivious to Nan Xi's expressions. Observing his condition, Nan Xi turns away, swiftly regaining her composure, puffing her cheeks to relax her facial muscles. At this point, Chi-Chuan's ability to affect her mood has diminished significantly, and as she turns away, her thoughts drift elsewhere. What does the junior sister look like? Is she truly as beautiful as they say? I must see for myself. With this thought, a smile curves on Nan Xi's lips. Li Yunjin, noting Nan Xi's reaction, suddenly comprehends the underlying oddity she had sensed earlier. Nan Xi's expression, when it recedes, does not reflect the affection for Chi-Chuan. Simply grasping this layer, Li Yunjin feels no further need to observe. Not only is the endeavor tiresome, but should she inadvertently uncover any secrets Nan Xi wishes to keep hidden, she would become a petty person. Furthermore, even in the absence of concrete evidence, Li Yunjin is convinced that Nan Xi does not genuinely harbor feelings for Chi-Chuan. Understanding this, the reasons behind Nan Xi's behavior become insignificant to Li Yunjin. With a shift in thought, she disappears from the scene. Today marks the final day of the sword competition. Once the last match concludes, the disciples will be gathered for a concluding summary. As the rankings are announced, Nan Xi finds herself placed 10th. While not particularly outstanding, it shines in comparison to her usual performance. At this moment, she recalls the words He Jian had shared with her before the competition commenced. Raising her gaze, she spots He Jian high above, catching his eye, and she cannot help but smile in response. Master, have we done our best in this endeavor? Although I did not exert my utmost effort, I still delivered the best within my capabilities, offering some semblance of satisfaction to my master. He was initially speaking with a serious demeanor when he suddenly caught a glimpse of his disciple's smile, prompting such a thought to arise within him, causing his brow to twitch involuntarily. It was a rare occurrence for him to hear such obedient words from Nan Xi, bringing him both comfort and relief, almost making him overlook the fact that she had not truly given her all. However, upon recollection, his expression softened slightly. After all, Nan Xi did take his words to heart. Following their discussion, the Tianyin sword sect organized the return of individuals from several other sects via flying vessels, and thus, another hour slipped by. The once bustling Tianyin sword sect, which had been lively for several days, suddenly felt expansive as those individuals departed. Yet, before Nan Xi could even take a breath of fresh air, she was summoned by her master. Perhaps considering that she had worn herself out over the past few days, he chose not to call her to his cave abode but rather spoke to her directly in the training ground. This time, her performance was commendable. The master first offered a word of praise before adopting a more serious tone, stating, however, "You did not unleash your full power." Nan Xi blinked her eyes, obediently accepting the admonition. Observing her demeanor, the master felt an urge to refrain from elaborating further, and after a brief pause, he shifted the topic. "You should know that your junior sister will be returning soon." The disciples of the Tianyin sword sect, aware that the master was conversing with the senior sister, instinctively steered clear of the vicinity. However, upon hearing the mention of junior sister, their legs froze, and they began to linger nearby. Curiosity piqued. Nan Xi nodded, indicating her knowledge. "The junior sister, renowned as the most beautiful. When was the last time I saw her? 5 years ago? What did she look like again?" Nan Xi pondered for a moment. "Oh right. Back then she wore a veil, so I can't recall her appearance, though her eyes were quite lovely." The disciples chimed in agreement, recalling the veiled junior sister, who seldom appeared in public. Hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, the master remarked, "It seems you are aware. I trust the news has already spread throughout the sect. I shall not keep it concealed any longer. Your junior sister, who was born with a deficiency and could not frequently present herself in public, has nearly overcome this ailment and will be able to cultivate alongside you in the future. She possesses commendable talent and is a good child. I do not require you to constantly accompany her, but in the days to come, I hope you will look after her more." As he spoke, the master observed Nan Xi's expression, aware of her sensitive nature. He worried that his words might lead her to overthink, so he added reassuringly, "After all, you are the senior sister. Everyone trusts you, and your abilities are well acknowledged." Nan Xi absorbed half of the master's words, oblivious to his cautiousness, and nodded obediently. Looking after the junior sister is a simple task, nothing too demanding. "Oh wait, master, you haven't mentioned when she will arrive. Should I go and greet her?" Nan Xi looked up, meeting the master's gaze, just as he seemed to possess foresight, stating, "Your junior sister will arrive tomorrow at noon. If you wish to greet her, you may do so at the sect's entrance, as she has been away for many years and may have forgotten certain customs. You should explain them to her." Nan Xi readily agreed once more. At this point, the master pondered and concluded that there was nothing more to discuss, saying, "You should rest well today and ensure a good relationship with your junior sister in the future." Nan Xi nodded in agreement, and just as the master prepared to leave with a sense of relief, she remarked, "A good relationship? That may not be feasible." The master's footsteps faltered, and the surrounding disciples perked up their ears. Nan Xi's inner turmoil continued. "After all, the junior sister is Qi Qian's cherished one. How can I maintain a good relationship with someone who holds such affection for another?" The master raised an eyebrow in surprise, while the disciples exchanged incredulous glances. They were taken aback by this revelation, unable to comprehend how the junior sister was entangled with Qi Qian. And what exactly did the senior sister mean by not being able to get along? Oblivious to the astonishment surrounding her, Nan Xi, having dropped this significant tidbit, noticed the master lingering and innocently inquired, "Master, do you have any further matters to discuss?" And no, nothing at all. The master stammered, momentarily lost in thought before suddenly realizing something, his eyes widening. "You must cultivate a harmonious relationship with your junior sister. It is paramount to avoid intrigue among peers. Do you understand?" Confused by the master's sudden fervor, Nan Xi replied, "I understand, master. It is essential to get along, but ultimately, that is not solely my choice. If the junior sister does not favor me, then, well, the best I can hope for is mutual politeness, or rather, to coexist without interference. Mutual non-interference would suffice." The master relaxed slightly. He intended to convey more, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately deciding to take his leave. At worst, he could personally supervise the greeting tomorrow. As the master departed, the disciples remained rooted in place, still reeling from the shocking revelation about the junior sister being Qi Qian's beloved, their astonishment reaching new heights. If one word could encapsulate their feelings, it would be, "What?" As soon as the master left and Nan Xi made to leave as well, the surrounding disciples surged forward, encircling her. "Senior sister, do you have any news about the junior sister? Senior sister? What are your thoughts on the junior sister? Senior sister, how do you plan to interact with the junior sister in the future?" Surrounded by eager disciples, Nan Xi felt somewhat overwhelmed, her mind swirling in confusion. Why does this feel like a press conference? The disciples fell silent for a brief moment. Although they did not comprehend what a press conference entailed, Nan Xi proceeded to address their curiosity, offering two responses, one aloud and one as her inner thought. "News?
None.
She is likely Qi Qian's savior, the one he holds dear. And beyond that, you are all aware. Thoughts? None. I have not interacted with her much, but I vaguely recall her being rather aloof and not fond of conversation. As for how to get along, coexisting peacefully would be ideal." Peaceful coexistence? That seems unlikely. Oh wait, that's not right. This twist of fate sparked newfound interest among the disciples. The junior sister is a beauty, a stunning beauty. I adore beautiful women. If she sweetly calls me sister, that would be delightful. No, this relationship must be nurtured. After all, there are no restrictions, and I must make the junior sister like me. Especially since she doesn't favor Qi Qian. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The disciples, however, were left in terror. What did they just hear? Did the senior sister have inclinations towards both genders? Chapter 24. As Nan Xi prepared for the day ahead, she regarded the eager disciples before her with a hint of suspicion. Why were they so curious about my attitude towards the junior sister? As I gazed, it did not seem that I would be the kind to harm my fellow disciples. Did it? The disciples responded with surprise. You may not seem like it, but your inner voice conveys otherwise. Although Nan Xi appeared to have changed her mind, the disciples remained somewhat uneasy, each of them hesitating to speak. The Tianyan sword sect upholds a virtuous tradition, with little to no occurrences of infighting among disciples. Such matters are considered taboo. Even if there is a disliked peer, one would only seek to defeat them in competition. Now, upon hearing rumors of Nan Xi's thoughts, the disciples felt compelled to quell any potential issues before they could arise. Yet, like the sword, they found themselves at a loss for words. For Nan Xi had not openly declared her inability to coexist peacefully with her junior sister. A disciple cautiously inquired, "Sister, will you truly coexist harmoniously with your junior sister?" The incredulous tone prompted Nan Xi to fix her gaze upon the speaker, realizing that not only he, but the entire assembly, wore expressions of doubt. Annoyed, she thought, "Am I the sort to trouble my fellow disciples? She is my dear junior sister." Hearing this assurance from Nan Xi, the disciples felt a measure of relief, yet shortly after, another timidly raised their hand. "Sister, it is said that your junior sister is exceptionally beautiful. Are you certain you do not have an inclination towards the fairer sex?" Nan Xi was taken aback. The rest looked on in admiration at the audacious disciple, nearly giving him a thumbs up. "How could I?" Nan Xi began. But then with a swift change of tone, she lowered her head as if wiping away tears. "You all know whom I hold dear in my heart. Why must you tease me?" Internally, she articulated the words she had refrained from saying. "How could I possibly be fond of women? Do I appear to be someone who favors women? The disciples once again felt reassured. Ah, wait. I do fancy women, Nan Xi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Who does not love beauty? The disciples' hearts sank once more, their expressions twisted in confusion. They yearned to ask Nan Xi if she was indeed open to both genders, but upon seeing her countenance, they ultimately refrained from voicing their curiosity. Noticing their silence, Nan Xi feigned weakness. I am weary today, and shall return home now. No need to see me off. You may disperse. With that, she carved a path through the disciples, resolutely making her way towards her small courtyard. She dismissed the earlier exchange from her mind and felt a bubbling excitement at the prospect of seeing her junior sister. What does my junior sister look like? Should I, as her senior, bring her a gift? Witnessing all this, one disciple's eyes glistened with tears, pondering whether the sister had found him bothersome. Another scratched his head. Surely not. She must truly be fatigued. Although the questions of attraction and preferences remained unresolved, the group dispersed, each silently deciding to discreetly follow Nan Xi the following day when she was to meet her junior sister. As fate would have it, another disciple shared the same thought. The next day, when it was time for Nan Xi to fetch her junior sister, the agreed-upon group of disciples stealthily trailed behind her, only to encounter He Jian head-on. The disciples gasped in surprise. He Jian, with a stern expression, scrutinized the gathering of disciples and inquired, "What brings you all to congregate here so furtively?" Known for his authority within the sect, He Jian's presence silenced the disciples, who collectively fell mute. Just as he was about to speak, one trembling disciple ventured, "Master, what brings you here?" The disciples were taken aback by this brave soul. He Jian remained silent for a moment, contemplating, then cast a glance in Nan Xi's direction. Seemingly coming to a realization, he cleared his throat and raised his fist to his lips. "Today, I shall overlook this, but do exercise caution next time." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving the disciples to look towards Nan Xi, delighting in the event. They quietly resumed following her, whispering cheerfully, "Surely the master has come to witness the meeting of the sisters. And he does not mind our presence. How amusing." The phrase Sima Zhao's intentions are evident to all sprang to mind, though perhaps not quite fitting in this context. Not far from the group of disciples, hidden from their sight, He Jian observed quietly. Nan Xi had endured the presence of this group of disciples for quite some time. Despite the effectiveness of the Tianyan sword Sect-esque concealment techniques, these disciples maintained a cautious distance, yet their laughter betrayed their presence. Did they truly believe her to be oblivious? Nan Xi could no longer contain her irritation and abruptly turned around. The disciples froze at her sudden movement, their chatter ceasing as they watched her warily. "Huh," Nan Xi scoffed, "I see you. Why do you not reveal yourselves?" No one moved. They remained vigilant. And after a tense moment, Nan Xi's icy demeanor began to falter as one disciple, confused, spoke up, "Sister, did you not say you saw us?" Bewilderment swept through the disciples as they contemplated the revelation. Could it be? Has sister actually noticed us? She did not last time, nor the time before. Listening to their whispers, Nan Xi managed to suppress a grin and declared loudly, "Indeed, I have seen you. Now come forth."
Ha!
Not only this time, but the last and the time before that as well. I simply chose not to expose you. It was true. Nan Xi had not noticed them last time. She had mistaken the previous occasion for the last. He Jian, unnoticed, cast a sidelong glance at the disciples, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It was fitting that these younger ones should be reprimanded for their audacity in speculating about their elders. What? The disciples' eyes widened in shock, realizing that their sister had indeed been aware of their antics all along. One by one, they emerged from the bushes, wide-eyed and innocently blinking at Nan Xi. With arms crossed, she asked, "What is your purpose in following me?" Just as her bravado was rising, the system abruptly reminded her, forcing Nan Xi to lower her arms, her expression turning neutral as she regarded the disciples. They exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, one finally mustered the courage to respond. "We were simply curious about our junior sister and wished to witness this historic meeting." What? Nan Xi felt a rush of wisdom. But as she surveyed the eager faces before her, she felt it was somewhat unkind to send them away. After all, if she were in their position, she too would be curious to see the reputed beauty of the junior sister. "Very well. Nan Xi conceded reluctantly. But you must remain hidden and not allow her to see you. The disciples' eyes sparkled with delight as they readily agreed, each slipping back into the foliage. One of them poked their head out, urging Nan Xi, "Sister, do hurry. We will quietly follow behind." As the time drew near, Nan Xi hastened her steps towards the main entrance of the Tianyun sword sect. From a distance, she could see someone waiting, clad in deep blue adorned with white. Their hair simply secured with a hairpin, gently tilting their head to gaze at the sect's plaque. The distance remains considerable, rendering the features indistinct, yet it is already apparent that her brows and eyes are akin to a painted masterpiece, and her figure is exquisite. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with delight as she quickened her pace.
Ah!
A beauty without a veil. The young junior sister seemed to sense something as well, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as she glanced towards Nan Xi. In that fleeting moment, Nan Xi felt her breath catch. This junior sister of hers possessed eyes tinged with an aloofness reminiscent of distant mountains veiled in mist, exuding an ethereal sense of detachment. Yet her features were anything but plain. Rather, they were painted with bold strokes of elegance, lashes dark as raven's feathers, lips naturally crimson without adornment. When those cool, indifferent eyes swept over one, it was enough to send hearts into uncontrollable palpitations. So beautiful. Nan Xi, at a loss for words, began to speak nonsensically, as if captivated by the sight of a stunning figure clad in a devil's leather coat, leaving her utterly mesmerized. "I am utterly enamored." The disciples behind were secretly admiring their junior sister's beauty when they were suddenly stunned into silence by Nan Xi's words. Setting aside the inexplicable statement, the latter part alone was sufficient to make their hearts race. "Senior sister, how could you possibly be in love?" The junior apprentice sister, Luo Tingyun, also overheard the inner thoughts. She glanced at Nan Xi with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, yet her expression remained composed. With a graceful lift of her hand, she performed a standard salute toward Nan Xi. "Greetings, senior sister." Luo Tingyun's voice was melodious, not the typical sweet and clear tone of a maiden, but slightly husky, which suited her remarkably well. Nan Xi responded cheerfully, "Hello, junior sister. It's been a while. You've grown even more beautiful." At such praise, Luo Tingyun merely smiled faintly without acknowledging it. "Not at all. Rather, senior sister, you seem different somehow." As Nan Xi drew closer, she realized Luo Tingyun was rather tall. Standing at 175 centimeters herself, already considered tall among women, Luo Tingyun still surpassed her by half a head, likely reaching at least 180 centimeters. Such a tall junior sister, but so lovely, hee. Nan Xi wasn't exaggerating. Despite her height, Luo Tingyun's proportions were exquisite, her waist cinched by a sash, accentuating its slenderness. And higher up, even if Nan Xi tried to ignore it, she couldn't deny that her junior sister was far more voluptuous than she was. The inner voice resurfaced, and Luo Tingyun couldn't help but steal another glance at Nan Xi. It was only then that He Jian and the other disciples belatedly realized no one had informed Luo Tingyun about Nan Xi's inner monologues. The disciples in the distance began to whisper once more, expressing their concerns. What should they do if the junior sister accidentally let something slip? Has no one spoken to her about it? Where is the sect leader? The master? Oh yes, the master. Surely he must have spoken with the junior sister. Having completely forgotten about this matter, He Jian reflected. After all, the matter of one's inner voice may initially capture attention, yet as time passes, one becomes accustomed to it. When Luo Tingyun mentioned his return, He Jian thought to himself that at last he had resolved those issues concerning his disciple, allowing him to focus on his cultivation with peace of mind. He Jian intended to speak, but upon observing Luo Tingyun's remarkable composure, who had not uttered a single word since the beginning, he ultimately chose to remain a passive observer. The commotion nearby was somewhat pronounced, though Nan Xi feigned ignorance. Luo Tingyun, still unaware of the situation, glanced in that direction, intending to say something, but upon noticing Nan Xi's expression, he refrained from speaking. To divert Luo Tingyun's attention, Nan Xi smiled at him and said, "The master sent me to fetch you, partly to help you acclimate and also to show you around the sect." Seizing the opportunity to foster rapport, she added, "May I call you a Yun?" Luo Tingyun was led forward by Nan Xi, nodding slightly as the affectionate nickname Ayun was used. To think such a stunning beauty could be so gentle and approachable, the initial aloofness she had displayed seemed nothing but an illusion. Nan Xi's heart swelled with delight. Very well. From now on, I shall call you Ayun. Such a beauty, no wonder Chi-Chi is smitten. I adore her too. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Luo Tingyun's brows twitch slightly, her gaze flickering with something akin to disbelief. Nan Xi blinked in confusion, uncertain of the reaction. The disciples. She said it. She actually said it. The senior apprentice inadvertently revealed the truth that Chi-Chi has feelings for the junior apprentice. From the very beginning, Luo Tingyun heard a voice that at first she thought was merely a figment of her imagination, for Nan Xi had not uttered a word. However, the voice continued to resound, and it was evident from whom it emanated. The words spoken were courteous and subtle, starkly contrasting with another voice. This included the earlier mention of Chi-Chi. Did she truly harbor feelings for him? Luo Tingyun swiftly suppressed his astonishment, taking a moment to recollect the visage of Chi-Chi. His surprise was not born out of a profound relationship with Chi-Chi, but rather from the whispers he had encountered regarding the entanglement between Nan Xi and Chi-Chi. Even within the confines of his own home. Being that Nan Xi was a senior, he found himself paying closer attention, thus becoming quite familiar with Chi-Chi's character. Due to his association with Nan Xi, he harbored a lack of favorable impressions towards Chi-Chi, unable to comprehend how this matter was now entwined with his own affairs. Nevertheless, Luo Tingyun slightly steadied his mind. If Chi-Chi genuinely held affection for him, it might displease his senior sister. With a hint of trepidation, he cast a glance towards Nan Xi, only to find her standing beside him, a subtle smile adorning her lips, her eyes shimmering with light. Upon noticing Luo Tingyun's gaze, she turned toward him with a warm smile, devoid of any disdain. Luo Tingyun felt a slight relief wash over him. While Nan Xi remained oblivious to these nuances, the disciples observed Luo Tingyun's reaction keenly, and thus, they were filled with joy. It appeared that the junior sister could maintain a harmonious rapport with the senior sister. And notably, the junior sister seemed indifferent towards Chi-Chi, truly a cause for celebration. Just as Nan Xi was speaking of Chi-Chi, the once tranquil system suddenly seemed to trigger some keyword, erupting into a series of beeping notifications. Key individual detected. Key individual detected. Please maintain character integrity, host. Character keyword, jealousy. Nan Xi was suddenly taken aback, nearly brought to tears on the spot. The sudden sound startled everyone present, causing even He Jian to unconsciously tense his face, while Luo Tingyun was taken aback, instinctively stepping away from Nan Xi. What a flawed persona. If I were to envy my junior sister, even if she bore no ill will towards me, she would undoubtedly choose to distance herself from me. Who would engage in a sisterly relationship with someone who harbors jealousy? Noticing that Luo Tingyun was gazing at her, Nan Xi offered a smile that was more painful than sorrow itself. Her junior sister was truly kind, both gentle and beautiful. She must surely attract the admiration of many suitors. Before fully grasping the situation, Luo Tingyun instinctively felt displeased by the words, furrowing her brow slightly. What need is there for a man's affections? After uttering this, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and a flicker of disdain passed through her beautiful eyes. This disdain diminished her fondness for Nan Xi considerably. What my junior sister said is indeed correct. Alas, dear junior sister, let us not concern ourselves with the affections of undesirable men. Moreover, do not emulate my sentiments. No man, regardless of his allure, is worthy of you unless he possesses the trifecta of charm, wealth, and strength, coupled with a profound self-love and an unwavering devotion to you. Only then might you entertain the notion. Upon hearing these words, Luo Tingyun's previously furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the disciples exchanged whispers, puzzled by the sudden shift in their senior sister's demeanor. I am uncertain about it. What exactly is the character design? They suddenly recalled the long-forgotten illness of their senior sister. Could it be that she had succumbed to her condition? A group of individuals exchanged glances, uncertain. Although they did not perceive their senior sister as being unwell, this dissonance seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Not only did the disciples entertain this notion, But He Jian also pondered it, taking note of the unfamiliar concept of maintaining a facade. They would reflect on it in due time. However, that was a matter for another day. At present, Nan Xi reluctantly consoled herself with the acceptance of this reality while offering a forced smile to her junior sister. Luo Tingyun hesitated for a moment, softening her tone, remarking that their senior sister was quite beautiful and had a lovely disposition, regardless of gender. No one should harbor any dislike towards her. Upon hearing these words, Nan Xi felt as if she were listening to celestial music, deeply moved. Thank you, junior sister, for your comforting words. Regardless of my circumstances, in life, I shall be your ally, and in death, I shall haunt for you. Even if I must maintain a facade, I will treat you well. Little did she know that her seemingly light-hearted remark would weigh heavily on Nan Xi's heart. Luo Tingyun slightly pursed her lips, remaining silent, though a faint blush crept upon her ears. Nan Xi led Luo Tingyun up the mountain. Indeed, the main entrance to the Tianyan Sword Sect's disciples' daily activities was quite a trek, with precisely 9,999 stone steps, impeccably laid yet undeniably exhausting. However, for cultivators, particularly sword cultivators, this level of exertion was merely a trifle. As they ascended, the crowd began to swell. The disciples following Nan Xi seized opportunities to emerge from the underbrush, feigning nonchalance as they passed by. Nan Xi, striving to maintain an air of jealousy while also revealing her true feelings to her junior sister, occasionally wore an expression that was somewhat contorted. Yet, this was of little consequence. He Jian, having absorbed Nan Xi's incessant musings, concluded that she would not act impulsively. Before departing, he whispered to Luo Tingyun, "If you have any questions regarding your senior sister's sentiments, feel free to approach me later." Luo Tingyun, taken aback by He Jian's voice, glanced at Nan Xi's retreating figure, her gaze deepening with curiosity. What did he mean by sentiments? Previously, He Jian had conveyed matters of the heart to the entire sect through a jade disc, but due to personal reasons, Luo Tingyun had not activated certain functions of the disc. Now that she had returned, those features were available, yet the earlier messages remained inaccessible. In the past, any significant matters he deemed essential for her to know would be communicated to her separately. As Nan Xi continued to lead the way, they shared no further conversation, as she was lost in her own thoughts. Occasionally, she recalled Luo Tingyun's gentle and considerate words, only to be drawn back to the constraints of their narrative. "Oh, my beautiful one, let me embrace you, caress you, draw near." How infuriating. It's all that wretched Chi-Chi's fault for hindering my moments of intimacy with her. Though she held no animosity towards Nan Xi, she found it somewhat intolerable that Luo Tingyun was so brazen. As more disciples gathered, the scrutiny upon Nan Xi and Luo Tingyun intensified. Concerned for Luo Tingyun's comfort, Nan Xi, while maintaining her facade, spoke in an awkward tone. "Everyone is rather enthusiastic and curious about you, junior sister. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask your fellow disciples. They are all quite amiable. I assure you, they will like you." Nan Xi feigned a melancholic demeanor. The disciples, having grown accustomed to Nan Xi's antics, were unfazed, yet Luo Tingyun could not abide the situation. She fidgeted, unable to contain herself, and replied, "Senior sister, you are quite wonderful too. Everyone sees you, and they must surely like you." Suddenly addressed, the disciples exchanged glances and subtly distanced themselves, not out of denial, but rather embarrassment for having their sentiments accurately articulated. It was not a romantic affection, but rather the fondness between fellow disciples for their senior sister. Minimal, yet sincere. Nan Xi lowered her head slightly, unconvinced both verbally and inwardly, thinking, While my relations with everyone have inexplicably improved recently, to suggest they like me seems far-fetched. You." Luo Tingyun furrowed her brow, then exhaled softly, deciding against further discourse on the matter. The disciples gazed at Nan Xi, feeling a sense of grievance, wanting to speak yet hesitating, ultimately choosing silence instead. Nan Xi took Luo Tingyun to observe the training grounds and other commonly used areas within the sect before leading her to her small courtyard. It was conveniently situated near Nan Xi's own residence, but Luo Tingyun's courtyard was somewhat larger, featuring a hot spring in the back. reportedly constructed for the sake of the junior sister's health, with the Luo family funding the installation of rare medicinal stones to nourish her well-being. At this juncture, the two were not yet intimately acquainted, so Nan Xi withheld certain thoughts. Ah, a hot spring. I too desire to soak in one. If junior sister does not mind me in the future and we become closer, I shall suggest we bathe together. Hee. Luo Tingyan opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. Well then, my duties as your senior sister conclude here. You should rest well. Nan Xi waved goodbye to Luo Tingyan. At this stage, the female protagonist remained considerate and had yet to be entirely blinded by jealousy. Thus, while her envy lingered, she fulfilled her responsibilities adequately. Her words not entirely out of character. Luo Tingyan cast one last glance at Nan Xi before nodding in acknowledgement. After parting ways, Luo Tingyan watched as Nan Xi walked away before turning towards He Jian's abode. He Jian had been waiting in his dwelling for some time. Unlike his demeanor with Nan Xi, he cherished this disciple, yet their limited time together rendered them less familiar, compelling him to maintain a stoic facade. How did today fare? Luo Tingyan nodded, indicating all was well, except for her senior sister. Your senior sister's situation is rather intricate. I shall be brief. Her sentiments have been inadvertently revealed. The reasons remain unknown, and no solution has been found. Fortunately, only fellow disciples can hear these sentiments, so I ask you to keep this matter concealed. With this, Luo Tingyan understood. The disciple was aware of the situation. They proceeded to discuss her health and whether she had neglected her training while at home. Once everything was settled, He Jian permitted Luo Tingyan to return. However, as he watched her gradually depart, he subtly lowered his gaze, barely perceptible, and sighed. His two disciples, one with a heart laid bare, conflicted in her feelings, and the other with a unique fate, prone to misfortune before overcoming tribulations, were both sources of concern. Upon returning to her quarters, Luo Tingyan sensed a discomfort rising within her, prompting her to furrow her brows and head straight to the backyard. The steam from the outdoor hot spring enveloped the air, although it was open to the elements. Protective formations ensured that no one could observe the interior from any angle. She shed her garments and entered the water. To her astonishment, beneath her clothing was not the form of a woman, but rather broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and toned muscles indicative of regular training. The style of Luo Tingyan's attire concealed her physique, rendering her appearance unremarkable to the average observer. She leaned against the wall, gently closing her eyes. Her long and delicate eyelashes framed her features, which appeared rugged, yet still captivating amidst the mist. After returning, Nan Xi flopped onto her bed, her spirits still buoyant. Although the journey was somewhat tumultuous, as they parted ways, she could discern that her junior did not harbor any animosity towards her. After reminiscing briefly about her interactions with the enchanting figure, Nan Xi found herself lost in thought before suddenly sitting upright. She called out to the system, I must have been diligently cultivating recently, right? Within the narrative, the protagonist was spurred on by her junior's provocations and Qi Qian's encouragement, leading her to resolve to practice earnestly. Following this, a rare period of brilliance emerged for the protagonist, marked not only by improved social connections but also by her rapid advancement in cultivation. However, this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm, and Nan Xi felt powerless to critique the subsequent absurd plot developments. Nonetheless, she remained quite intrigued by the art of cultivation. After a brief pause, the system finally responded, indeed. Just as Nan Xi was preparing to engage in her training, the system interjected, the discrepancies in the previous plot have now been rectified. The male lead has defeated another prodigy on his return journey and has gained renown from that moment onward. Nan Xi paused, realizing it was of no concern to her, and replied, understood. Meanwhile, in a realm beyond her sight, the system scrutinized the data, noting a 10% reduction in the male lead's fortune, and fell into contemplation. Due to the system's remarks, Nan Xi felt a twinge of unease for a moment before regaining her focus and entering a state of cultivation. Truth be told, she had not practiced for quite some time. Whenever she did, her progress was always meteoric, so the system had subsequently prohibited her from cultivating. Thus, she dedicated her days to sword training, and any advancements in her cultivation were merely the result of the spiritual energy she absorbed while practicing. As she immersed herself in her training, It wasn't long before spiritual energy began to surge towards her. Unaware of this influx, her consciousness was wholly absorbed in her cultivation. As she directed her inner sight to examine her dantian and meridians, observing the flow of spiritual power, she realized that her dantian was already full. If one were to liken the dantian to a basin, then the spiritual energy would resemble mist or water. During the Qi refining stage, cultivators would gather spiritual energy into their dantian, transforming it into usable spiritual power, which in turn reinforced their meridians and facilitated the absorption of more spiritual energy. Prior to reaching the foundation establishment stage, her dantian had already reached capacity once, necessitating the concentration of spiritual energy to the point of becoming liquid before successfully establishing the foundation. This was merely a metaphor, for spiritual energy is not truly gas, nor is water genuinely water. Once the water reaches fullness, it merely awaits an opportune moment for the energy in the dantian to transform into elixir, thus entering the golden core stage. However, without such an opportunity, all cultivation would amount to nothing more than a mere accumulation of quantity. The sole reason Nan Xi continued her training was her simple desire to cultivate. Just as this thought flickered through her mind, she suddenly heard the sound of something shattering. Before she could react, an even greater torrent of spiritual energy began to rush towards her. The water in her dantian stirred and churned, forming a vortex. In an instant, Nan Xi comprehended the situation, her eyes involuntarily opening only to shut again instinctively, aware that one must not be careless when breaking through the golden core stage. Thus, she gritted her teeth and continued her cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy and shaping her golden core. In a realm unseen by Nan Xi, the spiritual energy surged towards her, its quantity gradually becoming visible, enveloping her in a cocoon of ethereal white energy. Soon after, the spiritual energy enveloped her completely, rendering her nearly invisible. Nan Xi gazed inward at her dantian, watching as the energy continuously flowed in and out, the color of the energy gradually taking on a golden hue, filling her dantian to the brim with diminishing spiritual power converging toward its center. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she realized that what began as an ordinary training session had unexpectedly led to a breakthrough. This was not the moment in the plot where the protagonist was meant to transcend to the golden core. In a flash, Nan Xi contemplated various possibilities, including whether the system would intervene and disrupt her breakthrough, or if, even without interference, the subsequent repercussions would be severe. Yet, in an instant, she cast aside all distractions and focused intently on shaping her golden core. Regardless of the troublesome system, she resolved to prioritize her breakthrough. Gradually, the tumult within her dantian subsided, and the almost depleted meridians began to flow with spiritual energy once more. The cocoon of spiritual energy surrounding Nan Xi was almost entirely absorbed by her. At a certain moment, the sphere composed of water shimmered with golden light, solidifying into a stable form, exuding an air of mysterious vitality. The golden core was formed. As Nan Xi opened her eyes and exhaled, she sprang to her feet. Anxiously, she dashed out of her room, gazing at the gathering golden clouds above. She frantically rummaged through her storage pouch for any formation plates capable of concealing reality and illusions, using every single one she could find. The golden clouds descended upon her, bestowing the blessings of the heavens, and Nan Xi felt an overwhelming sensation of clarity envelop her. Once the golden clouds ceased their blessings, she nervously exited the area of the formations, aware that the golden clouds were beginning to dissipate, but had not yet vanished. Outside, where she could not be seen, she finally exhaled in relief. The golden clouds were substantial, at least within the same peak. If she took no measures, it wouldn't be long before a multitude of people became aware of her ascension to the golden core. It wasn't that she didn't want others to know. It was simply that the plot hadn't reached that point yet. If people were to discover this too soon, the consequences could be dire. Just as Nan Xi sighed in relief, unbeknownst to her, 2 hours earlier, He Jian had faintly sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy from this direction. Initially, he believed it to be the commotion caused by Luo Tingyun, thus he paid it little mind. However, an hour later, the fluctuations began to stabilize, and He Jian no longer sensed them, leading him to dismiss it further. Half an hour ago, however, the fluctuations intensified, and 15 minutes prior, He Jian perceived an unusual aura, finally realizing something was amiss, and hurriedly made his way over. Upon arriving, he saw Nan Xi outside the courtyard, a considerable distance away. Acting suspiciously, He Jian felt increasingly uneasy, furrowing his brow as he approached, overhearing Nan Xi murmuring to herself, "I'm truly a genius. I cultivated a bit and caused such a commotion." He Jian frowned and inquired, "What commotion?" Startled, Nan Xi nearly jumped out of her skin, spinning around to face He Jian. She gasped, instinctively saying nothing, but was unable to finish her sentence. The fluctuations in spiritual power were so significant. I hadn't yet set up the formation. Given Master S high cultivation, he would surely sense it. To simply say there's nothing is akin to hiding silver in broad daylight, she thought. If Master investigates the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations, it could spell trouble for me. Consequently, she smiled at He Jian and said, "Disciple was merely cultivating and resonating with the surroundings, which triggered the fluctuations in spiritual energy. Cultivators communicate with the heavens and earth. Even sword cultivators can resonate with the natural world. Such resonance is rare, yet it can indeed produce considerable fluctuations in spiritual energy." Under normal circumstances, had Nan Xi made this statement, He Jian would have believed her. However, with the stream of thoughts she had just muttered, he found it impossible to accept. He continued to speculate in his mind about what could have caused such fluctuations. The notion that Nan Xi had broken through to the golden core was the first to be dismissed. If she had, he would have recognized it immediately. He Jian considered various possibilities, including magical tools, spiritual treasures, spirit beasts, and the potential sounds generated during training, yet none seemed definitive. Furthermore, regarding the commotion he had sensed earlier, He Jian pondered the unusual aura he had felt yet remained unable to ascertain the situation. As Nan Xi observed Ho Jian's expression, she realized he had not detected her secret and silently exhaled in relief. "It seems Master has not noticed. Fortunately, I possess an artifact that conceals my cultivation. Otherwise, I would be in peril." Suddenly, Ho Jian's gaze sharpened. "Are you hiding something from me?" He could not directly inquire, but pondered deeply, wondering when Nan Xi acquired an artifact capable of masking her cultivation, something he was completely unaware of and had never perceived. Nan Xi blinked innocently, feigning ignorance.
Oh,
"It's nothing at all." In her heart, she even attempted to deceive herself, thinking, "Really, it's nothing at all." Ho Jian, exasperated, inhaled sharply. The disturbance that had occurred moments before was undoubtedly not a mere resonance with the heavens. There was no such spiritual energy emanating from her. "Speak honestly. What has transpired?" Momentarily vexed by Nan Xi's concealment, Ho Jian failed to grasp the hidden meaning behind her previous statement. Just as he was lost in thought, Nan Xi, too, felt puzzled by Ho Jian's certainty. "Is Master truly so perceptive? Could it be?" she gasped. "Could Master have already discerned my recent breakthrough and is now dissatisfied with my concealment, deliberately forcing me to confess?" Completely unexpected for Ho Jian, he pondered this revelation. After a considerable pause, he finally reacted, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. "Why would you hide such a significant matter from me?" Nan Xi, taken aback, widened her eyes. "Could it be? Does Master really know? Have I guessed correctly?" Her mind raced, seeking a more effective way to resolve the situation, but in truth, Nan Xi continued to feign ignorance, expressing confusion. "Master, what do you mean?" The disciple does not comprehend. Ho Jian inhaled deeply. Had it not been for the robust physique of a cultivator, he might have succumbed to frustration. His anger stemmed not only from Nan Xi's deliberate concealment, but also from deeper concerns. Beyond the golden core stage, the techniques and swordsmanship required further advancement. Without imparting this knowledge to Ho Jian, Nan Xi would be forced to progress slowly with her previous methods, resulting in wasted time. At that moment, Luo Tinjian approached them. Having nearly grasped the situation but still inquiring, what was that spiritual energy fluctuation just now? Nan Xi, unwavering, replied, "I resonated with the heavens during my cultivation, resulting in a fluctuation of spiritual energy, but Master does not believe me." She glanced toward her small courtyard, contemplating. "The disturbances caused by my breakthrough must have dissipated by now. There are no witnesses to contradict me, so I shall simply deny it." At this point, Not only was Hojian baffled by Nan Xi's concealment, but even Luo Tinjian found himself perplexed. He recalled seeing a fleeting golden light, but dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Were it not for the conversation between Nan Xi and Hojian, he might not have ventured out, let alone investigated further. Had Hojian not been able to hear Nan Xi's thoughts, he might have believed her. After living for over 1,000 years, he quickly regained his composure and spoke gravely. Was it truly just a resonance? Indeed, Nan Xi replied, her gaze unwavering. Hojian, resolute, decided that if Nan Xi continued to deny it, he would expose her. Even if she refused to acknowledge it, he would firmly assert his position. Knowing she could not maintain her ruse for long, just as he prepared to speak, a new figure appeared before them. Luo Tinjian regarded him and gently shook his head. Hojian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively refraining from speaking further as Luo Tinjian turned his attention back to Nan Xi, his voice calm yet tinged with mirth. Sister, having communicated with the heavens, you must have gained considerable insight. Have you reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage? Uncertain of Luo Tinjian's intent behind the question, Nan Xi contemplated briefly before nodding. Yes, I have reached it. After all, she had already attained that level. The narrative did not place significant emphasis on the protagonist's cultivation, as it was merely a tale of bittersweet romance. As long as no one discovers my breakthrough to the golden core stage, it should not pose a problem. Problem? What problem? This thought flickered through their minds, yet Nan Xi did not dwell on it further as Luo Tinjian continued. When do you plan to challenge the golden core stage? With a slight smile, he daringly revealed, I reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage half a month ago. Do not let me surpass you. Humph. I reached the peak a year ago, Nan Xi replied, undaunted. After a moment's thought, she added, I still need more time. It is too early now. Their exchange calmed Hojian, who had been agitated earlier. Had he not heard Nan Xi's thoughts, he would have worried about her decision, but her clear-headedness regarding her cultivation reassured him.
Now.
Her reluctance to disclose her breakthrough must be due to some underlying issue, yet without her revealing it, he could not ascertain the full extent of the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Hojian spoke. Very well, it is merely a trivial matter. Oxy, I shall not press you. I only hope you do not delay your cultivation. Although Hojian was typically serious, his demeanor softened, prompting a slight smile from Nan Xi. She did not deny her concealment, but simply nodded in acknowledgement. Since there is nothing further, you may return. I have matters to discuss with your junior sister. Hojian dismissed Nan Xi, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. All right, she agreed, eager to leave before Hojian inadvertently revealed her advancement, which would surely lead to her facing dire consequences. While she felt curious about their conversation, it was evident that Hojian wished for her absence. Nan Xi swiftly returned to her small dwelling. Meanwhile, Luo Tinjian turned to face Hojian, his gaze slightly lowered.
Master.
Hojian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, sighing softly. You are quite the clever child. Luo Tinjian remained silent, while Hojian's thoughts drifted back to Nan Xi, stirring a sense of concern within him. Why does she feel the need to hide this? It is a commendable achievement. Her breakthrough to the golden core stage would surely bring joy to all among her peers. Perhaps there are reasons compelling her to conceal it. Luo Tinjian met Hojian's gaze. If someone were to assert that I am not a woman, I would not acknowledge it. Hojian was momentarily taken aback. How can that be the same? I have watched her grow. His words faltered as he suddenly realized that despite having observed Nan Xi's growth, he had never truly understood her essence. With another sigh, Hojian conceded, very well. After conversing, they each returned to their respective quarters. After returning, Nan Xi heated a bucket of water, undressed completely, and lowered herself into the steaming bath. Gritting her teeth slightly, she braced herself. The system remained silent, but moments later, excruciating pain surged through her entire body. Straying from the predetermined plot or causing deviations, especially if it was her doing, would result in punishment. In the beginning, when Nan Xi had stubbornly refused to follow the script, she had endured every level of punishment, from the mildest to the most severe. Eventually, she realized that if she persisted in defiance, she might truly perish. The first Nan Xi had died, and there could be a second, a third. But she refused to dwell on how many versions of herself might follow. She wanted to live one day at a time, clinging to the fragile hope that survival offered. An hour later, Nan Xi rose from the water, now cold and tinged with faint streaks of crimson. Yet no visible wounds marred her skin. After cleansing herself once more, she collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained. Such punishments no longer fazed her. Before sleep claimed her, she turned her gaze inward, inspecting the golden core within her. A faint smile touched her lips. It was still small, no larger than a thumb, but as she observed it, the core rotated slowly, drawing in spiritual energy of its own accord. Even after the sword conference, the daily sword practice continued as usual. Today, however, the disciples were particularly animated. Not only were they gathering again after several days apart, but this was also the first time that mysterious junior sister would stand among them, joining their training. Disciples arrived in groups and trained together in batches. Newcomers rarely participated, so the presence of a fresh face was enough to shatter the stagnant monotony. "I saw our junior sister yesterday. She's breathtakingly beautiful," one murmured. "She's so tall, even taller than me, and her sword is long too. I wonder how she wields it." This piques my curiosity as well. It has been many years since junior sister left the sect. I wonder to which level she has mastered the heavenly cloud sword technique? Why is everyone gathered here whispering amongst themselves today? Upon arriving, Nan Xi observed the situation over there. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed the disciples swiftly aligning themselves, all gazing in her direction. Surprised, she mused, "Oh, quite perceptive. I haven't even approached yet, and they've already noticed me." With this in mind, Nan Xi turned to her companion, loathed, saying, "Junior sister, simply stand beside me. If you feel your swordsmanship is not yet fully refined, you may stand slightly behind, observing my practice." Indeed, today, on the very day following the arrival of the junior apprentice, Nan Xi liberated herself from her solitary existence and set forth alongside her new companion. After all, they lived so close. The disciples over there were still murmuring. They certainly could discern the thoughts of others, as if whispered directly into their ears. Observing that the disciples had gathered, Nan Xi assigned a position to Luo Tingyun and prepared to practice her swordplay. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of someone. Li Yunjin was nearby, arms crossed, a smile adorning her face as she watched them. Noticing Nan Xi's glance, she remarked, "Do not mind me. I merely came to observe the returning junior." Upon hearing this, Nan Xi cast a skeptical look at Li Yunjin once more but discerned nothing amiss, so she organized the disciples to practice their swordplay. Xianxia also remained beside Nan Xi, with a junior brother and sister flanking her, creating a visually appealing formation. Luo Tingyun automatically positioned herself slightly behind Nan Xi, which prevented Nan Xi from observing her junior sister's sword technique. Although curiosity piqued within her, she diligently guided the disciples, starting from the first stance and progressing gradually. At this stage, Luo Tingyun's skill was not yet discernible, as the movements were still foundational, executed step by step. The disciples of the Tianyun sword sect had solidified their fundamentals, making it unlikely for any errors to arise at this juncture. Occasionally, Nan Xi would check on the disciples' movements and noted that Luo Tingyun's grip on the sword was remarkably steady. Not only Nan Xi, but the other disciples were also keenly observing the newcomer. They noted that Luo Tingyun's expression remained neutral, with no apparent mistakes in her movements. As the first stance neared completion, they transitioned into a series of connected forms. Standing at the forefront, Nan Xi wielded her sword, tracing elegant and fierce arcs through the air, the sound of slicing through the void distinctly audible, her actions fluid without a hint of hesitation. This was the hallmark of a masterful sword style, yet the onlookers had witnessed Nan Xi's prowess countless times. At this moment, their attention shifted entirely to Luo Tingyun. They beheld her long sword twirl, her movements, strength, and even the flutter of her garments were nearly identical to those of Nan Xi. In that instant, they collectively concluded that this newcomer, despite not training alongside the sect, had never neglected her swordsmanship. Unable to restrain herself, Nan Xi praised, "Sister, you are quite impressive." However, as soon as the words left her lips, Luo Tingyun's hand trembled slightly, and the flawless execution faltered. Nan Xi lamented, "Why must you falter upon receiving compliments? But never mind, there will be a continuous practice from the first to the 9th form later." It would still be good if I can perform well then. The disciples glanced sideways while Luo Tingyan slightly furrowed her brows. There was no need to wait. She executed the next form flawlessly and successfully earned Nan Xi's praise. Exquisite indeed. Nan Xi remarked with delight. Truly worthy of being my junior sister. The disciples overheard Nan Xi's inner thoughts and couldn't help but look her way. Senior sister, aren't you just praising yourself in disguise? Luo Tingyan tightened his grip on the sword, daily immersing himself in the captivating tales within the realm of the internet. He chose to ignore the whispers of Nan Xi's heart, and for a time, his sword practice became serene. After completing each movement in its entirety, Nan Xi exhaled gently, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. The first sword practice after breaking through to the golden core stage. How exhilarating! Nan Xi tightened her grip on the sword, for she had already retired late the previous night, and after enduring the system's punishment, her body and mind were utterly exhausted. Thus, she rose later than usual, lacking the opportunity to practice beforehand. Yet this was of little consequence. The disciples were diligently engaged in their training, and Nan Xi's inner voice passed by her ears without immediate recognition. Several seconds later, the disciples widened their eyes in unison, forcing themselves to restrain the impulse to turn and gaze at Nan Xi. A few among them could not resist the temptation to glance her way, only to swiftly avert their heads once more. Nevertheless, despite their efforts, they could not suppress the shock that surged within. Had senior sister broken through to the golden core stage? When had this occurred yesterday? No, that couldn't be. When, pray tell, did one attain the profound realm of grand completion in foundational cultivation? Did we not agree to persevere together during the foundation building stage? How is it that you have transcended to the golden core realm all on your own? Even Li Yunjin could not resist casting her gaze upon Nan Xi, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Her residence was not on the same mountain as Nan Xi's, and the distance made it difficult to discern anything significant. However, the extraordinary phenomenon accompanying the breakthrough to the golden core stage had eluded her perception, undoubtedly due to some means employed by Nan Xi. As she pondered this, Nan Xi, after dropping her bombshell, remained composed, having already begun instructing her disciples in the seamless practice of the first to the ninth forms. She refrained from utilizing spiritual energy or sword aura, making it difficult to detect any differences at first glance. Yet, as the performance progressed, it became evident that her movements grew increasingly fluid, with each technique interwoven harmoniously, rendering the transitions between forms nearly imperceptible. Previously, they had matched Nan Xi's movements with ease, but today they felt somewhat challenged. It has become quite challenging. Everyone appears to be struggling, yet they can only strive to keep up. Li Yunjin observed Nan Xi's movements and found them commendable, but her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure beside Nan Xi. Upon closer inspection, she realized that while others appeared somewhat disordered due to the difficulty of following Nan Xi's actions, Luo Tingyan remained unfazed. His movements were nearly on par with Nan Xi's, his gaze resolute, and his sword exhibited not a hint of unnecessary tremor. Consequently, Li Yunjin began to feel a sense of satisfaction towards her previously unfamiliar disciple. She found a spot to crouch down and continued to watch with great enthusiasm. After leading the disciples through the movements, Nan Xi felt invigorated. However, upon turning to see her disciples drenched in sweat and reflecting on her own performance, she couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He's struggling to keep up. Are we? Are you curious as to why I am so remarkable today? It is because I, your senior, have achieved a breakthrough. While musing to herself, Nan Xi shook her head with a tinge of regret. What a pity that my juniors cannot learn of my breakthrough. Otherwise, I would have basked in their admiration for quite some time. Hearing Nan Xi's self-satisfied inner monologue, the disciples cast resentful glances her way. They had originally intended to offer their sincere congratulations. Now, that opportunity was firmly out of the question. They intend to thwart Nan Xi's desire to flaunt her plans. Oh. Suddenly, they realized something was amiss. Why did the senior sister say, unfortunately, they cannot be allowed to know? However, this issue remains unresolved for the time being, as the second round of practice is about to commence. Nan Xi instructed Luo Tingyan to assume the position of the team leader. She typically leads only once and then focuses on identifying any mistakes or oversights among her disciples. Yet today is different. Li Yunjin's presence in the corner is undeniably compelling, and Nan Xi could not resist approaching her. Master Uncle, do you perceive anything distinct about me today? A faint glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes as her heart whispered repeatedly, how did Elder Uncle know I've broken through to the golden core stage? How did Elder Uncle know? Li Yunjin, caught off guard, tilted her head with a half-smile and inquired, is there truly any difference? She had initially intended to praise Nan Xi's progress, but upon witnessing Nan Xi's smug demeanor, she felt reluctant to indulge her. Sure enough, her words struck a chord, and Nan Xi's expression instantly transformed into one of disbelief. Lowering her gaze to her sword and then glancing at the disciples diligently practicing, she firmly believed that her improvements were undoubtedly apparent. Thus, she pressed on with a question. Have you truly not noticed? Did you not notice how my swordplay today was filled with vigor and enthusiasm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can even feel that my sword is more jubilant than ever before. Nan Xi suddenly became lively, capturing the attention of the disciples who could not help but glance in her direction, their thoughts straying from their sword practice. Having broken through to the golden core stage, she remained reluctant to share this achievement with them. Instead, she expressed her thoughts fervently, leaving them in a state of awe yet unable to engage in discussion, all while still needing to focus on their training. Who in this world could understand their struggles? The perspective of observing others while crouching is indeed unflattering, and lifting one's head can be quite exhausting. Li Yunjin simply stood up, a smile playing on her lips as she gazed at Nan Xi, inquiring if she desired a compliment. Nan Xi nodded vigorously. Li Yunjin remained indifferent and unembellished.
Ah?
Nan Xi was once again struck with disbelief, her gaze fixed intently upon Li Yunjin. She hadn't anticipated that her usually amiable martial uncle would display such chilling indifference this time. Indeed, I shall not offer praise, Li Yunjin declared coolly, her eyes shifting toward the disciples. Her gaze lingered upon Luo Tingyun, narrowing slightly as she murmured the name under her breath. Nan Xi, ever perceptive, caught the whisper and leaned in with a hushed tone. Martial uncle, isn't my junior sister exceptionally beautiful? Upon hearing this, Li Yunjin cast a glance at Nan Xi, then turned her gaze towards Luo Tingyun, nodding in agreement that she was indeed remarkable. However, Li Yunjin could not shake a sense of unease. It was quite usual for women to be tall. She herself was tall, but there was something about Luo Tingyun that felt slightly discordant. As she pondered over this, she overheard Nan Xi's discontent, exclaiming that it was far from merely remarkable. Oh, dear. Nan Xi's heart skipped a beat as she let out a startled gasp, receiving a minor electric shock for failing to maintain her character. Swallowing her discontent, she fell silent. Her sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention toward her. Meeting their gazes, Nan Xi mistakenly assumed their displeasure stemmed from her idleness, prompting her to subtly distance herself from Li Yunjin. Still uneasy, she edged closer to the disciples, pretending to scrutinize their movements with feigned diligence. Senior sister, I didn't mean to slack off. It's all sure Shu's fault for tempting me. Initially baffled by Nan Xi's odd behavior, the disciples nearly stifled amused smiles upon hearing her inner thoughts. The accused tempter, Li Yunjin. But to be fair, even before the sword discussion conference, hardly anyone made mistakes in their forms. Afterward, they'll surely improve even more. As Nan Xi observed with genuine focus, Li Yunjin, who had intended to confront her, restrained himself upon seeing her attentiveness. After a while, Nan Xi nodded in satisfaction. They've truly made remarkable progress. Then, a sudden realization struck her. Shouldn't I voice this praise aloud? The disciples, already diligent in their practice, wielded their swords with remarkable vigor and precision upon hearing the sound of the blade. Then, Nan Xi cleared her throat, acknowledging that indeed, during this period, everyone had made significant progress. Though it was merely a simple compliment, it could not help but bring smiles to the faces of the disciples. Truly, their senior sister cherished them. Noticing the sudden surge of enthusiasm among her disciples, Luo Tingyun couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Nan Xi before retracting her gaze. In the next moment, her movements became even more graceful. Once the disciples had practiced sufficiently, Nan Xi returned to Li Yunjin's side. Just as she was about to speak, she was unexpectedly flicked on the forehead. Li Yunjin's strength was considerable, causing a sharp pain to shoot through Nan Xi's forehead. She covered her brow and stared wide-eyed at Li Yunjin. Master Uncle, what are you doing? Li Yunjin retracted her hand and said, It's nothing. Were you not intending to offer your compliments? Nan Xi, feeling a dull ache in her head, inquired, Is this your form of praise, Master Uncle? However, it was not the case. Afterward, the disciples practiced independently, and Luo Tingyan approached. Upon making eye contact with Li Yunjin, he calmly greeted her, Master Uncle. Li Yunjin returned his gaze with a smile, replying, Greetings, Master Nephew. As she observed Nan Xi and Luo Tingyan together, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. With a playful smile, she proposed, Since Master Nephew Luo has just returned yesterday, and everyone is unaware of your capabilities, I must say, from what I saw earlier, you are indeed formidable. How about a friendly sword duel between the two esteemed nephews? Rather than competing, let us see who has mastered more sword forms and who has executed them better. One technique per person, and thus we shall proceed. Li Yunjin's words instantly captivated numerous disciples eager for excitement, drawing them closer. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with interest, finding the idea appealing. However, she soon furrowed her brow, pondering. This won't do. My junior sister's capabilities remain uncertain. Should I aim to surpass her or fall short? Does the master truly discern how many forms I have mastered and how many I merely perform? As Nan Xi was deep in thought, the system suddenly spoke, Host. According to your character setting, you should feel immensely inferior in the presence of Luo Tingyun and would not accept this sword challenge. The disciples were pondering the thoughts of Nan Xi, bewildered as to why their senior sister consistently restrained her own prowess, even concealing her breakthrough to the golden core stage from them. Unaware of their reactions, Nan Xi stubbornly retorted to the system, You are mistaken. According to my character design, even if I initially resist accepting this duel, as long as everyone encourages me, I will ultimately acquiesce. Not only were the disciples perplexed, but Luo Tingyun also furrowed his brow in contemplation, and even Li Yunjin's gaze deepened. With whom was Nan Xi conversing? In the face of Nan Xi's words, the system retreated, stating, Since you understand, then be prepared. After this declaration, the system vanished once more, leaving Nan Xi to gather her thoughts and brace for the unfolding events. However, upon raising her head, she discovered that those around her were regarding her with an inexplicable expression, causing a shiver to run down her spine. What is happening? Why are they looking at me like that? Nan Xi instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, Oh dear, this is terrifying. It feels as though there's a ghost behind me. At this moment, everyone realized they had been staring at Nan Xi, and they hurriedly diverted their gazes, feigning normalcy. They had not heard the voice of the system, but it was the first time they had perceived a dialogue emerging from Nan Xi's internal monologue. It felt as though there was an invisible presence around them, perhaps not human. Yet, who could truly engage in such a direct communion with Nan Xi's thoughts? The mere contemplation of this question heightened their vigilance, especially since Nan Xi had just mentioned her persona, hinting at a deeper meaning that they could vaguely sense, akin to character traits. But why would Nan Xi discuss her own character? As everyone pondered this, Luo Tingyun swiftly responded, fixing his gaze on Nan Xi, and inquired, What do you think about the swordsmanship duel? This question immediately drew Nan Xi's thoughts back to the present. Having prepared her response, she hesitated, revealing, My swordsmanship is rather mediocre. I fear I cannot compete with my junior sister. This admission snapped the pondering disciples back to reality. And upon grasping the implication of Nan Xi's words, they felt a surge of indignation. They recalled how their senior sister had left them breathless during a mere practice session. If Nan Xi's skills were unworthy of the grand stage, then what did that make them? It would be an affront to the eyes. In that moment, the disciples were too consumed with their own frustrations to contemplate the deeper meanings behind Nan Xi's earlier thoughts, and they erupted with fervor. Senior sister, if you cannot take the stage, then we are surely unworthy of even being seen. There's no need for you to be so modest. Such words wound our hearts. Indeed, senior sister, please refrain from making such statements in the future. As the disciples stirred with renewed fervor, Nan Xi found herself bewildered. What is happening? Although I know I have made significant progress recently, is it truly necessary for them to be this incensed? After a moment of reflection, a realization dawned upon her, illuminating her thoughts. So, they genuinely believe I am impressive? How astute of them. The disciples, witnessing Nan Xi's lack of introspection and her burgeoning sense of pride, felt disinclined to engage with their senior sister. Nan Xi considered her response and slowly articulated, "Please, do not flatter me. I am well aware of my abilities. Why utter such empty praises?" This statement only served to further incite the disciples. "Senior sister, this is simply absurd. You are piercing our hearts with such words." Unbeknownst to her, Nan Xi had unwittingly outshone everyone, lost in thoughts of her own flawless performance in every gesture and expression. It was simply perfect, she mused internally. Luo Tingyan listened intently to the interaction unfolding between Nan Xi and the others, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "I believe senior sister's swordsmanship is commendable. I am humbled in her presence. Let us forego the duel." With this, his gaze subtly drifted toward Li Yunjin. Though the suggestion had originated from her, it was clear that the most pressing matter at hand was no longer the duel. Nan Xi, oblivious to Li Yunjin's shift in demeanor, remained unaware of the deep contemplation etched on Li Yunjin's face as she regarded Nan Xi with a profound gaze. Fortunately, Nan Xi did not notice this, or she might have been startled. Aware of Luo Tingyan's glance, Li Yunjin turned her attention toward him, her smile returning, and instead of responding to him, she clapped her hands to redirect everyone's focus to her. With a hint of regret, she announced, "Well, since neither of our main characters wishes to duel, let us move on." Her gaze inadvertently flickered to Nan Xi once more before quickly sweeping away. In a brief moment of reflection, she continued, "It seems your training has concluded for today. If there are no further matters, you may disperse and return to your respective quarters." The disciples, who had felt a tinge of anger moments ago, now responded listlessly, having been deprived of the anticipated duel. "Oh,
Li Yunjin Shuklat.
if you wish to witness a duel, then organize one yourselves." Although they hadn't witnessed the duel, the idea began to take root in their minds, and their disappointment dissipated as they left, the atmosphere returning to its usual demeanor. Only Nan Xi was left lamenting.
Oh,
"I wish to duel." She consoled herself. "But it's fine. Even if I had dueled, I wouldn't have showcased my true abilities. Perhaps it's for the best." This prompted Li Yunjin to glance her way, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Back at home, I once read about a mystical object," Luo Tingyan spoke softly, his gaze fixed on Nan Xi. "This object is wondrous. It can hear the thoughts of others and can engage in dialogue without uttering a word." At this revelation, Li Yunjin cast an astonished glance at Luo Tingyan, her smile widening further. Nan Xi, slightly delayed in processing his words, blinked in confusion. My junior sister's eyes are truly captivating. Wait, what did she just say? Such a mystical object exists in this world? Nan Xi gasped in astonishment. How incredible! If I possess such an object, I could directly know what others are thinking. I wonder what my junior sister, who often appears so aloof, truly thinks, Nan Xi pondered. Li Yunjin and Luo Tingyan, while unable to ascertain what was truly happening with Nan Xi's thoughts, at least understood that whatever it was not a mystical object. Reflecting on the duration of Nan Xi's unguarded thoughts, they realized that discovering the truth would not be an easy feat. Especially since they had to maintain the facade that they could not hear her internal musings. However, the ability to converse through thoughts is quite remarkable. With this consideration, the two became serious once more, while Nan Xi remained oblivious. But it is of no consequence. Let us simply return to our practice. Oh. Nan Xi turned to her companions. Are you not leaving yet? Upon hearing her words, Li Yunjin smiled and replied, My junior sister and I have matters to attend to at the Master's cave. Are you returning home?
Yes.
After exchanging farewells, Nan Xi embarked on her journey homeward.
Meanwhile,
Luo Tingyan and Li Yunjin indeed had intentions to seek knowledge about the sword, especially after gaining insight into what might be surrounding Nan Xi. Their previous uncertainty had transformed into certainty after hearing her ambiguous words, prompting them to delve deeper into the peculiarities surrounding Nan Xi. Having bid farewell to Nan Xi, the two made their way to the Master's cave, with Li Yunjin casually inquiring about Luo Tingyan's feelings since returning to the sect. Their conversation flowing until they arrived at the cave's entrance. He Jian had long heard the commotion and directly opened the door for them. taking a seat at the head of the table. With a sweeping gaze over the peculiar duo before him, he inquired, "What brings you to me?" As the matter turned serious, Li Yunjin reined in her smile and recounted the events that had just transpired in detail. Although she was uncertain about the nature of the object in question, if there truly existed something that could converse with her disciple about character settings, it might shed light on her disciple's bizarre actions and the discrepancies between her heart and words. Upon finishing her account, Li Yunjin fell into contemplation alongside He Jian, while Luo Tingyun's steady eyes passed over Li Yunjin, offering a supplementary thought. What exactly did character setting refer to, and why was it under discussion? If it indicated a person's disposition or their likely actions, did it imply that the things her senior sister was currently engaged in were not entirely her own volition, but rather dictated by the character setting? This notion posed by Luo Tingyun reverberated in the minds of both Li Yunjin and He Jian, their eyes reflecting a sudden clarity on matters they had previously failed to comprehend, even if it was merely speculation. He Jian remained silent for a considerable time before stating, "At this moment, we cannot disclose this to anyone else. You must both remain vigilant in your everyday conduct, especially." His gaze traversed between Li Yunjin and Luo Tingyun, finally resting on the latter. "As Sierras Jr., you have a certain affinity with her, making it easier for you to approach her. Thus, you must draw closer and observe her more closely." Luo Tingyun expressed no dissent to this arrangement, slightly bowing her head in acknowledgement. This disciple understands. After sharing the relevant information with He Jian, he communicated the subsequent actions to be taken, and no significant matters remained. However, He Jian appeared somewhat dazed as Luo Tingyun departed. He gazed at Li Yunjin, saying, "Sierra was quite lively in her youth. Not only was she spirited and vibrant, but she also possessed a keen mind, often seeking out interesting trinkets to present to me. Her talent was exceptional. It took her merely 3 years to progress from Chi training to foundation establishment." Realizing he had perhaps spoken too much, He Jian paused. "However, she has since changed drastically. I initially believed it was merely the folly of love." After voicing this, He Jian fell silent, prompting Li Yunjin to gradually speak up. "Rest assured, senior brother, we will eventually uncover the truth behind our disciples' actions." In truth, since the sword conference, the atmosphere within the Tianyun sword sect had become considerably relaxed. This was not solely due to the few days of leisure, but also because the arduous training period had concluded. Most disciples had completed their mastery of the Tianyun sword technique, achieving at least a degree of proficiency. This implied that, in due course, the morning sword practice would no longer be a collective endeavor among disciples. Future acquisition of sword techniques would necessitate individual effort, with self-discipline being paramount during the practice that lay ahead. While there would still be a need for diligent training, the rigid daily tasks would cease to exist. This shift bore some relation to Nan Xi, albeit not significantly. Even if the Tianyun sword sect were to become particularly liberal in the future, she had already resolved to venture out incognito, adopting a new identity. Ideally, she would procure a small artifact capable of altering her appearance from her master uncle. Otherwise, she feared that if she were to engage in actions contrary to her character setting and encountered Qi Qian or other narrative tasks, she would face unwarranted punishment. After a few days of sword practice coupled with solitary cultivation in her small courtyard, Nan Xi felt it was insufficient. The foundational techniques no longer suited her, nor did the sword techniques she had learned, as she had nearly perfected them. If she did not explore new techniques, merely absorbing spiritual energy and circulating it would potentially become detrimental over time. Moreover, the system monitored her training schedule closely. After much contemplation, on this particular day, Nan Xi resolved to head directly to the library after her sword practice. The library comprised 5 levels. Ordinary disciples could access the first level. To ascend to the higher tiers, one had to meet certain cultivation standards or accumulate sufficient contribution points before selecting books, which could include techniques or sword methods. As the senior disciple and the sect leader's direct apprentice, Nan Xi had free access up to the 4th level, while entry to the 5th level required the status of an elder. She ascended directly to the 4th level, seeking a technique that would not hinder her training but could still be practiced in the near term. If techniques proved unviable, she could always explore mental methods or even peruse other texts to practice minor techniques. Since receiving He Jian's instructions, Luo Tingyun had been more attentive to Nan Xi's activities. When he observed her entering the library today, he could not help but follow her. Upon reaching the 4th level, before he could approach, he overheard Nan Xi murmuring to herself, "What is this Chronicles of Cultivation? How did this make it to the 4th level? Oh, it's the ancestors' notes. Let me see, though it seems rather useless. The Tranquil Heart Method? It's designed to calm the restless mind, a technique of high caliber, likely quite effective, but not for me. My mindset is quite stable. Long wind thrust? Let's see. It's some kind of stealth technique for surprise attacks. Seems somewhat useful, but alas, it clashes with my current techniques, so I cannot practice it." In no time, Nan Xi had already flipped through 3 books. Luo Tingyun, lacking the habit of eavesdropping, approached her directly. "Senior sister, what are you searching for?" Nan Xi, startled, nearly lost her grip on the book, glancing over with the wary demeanor of a guilty mouse before realizing she had no need to be apprehensive, and composed herself. "I haven't visited the library in quite some time, so I thought I would check for anything useful to practice."
Having said that,
Nan Xi looked up to find Luo Tingyun also perusing the bookshelf, his dark hair contrasting with his fair complexion, rendering his profile even more striking. However, doubts flickered in Nan Xi's mind. Why is my junior sister here at this time? I need to find some books. Although Luo Tingyun's presence did not impede her search, Nan Xi was intent on finding something suitable for her current stage of cultivation, specifically techniques appropriate for the Golden Core stage. If Luo Tingyun were to discover her true intention, explaining herself would be quite challenging, and it might raise suspicions. Is that so? Luo Tingyun casually picked a book, flipping through a couple of pages, clearly understanding Nan Xi's thoughts. Yet, his expression remained unperturbed, merely casting a glance at Nan Xi with a subtle smile. His dark eyes fixed on her. "Senior sister seems less than welcoming to my presence." The remark caught Nan Xi off guard, prompting her to hastily wave her hands in denial. No, you're overthinking it, junior sister." "Then it seems I was mistaken." Luo Tingyun smoothly dismissed the matter. Nan Xi, perplexed, glanced at Luo Tingyun and suddenly felt her irritation dissipate. "I suppose I can always return tomorrow." Having decided this, she quickly brightened and approached Luo Tingyun, asking, "What are you here for, junior sister? Have you completed practicing what you learned before?" During this time, Nan Xi had observed that her junior sister was rather serious, seldom displaying emotions and often drifting outside the crowd, speaking little. This was acceptable, given her esteemed status, but with only the 2 of them present, Nan Xi felt compelled to tease this serious individual. Luo Tingyun replied, "I came to browse some books like this one." His finger pointed to the book that Nan Xi had just dismissed, a manual of cultivation. Although it did not document any specific techniques, it contained a wealth of knowledge on the practice and the insights of the elder. Those deep, dark eyes appeared remarkably clear, exuding a sense of utility. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that Nan Xi's figure had vanished from view. Looking down, he found that she had already seated herself, gazing up at him with a look of genuine curiosity. "Let us take a look together, junior sister." As soon as Nan Xi uttered these words, she received a warning from the system. "Please be mindful of your character setting." With a slight grin, Nan Xi argued, "There is hardly anyone around, and the junior sister is quite reticent, not particularly close to anyone. Engaging her in a few conversations will not alter anything." But still, the system fell silent for a moment, only to utter 2 words before being interrupted by Nan Xi. She asserted firmly, "It truly will not affect anything." The system remained mute. For trivial matters, Nan Xi endeavored to negotiate a bit, and it seemed she had succeeded in persuading the system to relax its restrictions. Noticing the system's silence, she smiled again at Luo Tingyun. "Why is the junior sister still standing there? Do you not wish to join me in reading?" Luo Tingyun was originally attuned to the inner thoughts of Nan Xi. Though his words bore the semblance of soliloquy, he sensed otherwise. Upon hearing Nan Xi address him, he pursed his lips. He paused momentarily, yet chose to sit beside Nan Xi and remarked, "It is rather inconvenient for 2 individuals to share a single book. And did not my esteemed senior sister come in search of a tome? The matter of searching for a book is not urgent. Moreover, if one can derive some insights from it, that would be quite splendid." Nan Xi discreetly approached Luo Tingyun, yet maintained a respectful distance, merely fostering a sense of closeness. She suggested, "Let us first attempt this. If it proves truly inconvenient, I shall go in search of the book instead. What do you think?" Luo Tingyun observed the subtle movements of Nan Xi, and just as she was about to speak, her thoughts were interrupted. The junior sister possesses such a gentle temperament, and she seems to exude a delightful fragrance. However, does she still indulge in reading books in her spare time? Impressive, Nan Xi mused, her eyes curving into crescents of quiet delight. I seldom allow myself such closeness with others within the sect. Luo Tingyun's initial intention to distance himself from her faltered upon hearing her unspoken thoughts. In the end, he remained silent, merely turning the page of his book. A tranquil silence settled between them. Nan Xi was not one incapable of stillness, yet today her mind wandered far from the pages before her. After laboring through a single chapter, weariness crept in, and she rested her chin upon her hand. Though reaching the golden core stage without further cultivation may not bring immediate consequences, she pondered, her gaze distant and unblinking, having attained this level. How could I simply remain idle? Yet without proper guidance, reckless practice might hinder my future progress. The thought weighed upon her, casting a shadow of concern over her features. Luo Tingyun, who had been absorbed in his reading, now lifted his gaze, piecing together the reason for Nan Xi's presence here. Understanding dawned. She was troubled by the path beyond the golden core. His movement drew her attention. She blinked, returning to the present, and met his eyes with a silent question. What is it? Luo Tingyun narrowed her eyes and remarked, I suddenly remembered there are still some matters to attend to.
Oh?
Nan Xi stood up, and then Lu Tingyun also rose to her feet. Nan Xi felt a twinge of reluctance. Was her junior sister about to depart? Indeed. Very well. Nan Xi's mindset shifted rapidly. How fortunate to seek a book. I hope to find a suitable one today. Luo Tingyun nodded, returning the book to its rightful place before departing from the library. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a distant thought echoed. Ah. But the junior sister is truly delightful. I admire her. A flicker of embarrassment and irritation crossed his eyes as he hastened out of the library. Upon reaching the ground floor, Luo Tingyun utilized a communication talisman to inform He Jian about Nan Xi's concerns regarding her cultivation techniques. After surveying the 4th level of the library, he finally took his leave. Not long after Luo Tingyun's departure, Nan Xi, still in search of a book, felt her communication talisman subtly radiate warmth. Upon inspection, she discovered that He Jian summoned her, indicating he had matters to discuss. Confused yet obedient, Nan Xi made her way to He Jian's dwelling. By this time, evening had arrived, and the setting sun cast a golden hue over the landscape of Tianyun's sword sect, rendering the scene serene and sacred. He Jian, unaccustomed to concealing his feelings from those close to him, instinctively tightened his expression upon seeing Nan Xi. Startled, she nearly retreated, with one foot still poised at the threshold. Who has angered the master?
Is it I?
In ordinary circumstances, Nan Xi harbored no fear of He Jian, as she understood that he seldom truly became angry with her. However, on those rare occasions when he did, she would instinctively seek to avoid confrontation. Yet, it was not only she who pondered. He Jian was also deeply engaged in contemplating how to impart the cultivation technique to Nan Xi in a coherent manner. After all, as her master, it was inconceivable for him to witness her reach the golden core stage only to be hindered by a lack of guidance. He deliberated for quite some time, as did Nan Xi. I haven't done anything wrong lately, in every conceivable sense. I've been quite well behaved. There is no reason for my master to be angry with me, she mused inwardly. After a moment, a sudden wave of terror washed over her.
Ah?
Could it be that the incident where I inadvertently consumed the treasured elixir he had preserved as a delicacy is to blame? However, I cannot hold myself accountable for this. Whose miraculous remedy resembles a roasted chicken? Lost in contemplation, He Jian was abruptly jolted back to reality, his brows twitching slightly. This cannot be right. This matter has lingered for quite some time. My master could not have only just discovered it. The absence of earlier reprimands surely indicated my innocence. Nan Xi pondered further, but could not recall any particular incident. I am quite dependable. Aside from the matter concerning Qi Qian, I rarely commit errors. Gradually shedding her feelings of guilt, Nan Xi grew increasingly self-assured, asserting, in my opinion, It is indeed rare to find a disciple as easygoing as myself. Meanwhile, He Jian, preoccupied with thoughts of his troublesome disciple, suddenly deemed further contemplation unnecessary. He stroked his beard and inquired, "Have you been practicing diligently of late?" Nan Xi, in a state of confusion, lifted her gaze and acknowledged the situation with a sense of satisfaction. She thought to herself, "I have indeed broken through to the golden core stage." This realization brought her joy. She nodded to the sword and inquired once more, "Have I truly reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage?" "Indeed, master. Were you not already aware of this?" Nan Xi was perplexed. Ahem. It is true that although you have not yet reached the golden core stage, you have achieved the completion of your foundation. Given your innate talent, it will not take long for you to advance to the golden core. In order to justify his actions, he had previously prepared a plethora of words in advance. He then continued, saying, "In that case, I can grant you the techniques for transitioning from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, as well as the sword techniques. You may review them ahead of time, but under no circumstances should you begin practicing them prematurely." He made a concerted effort to adopt a serious demeanor, warning that premature cultivation could severely damage one's aptitude. Do not be impatient, understand? Unbeknownst to many, Nan Xi has been struck by the sudden windfall, leaving her utterly elated and at a loss for direction, nodding incessantly, her joy evident. The disciple is aware. He handed the swordsmanship techniques and swordplay to Nan Xi, and with a serious demeanor, he cautioned her earnestly not to practice prematurely. Nan Xi embraced the techniques tightly. "Excellent. Ha 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 ha. My master remains blissfully unaware that I have already attained the golden core. Yet, he continues to approach the matter with such gravity. I shall practice diligently. Next time, I shall display a few moves before you, and it will surely astonish you." Chapter 27. Without delving into the details of the confrontation between He Jian and the furious Nan Xi, it is worth noting that after obtaining the martial arts techniques and swordsmanship, Nan Xi was so elated that he seemed lost in joy. Upon exiting He Jian's cave, his expression was unable to contain itself, his lips almost curled up to the heavens. As Nan Xi strode briskly past, the disciples who witnessed her departure exchanged startled glances, inquiring among themselves whether the senior sister had encountered some fortunate event. Unbeknownst to them, Nan Xi, brimming with fervor, returned to her quarters and immersed herself in relentless practice of the newly acquired martial arts technique until she had thoroughly mastered it. Only after becoming intimately familiar with the final move of the swordplay did she allow herself to relax. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. This period could be deemed serene, as Nan Xi diligently completed her daily training, indulging in leisurely strolls, feasting, or resting, leading a remarkably fulfilling life. However, on this particular day, just as she intended to retire for the night, a communication talisman began to emit heat. Upon inspection, she discovered a message from the sword, urging her to come swiftly. Upon her arrival, she found two disciples, Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, already waiting, exchanging few words as they anticipated her presence. Upon inquiry, she learned that a spirit beast had been wreaking havoc near a small town to the south. Being within the protective jurisdiction of the Tianyun sword sect, it was their duty to address the matter. Reports indicated that the Golden Enlightenment Beast, though not particularly formidable, was at the late stage of foundation establishment. Its rarity was the reason for their urgency. Qi Zhao looked toward Nan Xi and Luo Tingyun as he elaborated, "The Golden Enlightenment Beast possesses golden blood, a highly sought-after spiritual medicine renowned for its potent healing properties. Additionally, when employed in the crafting of weapons, its blood facilitates the fusion of materials." The scarcity of this spirit beast was not solely attributed to the uniqueness of its blood. It had also retreated to remote areas after being hunted and tamed by humans, often congregating in perilous secret realms or deep forests abundant in spiritual energy. Encountering a solitary one was indeed a challenge. "Oh, right," Nan Xi suddenly recalled, glancing at Qi Zhao. "Is it due to the beast's abilities?" Qi Zhao affirmed precisely. "Its exceptional healing capabilities, coupled with the fact that it poses no threat to other beasts and has a tough hide, often leads to its protection by other spirit beasts. While there are no high-level spirit beasts near the human populace, the Golden Enlightenment Beast has gathered a group of Foundation Stage spirit beasts, likely numbering more than 10. "That's quite impressive," Nan Xi murmured. I shall refer to the Golden Enlightenment Beast as the favored child of the beasts. This proclamation drew the attention of both Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun. Before Nan Xi could discern the oddity in their expressions, Luo Tingyun spoke. Then let us hasten our journey. Typically, there were guardians at the small town, albeit of low cultivation. A dozen or so foundation stage spirit beasts could easily lay waste to an unprepared settlement. Very well, Nan Xi agreed. The town lay over 200 li to the south, requiring more than an hour, even on flying swords. By the time they reached the town, dusk had already settled. They first made contact with the local guards, who escorted them to a temporary command post. The guards explained, the Golden Enlightenment Beast appears unpredictably. Given the danger, we have refrained from investigating their usual gathering places. However, we know they become agitated each day at noon, drawing near the town's edge, which is quite alarming, though they have yet to launch an attack. As the senior sister, Nan Xi took the lead in conversing with the guards. So, we currently remain unaware of their whereabouts? Indeed, we must wait until tomorrow at noon, came the reply. Nan Xi nodded thoughtfully. Her gaze drifted slowly to her companions, Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, whose expressions revealed little. Striking a serious demeanor, Nan Xi followed suit, earnestly asking, "Is it not time for dinner?" Though she could abstain from food after reaching the Golden Core stage, Nan Xi believed she could never refuse a meal. Her inquiry left Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun momentarily bewildered. To ensure optimal condition for tomorrow, we must indeed feast well today, she reassured herself internally. Realizing the implication, Luo Tingyun silently pointed behind them, remarking, "There's a restaurant just back there." The sudden shift in conversation momentarily perplexed the guards, who quickly regained composure and smiled. Yes, you must be weary from your journey. I will." Qi Zhao interrupted, offering a gentle smile. "There is no need for arrangements. It is merely our own dining. Have you eaten? If not, would you care to join us?" The guard hastily declined. No, I have already dined. Since you have your own plans, I shall take my leave. I have already shown you to your accommodations." "Very well," Qi Zhao replied with a calm nod. The three then proceeded toward the restaurant. Unlike their previous discussions of serious matters, the atmosphere was now relaxed, and with the plans for the morrow nearly finalized, Nan Xi's gaze frequently flickered toward Luo Tingyun. Although they were direct disciples, the atmosphere among the three was informal, particularly with Luo Tingyun maintaining a distance of nearly a meter. Perplexed, Nan Xi mused, "Why does my junior sister keep her distance? Do I appear fearsome?" She contemplated, when female cultivators venture out together, especially sisters, should we not walk hand in hand? Feeling a surge of impulse, she took a step closer to Luo Tingyun, inquiring, "By the way, how did you practice your swordplay while you were away from the sect?" As Nan Xi edged closer, the wind might have mingled their hair had it been stronger. Luo Tingyun, feeling a tad uncomfortable, instinctively shifted aside. "My master provided me with a jade slip containing his consciousness, allowing him to teach me when he had the time." Not deterred by Luo Tingyun's movement, Nan Xi advanced another step. "I see. You have done remarkably well, even outside the sect." Luo Tingyun shifted again, humbly asserting, "My family maintains strict discipline, so my experience is not far removed from that within the sect. I wouldn't say it is particularly exceptional." Nan Xi fell silent, her focus fixated on the space between them, growing increasingly agitated. She decided to close the gap further. "Does my junior sister dislike me? This distance is hardly close. I've left a bit of space for comfort. Why does she move away every time I approach?" Luo Tingyun, upon hearing her words and observing Nan Xi's lightly furrowed brow, suddenly found himself hesitant to move, allowing Nan Xi to draw nearer. If he tilted his head, he could clearly see her eyelashes. With a sigh, he admitted, "I am unaccustomed to having someone close." Nan Xi, bewildered, tilted her head to meet his gaze, gesturing to the space between them in defiance. "But there is still half an arm's length here. This is merely the usual distance for good friends." Meanwhile, Qi Zhao, who had been left behind, wondered, "Am I invisible?" Opting for silence, he approached the two, his typically gentle expression now tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "What are you two discussing? Is it something I am not privy to?" Nan Xi glanced at Qi Zhao, and upon meeting his gaze, she suddenly realized that she had overlooked someone in their midst, prompting her to smile sheepishly. "Oh, right, junior brother. What would you like to eat?" She deftly shifted the topic. Before either of them could react, they looked up to find that they had already arrived at a modest restaurant. The establishment offered no particularly special dishes. After a cursory glance, Chi-Zhao simply stated, "I'll have a bowl of fried rice." Nan Xi nodded and turned her attention to Luo Tingyun. "I'll have the same as senior brother Qi." Their appetites were not voracious. They were here merely because Nan Xi wished to come.
All right.
Nan Xi enthusiastically listed a series of dishes, glancing back at her companions before adding, "and 3 bowls of fried rice." She inwardly mused, "Thank goodness for cultivating, otherwise I wouldn't be able to consume so much." This remark prompted both men to regard Nan Xi anew. Was it truly a benefit of cultivation to have such an appetite? With Nan Xi's lively presence, the atmosphere among the three lightened considerably, even allowing Chi-Zhao and Luo Tingyun to engage in casual conversation while Nan Xi devoured her meal. "In a few days, our other junior brothers and sisters will be returning," Chi-Zhao remarked. Nan Xi immediately looked up, her attention fixed on him. After a brief pause, he continued, "The 3 of us have been out for nearly half a year. By then, we should return with substantial gains." "I have some recollection of them," Luo Tingyun interjected. "I believe I have met them before. They all seem to have distinct personalities."
Distinct?
Nan Xi's sudden thought caused the 2 speakers to falter. She recalled her junior brothers and sisters and shuddered silently. This could be troublesome. "One seems to want to slay me daily, another insists on putting me back on track, and yet another constantly challenges me to duels, calling me a little chick." Chi-Zhao and Luo Tingyun exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Chi-Zhao, laboring to change the subject, began, "Moreover, during my recent excursions I encountered several incidents." Just then, a subtle tremor rippled through the ground, and before they could adopt a serious demeanor, they were met with a deafening roar from a beast. In an instant, all 3 sprang to their feet. Nan Xi hastily swallowed her food and squinted in the direction of the roar, frowning. "Didn't they say there would be commotion only at noon?" Chi-Zhao and Luo Tingyun wore serious expressions as they gazed toward the source of the sound. "I am uncertain," Chi-Zhao replied, "but we should investigate." The tremors persisted, indicating the movement of a colossal beast drawing nearer. They had come to resolve the issues posed by these spirit beasts, so they naturally would not linger. Reluctantly, Nan Xi cast a final glance at the food on the table before dashing outside, taking to the air on her sword toward the source of the disturbance. From a distance, she spotted several beasts towering above the city gates moving through the forest, with the leading one appearing to be accompanied by a slightly smaller creature. Nan Xi led the way, and in the next moment, the foremost spirit beast turned its gaze toward them, its golden eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity, as if poised to attack at any moment. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of scenes flashed through Nan Xi's mind, causing her to widen her eyes in shock. "What the?" she exclaimed. Luo Tingyun and Chi-Zhao initially thought she was merely startled by the sheer number of spirit beasts, especially considering that at least 5 were of a remarkable size, an uncommon sight indeed. However, the next moment, a torrent of thoughts flooded Nan Xi's mind. How could I have forgotten about this segment? Oh no! How could I have overlooked it? Is it because I've been living too comfortably lately? The golden insight beast was indeed rare. Although it was not easily detected in the foundation building stage, the nearby sects would certainly have news of its presence. To the south, 200 miles from the Tianyun Sword Sect, lay the intersection with another sect, the Yushu Sect. If the Tianyun Sword Sect received word, then the Yushu Sect would surely have as well. Coincidentally, the protagonist and Qi Qian would encounter each other here, leading to a cascade of plot developments that Nan Xi should have recognized upon hearing about the golden insight beast. However, the longer it had been since she last saw Qi Qian, the less she had contemplated the plot. Furthermore, it was entirely normal for disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect to be dispatched to handle spirit beasts or malevolent acts, which explained why Nan Xi had not immediately grasped the situation. Of course, it was also possible that her subconscious had been reluctant to engage with such matters. Had I not forgotten, this meal would not have been wasted. As Nan Xi lamented her oversight, Chi-Zhao struggled to comprehend her words. While Luo Tingyun's gaze lingered on her, his expression deepening with thought as he pondered what Nan Xi might know. Yet, Nan Xi did not dwell on it. Instead, she, along with Chi-Zhao and Luo Tingyun, hastened toward the spirit beasts. The beasts were heading toward the town, and they could not allow that to happen. There are 7 in the late foundation building stage. Nan Xi stated. The previous intelligence was inaccurate. Junior sister, quickly inform master and have someone assist us. Initially, they had known only of foundation building stage beasts, while the golden insight beast was in the late stage, whereas the others were in the early stages. However, the disparity between early and late foundation building stages was monumental. Cultivators could compensate for their differences through techniques and various means, but spirit beasts could not. Thus, 3 late foundation building cultivators were capable of handling 10 beasts. Moreover, the sect evidently intended for them to gain experience, permitting only the 3 of them to come. Yet, the current situation was that 3 were insufficient to confront so many spirit beasts. And, with the Yushu sect's people stirring the pot, I cannot reveal my golden core strength, or I would not be concerned. Luo Tingyun was in the process of relaying the situation to their master as per Nan Xi's instructions when he exchanged a puzzled glance with Qi Zhao. The Yushu sect had also come here? Could this be related to what Nan Xi had previously mentioned forgetting? Yet why would Nan Xi know that the Yushu sect had arrived? Just as they were contemplating this, they found themselves face to face with the spirit beasts. In comparison to the massive beasts, they appeared minuscule. Yet under the fierce gazes of the beasts, they each managed to step onto the head of one. Their swords returned to their hands in an instant. Foundation-building cultivators could briefly traverse the air, though it consumed considerable spiritual energy, so they would not do so unless necessary. In that moment, the herd of beasts erupted into chaos, emitting piercing shrieks, and the golden insight beast let out a furious roar as it charged toward Nan Xi. Although the golden insight beast was not particularly aggressive, it did possess means of attack. The 2 bald horns atop its head suddenly radiated light, propelled by immense spiritual power toward Nan Xi. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao found themselves embroiled in battle. With only 3 of them against 11 spirit beasts, they were quickly surrounded, and Nan Xi, perhaps sensing her strength or due to her proximity to the golden insight beast, found herself facing 5 spirit beasts. Nan Xi swiftly evaded, her sword glinting coldly as she held them at bay, all while keeping an eye on her surroundings. The significance of this plot was ambiguous. While it was important, it served primarily as a prologue to elucidate the more critical developments to come. Here, Nan Xi's priority was to shield Qi Qian from harm. What merit does he possess? She thought, her eyes flickering with exasperation. According to the plot, when the protagonist and her companions were utterly exhausted and without recourse, Qi Qian would appear with a group, rescuing them from peril. However, after years of real-world experiences, Nan Xi found it hard to believe that the Yushu sect would act so nobly. After 2.5 minutes of restraint, Nan Xi finally spotted an incongruence in a corner. With a swift glance, she deliberately allowed herself to be struck by a spirit beast hurtling towards that direction. Her thought was fleeting, barely formed, which led the system to remain oblivious to her intent. Nan Xi crashed into a tree, locking eyes with a startled disciple of the Yushu sect. She feigned shock, then turned her gaze to discover from this angle 4 direct disciples of a Yushu sect and 3 inner disciples, among them Qi Qian. Quickly regaining her composure, Nan Xi stood up, adopting a weak demeanor, and looked at Qi Qian, asking, Qian, what brings you here? Qi Qian, equally surprised by the serendipity of Nan Xi landing here, realized their plan to wait for the Yushu sect members to exhaust themselves before intervening had failed. The spirit beast soon pursued them, prompting Qi Qian to draw his sword, coldly commanding, prepare for battle. Suddenly, a group emerged from the forest, startling even Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun upon seeing the Yushu sect disciples. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through their minds, including Nan Xi's recent inner voice. I knew this group of schemers was hiding here. Nan Xi's heart seethed. They were just waiting for us to be on the brink to take over. What a far-fetched notion. As she pondered, Nan Xi swiftly darted from the thicket to Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun's side, advising, junior brothers and sisters, take a moment to rest. Before the system could react and issue a warning, she moved closer to Qi Qian, calling out, Qian, I'm here to assist you. Her voice drew the attention of everyone present. The spirit beasts surrounding Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, now distracted, gained them a moment of respite. They faced 2 early-stage foundation establishment spirit beasts, each strike resulting in bloodshed, swiftly extinguishing the beast's vitality. Turning their gaze back to Nan Xi, they saw her in the center of the fray, diligently protecting Qi, appearing to exert herself immensely. Even the Yushu disciples were moved upon witnessing Nan Xi's dedication to their senior brother. Luo Tingyun observed this interaction closely. It was the first time he had seen Nan Xi and Qi together, her eyes filled with affection, embodying the image of a love-struck woman. The earlier poise and cleverness seemed to evaporate in that moment, as she fought solely to shield Qi, giving no thought to herself. A heaviness settled in Luo Tingyun's heart. However, in the next moment, a realization struck him. Qi Zhao murmured, "Senior sister is at the golden core stage." His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Not to mention the golden core stage, Nan Xi's current display of strength barely reached the late foundation establishment level, at best. Furthermore, her swordsmanship lacked any semblance of sword intent, appearing almost playful. A glance at Nan Xi's injuries revealed they were less severe than the scratches she had received from the spirit beast earlier, merely minor abrasions. In summary, Nan Xi was merely putting on an act. Luo Tingyun's eyes suddenly brightened with understanding as he scrutinized Nan Xi's face. Though her expression remained unfamiliar, her eyes sparkled with a hint of vitality. "So that was it," he whispered softly. As Qi engaged with the spirit beasts, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Luo Tingyun, tightening his grip on his sword momentarily before his movements became more expansive and decisive. He had not intended to watch Luo Tingyun fall into danger. He trusted in Luo Tingyun's strength, confident that he could protect him in the face of genuine peril, thereby adhering to their original plan. Upon meeting Qi eyes, Luo Tingyun recalled Nan Xi's words about Qi affections for him. He shifted his focus away from Qi, concentrating solely on Nan Xi's actions. Thankfully, with the assistance of Qi and the Yushu disciples, Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao managed to slay 2 spirit beasts, achieving a balance of power between the 2 sides, thus alleviating their burden. With a moment's respite, Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao rejoined the fray, inflicting more wounds upon the spirit beasts. A flicker of panic crossed the golden-eyed Jinwu beast as it suddenly reared back, releasing a piercing shriek that reverberated painfully in the ears of all present. The cultivators momentarily paused, and in that fleeting instant, the spirit beasts erupted into a frenzy, launching a coordinated assault on the cultivators, with 2 targeting Qi Zhao. Initially, Nan Xi had drawn all hostility, but since Qi's arrival, she had been coasting, gradually transferring the ire onto him, resulting in her being unscathed by the spirit beasts. "Should I intervene?" Nan Xi mused nonchalantly. "It seems that the decision isn't mine to make. I'll just consider how to position myself to avoid real injury, as long as they think I'm hurt. That will suffice." As this thought crossed her mind, Luo Tingyun, who had been subtly observing Nan Xi, felt a tightening in his chest. But Nan Xi's decision came swiftly. In an instant, as she leaped toward the attack aimed at Qi's back, the clash of sword against solid object rang out, crisp and captivating, the brilliance of the sword momentarily blinding. When Nan Xi regained her senses, she felt no pain, but as her vision cleared, she caught a faint fragrance and glimpsed Luo Tingyun's jawline as he bowed his head, his gaze indifferent. "I do not understand why you would sacrifice yourself to save him." As Nan Xi was set down, she glanced back, her mind replaying the earlier scene. In that fleeting moment when she charged toward Qi, Luo Tingyun had also leapt forward, his sword slicing the spirit beast's attack into disarray, swift and decisive. Meanwhile, Nan Xi found herself embraced and gently placed on the ground. Luo Tingyun demonstrated that saving someone did not necessarily involve self-sacrifice. Nan Xi was momentarily dazed, and the surroundings fell silent, as the attack seemed to be the spirit beast's last desperate attempt. Seeing it had no effect, they turned and fled. Even the recently arrived Li Yunjin found a spot to crouch and observe how the situation would unfold.
"Ah,
Junior sister is so cool." Nan Xi's eyes sparkled in admiration. "Did junior sister just hug me? Right? Oh, how embarrassing. And I said I wasn't used to being close to people." Luo Tingyun. Before Luo Tingyun could respond, Qi Zhao was the first to regain his composure amidst the stillness. He hurried to Nan Xi's side, his brow furrowed, his usually gentle demeanor now solemn as he inquired, "Senior sister, what were you thinking?" If Nan Xi had merely saved Qi Qian, he could understand, but seeing her demeanor, it was evident she had no intention of defending herself, allowing the attack to fall upon her. Even if Nan Xi were at the golden core stage, being struck by such an attack would not result in minor injuries. If she were at the foundation establishment stage, the consequences would be far more severe. An unguarded blow could jeopardize her very foundation, rendering ordinary healing pills ineffective, necessitating a period of careful nurturing with proper medication. Nan Xi was momentarily taken aback by Qi Zhao's seriousness. It dawned on her, and she quickly clutched her chest, feigning pain. I'm injured. Though she was not truly harmed, she needed to create the illusion, as long as it did not hinder the unfolding narrative. Qi Zhao, Luo Tingyun, and Li Yunjin. At this moment, disregarding the thoughts of those from the Tianyun sword sect, Qi Qian gazed at the precarious figure of Nan Xi. In that fleeting instant, he had clearly perceived the imminent attack aimed at him, as Nan Xi had recklessly rushed forward to shield him. Subsequently, Qi Qian's expression reflected a profound bewilderment. It was challenging for him to regain his composure after witnessing the recent events. The impact of both Nan Xi's selfless act and Luo Tingyun's strike had left an indelible mark upon his heart. As the moments replayed in his mind, he found himself almost entranced. Nan Xi sensed a moment of tranquility and cautiously lifted her eyelids, only to meet Luo Tingyun's gaze, which was laden with complexity. She promptly lowered her eyes again. By the way, won't that group of spirit beasts pursue us? Even as she contemplated the spirit beasts, Luo Tingyun shot her a glare, preparing to speak, but Nan Xi had already weakly interjected, "You all go chase the spirit beasts. I'll just rest here for a while." With her words, the disciples of Yushu's sect finally reacted. Qi Qian cast a deep glance at Nan Xi before mounting his sword and swiftly soaring in the direction from which the beasts had fled. Qi Zhao harbored an 80% certainty that Nan Xi's injuries were feigned, yet he merely stated, "That senior sister will rest here. We shall return shortly." Luo Tingyun, being the most aware of Nan Xi's condition, chose not to address her further due to her earlier antics and merely nodded coolly before departing with Qi Zhao. As they left, the surroundings felt instantly desolate. Nan Xi glanced around, hesitantly approaching the two fallen spirit beasts, and decisively collected the useful items. As for Li Yunjin, she had not intervened initially. Given the numerical disadvantage of the Tianyun sword sect, she intended to assist Qi Zhao and his group to ensure that the Jinwu beast would ultimately belong to them. However, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to crouch back down. Once Nan Xi finished her task, she sat down and began to murmur, "Is there anything amiss with today's narrative?" Upon hearing this, Li Yunjin, unable to catch the words, furrowed her brows slightly and enhanced her hearing, allowing her to discern Nan Xi's subsequent remarks. "I believe there should be no issues. After all, the elements of saving someone and sustaining injuries are both present." "Oh yes," Qi Qian's expression seemed quite shaken. "All necessary components are accounted for. However, why did junior sister save me? That surely can't be my fault, can it?" In her stream of consciousness, Nan Xi was actually conversing with the system, yet it failed to respond, causing her to frown. No reaction at such a moment? She took a moment to sense the system again, and upon confirming its presence, she chose to remain silent and looked up at the sky. How tranquil. Wait, junior sister just saved me. She managed to reach me in time? Amused by her own thoughts, Nan Xi chuckled. She must be concerned about me. Huh? It seems I have garnered some affection from junior sister. As her mind wandered into trivialities, Li Yunjin, observing the situation, sensed the positions of Luo Tingyun and the others. In the blink of an eye, she darted towards them, and within mere moments, she arrived at their location. The battle at this point had become significantly easier. With a little more effort, they could vanquish the remaining spirit beasts. Meanwhile, several disciples from Yushu's sect were secretly observing Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, preparing to employ underhanded tactics to incapacitate them from contending for the spirit beasts. Such abundant resources, particularly with the presence of the Jinwu beast, were not something they would relinquish to the Tianyun sword sect. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, a chill flickered in Li Yunjing's eyes. In the next instant, her oppressive aura enveloped the area, and her cool voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. By all rights, I should not intervene in the disputes of the younger generation. The pressure descended upon the spirit beasts and the disciples of Yushu's sect, in a heartbeat. The beasts had their throats slit, leaving only the Jinwu beast behind. Li Yunzheng effortlessly lifted the Jinwu beast and remarked, however, "Your Yushu sect consistently resorts to such underhanded means, which I simply cannot abide." Her gaze swept across the scene as she retracted her oppressive aura. "If you wish to avoid returning home missing limbs, I suggest you leave promptly." Leading the Yushu sect disciples, Qi Qian gritted his teeth, locking eyes with Li Yunzheng. "We leave." Had it been any other elder from Tianyun Sword Sect, they could have argued and strategized to at least secure half of the Jinwu beast's blood. But now they faced Li Yunzheng, the most unreasonable of them all. Once the disciples of Tianyun Sword Sect departed, Li Yunzheng turned her attention to the two remaining disciples, smiling lightly. "Had it not been for the Yushu disciples being present today, I could have been more equitable and shared the spoils." However, given the numerous times the Yushu sect had pilfered from Tianyun Sword Sect over the years, she, Li Yunzheng, was not one to be magnanimous. Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyan bowed to Li Yunzheng and stated, "Earlier, my junior sister and I were keeping a lookout for their movements. But your arrival certainly saved us some trouble." Upon hearing this, Li Yunzheng regarded Qi Zhao with a smile that held an ambiguous edge. "Is there a problem?" Qi Zhao inquired, puzzled. After a pause, Li Yunzheng sighed, "Your virtues are commendable, but you are far too earnest.
Now,
let us collect these spirit beasts and check on junior sister Nan Xi." Nan Xi waited for half an hour before seeing Luo Tingyun and the others return, accompanied not only by Li Yunzheng but also leading the Jinwu beast, which was restrained by a spirit power rope. Compared to ordinary spirit beasts, the Jinwu beast possessed greater intelligence, not only being more sentient but also safeguarded due to its divine beast lineage. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would refrain from slaying it unless absolutely necessary, often opting to exchange spiritual items for its blood. As Nan Xi observed the Jinwu beast approaching, it snorted and expelled 2 huffs of air, leaving her perplexed. "Why does it seem to regard me with disdain when I barely touched it?" "Junior sister Nan Xi." Li Yunzheng approached with a smile, bending down so that their faces were nearly touching. "Pray tell, why did you risk yourself to save another?" Caught off guard by the inquiry, Nan Xi quickly covered her eyes and stammered, "I couldn't control myself, you know." "Enough," Li Yunzheng interrupted, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. "I cannot be bothered to listen to your excuses. I will report this to your senior brother and have you undergo fasting for a month." Nan Xi was taken aback. "I am not deserving of such punishment, esteemed aunt." She nearly burst into tears. But Li Yunjing straightened and gently shook her finger at Nan Xi. "That will be quite enough. I will not be lenient." Nan Xi felt utterly deflated, thinking to herself, "I have decided to dislike my aunt for a day. No, perhaps just half a day, considering she did buy me roast goose last time." Her reaction elicited faint smiles from Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, but they quickly reminded themselves of the seriousness of the matter, suppressing their amusement. Once the situation with Nan Xi was addressed, Li Yunzheng turned her gaze toward the obstreperous Jinwu beast. "Now tell me, why are you causing chaos outside the town with the spirit beasts?" As Nan Xi listened to the commotion, she began to mutter to herself, "A month, a month, a month." Li Yunjin disregarded her, exchanging glances with the golden beast. Before long, the golden beast succumbed, letting out several howls in beast language, which ceased shortly after. "Are you saying you are in a bad mood and wish to frighten humans?" Li Yunjin thought to herself, bemused. "You are indeed fearless like a newborn calf. A mere golden core cultivator could easily vanquish you." Nan Xi suddenly regained her senses, astonished. "Can my master really understand beast language? How incredibly versatile." Li Yunjin, flattered by the compliment, remained silent, a slight smile gracing her lips. The golden beast, undeterred, howled again, though it was evident that its words lacked substance. Li Yunjin decisively produced a piece of luminous spiritual wood, stating, "This is the rule of the martial world." The golden beast gazed at the spiritual wood for a moment, understanding the ways of humans. If soft methods were ineffective, then it would resort to force. Thus, it let out an angry howl, then spat out the spiritual wood, shaking its antlers to draw blood. In mere moments, the container Li Yunjin held was filled to the brim. The golden beast weakly shook its head and howled twice more at Li Yunjin, still appearing defiant. Nan Xi admired its stubbornness, thinking, "It has a temper just like mine." As she uttered this thought, she felt the gaze of Li Yunjin and the others upon her, startling her into silence. All right, perhaps I am not that stubborn. While Nan Xi was lost in her musings, the system suddenly spoke up. Host, I have just checked the data. You will not be punished for your situation. This was indeed a piece of good news, causing Nan Xi's eyes to brighten. Really? I too believe I should not be punished. Upon hearing this, the attention of Li Yunjin and the others was once again drawn to Nan Xi. Though this time they did not look directly at her, merely listening in silence. The system continued, however, you must ensure that there are no flaws in the subsequent plot. Otherwise, the punishment will only be delayed. Should you fail in the following events, the punishment will be collective. Nan Xi readily accepted, sure, you know my capabilities. There will be no issues. The system remained silent in response to her assurance. The others present, however, furrowed their brows, seemingly unfazed. Punishment? Was it the fasting Li Yunjin had mentioned earlier? Chapter 30. Unaware of their perplexity, Nan Xi felt somewhat relaxed at the moment. She glanced at Li Yunjin and quietly expressed her thoughts. It would be ideal if my master does not impose fasting on me. Moreover, I should not be the one punished in the first place. Nan Xi asserted, completely forgetting her deliberate exposure of her identity as a disciple of the Yusu sect. I completed the plot perfectly. If there was a minor mishap at the end, it was merely an accident and not my fault.
Plot?
Li Yunjin narrowed her eyes, questioning what Nan Xi had said. What plot? What punishment? Earlier, Nan Xi had evidently been conversing with someone else. Not any of them, but an unseen presence beside them. Li Yunjin was not the only one pondering this. Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun were equally astute, their thoughts mirroring hers. It was increasingly evident that Nan Xi was in communication with someone who could hear her thoughts yet remained unheard by the others. Everything Nan Xi had done, her persona, and the plot they had just heard were all connected to that individual. Coupled with Nan Xi's mention of punishment, a heavy weight settled in the hearts of the group. With only fragments of information, piecing together the full picture was challenging, but it was becoming clear that Nan Xi's situation appeared rather grim. Luo Tingyun's gaze fell upon Nan Xi, lips pressed together, then she averted her eyes. Li Yunjin, maintaining her composure, observed the golden beast's demeanor and offered it a blood-replenishing pill, saying gently, "The group of spirit beasts you have gathered is too aggressive and draws too much attention. You are still young and do not grasp the dangers posed by humans. I advise you to return to your kin swiftly, or else you may meet a dire fate. Not every sect is as lenient as the Tianyun sword sect. Should the golden beast fall into the hands of the Yusu sect today, it would be bled and enslaved for a century, only to be crushed like an ant once its blood had lost its medicinal value." Having spoken, Li Yunjin withdrew her spiritual energy. The liberated golden beast huffed a few times, turning to leave. Initially, it walked with pride, but soon quickened its pace, eventually breaking into a run, clearly frightened. The group had been enveloped in silence when suddenly,
Ha ha ha.
"This little calf is scared, isn't it? It's probably rushing back home to find its mother now, ha ha ha." The others remained silent, still preoccupied with concerns for Nan Xi, while she seemed unbothered, laughing as if nothing were amiss. Li Yunjin turned around and affectionately ruffled Nan Xi's hair, then declared, "It is late. Let us rest in town tonight and return tomorrow. Also, take this." Li Yunjin produced a jade vial containing the golden beast's blood and casually tossed it to Luo Tingyun. "Store it carefully. You may divide it as you wish upon your return. Oh, and if Nan Xi decides to gift this to Qi Qian, she shall face a 6-month fasting penalty." Just as Nan Xi was about to commend Li Yunjin for her generosity, she inexplicably shot a glance at her. "Why should I give it to Qi Qian? I am not foolish." Li Yunjin. In truth, Nan Xi and the others could have returned today. But Li Yunjin's suggestion to rest meant they could enjoy some leisure time before heading back, effectively granting them a break. However, Li Yunjin herself returned to the sect that very night. Uncertainty loomed, and she did not inform He Jian immediately. Yet, as Nan Xi revealed more and more, Li Yunjin became convinced that clarifying the situation was merely a matter of time. Ultimately, Nan Xi's fasting punishment could not be avoided. All the food in her storage space was confiscated, and before leaving, Li Yunjin ordered Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyan to supervise her closely, ensuring she consumed not even a morsel. As they passed the restaurant where they had dined earlier that day, Nan Xi felt a wave of sorrow. If this meal turns out to be my last for the month, I would gorge myself to the fullest. Setting aside Nan Xi's nostalgic reflections on her lost month of meals, after resting for a night in the small town, the three regrouped and set off for home.
Yet,
Having been permitted to linger outside for a while, they decided to take their time returning, especially to Yunxiang City, a bustling metropolis where they intended to purchase some items before heading back. The road between the small town and Yunxiang City spanned 200 miles, mostly blanketed in forests. In such woods, fierce spirit beasts were rare, with only Foundation establishment-level creatures present, alongside some common spiritual herbs. As Nan Xi and her companions traversed a particular area, a woman's piercing voice pierced their eardrums. Do you even understand reason?
Huh?
Do you understand reason? Nan Xi, riding her sword ahead, slowed down abruptly upon hearing the voice, glancing below and suddenly feeling a bit unsteady. Oh dear, I have a bit of a fear of heights. What was fear of heights? Luo Tingyan and Qi Zhao, both seasoned cultivators born and raised in the realm of cultivation, cast puzzled looks at her, but unfortunately, Nan Xi was oblivious to their scrutiny. In a moment of stealth, Nan Xi subtly lowered her altitude, igniting her curiosity. Instantly, she found herself unable to move, followed by two companions who also descended gradually. Below them, a handful of individuals, approximately 10, were scattered across the land. At this moment, one side had 3 members while the opposing side boasted a staggering 9, making the disparity painfully evident. The woman who had just spoken belonged to the outnumbered trio. You few merely took advantage of the chaos before. Do you now seek to exploit me further? The larger group erupted in laughter, dismissing any notions of reason or fairness. Dear lady, you ought to understand the capriciousness of human hearts. One of the women, gripping her sword, was ready to act, but another, with a calm and refined demeanor, interjected. My friends, we previously banded together against that spirit beast. Although we are fewer in number, we contributed the most effort. With the beast now defeated, we are willing to adhere to the customary division of spoils, and we hope you will do the same. At this revelation, Nan Xi grasped the situation. They had united against the spirit beast, but now one faction sought to monopolize the prize. She shook her head in disbelief at their lack of reason. Luo Tingyan turned to Nan Xi, inquiring whether she intended to assist them. Nan Xi shook her head, expressing that although they seemed to be in the right, the situation remained unclear. Who could ascertain the true nature of the conflict? Besides, a confrontation had yet to erupt. If they could resolve matters peacefully, their intervention would be unwarranted. Indeed, sister, Luo Tingyan acknowledged, recognizing Nan Xi's sound judgment, and together they continued to observe the unfolding scene below. Meanwhile, Qi Zhao glanced down, preparing to speak, but upon seeing Nan Xi's eager expression, he ultimately chose silence. The tension escalated as the unreasonable faction grew impatient, their leader dismissively cleaning his ears while regarding the trio. What endless prattle! Are you dissatisfied? If you dare, come and strike us down. With that, laughter erupted once more from the group. The final member of the trio, the lone male, had previously been silent, but now, gripped by frustration, he tightened his hold on his sword. Sister, I can no longer endure this. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are they truly about to fight? Luo Tingyan, who believed Nan Xi to be quite reasonable, was taken aback. Unbeknownst to her, Nan Xi was oblivious to Luo Tingyan's thoughts. If she had known, she would have feigned a more thoughtful demeanor. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Nan Xi's sword descended further. Qi Zhao observed her demeanor, torn between speaking and holding his tongue. At that moment, as the male drew his sword, the previously reasonable woman sighed, seemingly resigned, and grasped her own weapon. The fiery woman followed suit, and the air thickened with tension. Nan Xi's eyes gleamed brighter. Let the battle commence. She had flown quite low now, and the trio preparing to engage in combat exchanged bewildered glances. One could not contain her curiosity, glancing around to locate the source of the voice. Before she could identify the speaker, the opposing group coldly laughed and charged at them. Still puzzled, Nan Xi wondered who had spoken. Qi Zhao shot her a glance, remaining silent. Yet, amidst the heightened tension, one individual astutely looked up, locking eyes with Nan Xi in an instant. Senior sister? Nan Xi was taken aback.
Huh?
Junior sisters? And a junior brother? Qi Zhao then spoke slowly. It seems our senior sister did not recognize her junior siblings. I assumed you were aware and simply enjoying the show. Nan Xi fell silent, feeling a pang of guilt, and averted her gaze. Ha, it's not that. I simply believed my junior siblings could handle this matter, she awkwardly laughed, attempting to justify herself. Below, the trio consisted of several disciples from the Tianyun sword sect, recently returning from their training. Luo Tingyun, unfamiliar with them, expressed his confusion. Are they fellow disciples? Nan Xi nodded, only to be met with Luo Tingyun's genuine inquiry about her failure to recognize them. Could she admit to being face-blind? Chapter 31. Nan Xi did indeed know these junior siblings well. In fact, she was quite familiar with them. Unlike Qi Zhao and others, these disciples, though absent from the sect for some time, played significant roles in both past and present narratives. While they were not the main characters, they were crucial figures. Whereas Qi Zhao and Lian Xianxia, who maintained a respectful distance from the female protagonist, were relegated to the periphery of the story, appearing infrequently. Among the trio, the fiery woman named Lu Wenju, though loud and brash, possessed a keen mind. Not only did she clash with the protagonist, but she had also early on expressed her disdain for Nan Xi, foreseeing an ominous outcome for their relationship. Another, Xinxi, was usually gentle and bore no hostility towards Nan Xi, yet vehemently disagreed with her decisions, constantly striving to make Nan Xi see reason. She had been the closest female disciple to Nan Xi in the sect. The only male in the group, Jing Feng, was a martial enthusiast, typically reticent, yet seemed to harbor strong opinions about Nan Xi, often challenging her to duels and taunting her upon victory. Nan Xi did not dislike them. In fact, she found their antics entertaining. But if asked why she failed to recognize them earlier, she might have admitted to being mentally and visually distracted at that moment. As Lu Wenju caught sight of Nan Xi, her distraction proved costly, as an attack infused with spiritual energy struck her in an instant. Just as the conflict seemed inevitable, Nan Xi's gaze sharpened, and her sword surged downward, producing a crisp, resonant hum. The impending skirmish appeared to freeze at that moment. The burly leader of the opposing faction, noticing the trio above, quickly reassessed their strength, and his expression shifted dramatically. Brothers, grab the spoils and flee. In the brief span of his words, the 9 adversaries indiscriminately tore apart the spirit beast's carcass, making a hasty exit. However, neither Qi Zhao nor Luo Tingyun were to be trifled with. Upon witnessing their actions, they drew their swords, swiftly targeting several of their opponent's storage bags. The group found themselves in a precarious position, unable to flee or remain, their expressions contorted in confusion. Nan Xi had landed, silently observing from the rear, facing Lu Wenju's incredulous gaze with an impassive expression. What are you staring at, little brat? Isn't it only natural for the senior sister to be a bit more formidable? Her swift intervention had saved Lu Wenju from imminent peril, showcasing a prowess that belied her previous demeanor, making Lu Wenju's disbelief entirely understandable. Yet, Nan Xi's quiet demeanor appeared to yield no intended effect. Lu Wenju's eyes widened further in astonishment. Senior sister, you. Xinxi swiftly covered Lu Wenju's mouth, and the demure young girl smiled gently at Nan Xi, saying, Junior sister, you are being unreasonable. Senior sister, do not take offense. Wenju, quickly express your gratitude to senior sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenju vigorously nodded twice, prompting Xinxi to finally release her hand. They had already learned about Nan Xi's heart's revelations through the disciples' jade disc and had previously discussed the matter. However, in the heat of the moment, Lu Wenju had momentarily forgotten, almost letting slip the secret. But with Xinxi's reminder, she recollected, glanced at Nan Xi, and awkwardly uttered, Thank you, senior sister. Lu Wenju was quite dissatisfied. Why was she labeled as a mere child? Yet, since the matter had been conveyed through Nan Xi's thoughts, she could not refute it and could only suppress her feelings. At this moment, the provocateurs could no longer hold their tongues, saying, Hey, it was our mistake before. How about we split the spirit beasts now? They were aware of Lu Wenju and her companion's prowess, but given their numerical advantage, they had assessed that 9 against 3 would likely lead to victory. However, with the arrival of 3 more individuals, each appearing increasingly formidable, their chances of success dwindled. And they had no choice but to adhere to the rules once more. Lu Wenju's attention shifted. With her arms crossed, she let out a cold laugh. Times have changed. Before we were willing to share out of goodwill, but now that is no longer an option. She gestured with her hand, indicating, we take 7, you take 3. After Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun blocked their escape route, they stood silently at the sides, exuding an intimidating presence. Nan Xi, however, focused solely on Lu Wenju's words, marveling. Truly, Wenju possesses a clear mind. She quickly assessed the situation and still left them a sliver of hope. Even if they are reluctant under duress, they will have to concede. This compliment reached Lu Wenju's ears verbatim, and she felt an urge to bask in pride. Yet, since it was Nan Xi who praised her, she felt a sense of discomfort, her expression wavering before she ultimately adopted a fixate of unwavering resolve, pretending not to have heard Nan Xi's words. To be complimented by senior sister was tantamount to not being complimented at all. It was insignificant. Senior sister's words were but fleeting whispers, not worthy of her attention, lest she become foolish. Fortunately, Nan Xi was oblivious to others' thoughts. Otherwise, she would have had a few words to say regarding Lu Wenju's musings. Meanwhile, the reactions from their opponents mirrored Nan Xi's observations. Clearly unwilling, they exchanged glances with Nan Xi and her companions before ultimately choosing to relent. The subsequent events unfolded under the supervision of Nan Xi and her group, maintaining a semblance of peace. Jing Feng had been standing idly with his sword when one of the opposing group shot him a defiant glance. He suddenly straightened, half drawing his sword, causing the individual to tremble and hurriedly join his comrades. Nan Xi found this utterly amusing, exclaiming, I can't breathe from laughter. Junior brother, you fell apart so easily.
Haha.
Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun were accustomed to Nan Xi's inner thoughts and managed to maintain their composure, while Lu Wenju and her companions found themselves intrigued, glancing curiously at Nan Xi. Once the opposing group departed, the attention of those present shifted to Nan Xi. She casually tousled her hair, feigning ignorance to the stares directed her way, reflecting how remarkable it is to be so noticed. Wait, with junior brothers and sisters here, should I put on an act? Act? What should she act like? Before anyone could ponder, Nan Xi's expression transformed, imbued with an air of melancholy and a hint of fragility. Lu Wenju could not tolerate Nan Xi's demeanor, turning her head away to avoid the sight. It was Qi Zhao who broke the tense atmosphere, inquiring, Are you all planning to return to the sect? Since we have crossed paths, why not journey together? Xianxia glanced at Nan Xi's expression, hesitated, but ultimately nodded. Since we have met, we should certainly travel together. Jing Feng chimed in, I have no objections. He then fixed his gaze intently on Nan Xi. Nan Xi, feeling the weight of his stare, discreetly inched closer to Luo Tingyun, whispering, Junior sister, if Jing brother wishes to challenge me, could you please help me deal with him? Luo Tingyun exchanged a glance with Jing Feng and silently nodded. This subtle movement caught Lu Wenju's attention, and she abruptly fixed her gaze on Luo Tingyun, her eyes widening in surprise. Junior sister? Wow, junior sister. You are so tall and beautiful. Xianxia greeted Luo Tingyun with a warm smile. Will you be joining us in our future endeavors? Jing Feng's focus shifted to Luo Tingyun, tilting his head. Junior sister, how do you find using your sword? He was clearly eager to challenge her, but Xianxia interjected, reminding him that it was not an appropriate time for contests. Such matters could wait until they returned to the sect. Jing Feng, reluctantly, stepped back, but did not relent, stating, Junior sister, let us compete once we are back at the sect. After Luo Tingyun finished her introductions and engaged in light conversation, they realized it had been half an hour since they began to prepare to leave. During this time, Nan Xi remained unusually quiet as the spotlight was on Luo Tingyun. She listened attentively, nodding in agreement when praises were directed towards Luo Tingyun, and shook her head in mock seriousness when Luo Tingyun complimented Lu Wenju and Jing Feng. Whenever Luo Tingyun acknowledged Xianxia, Nan Xi would thoughtfully nod as well. Throughout the exchanges, Lu Wenju glanced at Nan Xi multiple times, nearly losing her temper, but was quickly subdued by Xianxia. After nearly exhausting the conversation, the 6 of them set off toward the sect. Originally, their plan was to visit Yunxiang City first, but given the urgency of the junior brothers and sisters to return, they decided to accommodate them. In a few days, the atmosphere within Tianyan Sword Sect would shift, and when they next desired to descend the mountain, there would be fewer restrictions. However, none anticipated the scene that awaited them upon their return to the sect. He Jian, along with their master, the elder of Tianyan Sword Sect, were there to greet them, creating quite the spectacle. Even Nan Xi was taken aback. Why such a grand welcome? Is it customary for elders to line the path for returning disciples now? He Jian could not help but shoot a glare at Nan Xi before explaining the purpose of their gathering. Though there is no major concern. It has been quite some time since you all reunited. We not only wish to assess the current strength of our direct disciples, but also discuss matters pertaining to the upcoming Imperial White Secret Realm. At his words, the previously relaxed disciples could not help but adopt serious expressions. Assessing strength and the Imperial White Secret Realm were both grave matters. As for the assessment at hand, those present began to discreetly gauge one another, weighing their strengths. Only Nan Xi remained unperturbed. What level of strength are we dealing with? Is it merely the unremarkable peak of the Foundation establishment stage? As this thought crossed her mind, He Jian's expression twitched, while those already aware of Nan Xi's hidden prowess maintained their composure. The last 3 newcomers were left puzzled, wondering what Nan Xi meant. Yet, she showed no intention of clarifying her thoughts, her mind quickly drifting to other matters. In the sacred domain of Emperor Bai, it seemed that a significant plot was unfolding. The mere mention of the word plot caused the expressions of those present to shift, their attention now solely focused on Nan Xi. I suppose it's still too early to think about it. Nan Xi finally returned to the present, her mind momentarily distracted. After a brief silence, she inquired, Why is no one speaking? What are we standing here for? He Jian quickly cleared his throat. This assessment did not require any sparring, rather. It was a test through the 5 trials of the Tianyan Sword Sect. These trials would evaluate swordsmanship, acuity, strength, cultivation, and ultimately a comprehensive assessment of overall prowess, all set within a formation that demanded disciples to exert their utmost effort until the very end. It was exhausting. Yet such evaluations were essential for the sect to gain a clear understanding of a disciple's capabilities. Outwardly attentive, Nan Xi could not shake the feeling of being scrutinized by He Jian, which left her puzzled. Why does my master keep looking at me? Is he worried about my abilities? I feel there's no need for concern. I truly lack the strength. He Jian took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm.
Today,
he was determined to gauge Nan Xi's true strength. The trials involved a formation where 7 individuals, including the young disciple Lian Xianxia, would enter together and commence the assessment. The elders observed from outside the formation, fully aware of the unfolding circumstances. As the senior sister, Nan Xi was naturally under more scrutiny, and today the elders, curious about her concealed strength, could not help but pay her additional attention. Among this group, Lian, the only one without a disciple, lounged casually, resting her chin on one hand. Brother He, do you genuinely believe this formation will draw out your niece's strength? She asked. Indeed, He Jian replied, slightly raising his chin. Yet, Lian remained indifferent. Why was it so crucial to uncover her true capabilities? The circumstances surrounding Nan Xi were still unclear, and one could not dismiss the possibility that her behavior was a result of constraints placed upon her. If her true strength were forcibly revealed, the repercussions were uncertain. He Jian, having initially made up his mind, found himself hesitating as Lian's words resonated with him. Ultimately, when the assessment officially commenced, he altered the formation's parameters to align with those of the others. Oblivious to the impending crisis, Nan Xi focused intently on the trials. The first trial involved swordsmanship, where a humanoid specter would mimic the first to the last moves of the Tianyan sword technique, followed by other sword techniques she had learned. Any mistake would prompt the specter to attack her. The specter's strength escalated gradually, ultimately overwhelming her and pushing her back to the second trial. The formation transformed, and the sword shadows surged toward Nan Xi, requiring her to evade them as they increased in speed, multiplying from 1 to 3, then 4, until she was struck. The third trial was relatively straightforward, involving boulders that she had to cleave, which became progressively tougher until she could no longer split them. as she emerged from the formation. Despite being at the golden core stage and having restrained much of her power, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Upon meeting the gazes of He Jian and the elders, she fell to the ground, pale and exhausted. Master. I did my best, she lamented, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with self-reproach for her perceived inadequacy. That was flawless. Truly, my performance was exceptional. Oh, and my control of the score was impeccable. The principle states that to achieve a 0 score, one must know all the answers. I am truly remarkable. He Jian was infuriated, his voice stern. As a sword cultivator, where is your resolve? No matter how tired or pained you are, you cannot simply collapse. Stand up. Nan Xi, chastised, slowly got to her feet, her act of feigned weakness quite convincing. She wobbled slightly before obediently positioning herself behind He Jian, only to turn and meet the incredulous gaze of Lu Wenju. Lu Wenju was genuinely taken aback. Her impressions of Nan Xi had already solidified. She was merely a lovesick fool with average strength. Given Nan Xi's usual foolish demeanor and her unwavering devotion to Qi Qian, Lu Wenju felt that associating with her could only bring misfortune. Though she had finished the trial earlier than Nan Xi, indicating her own superiority, Lu Wenju firmly believed that when she reached Nan Xi's age, she would undoubtedly surpass her. Yet, the crucial matter was Nan Xi's earlier thoughts. Why did she speak as if she was formidable? Did she truly not suffer from delusions? Standing outside the formation, aside from Nan Xi and Lu Wenju, was Lian Xianxia, the youngest among them. His relatively lesser strength was expected, but being the first to exit, he felt a blush of shame. Nevertheless, he kindly explained the situation to Lu Wenju, recounting everything from Nan Xi's initial self-deprecation to her criticisms of Qi Qian, and mentioning her recent ascension to the golden core stage. Lu Wenju's eyes widened with disbelief, struggling to reconcile this newfound information about Nan Xi. Meanwhile, Nan Xi noticed the two whispering at a distance, oblivious to their conversation. Suddenly, she heard a crackling sound, but after a moment, silence returned. The system rarely made its presence felt so strongly, prompting Nan Xi to wonder, "System, what is going on?" Lu Wenju, still shocked, straightened up at the sound of Nan Xi's thoughts, deliberately turning her back while straining to hear what Nan Xi might say. Not only her, but He Jian and the others also tensed upon hearing Nan Xi's mention of system. After a moment of silence, the system finally responded. I detected a potential disruption in the narrative, but upon further examination, I found none. Oh, you must have malfunctioned. My performance was impeccable, Nan Xi remarked, feeling quite bored. Logically, I should be breaking through in the sacred domain of Emperor Bai, but how will I address the noise of that breakthrough? I've already advanced to the golden core stage, she pondered aloud. The system remained quiet for a moment before replying, I will handle it, you need not worry. Though this response was somewhat comforting, Nan Xi merely nodded in acknowledgement. Having already faced punishment, you must certainly manage this matter well, or else my suffering would have been in vain. The system fell silent once more, unaware that this brief exchange had sent a shiver through He Jian, the elders, Lu Wenju, and Lian Qianxing. Punishment? What punishment? As Nan Xi recalled the sensation of her previous ordeal, she exclaimed, System, we've been bound together for quite some time. Haven't we? What are you trying to convey? The system inquired. I feel as though I have been compelled to traverse this nonsensical narrative for many years without any reward. For even the slightest disruption to the plot, I face considerable punishment, which is rather painful, Nan Xi remarked, her expression devoid of emotion. Not even reflecting on her previous concerns, as her mind wandered to another matter. As a system, are you truly so impoverished? Not even a meager gift package? How can I trust that you can allow me to live again after death and lead a peaceful life in my later years? At the very least, grant me some foundational support, she added.
Bang!
She lost grip of her teacup, sending it shattering across the table, startling Nan Xi and snapping her back to attention. Master, what has transpired? He Jian waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a serious demeanor to calm his racing heart, asserting, It is nothing. Do not concern yourself with me. Very well, Nan Xi thought, casting a worried glance at He Jian. You must have been angered by me. Perhaps you could exhibit a hint of authority next time? She failed to notice the expressions of sheer terror on the faces of the junior disciples whispering nearby. What did the senior sister say? Punishment? Plot progression? Death? The system, meanwhile, was lost in contemplation regarding the feasibility of Nan Xi's proposal and eventually responded, previously, I provided you with a significant gift package to enhance your fortune. Fortune is rare and will accompany your soul, following you into your next life. Is that truly sufficient? Nan Xi countered. What about spirit stones, spiritual veins, secret realms? Are you unaware of their significance? I apologize, host, but such items arise from their own causal connections, and I cannot grant them at will. The system's reply was anticipated by Nan Xi. Her aim was not this. Then surely the punishment should be less severe? Some matters are beyond my control, such as the last breakthrough, which was not my intention, yet I suffered unjustly. Such excruciating pain, clawing at my heart, tormenting my soul. Do you not find this excessively cruel for someone as diligent as I? The system fell silent for a moment before answering. How would you like the punishment to be lessened? Could the punishment be reduced by 2 levels? Nan Xi suggested. Observing the system's lack of response, she added, 1.5 levels. After a brief pause, she concluded, it must be reduced by 1 level. It cannot be less. The system acquiesced, agreed. Then let us sign the contract, and it must not be revoked. As soon as she spoke, Nan Xi felt a restraint loosen slightly, her brow relaxing with a smile. Now, this is more like it. Although you forcibly bound me initially, we can consider ourselves reluctant partners. One cannot simply enslave another indefinitely. While she continued to ramble, a sudden weight bore down upon her as someone clung to her. Lu Wenju embraced her, bursting into tears. Senior sister, I misjudged you. I repent. I shall never speak ill of you again. Nan Xi, bewildered, awkwardly returned the embrace. Huh? You've spoken ill of me? I had thought you were the type to confront issues directly. What has prompted this sudden repentance? Chapter 32. Lu Wenju did not anticipate Nan Xi's response, standing frozen for a moment. However, recalling what she had overheard of Nan Xi's thoughts, she disregarded her uncertainty. I repent for my past behavior towards you. Lu Wenju's head hung low, tears streaming down her face. Each time she returned, she had not brought gifts for Nan Xi, and upon seeing her, she would only offer a cold greeting of senior sister, even advising Xianxia to avoid speaking with Nan Xi. Reflecting on this, she felt overwhelmingly guilty. Her tears flowed even more freely. Nan Xi continued to pat her back in confusion. No, it was not that bad. How kind of you, Lu junior sister, to greet me. If it were me, I would surely keep my distance from someone like myself. Upon hearing herself praised, Lu Wenju was momentarily taken aback. Qianxing, standing nearby, quietly interjected, Senior sister, I too have erred in the past. I will treat you well henceforth. Nan Xi was perplexed. What could those 2 children have been discussing? Surely they are not now commending me for some good deed? She remained oblivious, but chose not to inquire further. Due to Lu Wenju's outburst, she failed to notice that the elders who had previously been discussing the performance of disciples had fallen silent for quite some time. Yet, they were not truly silent. They were employing a form of communication only accessible to those of golden core cultivation and above, transmission into the ear. This technique, akin to the voice of the heart yet distinct, allowed for silent dialogue and the selection of conversation partners. The second elder's expression turned solemn. He Jian, what is the situation with your disciple? Not just the second elder, but all present wore expressions of concern. Even Li Yunjin, her posture unchanged, yet her demeanor had darkened. A subtle hostility permeated the atmosphere, directed towards the system that Nan Xi had mentioned. If Nan Xi were being coerced, it would elucidate all the peculiarities observed over this period, such as her apparent affection for Qi Qian, while secretly berating him in her heart. Always presenting a facade of weakness, she was, in truth, one who harbored vengeance and never suppressed her emotions, possessing an admirable temperament akin to that of a sword cultivator. Furthermore, He Jian recalled the glimpse of Nan Xi's sword intent he had previously witnessed. Though it faded quickly, it was breathtaking. A truly weak individual could not wield such a sword. After a moment, He Jian transmitted, I know more about my disciple's condition than you do. She seldom contemplates these matters and rarely converses with that system. Such audacity! Exclaimed the 5th elder. known for his fiery temperament and Lu Wenju's master. This coercion and humiliation of our Tianyun sword sect disciples is a blatant disregard for our sect. Let me discover who is behind this. The Grand Elder maintained a gentle demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed a profound concern. I cannot fathom how many years have passed. This child has truly suffered. Quite intriguing. I have not sensed any fluctuations of spiritual energy. Li Yunjin's voice was laced with rational coldness, revealing her own disquiet. However, since it exists in this world, there will inevitably come a day when I will uncover it. Although Li Yunjin appeared youthful, her years were comparable to those of the elders present, her cultivation the highest among them. When she spoke, the stance of the Tianyun sword sect was solidified, and ultimately, He Jian addressed the assembly.
For now,
let us feign ignorance. What has been shall continue to be. Our actions must not alert Shi'er. He Jian's expression darkened, his breathing growing heavier, clearly suppressing his anger. Even though Nan Xi was not a disciple of the other elders, their hearts remained heavy with concern. She was a disciple of Tianyun sword sect, one they had watched grow since childhood. As this realization emerged, memories of Nan Xi's early days flooded their minds. The once petite girl with bright eyes and a commendable spirit, who everyone believed would achieve great things. As time passed, they had forgotten the image of her initial self. Nan Xi, the Grand Elder called out, his voice gentle yet commanding. Having just comforted the inexplicably crying Lu Wenju, Nan Xi paused upon hearing the Grand Elder's voice, slightly taken aback, yet obediently stepped forward, responding, "You called for me? Yes, come closer. Let me take a look at you." With a sense of bewilderment, Nan Xi stepped forward, submitting to the Grand Elder's scrutiny, only to hear him emit a soft sigh. The innate talent remains intact. Nan Xi was even more bewildered when she heard Li Yunjin speak. Indeed, her disciple Nan Xi possessed extraordinary abilities, a rarity that could emerge only once in a millennium. Propping her chin up lazily, she remarked, "The last individual with such exceptional talent was none other than myself. Here I am, dear disciple. You must strive to catch up." Nan Xi was taken aback, pondering. What is going on? Why is she suddenly talking about my talents? Am I wasting my potential by not discussing it now? The fifth elder, who had previously made remarks about Nan Xi, felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had indeed acted excessively, and instinctively reached for his storage ring. "Nan Xi, come here," he beckoned. "I just remembered I forgot to give you something last time. Here,
take this."
Nan Xi, increasingly perplexed, accepted the item with a dazed expression. Upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in shock. Purple soul pill? A first-grade elixir?
Ah?
The purple soul pill is a sacred medicine that nurtures the soul and repairs bones, capable of saving a life as long as one isn't utterly beyond rescue. It is a treasure coveted by countless cultivators. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the pill. "Elder, you must have made a mistake." The fifth elder, feeling the weight of her incredulous gaze, replied, "In light of the great favor your master once bestowed upon me, this is not an excessively precious item. You are worthy of it. Simply accept it." Hearing this, Nan Xi discreetly glanced at He Jian, who, usually stern, nodded in affirmation. "You should accept it." With hesitation, Nan Xi took the item, feeling an unsettling sense of unease about its origin. "What is happening today? I haven't done anything noteworthy. Is it truly unreasonable for my master to insist I accept this? Could it be that a daunting task awaits me?" Observing the increasingly erratic thoughts of Nan Xi, He Jian cleared his throat and stated, "You have shown some improvement in this assessment compared to the last. Continue to strive for excellence. Now, return to your position." Upon hearing this, Nan Xi froze, feeling even more alarmed.
Ah?
"I performed abysmally, yet my master praises my progress? Am I to face the guillotine tomorrow? How terrifying." The tone of Nan Xi's voice suggested that He Jian's mere compliment felt far more intimidating than the fifth elder's gift of the purple soul pill, making her nearly jump out of her skin. He Jian, disregarding his concern for Nan Xi, called out, "Hurry along now." Upon hearing He Jian's tone, Nan Xi felt reassured and hurriedly retreated, as if pursued by phantoms. Just as she steadied herself, a sudden surge of energy rippled through the array. And then she saw Xianxia and Jingfeng emerge, with Jingfeng maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, bowing solemnly to the elders before retreating. Xianxia, more attuned to the atmosphere, sensed something amiss. After a moment's hesitation, she turned her gaze towards Lu Wenju, who had long ceased her tears. Her expression was composed, though her nose and the corners of her eyes were tinged with red, hinting at recent distress. Xianxia approached Lu Wenju swiftly, asking in a hushed tone what happened. Did the master scold you? Being fellow disciples of the fifth elder, Xianxia was Lu Wenju's senior sister and often showed great concern. Lu Wenju shook her head gently in response. Not exactly. She wished to glance at Nan Xi, but felt it too conspicuous, so, after a moment of deliberation, she pulled Xianxia aside and whispered. As they conversed, Qizhao appeared, having heard snippets of their conversation and instinctively joined, listening quietly. Halfway through, Xianxia was already covering her mouth, and by the end, tears threatened to spill as she suppressed her voice, saying, Sister, she truly. Lu Wenju nodded in affirmation. Qizhao, bearing a grave expression, glanced back and noticed Lian Qianqing, who stood nearby, unable to hold back his tears. Then their eyes fell upon Nan Xi. Nan Xi was genuinely bewildered. She observed the group, huddled together, whispering fervently while casting furtive glances in her direction. Their expressions a mixture of sympathy, guilt, anger, and gravity. A veritable palette of emotions. She found herself murmuring to herself. This is peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. Though she had never been the most popular, she had never felt such overt ostracism. After all, the Tianyan sword sect was not known for cliques. Everyone generally maintained cordial relations. Nan Xi couldn't comprehend the source of their sympathy or anger. As she pondered, the group suddenly lifted their heads in unison, their gazes converging upon her. Nan Xi's heart raced. Not only did they look, but they also approached her. Despite being fellow disciples, Nan Xi felt a tinge of dread and instinctively took 2 steps back. Are they bullying me within the sect? Seeing Qizhao and the others moving, Jingfeng, who had been dazed moments before, realized what was happening. After a moment of deliberation, he joined the group, surrounding Nan Xi entirely. Xianxia stood at the center of the assembly, her expression sorrowful as she grasped Nan Xi's hand. Sister, you must confide in me. I will no longer speak of your matters with Qi Qian. If anything happens, you must inform me. As fellow disciples, we should share both joys and hardships. Nan Xi was bewildered. Qizhao, standing nearby, added, Sister, if you wish to undertake any endeavors, do share with us. We will understand. Nan Xi was still perplexed. Lu Wenju, awkwardly interjecting, said, and about your situation with Qi Qian, I shall refrain from reprimanding you further. From now on, I will treat you well. Nan Xi was utterly astonished. Even Lian Qianqing silently nodded, offering encouragement. Sister, you can do it. Nan Xi's confusion deepened. In a whirl of emotions, she thought, what on earth is happening? Am I afflicted with some terminal illness, my days numbered? Or do my fellow disciples find me so disagreeable that they conspire to eliminate me? Heavens! I am a good person. The others were equally bewildered. Luo Tingyan was the last disciple to emerge, having overheard the final remark. She stepped forward, slightly puzzled. And then Nan Xi spotted her. Seeing her as a beacon of hope, Nan Xi broke free from the encirclement and clung to Luo Tingyan's arm. Junior sister, save my life. Chapter 33. Luo Tingyan was taken aback when her arm was suddenly grasped, her body stiffening for a moment. After a brief pause, she turned her head slightly to face Nan Xi, inquiring, what has transpired? To describe the situation, Nan Xi herself was uncertain. She shook her head in confusion and glanced at Qizhao and the others. There seems to be a conspiracy. Luo Tingyan's gaze followed hers towards the group. The assembly of direct disciples began to reflect on their past attitudes towards Nan Xi, realizing that even a slight improvement in their demeanor could provoke such alarm in her. However, before they could fully contemplate their actions, He Jian made his presence known. Clearing his throat, He Jian announced, all right, quiet down, come forward. The disciple strength assessment did not aim to establish a definitive ranking, but rather to provide the elders with a clearer understanding of each disciple's abilities. Any specific matters would be discussed privately between each master and their respective disciple. Hence, He Jian had no intention of sharing the assessment details at that moment. What he intended to address was another matter entirely. The Imperial White Secret Realm is undoubtedly well known to all. Observing the disciples standing obediently in front of him, He Jian began to speak. This secret realm opens once every century, allowing only cultivators under the age of 100 to enter, with no restrictions on the number or their cultivation levels. From what He Jian was about to discuss, Nan Xi had already formed some conjectures, and upon hearing it, she was instantly enlightened. Given the narrative context, she could be considered the most knowledgeable disciple present regarding the Imperial White Secret Realm. Despite the age limitation, the internal resources are abundant and the legacies numerous, making it a rare celestial treasure of a secret realm. Due to the uniqueness of this realm, it stands as a benchmark in the cultivation world. Countless young talents and prodigies emerge from this secret realm, and each time it opens, it heralds a brilliant era. He Jian continued, stating that the Imperial White Secret Realm would open in 2 months, and all disciples of the Tianyan Sword Sect would be mobilized without exception. As direct disciples, they would play a leadership role in the secret realm, ensuring the survival of all disciples. He Jian spoke with great seriousness. For the cultivation world is fraught with peril. The safety of the disciples is guaranteed within the sect by powerful elders, creating an illusion of peace. However, the rogue cultivators and members from other sects entering the Imperial White Secret Realm would show no mercy. They would inevitably face a brutal competition for resources and survival. After outlining the general situation of the Imperial White Secret Realm, during a brief pause, Nan Xi began to contemplate. The Imperial White Secret Realm seems to present a multitude of challenges. Since it had not been long since the elders learned of her situation, her inner thoughts immediately reminded everyone of the earlier news regarding the system that coerced her into undertaking certain tasks, though the specifics remained unclear. Yet, Nan Xi was already troubled. It appears that not only are there numerous matters to address within the Imperial White Secret Realm, but issues are also piling up before we even enter. I not only need to find a way to dissuade the elders from appointing me as the leader, but I also need to establish a connection with Qi before we enter the realm. The others were puzzled. Why don't you want to be the leader? They pondered that Nan Xi had already formed various connections. What I must do in the Imperial White Secret Realm truly requires careful consideration, as it concerns the lives of many disciples. A single misstep could lead to. The atmosphere grew tense, with everyone holding their breath. Especially upon hearing the mention of the disciples' lives, they dared not utter a word for fear of disrupting Nan Xi's train of thought. However, she came to an abrupt halt, then returned her gaze to the gathered individuals. Why have you stopped speaking? The crowd collectively struggled to catch their breath, nearly suffocating. Indeed, why had she ceased? Unbeknownst to Nan Xi, she had already piqued their curiosity. Glancing at He Jian, who was observing her, she quickly averted her gaze, perplexed. Why is he looking at me? Could it be that he has noticed my distraction? He Jian took a deep breath and continued. Thus, in the forthcoming 2 months, we will engage in more collective training. Beginning tomorrow, all direct disciples will train together. After saying this, He Jian cast another glance at Nan Xi. She remained focused, displaying an exceptionally serious demeanor. By this point, He Jian had conveyed all he needed to, but considering Nan Xi's earlier thoughts, he cleared his throat once more. He emphasized that while ensuring the safety of the other disciples, one must also prioritize one's own well-being amidst the dangers that lurk within the Imperial White Secret Realm. He gazed at Nan Xi once more. Nan Xi responded, I am truly serious. Please do not look at me. He Jian was at a loss for words. He intended to elaborate further, yet was interrupted by Li Yunjin, who remarked, Senior brother, the elders still need to discuss the assessments. You should have concluded your speech by now. With this statement, the attendees shifted their focus from Nan Xi to Li Yunjin, who fell silent, her gaze darting around. However, after her remark, He Jian realized that he could not manipulate Nan Xi's thoughts. Instead of expending effort here, all matters needed to proceed in an orderly manner according to their plan. Thus, he nodded and declared, Let us conclude for today. Everyone may return.
Ting Yun, Xiad.
Come with me. So much had transpired today, and as He Jian dismissed everyone, the elders departed with ease, yet the disciples' eyes lingered on Nan Xi, their curiosity about her situation palpable. On the other hand, The matter of assessments remained crucial, and they were eager to showcase their performances, leading them to depart. Among those present, aside from the somewhat oblivious Jing Feng, there was another individual who arrived late and missed the entire discussion, remaining entirely uninformed. From the moment Luo Tingyun emerged, he sensed something was amiss. The way everyone gazed at Nan Xi was peculiar enough. Not to mention that when he first came out, Nan Xi rushed over to embrace his arm, her expression fraught with anxiety, indicating something was indeed amiss. Realizing this, Luo Tingyun shifted his arm uncomfortably. He was not accustomed to physical contact. Being at the main peak, Nan Xi and her companions were the closest to their quarters. He Jian led the two disciples back to the cave dwelling, scanning between them, pausing momentarily on Nan Xi before finally settling his gaze on Luo Tingyun. Tingyun, your strength has surprised me. Among the 7 direct disciples, Qi Zhao was originally recognized as the strongest. Now, aside from the hidden strength of Nan Xi, your performance today is indeed commendable. He was currently at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, yet sometimes exhibited power that surpassed even that level. Had it not been for his cultivation limits, his display would likely have been even more impressive. Upon hearing this, Luo Tingyun lowered his gaze slightly, replying, "Thank you for your praise, master." His performance was impeccable, and after a brief exchange, He Jian turned his attention back to Nan Xi. In contrast, she had not performed as well. Being the eldest, she could only surpass the 2 youngest disciples. Under normal circumstances, He Jian would have reprimanded her thoroughly. However, considering Nan Xi's golden core stage cultivation and the coercion that hindered her from demonstrating her true prowess, he found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at both disciples and suddenly realized he had little more to say. He paused for a moment, then turned to Luo Tingyun, saying, "Come with me. Shi Er, please wait here." Nan Xi was taken aback, watching as He Jian and Luo Tingyun departed together. Confused, she found a chair to sit down, leaning back and beginning to zone out. What He Jian intended to discuss was essentially the matter revealed through Nan Xi's thoughts during Luo Tingyun's absence. Soon, not only Luo Tingyun but all disciples of the Tianyan sword sect would inevitably sense that something was amiss. They could only hope to understand the situation Nan Xi was facing as clearly as possible. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Luo Tingyun and He Jian emerged from within. Nan Xi smiled brightly at them. "Master, junior sister." Luo Tingyun maintained a calm demeanor as he approached Nan Xi, saying, "Master, I spoke about matters concerning my health." He paused, his gaze slightly lowered, casting a delicate shadow from his lashes against his cheeks, his hair gently falling. Even in Nan Xi's dim corner, he exuded a beauty that struck a chord in the heart. Then he added, "If you wish to know more, you may inquire of me in the future." Nan Xi abruptly rose to her feet, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Tingyun.
Wow.
"What does this mean, junior sister? Are you extending an olive branch to deepen our relationship?" "Awesome. I really like junior sister." Nan Xi was genuinely elated. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled when a charming beauty expresses a desire to be close friends? Her heart soared. "It seems junior sister also holds affection for me. It's a mutual journey." While aware that Luo Tingyun's words were intended to reassure Nan Xi and alleviate her concerns about her private conversation with He Jian, she couldn't help but glance at Luo Tingyun. Luo Tingyun remained serene, seemingly unaffected by the exchange. "Since there's nothing more to do today, senior sister, shall we head back?" Yet, in a hidden corner, Luo Tingyun couldn't suppress the urge to pinch her fingertips. The following day, a shift in training focus was required, emphasizing team coordination. Not only the core disciples but also others needed to form small groups to practice the sword formations, enhancing their combat capabilities from individual to collective. Nan Xi awoke early, completed her routine training, and then joined Luo Tingyun at the training ground for core disciples. The other 5 had arrived early, engaged in light banter. And from a distance, they overheard Nan Xi's thoughts. "Junior sister looks beautiful today. Are we practicing sword formations today?" "Oh right. We need to confirm the team leader first. Let me think about how I can avoid being the leader." Nan Xi's thoughts shifted rapidly. Yet the last remark drew everyone's attention toward her. The esteemed senior sister refusing to take on the leadership role. How would that be perceived externally? Lu Wenju had learned her lesson and resolved to treat Nan Xi exceptionally well in the future. Abruptly, She dashed in front of Nan Xi, her gaze fervent. Senior sister, we have unanimously decided that you should be our leader, whether for our team or for the entire Tianyun sword sect. Nan Xi was taken aback, although she quickly responded. Puzzled by Lu Wenju's sudden enthusiasm, she couldn't help but cover her face. I lack the strength to shoulder such responsibility. Then, as realization struck, she pondered, Has Lu Junior's sister lost her senses? Why does she want me to lead? Lu Wenju, suddenly criticized, widened her eyes instinctively, but then recalled her previous attitude towards Nan Xi and felt a pang in her heart. Senior sister, I have wronged you in the past. She lamented, I have resolved to follow you wholeheartedly from now on. Whatever you say will be my command, and I shall never question you again. Nan Xi was momentarily stunned, contemplating various possibilities, before turning to Shen Xinqi. Shen Junior sister, it seems Lu Junior sister is acting strangely. Perhaps we should have Elder Wu take a look? Shen Xinqi responded with silence. Qi Zhao stepped in to mediate, offering a gentle smile to Nan Xi. Do not worry, senior sister. She was just reprimanded by the elder yesterday and has decided to seek harmony with you. Moreover, regarding the leadership, we genuinely believe you are the best choice. After all, Nan Xi was at the Golden Core stage, and how many Golden Core practitioners were there under 100 years old? Only a handful. Chapter 30. For upon meeting Qi Zhao's gaze, Nan Xi then turned to the eager expressions of the others, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over her. Let us wait until the master arrives to discuss this. She averted her eyes. Though I somewhat enjoy this attention, it feels oddly off. As long as I perform subpar, the master won't appoint me as the leader, or rather, not as the true leader. Ultimately, the Tianyun sword sect required a certain image. And with He Jian holding a vested interest, they didn't want Nan Xi to suffer embarrassment. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the final leader would be Nan Xi, though there would be additional arrangements made. Consequently, in a genuine crisis, Nan Xi's words would not hold as much weight. As He Jian stepped into the scene, he heard Nan Xi's remarks, yet the time spent with her had subtly improved his composure. He approached the disciples with unwavering calm. Stand in formation. Then, slowly shifting his gaze to Nan Xi, he continued with a steady tone. The purpose of our gathering today has been clearly communicated to you yesterday, and first, we need to select a leader. His penetrating stare at Nan Xi sent shivers down her spine, prompting her to divert her gaze from him to observe the scenery around her. He Jian addressed her, Nan Xi, as the senior sister of the Tianyun sword sect. You must bear this responsibility. All eyes turned to Nan Xi, curious about her reaction, yet she merely nodded, accepting without resistance. The disciple obeys. The others were taken aback. Hadn't she just claimed she did not wish to be the leader? As they pondered whether she had suddenly changed her mind, Nan Xi caught sight of their glances. What a joke. I'm not foolish enough to openly challenge the master, and this isn't how the narrative unfolds. The others were left speechless. It was unclear why Nan Xi suddenly appeared so cheerful. He Jian listened to her unspoken thoughts, stifling a breath. All right. I suppose I shall observe what further moves Nan Xi has in store. The leader plays a crucial role within the group, making decisions in the face of danger and guiding the team in immediate response, often serving as the core of the sword formation and commanding the entire unit. Over the next 2 months, they not only had to master the sword formations, but also attend many lectures to gain a comprehensive understanding of the Imperial by Secret Realm. At this moment, they were set to practice the sword formations. The 7 of them gathered closely, gripping their swords tightly. A sword formation is not merely a configuration. It requires several individuals to connect their spiritual energy, achieving an effect where 1 surpasses 2. A proficient sword formation can enable 7 to form a unit, allowing foundational practitioners to stand undaunted against Golden Core experts. This is a unique and invaluable skill of the Tianyun sword sect beyond mere swordsmanship. As practice commenced, Nan Xi was pushed into the central position. She deliberately dawdled, counting the grains of sand on the ground, when suddenly a sharp force struck from behind. He Jian yanked her with spiritual energy, causing a startle rather than pain.
Hey!
Master, what are you doing? She shot forward and looked back at He Jian, her eyes filled with reproach. The others had already seen Nan Xi's actions and, witnessing her being reprimanded, exchanged knowing glances before turning their attention forward. pretending to ignore the scene. Since it was her own delay, Nan Xi couldn't complain and could only stand her ground, holding her sword with a smile. Master, I am ready. He Jian nodded, stating, "You've been taught the basic sword formations. Now let us initiate the formation and see if you have been slacking." He referred to the foundational sword formations of the Tianyan sword sect, which had been thoroughly explained during their initial training. Over the next 2 months, they would need to adapt these foundational formations to respond flexibly to various scenarios. Yes, the voices of the 7 individuals resonated loudly, and at that very moment, they moved in unison. Although their spiritual energy flowed in a dynamic formation, they communicated seamlessly among themselves, and faint sword shadows began to emerge behind them. As the core of the group, Nan Xi was the only one capable of fully perceiving the direction of their collective spiritual energy, while the others could only sense it through her. In a sword formation, the output of the core's spiritual energy is of utmost importance. Consequently, all eyes were on Nan Xi, curious about her next move. At that instant, Nan Xi's spiritual energy faltered. The energy she had just constructed collapsed in an instant, leaving nothing behind. The sword shadows shattered, and everyone turned their gaze toward her. Nan Xi feigned sadness, lamenting, "It's all my fault. My control over the spiritual energy was inadequate. Let us try again. I will give it my all. I promise not to hold you back." Once, twice, 3, 4 times. Nan Xi silently counted in her mind, no more than 6 times. Otherwise, everyone will grow weary of me and decide to change the core. If the core of the sword formation is changed, how far is it to replace the leader? Hearing Nan Xi's inner thoughts, the others chuckled. Although they had previously felt sorry for her, given the current situation, they could not allow her to have her way. Nan Xi was the strongest among them, deserving of her role as the leader and core. Her reluctance only ignited their rebellious spirit. They were determined to have Nan Xi take on the leadership role. He Jian, with a stoic expression, declared, "Let us go again." Before beginning anew, Nan Xi exchanged a glance with He Jian. Upon seeing his expression, she felt a sense of glee in her heart. The master looks displeased. If I make this mistake 2 more times, he will surely take it out on me. A second glance revealed that He Jian's frown deepened. However, his displeasure stemmed from a different source. He was angry not at Nan Xi's blunder, but rather at the system that pressured her into taking the blame. He quickly composed himself and turned his attention to Qi Zhao, Luo Tingyun, and Shen Xinxin, the 3 disciples he deemed most reliable, believing they would understand his intentions. As they prepared to form the array again, Nan Xi seized the opportunity, ready to loosen her control over the spiritual energy, only to abruptly realize that one side had suddenly lost connection. She froze, instinctively glancing toward the severed link. Shen Xinxin wore an apologetic expression, saying, "I'm sorry, senior sister. I made a mistake just now." Her demeanor was gracious, and since Nan Xi was not of a volatile temperament, she shook her head in response, assuring, "It's all right. We can try again." After speaking, she furrowed her brow in confusion. Shun junior sister made a mistake? How rare. She is usually quite steady. Caught off guard by the unexpected praise, Shen Xinxin's cheeks flushed, and though she said nothing further, she silently resolved to be more diligent. Nan Xi, still oblivious, pondered slowly, having already made 2 mistakes. And not solely on my part. If we falter again, Master will likely become furious and impose collective punishment, rendering today's efforts futile. With that realization, Nan Xi made a decisive choice. During the 3rd attempt, they successfully completed the formation. He Jian offered some perfunctory words and, citing their inconsistency, suggested they practice once more. This was entirely within Nan Xi's expectations. Observing the team's movements, she focused intently at a seemingly mundane moment, her gaze sharpening. Now is the time. Suddenly, the connection was severed once again. Nan Xi turned to see that Luo Tingyun had dropped his sword and was now bending down to pick it up. Upon standing, he frowned slightly, his brows resembling a delicate crescent moon, tinged with a hint of fragility. "I apologize. I felt unwell just now." His explanation was reasonable, and Nan Xi detected no hint of wrongdoing, stepping forward to inquire, "Are you all right? Do you still feel unwell?" Luo Tingyun shook his head gently, explaining, "It's an old issue. It occasionally happens. There's no need for concern. I will take medication when I have important matters to attend to prevent such occurrences. Worried, Nan Xi returned to her position, while the others expressed no dissent. As everyone stood ready to try again, it suddenly struck Nan Xi. Did I fail to perform again this time? She glanced at He Jian, noticing his slight frown. He was not looking her way, but was scanning the entire team, appearing dissatisfied. Nan Xi was instantly alarmed. Because it's not just me making mistakes. Master is disregarding me? The focus is no longer on me? This is bad. After careful consideration, she resolved to make a significant blunder this time, regardless of the outcome. At the crucial moment, she prepared to disconnect her spiritual energy. While everyone swung their swords, she would simply halt, confident that Luo Tingyun beside her would manage to control his strength and avoid injuring her. Her thoughts were overheard by those present, and Nan Xi asserted with conviction, "This time, Master will surely become furious, and I will cry." He Jian looked in her direction, feeling somewhat exasperated. During this practice, the earlier participants had succeeded, but at the pivotal moment, as Nan Xi was about to act, the sword shadows behind her suddenly shattered, and a commotion erupted. Startled, Nan Xi turned to investigate. Qi Zhao was wiping the sweat from his brow, exhaling softly, and offered Nan Xi an apologetic smile. "I overexerted myself during yesterday's training. My spiritual energy has yet to recover, and I fear I won't be able to practice for a while." Nan Xi. This excuse sounded vaguely familiar, yet others appeared even more perplexed. Lu Wenju remarked, "What is going on today? Not only have the senior sister and junior sister faltered, but also you, senior brother Qi Zhao?" She was baffled. Every time Nan Xi expressed a desire to wreak havoc, her heart tightened, yet upon realizing the situation, it was others who had encountered issues. Today's practice had resulted in 5 attempts, with only one successful completion. Although Qian Xing sensed something was amiss, he was quickly led astray by Lu Wenju, nodding silently, and Jing Feng also nodded, stating, "If you continue like this, I will have you compete against me." Nan Xi? Aside from the other main character, Nan Xi, the 3 insightful individuals exchanged solemn glances at their younger peers. "Enough!" He Jian admonished sharply, startling Lu Wenju into a flurry as she scampered back to her place, not daring to utter another word. Before Nan Xi could fully comprehend the situation before her, she met He Jian's gaze. He addressed her directly, "As direct disciples, you have repeatedly made mistakes, Nan Xi." Called out suddenly by name, Nan Xi's expression turned serious. Disciple reporting in. "You, as the leader, share responsibility for today's events. Starting tomorrow, you must lead your juniors in perfecting the sword formation." Nan Xi? Disciple believes. She felt inadequate. He Jian continued sternly, "No further discussion. Otherwise, you shall be punished with a year of fasting." Nan Xi. Chapter 35. Faced with He Jian's unwavering stance, Nan Xi fell into deep contemplation. Although I am the leader in the plot, this development diverges significantly. In the narrative, the female protagonist ostensibly serves as the leader, yet in truth, it is Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun whose words are heeded by all. At first glance, the plot appears to remain unchanged. However, should no additional arrangements be made with He Jian, a significant flaw arises within the storyline. Although Nan Xi reflects on this and concludes that such a flaw cannot be attributed to her, considering her impeccable performance, she suddenly recalls that she has only failed once, which astonishes her. Why have I only failed once? Upon further contemplation, she swiftly remembers all that has transpired, and after organizing these events in her mind, she acutely senses the presence of a conspiracy. Yet, before she can ponder further, He Jian speaks again, stating that due to your instability, the formation of the sword arrays will undergo changes in the future. His words interrupt Nan Xi's train of thought, and she instantly feels that everything awry has returned to its rightful course. Yes. This is the feeling. From now on, Master will surely exclude me from the arrangements made during critical moments. Indeed, it's quite accurate. It is true that instability has its merits. Let me consider how my character should react in this narrative. Reflecting on the situation, Nan Xi discovers that the protagonist's response is notably subdued, merely disheartened. She becomes increasingly convinced of her own inadequacy. The subsequent practice sessions unfold without incident. As they conclude, He Jian, seemingly struck by a thought, deliberately informs Nan Xi. You may return for today. They have some questions, and I must provide individual guidance. Very well. Nan Xi departs without a hint of suspicion. However, He Jian and the others are once again engulfed by uncertainty. The narrative, which has recently surfaced frequently in Nan Xi's thoughts, raises questions about its true nature and the extent to which it restricts her. A few among them silently entertain a speculation. How closely is this narrative tied to the punishment? Lu Wenju continues to express her grievances, lamenting the poor performance of her peers, particularly the senior sister, while the junior sister's health is also a concern. Shen Xinqi gently pats Lu Wenju's head and offers a faint smile, perhaps wishing to prevent any mistakes from the senior sister. Before they can speak further, He Jian gazes deeply in the direction Nan Xi has departed, then sighs softly, acknowledging, "We are not privy to the narrative that Xi speaks of, nor does the system provide clarity. For now, we can only cooperate with her and assist her in secret. As for the alternative arrangements she mentioned, those shall also be orchestrated by me." Upon hearing He Jian's words, the others adopt a serious demeanor. He Jian continues, "Qi Zhao, Luo Tingyun. Should you encounter a crisis within the Imperial White Secret Realm, regardless of what your senior sister is engaged in at that moment, you must make judgments based on her heart's voice, opting for the most advantageous choices. I will notify all disciples afterward. I trust you will heed this." The two, having been explicitly named, immediately adopt a solemn expression, nodding in agreement. Nan Xi departs decisively, and after fulfilling her task, she yearns only to return and rest. Had she known of He Jian's current arrangements, she would undoubtedly be taken aback. In the narrative, He Jian's plan stipulates that should she exhibit any further signs of confusion, the leadership role will be jointly assumed by Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun. Although He Jian's current strategy may outwardly appear unchanged from the narrative, its underlying implications are entirely different, with Nan Xi remaining at the core. The arrangements within the narrative subtly signal an abandonment of the protagonist. In the following 2 months, practice sessions proceed without error, and time swiftly carries them toward the opening of the Imperial White Secret Realm. During this period, young cultivators from the cultivation world gather in the central region, specifically in a grand city known as Panxian City, situated near the Tianyun Sword Sect. The rise of Panxian City is intrinsically linked to the Imperial White Secret Realm. It was once an ordinary town until the emergence of the secret realm nearby, transforming it into a bustling hub. As the Imperial White Secret Realm commences, Panxian City reaches its zenith of prosperity in a century. The Tianyun Sword Sect's delegation arrives, where the disciples are accommodated in an entire inn, enjoying excellent treatment. Accompanying the disciples is an elder, the Grand Elder, who was originally meant to send 2 elders, but due to Li Yunjing's desire to accompany them, the need for an additional elder was eliminated. That night, Nan Xi finishes the last segment of the narrative before entering the Imperial White Secret Realm. Holding a communication device for contacting Qi Qian, she gazes at the modestly valuable artifact with a hint of disdain, unable to comprehend why the protagonist was so easily swayed by such a trivial object. Tomorrow marks the opening day of the Imperial White Secret Realm, and Luo Tingyun, feeling somewhat restless, steps outside to breathe in the fresh air. Before she can fully appreciate the luminous moonlight, she overhears Nan Xi's murmuring thoughts. Tomorrow features a rather significant plot point. I must consider how to navigate it effectively. I do not wish to tarnish the sect's reputation, yet there is little I can do. I can only ensure that no genuine harm befalls everyone's interests. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee. Oh, right, I just bought some oil pastry. Should I send one to the junior sister? Luo Tingyun looks down to see Nan Xi holding a radiant artifact, tossing it absent-mindedly. Her expression is tranquil, imbued with an unusual sense of serenity, despite contemplating something troubling. Such matters do not sway her resolve. Luo Tingyun muses, recognizing Nan Xi's remarkable strength. If her state of mind were compromised, it would be impossible for her to so effortlessly break through to the Golden Core stage. He has remained at the Pika Foundation establishment for quite some time. As Nan Xi prepares to ascend the stairs, she suddenly senses an anomaly. Looking up, she sees Luo Tingyun standing by the wooden railing, slightly bowed, illuminated by the bright moon, his hair glistening with silver. Truly a beautiful sight. Her eyes brighten, and she waves to him. Junior sister. Nan Xi strides forward, retrieving an oil pastry from her storage ring, smiling as she offers, "Here, this is for you. It's quite delicious. Would you care to try?" Luo Tingyun appears momentarily stunned. Accustomed to fasting, he hesitates briefly before accepting the pastry. Under Nan Xi's expectant gaze, he takes a bite. The filling is sweet yet not cloying, with an enticing aroma. "How is it?" Nan Xi inquires eagerly. Luo Tingyun nods, finding it satisfactory. The two engage in little conversation, and after finishing the pastry, Luo Tingyun excuses himself to return to his room, while Nan Xi also decides to rest. On the following day, the disciples of the Tianyan Sword Sect, numbering over 100, gather at the entrance of the Imperial White Secret Realm. All under the age of 100. Naturally, they are not the only ones present, disciples from the 5 great sects, as well as lesser-known sects like Yushu Sect and various casual cultivators, all under 100 years of age and possessing a certain level of combat prowess, have assembled here. At this moment, it is truly a convergence of heroes, showcasing the youthful talents of the entire cultivation world, with the Tianyan Sword Sect standing out amidst the crowd. However, this year, the Tianyan Sword Sect does not enjoy favorable views. The reasoning is simple: they are too young.
So, what of the Tianyan Sword Sect?
Observers note the presence of promising talents. But what good are these talents? The other major sects each boast at least one disciple in the Golden Core stage, while the disciples of the Tianyan Sword Sect are simply too youthful, placing them at a disadvantage. Whispers of speculation reach the ears of the Tianyan Sword Sect disciples, who cannot help but cast their gazes toward Nan Xi. They possess a Golden Elixir stage disciple, yet he is not even 30 years old, though they may claim modesty. The mere mention of this would undoubtedly leave you in shock. The disciples harbor a quiet pride within, though their faces betray nothing. At this moment, Nan Xi's gaze fell upon Chi-Chi, who was not far away. Due to the sex circumstances, Chi-Chi did not stand out here. Rather, it was she, the esteemed senior sister of the Tianyan Sword Sect, who bore the weight of countless eyes. The vastness of the cultivation world meant that the entanglement between Nan Xi and Chi-Chi was known only to a limited audience, beyond their immediate vicinity, particularly in distant lands. It was merely a whisper. Although some were well-informed, such individuals were but a rare few. In the unfolding narrative, Chi-Chi's first step to fame occurred within the Tianyan Sword Sect, specifically at the Sword Discussion Conference, where he triumphed over Qi Zhao. Although there was an initial misstep, the system ultimately corrected the plot, yielding satisfactory results. The second step was unfolding right before them. The disciple of Yushu Sect, Wu Zhua, had already set his sights on Nan Xi, narrowing his eyes slightly. He then sent forth an object that gradually flew towards her direction. Nan Xi had been attentively observing the activity in that area. Here it comes, here it comes. The gaze of the Tianyan Sword Sect disciples instinctively fixed upon Nan Xi. That Wu Zhua intends to lure me with the sound of Chi-Chi through a paper crane, likely urging us to approach. At that moment, I must feign affection for Chi-Chi with a single move. Truly cunning. This way, everyone will know that the senior sister of Tianyan Sword Sect harbors feelings for Chi-Chi, thus drawing attention to Yushu Sect through me. Yet, that is not the most crucial point. The most significant aspect is that a Golden Elixir stage rogue cultivator will suddenly attack me. Indeed, this is part of their scheme. I shall appear utterly ineffectual while Chi-Chi swoops in to rescue me, restraining that Golden Elixir rogue cultivator. Nan Xi was accustomed to mentally organizing her subsequent actions, but rarely articulated her thoughts so plainly. However, this time was different. The narrative depicted this segment in a rather one-sided manner, merely stating that the female protagonist received a paper crane to seek out Chi-Chi, was subsequently attacked, and then saved by a hero. The impact of the female protagonist's performance was scarcely mentioned, yet Nan Xi had sensed a conspiracy from long ago, which is why she had been closely monitoring the situation. After mentally sorting through the specifics, she clenched her teeth in determination. That Golden Elixir rogue cultivator must have been arranged beforehand. They intend to step over me to ascend. The expressions of the Tianyan Sword Sect disciples grew increasingly grave as Nan Xi divulged more information, and her final words radiated a palpable pressure, directly aimed at Yushu Sect. As she prepared for her final action, her inner voice resonated. The plot must unfold. Yet I shall not allow this group to have their way beyond the confines of the narrative. Behind her, Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao exchanged glances, their grips tightening around their swords. Simultaneously, countless observers fixated on the Tianyun sword sect began to sense something amiss. What was happening with the Tianyun sword sect? What was that sect called again? Yushu's sect, wasn't it? The atmosphere felt decidedly off. Could it be that a confrontation was about to ensue before entering the secret realm? As whispers of curiosity spread, those who initially paid no heed to the situation gradually turned their attention this way. At that moment, Nan Xi extended her hand, catching the gently drifting paper crane. Upon inspection, her expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of delight crossing her features, igniting speculation among all present. What could possibly bring such joy to the senior disciple of Tianyun sword sect? Nan Xi advanced, locking her gaze on the crowd as she approached Qiqian, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Behind her, Luo Tingyun had already unsheathed his sword, while several direct disciples surged with energy, poised for confrontation. The onlookers' gazes shifted from Nan Xi to the disciples of Tianyun sword sect, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Some provided context, explaining that Yushu's sect had risen in prominence over the past century, situated adjacent to Tianyun sword sect, with a long-standing enmity between the two. Thus, they observed Nan Xi's forward march, then glanced at the aggressive Tianyun sword sect disciples, coming to an understanding. A provocation. Upon closer inspection of the Yushu sect disciples, although each exhibited commendable prowess, they paled in comparison to their Tianyun counterparts. While their cultivation levels were comparable, 4 of the direct disciples were over 50 years old. Even if they could be deemed talented, they fell significantly short of Tianyun sword sect's standards. The crowd murmured in awe, recognizing that if not for the late births of the Tianyun disciples, the Yushu sect disciples would not dare to act so brazenly. The person who had previously explained the sect's grievances elaborated on the reasons behind the animosity. Those who provoke first are deemed despicable. And the sentiment resonated with the audience regarding this act of provocation. Standing before Qiqian, Nan Xi pondered her lines, softening her voice, her eyes shimmering with joy. Qiqian, what you shared with me earlier, is it true? The onlookers squinted, sensing an unusual intimacy in her tone. Once again, someone provided insight, discussing the intricate love-hate dynamics between Nan Xi and Qiqian, leaving the spectators somewhat bewildered. What was this? The senior disciple of Tianyun sword sect harbors feelings for the senior disciple of Yushu sect? Despite repeated rejections, she remains unwavering in her affections? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Such matters were indeed complex. As clarity emerged regarding the situation, the present context became increasingly perplexing. What was transpiring? Nan Xi continued her performance, her focus solely on Qiqian. Noticing his silence, she pressed on. I trust you implicitly. Should anything arise, you may confide in me. To be in your company brings me great joy. These words resonated clearly, causing those previously unaware to widen their eyes in disbelief. Did Nan Xi genuinely harbor affection for Qiqian? Qiqian's demeanor softened as he regarded Nan Xi, seemingly on the verge of speaking, when suddenly, a golden elixir stage cultivator burst forth from the crowd, sword in hand, emanating a formidable aura as he charged directly at Nan Xi. This was near the entrance of the Emperor White's secret realm, which had yet to open. By virtue of the rules, cultivators over 100 years old typically kept their distance to avoid hindering the disciples once the realm opened.
Consequently,
when this golden elixir cultivator struck, no eminent figure was readily available to intervene. As a fellow golden elixir cultivator, Nan Xi had refrained from cultivation during this period. Yet she diligently practiced her swordplay and studied techniques, her mastery firmly established. Thus, she was certainly not at a disadvantage. The moment the golden elixir cultivator made his move, she reacted promptly. The narrative states that a hero comes to the rescue, implying that I am at a disadvantage. Yet it does not explicitly depict me in a state of panic or embarrassment. Therefore, I need only to feign slight vulnerability. Nan Xi swiftly retreated, evading the attack with an exquisite display of agility under the gaze of the spectators. Her movements dazzled many, leaving them momentarily awestruck. Simultaneously, Qiqian's expression sharpened. Readying his sword to confront the threat, but was abruptly met with the sound of blades clashing, a crisp resonance filling the air. Upon closer inspection, Luo Tingyan had just retracted his sword, standing resolutely at the forefront, facing off against the golden elixir cultivator, while Qi Zhao positioned himself protectively in front of Nan Xi, his gaze icy as he assessed both the rogue cultivator and his opponent. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. What transpired? Astonishing. What is the situation with this individual? Why did they suddenly attack Nan Xi? This beauty refers to Nan Xi's elegant evasion, to Lu Tingyun's splendid defense, and to the remarkable response of the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect. Led by Qi Zhao, the other direct disciples, though slightly delayed, quickly gathered around Nan Xi in an instant, forming a protective stance around her as they faced the Golden Core disciple. The sword formation of the Tianyun sword sect is renowned. When executed skillfully, it is not mere fantasy to defeat a Golden Core cultivator with foundation establishment. The Golden Core cultivator cast a fleeting glance at Wu Zhuo, feeling a hint of retreat. If it were only Nan Xi, he would undoubtedly be unafraid. However, faced with 7 disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, the finest among them capable of wielding the sword formation, he recalled his past encounters with other disciples of the sect. Although he had severely injured them, he had gained no advantage. Among all, Nan Xi was the slowest to react, or perhaps the one who comprehended the situation the most slowly. After evading the Golden Core disciple's attack, she reassured herself that her performance was not disgraceful and began to anticipate the forthcoming developments. It was simply a matter of her continuous evasion, followed by Qi Qian's dazzling intervention. At that moment, the perception of Qi Qian would undergo a transformation. He would be recognized as a genius capable of contending with Golden Core cultivators without falling behind. Attention would be drawn to him, and he would be esteemed alongside the most exceptional talents in the cultivation world. Yet, the current situation diverged significantly from Nan Xi's expectations. Her fellow disciples, her juniors, reacted with remarkable swiftness, standing beside her in confrontation with the Golden Core cultivator. Though no one moved, their imposing presence overshadowed him. And Qi Qian stood to the side, overshadowed by their brilliance. Who could still recall Nan Xi's earlier words to Qi Qian? They were merely trivial matters of affection. The Golden Core cultivator, now wavering, glanced again at Wu Zhuo, who silently shook his head in response. Understanding the implication, he prepared to retreat. At this moment, Nan Xi regained her composure and inquired of the system, "Is there still a necessity for me to proceed with this plot?" She felt no concern, for her earlier performance was beyond reproach, and the reaction of the Tianyun sword sect disciples had exceeded everyone's expectations. The deviation in the plot was not her fault. The system's response came a moment later. It seems Qi Qian will have no opportunity to showcase himself. Even the system appeared perplexed by the current circumstances. Not only had the plot deviated, but it also struggled to comprehend why these disciples of the Tianyun sword sect reacted so promptly and chose to defend Nan Xi. Could this possibly be the bond shared among fellow disciples? Nan Xi's eyes flickered. If this error in the plot is unrelated to me, then I merely need to maintain my character, correct? Upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, Lu Tingyun and others slightly turned their heads. At this point, they had a fair understanding of what her character entailed, yet the correlation between the plot and potential penalties remained unclear. Disrupting the so-called plot could indeed lead to her punishment, but the recent events were almost instinctive responses. Hearing Nan Xi's words, they felt a surge of anxiety. The system replied, "Yes, please maintain your character, and I will resolve the plot's deviation." Nan Xi acknowledged, understood. With her words, a sense of clarity washed over them. Lu Tingyun subtly shifted his gaze to Nan Xi, his tone laced with a hint of familiarity. "Eldest sister, we cannot allow him to escape." Nan Xi regained her focus, reflecting on the system's words, furrowing her brows slightly before nodding. "All right. One aspect of my character is that I do not easily refuse others." The Golden Core cultivator, sensing the shift in their aura, took a step back and prepared to flee. Yet, having made their decision, the group swiftly pursued him. The speed of those in Foundation establishment could not compare to that of a Golden Core cultivator. In the midst of the crowd, Nan Xi's thoughts shifted. Employing the steps she had previously practiced, channeling her spiritual energy, and within a fleeting moment, she intercepted the Golden Core cultivator. Her speed was so rapid that nearly no one could react in time, and upon closer inspection, they discovered that 7 individuals had cornered the golden core cultivator. With Nan Xi at the core, the sword formation already set in motion. The shadows of their swords were vivid behind them, launching an assault upon the golden core cultivator.
Clang.
The golden core cultivator's sword faltered and flew from his grasp, landing with a sound akin to irons striking the ground. In that brief moment, Lian and the Grand Elder arrived, their overwhelming presence forcing the golden core cultivator down, who could not withstand even a second before collapsing to his knees. Unable to lift his head, terrified, he stammered, "Spare me, esteemed one, spare me." Lian had observed the earlier events and recognized the disciple's remarkable performance. With arms crossed, she casually inquired, "What? You had the audacity to attack my Sect's disciple, yet now you lack the courage?" By this time, the disciples had sheathed their swords. Nan Xi glanced at Lu Tingyun, then at Qi Zhao, and finally at her other fellow disciples, feeling a surge of emotion. "So, everyone cares for me this much? They reacted so swiftly to aid me? Oh right, and the rest this fellow. I saw him exchanging glances with Wu Zhuo earlier. No wonder Qi Qian's fortune is so favorable. The Yushu sect is paving the way for him." Lian casually kicked the cultivator. "Why did you attack my sect's disciples? Speak frankly, and you shall receive leniency." The man trembled uncontrollably, glancing instinctively at Wu Zhuo, but under the pressure, he hurriedly confessed.
"I was ordered by the—"
The word Yushu barely escaped his lips when his eyes bulged, his spiritual energy in disarray, and the next moment, he coughed up blood. The once formidable golden core cultivator now appeared pale and disheveled. Lian's gaze deepened, yet her lips curled into a smile.
"Oh.
There's a conspiracy, is there? What are you saying about Yushu?" Her gaze drifted toward the Yushu sect, and though she smiled, it was chillingly cold. Nan Xi, feeling exhilarated, could not help but vent her thoughts to the system. "I knew it was a scheme from the Yushu sect. Chi-Chi is not the true child of destiny. Why should we protect him?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such treachery. To attempt to assassinate Nan Xi at this critical juncture was truly malicious. This was utterly uncharacteristic of a righteous path. Chapter 37. As the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, the very fabric of the world seemed to reverse, swirling with a powerful current. Above where Nan Xi and the others stood, a colossal spatial rift suddenly appeared, exuding rich spiritual energy that surged forth with an overwhelming force, causing those of slightly lower cultivation to feel unsteady. As the winds roared and chaos ensued, Lian smiled at her disciples. "Enter, and may you return laden with treasures." In the next instant, the sound of the wind completely drowned out all other noises, and all cultivators under a century of age present were instantly drawn into the rift, including the earlier golden core cultivator. After a while, tranquility returned outside the entrance to the secret realm. Lush green grass and towering trees surrounded them. If one disregarded the faint glimpse of another space visible through the sky, it appeared to be an utterly ordinary plain. Once the sense of nothingness from the spatial transition faded away, a feeling of weightlessness enveloped them. They found themselves suspended in midair, and at the very moment they fully entered the secret realm, they began to plummet uncontrollably. However, Nan Xi reacted swiftly. She swiftly formed a hand seal, and her sword soared into the air, supporting her and halting her descent. Most of those who had fallen with her were disciples of the Tianyan sword sect. Following her lead, dozens of disciples summoned their swords, transforming their downward fall into an ascent through the skies. As Nan Xi glanced back, she noted that the scattered disciples of the Tianyan sword sect were not too far apart, which brought her a sense of relief. Just as she was guiding her disciples to descend gradually, someone caught up beside her. Dressed in pure white, it was Luo Tingyun, and a flicker of joy crossed Nan Xi's face, her brows lifting in a smile. "Junior sister, you're here too?" Luo Tingyun nodded and spoke softly. "This place is Lu Linchuan. Shall we descend?" Lu Linchuan is a region within the Imperial White Secret Realm, characterized by marshy lands and inhabited by the Lu Lin trees, which possess grayish trunks and branches, perpetually adorned with starry, luminescent blossoms. These trees are spirit woods capable of becoming tree spirits, and the blossoms of the spirit Lu Lin trees can be utilized as materials for refining weapons, possessing a cold nature that enhances the flexibility and offensive capabilities of magical artifacts. The Imperial White Secret Realm is abundant in resources, and Lu Linchuan is recognized as a relatively safe area. Nan Xi pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Their foremost task was to gather the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect. If the danger was minimal, there was no rush to soar ahead on their swords. Furthermore, the Imperial White Secret Realm was not only home to powerful spirit beasts and botanical spirits, but also to tens of thousands of newly arrived cultivators flying through the skies on their swords. The risks of aerial travel were not lesser than traversing the land. With that, Nan Xi led her disciples down into Lu Linchuan. Upon landing, the surroundings darkened. The light from above was faint, illuminated solely by the blossoms of the Lu Lin trees. Nan Xi turned to her disciples and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant of your surroundings on this journey." Entering the renowned Imperial White Secret Realm had made the disciples somewhat anxious. They had long heard tales of its dangers, where a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Upon hearing Nan Xi's admonition, they assumed it was merely to keep them alert, unaware of the next moment when thoughts echoed in their minds. Isn't this a bit too subtle? I wonder if everyone understood. I must also remain vigilant. And then, what treasures? Let us collect some. What about spirit herbs? Let us gather those too. This expedition into the secret realm isn't solely for combat. The disciples exclaimed in unison, their eyes instantly widening, not wanting to miss a single inch of the ground beneath them, and thus, they were alert to every sound around them. Faced with danger, they were quick to react. Nan Xi, too, extended her consciousness, observing the surroundings clearly. She cautiously glanced at Luo Tingyun, thinking, if not for my persona, I would have to have a thorough discussion with my junior sister. The disciples quietly perked up their ears. At that moment, there was no disturbance around them, allowing Nan Xi to remain alert while her mind wandered. The recent events were truly abrupt. I haven't had the chance to reflect on them yet. Junior sister's swift movement earlier. She effortlessly deflected that person's sword. How impressive. She felt a surge of excitement. Then a crowd surrounded me. And hey, I noticed Wu Zhu's expression. It was quite grim. What was Qi Qian like again? Oh dear, I've forgotten. Laughable as it is. He surely didn't look too good, especially since he was trying to act all high and mighty, only to find himself outmatched. Oh my, that was exhilarating. It seemed we truly made an impressive show, which sect has such strong cohesion. So harmonious and loving? Their swordsmanship is so refined? It's our Tianyun sword sect. The disciples behind nodded in agreement. Although they had played little role earlier, they felt immense pride in their outstanding seniors who had repelled a golden core cultivator. Luo Tingyun turned her head to glance at Nan Xi, slightly parting her lips as if to speak. Is there something stirring ahead? Although they had been conversing for a while, in reality, it had been less than 10 minutes since Nan Xi led her disciples into Lu Linchuan, reflecting on earlier events. The surroundings had been tranquil, but at a certain moment, after their footsteps landed, the air grew heavy, as if they had sunk into a quagmire. The atmosphere abruptly turned tense. Something feels amiss, a hint of danger lingers, yet it doesn't seem overwhelming. My senses detect numerous presences. Is it a herd of beasts? Nan Xi's thoughts flowed. According to my persona, I shouldn't perceive this beast herd. Let me think. This herd poses only minor threats.
If they were to attack,
it would conveniently serve as our first harvest in the Imperial White Secret Realm. Instinctively, the disciples placed their hands on the hilt of their swords. After merely another 5 minutes of walking, it wasn't just Nan Xi who sensed the unusual atmosphere. Even the other disciples began to detect the ominous presence. It felt as if countless eyes were watching them intently from the shadows. Nan Xi discreetly led her disciples to circumvent the encirclement of the beasts. In the next instant, a shrill cry erupted from the foliage. Moments later, several elongated, half-human-sized spirit beasts resembling mice charged out, displaying remarkable organization, as 2 or 3 lunged at a single disciple. Nan Xi swiftly drew her sword, locking her gaze on one of the spirit beasts rushing towards her. The sound of the sword resonated beside her, and within moments, the beast was left in tatters. Luo Tingyun stood ahead, shaking off droplets of blood from her sword, glancing back at Nan Xi, her lightly tinted lips moving. Sister. Protect everyone. I will guard your back. These spirit beasts were primarily at the foundation establishment stage, with fewer at the Chi refining stage, comparable to Nan Xi's disciples. Yet their numbers were overwhelming, quickly placing the disciples in a situation of 1 against 2, or even 3. More beasts surged toward Nan Xi and Luo Tingyun. However, Luo Tingyun moved with astonishing speed, creating a nearly secure vacuum around Nan Xi. Yet not all the spirit beasts were as fragile as the first. The clashing sounds of swords against claws echoed continuously. Without pausing, Nan Xi plunged into the throng. Her movements were decisive and agile, but internally, she thought, how impressive my junior sister is. The disciples had prepared themselves mentally, finding the situation manageable, yet they couldn't help but internally critique Nan Xi. At a time like this, she still thinks about her junior sister. Nan Xi's involvement provided a sense of relief to most disciples. This was only natural for a senior disciple whose exceptional talent could not possibly fall short. As Nan Xi navigated through the swarm of over 100 spirit beasts, she felt relatively unburdened. After all, while the beasts were numerous, none were at the golden core stage. Yet amidst this ease, she began to feel a thrilling sense of liberation. Typically, she would deliberately suppress her cultivation for the sake of maintaining her persona, but now, amidst the chaos, few could notice her true prowess. Thus, with each passing moment, Nan Xi felt increasingly invigorated, her swordplay becoming ever more fluid. At a certain instant, a thought resonated in the minds of the disciples. This is exhilarating. Before they could ponder, countless beams of sword light suddenly flashed, and in the next moment, the fierce beasts that had just charged valiantly were all vanquished. The disciples exclaimed in awe. In that instant, Luo Tingyun also halted his sword, his gaze locking onto Nan Xi, his serene eyes reflecting a newfound seriousness. Chapter 38. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Once Nan Xi ceased her movements, her mind finally relaxed, the tension of her previous actions dissipating. Yet she was left in a state of bewilderment, contemplating, did I just do something extraordinary? Senior sister, you were magnificent. A voice broke the silence, igniting a fervor among the disciples as they erupted into cheers, praising Nan Xi's prowess. Regaining her senses, Nan Xi was met with a chorus of admiration, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. No need for flattery. It was merely an unforeseen act. But it sounds delightful, and I quite enjoy it. The disciples paused momentarily at her words, only to surge back into jubilant praise, their faces flushed with pride. By the way, what was that state I just experienced? Quite remarkable indeed. Nan Xi glanced at the sword in her hand, realizing that she had reached a state of transcendence, almost forgetting herself, which allowed her to unleash her sword with increasing speed until it erupted at a singular moment. Reflecting on it now, the luminous sword light was a manifestation of her utmost speed, amplified by her spiritual energy and sword intent, enabling her attacks to encompass a radius of several dozen meters, each capable of slaying foundational stage opponents. As she pondered, Nan Xi found herself momentarily stunned. This is astonishing. While she was lost in thought, Luo Tingyun, too, was brought back to reality by the disciples' fervent voices. He lowered his head, sheathing his sword, and approached Nan Xi. Senior sister, you have created your own sword technique. Sword techniques, being a tier above sword forms, possess greater lethality and serve as ultimate moves for critical moments. The ability to create one is rare. Those who can do so are often ahead of their peers until the divine transformation stage. Nan Xi looked up, meeting Luo Tingyun's earnest gaze, filled with an emotion she could not quite comprehend. Senior sister, you are truly impressive, he said, his voice slightly hoarse, creating an intimate atmosphere between them. Nan Xi blinked, momentarily taken aback, a smile breaking across her face. Yet suddenly, a jolt of panic surged through her. Wait, I've shattered my persona. And it's a significant rupture. Can my image of mediocrity ever be restored? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she glanced back, meeting the disciples' adoring gazes, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Though she relished such attention, the timing fell off. In a flurry, Nan Xi called upon the system. System, what is happening? Will there be repercussions? At her words, the disciples, who had been revering her moments before, scrambled to collect the remains of the slain beasts. some even loudly discussing the incident. It was merely an accident. Senior Sister's strength isn't that impressive, surely. Replicating such power would be exceedingly difficult. Yes. Senior Sister is not remarkable at all. Nan Xi, still waiting for the system's reply, turned in confusion toward the loud voices. Is there anyone in Tianyan Sword Sect who dares to speak ill of me? The disciples fell silent, their faces a mix of regret and despair. They hadn't intended for Senior Sister to face any punishment. Even Luo Tingyun, momentarily stunned, finally spoke up, suggesting, Senior Sister, given your exertion, you may need to rest for a while. His words were a veiled implication that Nan Xi's strength could not support such a technique, though he struggled to find a more direct way to express it. Nan Xi's eyes brightened as she rubbed her forehead, saying, I overexerted myself. I feel somewhat weak now. The sensation I had earlier is unlikely to be replicated. It's my fault for lacking strength. The disciples nodded vigorously, agreeing, indeed, Senior Sister lacks strength. Nan Xi paused, perplexed. It baffled her how they had been praising her moments ago, only to shift to criticism. However, she did not dwell on it for long, as the system's delayed response came through. No punishment is required. Just 4 words, and silence fell once more. Nan Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as there's no punishment, not only her, but everyone present breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. Casting furtive glances at Nan Xi before quietly resuming their discussions about her recent performance. Absolutely stunning. After a brief respite, Nan Xi led the disciples to regroup with others from Tianyan Sword Sect. Meanwhile, the system had shifted its focus, begrudgingly expending energy to observe Qi Qian's situation. The correction of the narrative had commenced the moment they entered the Imperial White Secret Realm, where Qi Qian found himself amidst a throng of individuals, numbering in the thousands. Leading the Yushu sect, Qi Qian was the quickest to react, but just as they advanced, they encountered a golden core stage beast. In full view of the crowd, Qi Qian and the Yushu disciples swiftly dispatched the beast, earning widespread admiration and praise for Qi Qian's prowess. Unbeknownst to Nan Xi, she only understood that the narrative would correct itself, but was indifferent to how it would unfold, as it bore little significance to her. The Tianyan Sword Sect, with its millennia of heritage, had gathered ample knowledge about the Imperial White Secret Realm since its inception, establishing a designated rendezvous point. With the disciples hastening their pace, they completed their gathering within a day. At that moment, the system watched as data compiled and the narrative returned to its rightful course. While Qi Qian's fortune value plummeted by another 10%, plunging the system into contemplation once more. However, Nan Xi remained oblivious, arriving at the meeting point where nearly all members of Tianyan Sword Sect had gathered. As there was a scheduled time for the assembly, those who arrived late would not be waited for, as survival depended on timing in the secret realm, not delaying opportunities. Nan Xi and her group arrived just in time. Noticing that a few disciples were yet to arrive, but all the direct disciples were present. The direct disciples congregated to discuss their next course of action, and Nan Xi seized an opportunity to fade into the background. At that moment, the disciples who had accompanied Nan Xi were abuzz with excitement, eagerly sharing with others just how impressive Nan Xi had been, declaring that had it not been for their limitations, they would have demonstrated her prowess on the spot. They even showcased the neatly crafted sword marks left on the slain beast's body, eliciting envious expressions from the onlookers. They too longed to witness the grandeur of their senior sister. The jade tablet in Qi Zhao's hand manifested a spectral image, depicting a rough map of the Imperial White Secret Realm. This map was merely an approximation, for while certain locations appeared consistently, others were ephemeral, contingent upon fortune, including legacies left by formidable beings and blood-soaked battlegrounds, which were elusive and difficult to chart. Naturally, the disciples of the Tianyan Sword Sect had less freedom than solitary cultivators, as their initial explorations had to consider the collective. The chosen destination, therefore, had to be beneficial for all. After deliberation among the direct disciples, Qi Zhao ultimately marked a location, the Pool of Celestial Beings. This name did not refer to a singular pool but rather to a site housing hundreds of celestial pools, each corresponding to a powerful ascended being. Should one be fortunate, they might glean insights from the waters of these pools. Yet, the mysteries did not end there. Legends spoke of mighty beings casting their precious items into these waters, not only insights but perhaps also spiritual treasures, magical artifacts, and rare elixirs. Entering the pool of celestial beings promised some form of reward. Once consensus was reached, preparations were made for their journey. Nan Xi, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to attention upon hearing the mention of the pool of celestial beings. The pool of celestial beings? It seems devoid of narrative significance. Ah, right. According to the storyline, I should receive a prophecy here, foretelling my future misfortunes, but the character I play is skeptical. Upon overhearing this, the disciples perked up, eager to learn more about the situation. However, Nan Xi did not dwell on it. Instead, she summoned the system.
System.
I recall that the items within the pool of celestial beings are distributed among individuals. I am evidently different from the female lead. So even if we visit the same pool, the items may not be identical. That prophecy is of no use to me. Can I choose another pool? The reason for her discussion with the system was that Nan Xi understood the system was negotiable on most matters, aside from fundamental principles. The waters of the pool were left by a cultivator studying fate, hence what could be obtained there would either be prophecies or some form of advice. However, upon reflection, Nan Xi decided she had no interest in either, contemplating the possibility of acquiring something entirely different. The system was still analyzing the implications of Chi-Chien's declining fortune values. Yet, after considerable contemplation, it remained perplexed. Upon hearing Nan Xi's words, the system experienced a brief malfunction. Please ensure you follow the narrative. Nan Xi was taken aback. What do you mean? The system finally processed her inquiry, responding, there is some flexibility, but you must still visit the waters in the narrative. Understood. A wave of relief washed over Nan Xi as she began to ponder which pool she would explore. The records of the Tianyan sword sect included extensive information about the pool of celestial beings, but she had previously been too preoccupied to consider it.
Now.
As the other disciples made their choices, she began to reflect. I recall a certain celestial lord was notably generous and presumably quite affluent. Perhaps I should visit his pool? There is also a sword lord renowned for his formidable prowess, having gathered numerous powerful sword intents. Visiting his pool might yield insights. Nan Xi quietly sifted through her notes, focusing on the individuals who left a strong impression on her. Oh, right. I remember there is a celestial lord known for his extraordinary handsomeness, reputed to be the most striking figure of his time. Should I seek out his statue? The disciples had been following Nan Xi's musings, but upon hearing this last remark, they momentarily lost their composure, leading to an unexpected diversion. Did the senior sister have a penchant for handsome men? Chapter 39. Luo Tingyun, attuned to her thoughts, raised an eyebrow, though he remained oblivious to his own reaction. Before he could ponder further, Nan Xi's thoughts echoed again. But how handsome could he be? Could he rival our junior sister? If our junior sister were a male, I shudder to think how many hearts he would capture. A brief pause ensued, during which an uncharacteristic flicker crossed Luo Tingyun's face, quickly masked as he lowered his gaze, concealing his unusual feelings. The disciples' attention subtly shifted towards Luo Tingyun, who stood as if painted by the surrounding mountain scenery, his beauty accentuated by the picturesque landscape.
Truly, he was captivating.
Before any further thoughts could develop, Qi Zhao, having caught wind of Nan Xi's musings, cast a glance in her direction before stepping forward to announce their next course of action, prompting an immediate seriousness among the group. Nan Xi instinctively positioned herself at the forefront of the line, glancing back to see everyone organized before turning her gaze toward Qi Zhao and the others. Shall we proceed? Let us go. The pool of celestial beings was conveniently close to their previous location, which was one of the reasons it was chosen as their first destination. However, even within the secret realm, despite the treasures available, acquiring them was not merely a matter of reach. Conditions needed to be met. Upon arriving at the entrance of the pool of celestial beings, they found themselves unable to see it, obscured by a dense wall of mist. To enter and reap the benefits of the pool, they would have to navigate through the thick fog and face the challenges within. As Nan Xi scrutinized the mist, Qi Zhao began instructing the disciples. The essence of his message was that it was inevitable they might become separated within the fog, and upon reaching the pool of celestial beings, they should use their jade tablets to communicate, reconvening at a designated time. Those who failed to arrive would be left behind. This was intended both to prevent straggling and to gauge the general situation of the disciples. Nan Xi absorbed Qi Zhao's instructions as the senior disciple. She would certainly keep these in mind, though she refrained from speaking, merely adhering to her seemingly inconsequential persona. Just as she was pondering, Qi Zhao announced they could proceed. Nan Xi cast a glance back, meeting Luo Tingyun's eyes, and, not unexpectedly, smiled at him, politely asking, "Would you like to join me, junior sister?" Luo Tingyun appeared momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Very well. The two stepped into the dense fog together. Entering this realm governed by peculiar laws left them disoriented. In an instant, the presence of those nearby faded, and as Nan Xi glanced around, she realized she could see no one, prompting her to tentatively move forward. As if testing her patience, she wandered through the mist for what felt like an eternity without any discernible change in the surroundings, prompting her to pause. Reflecting for a moment, she channeled a portion of her spiritual energy, attempting to grasp the elusive mist. Before she could fully engage in this endeavor, the fog began to shift. A flash of light appeared, accompanied by an ethereal voice laced with curiosity. "Oh, this rule does not confine you, young lady." Nan Xi observed a flickering light dance before her, hopping playfully before drawing near, seemingly scrutinizing her. The voice, though aged, carried a lively tone, as if it had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Intrigued by this glowing entity, Nan Xi mused, "Are you not human? Or has the mist taken on a spirit of its own?" The animated light suddenly halted, then erupted in indignation.
How dare you?
You show no respect. Which sect do you belong to? Who taught you to speak to an elder in such a manner? Curiosity piqued, Nan Xi noted that no one here recognized her, granting her the freedom to drop her facade. She extended her hand, eager to catch this light. However, her grasp failed, and she retracted her hand with a hint of disappointment. "Apologies for my rudeness, esteemed elder. Might I inquire if this is a test? Where lies my trial? Surely, I cannot remain ensnared in this fog indefinitely. That would be unacceptable, for many outside cherish my presence, and my lingering here would surely bring tears to a multitude." The luminous orb paused, suppressing its vexation, circling around Nan Xi a few more times. Its lively demeanor seemed incongruous with its ancient voice. "I find it curious that the mysterious fog tests one's character and conjures illusions, yet you have not succumbed to such illusions. Is it truly the case that a child under a century can possess such fortitude?" Upon further scrutiny, it remarked, "I perceive nothing extraordinary in you. Even a shattered artifact, no matter how divine, cannot alter these rules. It appears your character is remarkably commendable, rendering you immune to this enchantment. However, if that is the case, you should be able to pass through swiftly." "Wait, I must ponder anew. Child, which sect do you belong to?" "The Tianyun Sword Sect," Nan Xi replied, her demeanor becoming obedient as she gazed at the orb, not daring to blink. The orb flickered again, seemingly astounded to discover the descendants of those ancient immortals. It leapt with vigor, as if encountering something of great significance, soaring even higher. What is your innate talent? By the heavens! With such character paired with your roots, it is no wonder you are permitted an audience with me. You are at the golden core stage, your cultivation barely sufficient. Young girl, I see potential in you, and shall bestow upon you an opportunity. With your aptitude, you shall undoubtedly ascend smoothly in the future. Do remember to cultivate diligently. Do not let your fate be cut short. Though you are not my disciple, this connection means that when next we meet, you shall respectfully regard me as your mentor, inciting envy among that assembly of ancient immortals." Nan Xi pondered. Must I accept this? Yet before she could voice her thoughts, the luminescent orb surged toward her, and suddenly her mind cleared, the thick fog dissipating, revealing a transformed landscape around her. She stood still, taking in the sensations. Her senses sharpened, and among the swirling energies of the cosmos, she detected an ethereal essence she had never encountered before. It was subtle and faint, but if grasped. That voice echoed in her mind, a fleeting whisper of the rules of the universe. If you can seize it, you shall immediately advance to the spirit transformation stage. If not, fret not. Merely contemplate, and your path shall become significantly smoother. Afterward, Nan Xi could no longer sense the presence of the orb. She contemplated, detecting no immediate danger. If this was an opportunity. Upon returning, she would delve into the texts to uncover the origins of the mysterious fog surrounding the pool of immortals, perhaps uncovering some clues. As she was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly loomed before her. Looking up, she saw Luo Tingyun observing her, emerging slowly. Is something amiss? Nan Xi inquired, regaining her composure. It is a bit peculiar, but it seems to be a good thing. It is challenging to convey to my junior sister the circumstances I encountered, where I was praised extravagantly like a charlatan of the martial world. They claimed the fog could not ensnare me and spoke of bestowing an opportunity. Perhaps it allowed me to glimpse a fragment of the rules of the Tao. Yet, I cannot decipher it now. I shall set that aside and first examine the pool of immortals. Luo Tingyun remained stoic, seemingly unaffected by what she had heard. Well then, sister. You should investigate the pool of immortals. Everyone else is nearly prepared. Recalling her purpose, Nan Xi hastened forward. I shall go now and return shortly. Farewell for now. Junior sister. Luo Tingyun watched her retreating figure as Qi Zhao approached from the side, having overheard Nan Xi's thoughts. Sister, do you have any insights? After a moment of reflection, Luo Tingyun replied, The pool of immortals is a blessing bestowed upon young disciples by ascended immortals, and the fog was crafted by several immortals. Harboring the rules of the Tao, no one in the cultivation realm can penetrate it. If sister has gained something within, it is likely the favor of one of those immortals. Is that so? Qi Zhao mused, casting a glance at Nan Xi, tinged with envy. Truly, she is remarkable. Upon entering the pool of immortals, the knowledge she had acquired before proved of little use, as she surveyed her surroundings, unable to distinguish one immortal from another, as if a barrier obscured her perception. Following her instincts, she approached a pool of water before a statue of a dignified elder. Bending down to gaze into the water, she barely glimpsed her reflection before the surface rippled, bubbling forth, and something leapt out, hurtling towards her embrace.
What?
She quickly caught it, examining closely. It appeared to be an artifact resembling a fan, yet not quite. 5 elongated feathers, bound together by mystical runes, formed a cohesive whole, shining with a sharp luster. Upon touch, it was immovable in its solidity, yet the edges were smooth, not at all sharp. After studying it for a while, without deciphering its nature, she decided to probe with her consciousness, temporarily merging it with her essence. Following the contract, the artifact shrank to the size of her palm, taking flight and adorning her hair like a decorative piece. It was a high-tier artifact, yet Nan Xi could not fathom its use. Pondering, she remembered the narrative and decided to visit the prophetic pool mentioned in the tale. Merely a formality, as this location was close to where they were to gather, she circled the area without any noteworthy occurrences and opted to depart directly. Luo Tingyun and the other disciples of the Tianyun sword sect awaited her arrival. Observing Nan Xi circle the pool without any apparent intentions, they anticipated her approach, sensing they were nearing the time to leave. However, at the moment Nan Xi turned, the water stirred gently, inscribing a few tiny characters in the air, all wishes fulfilled. The disciples' eyes widened in that instant, and as Nan Xi turned back with a sense of awareness, the water had already settled, leaving no trace of ripples. Chapter 40. As Nan Xi approached the group, she sensed a slightly subdued atmosphere. Blinking, she inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The majority of disciples, particularly those closest to her, were attentive. Xianxia, with a hint of joy, exclaimed, "It is all wishes fulfilled." What does that mean? Nan Xi questioned, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the prophetic pool. Surely, it cannot be an omen? What wish could it be? That I might lead a peaceful life after completing the narrative. That seems far-fetched. I am too weary to ponder it. The disciples had initially felt a surge of excitement, but upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, they instantly deflated like wilted plants, their enthusiasm waning.
Now,
even the ordinary disciples had nearly grasped the workings of the system. They dared not imagine what their own reactions would be if faced with such a situation. Even Qi Zhao's gaze dimmed momentarily, yet he stated, "Just now, a few characters floated from the pool, all wishes fulfilled." Nan Xi turned her gaze toward that direction, confirming that no one else had passed by recently. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled. "That is quite splendid." Upon hearing Nan Xi's remark, some held their breaths, eager to discern her thoughts. However, after a period of silence, Nan Xi simply remarked, "Shall we take our leave?" Luo Tingyan responded, "It is about time. Let's go." The disciples were remarkably orderly this time, with no unexpected incidents, and their arrival at the Pool of Immortals was itself a rewarding experience for all. They proceeded methodically towards their next destination. Not every place was as accessible as the Pool of Immortals. The upcoming location required them to exert double the effort to attain any rewards. Consequently, as they exited the pool, a sense of seriousness settled upon their faces. The atmosphere was hushed, save for the inner voice of Nan Xi resonating in everyone's hearts. What purpose does this artifact serve? Artifact? What artifact? The others looked at Nan Xi with expressions of confusion. However, standing at the forefront, she remained unaware as she touched the artifact, which resembled a mere ornament caught in her hair. It was her first encounter with such an artifact, and though she had formed a contract with it, she was uncertain of its function, only vaguely aware that it was an offensive type. Her inner voice flickered momentarily, but this time it unveiled the artifact's appearance to them. It was small and exquisite, appearing to have no apparent utility. As everyone's thoughts flowed in tandem with Nan Xi's, someone suddenly sensed a slight tremor in the ground. Those with higher cultivation could even detect a shift in the flow of air. As the most accomplished disciple among them, Nan Xi's perception was particularly acute. She could observe the subtle currents of energy that had previously been orderly, but were now somewhat chaotic, with portions deviating as if drawn by an unseen force. Yet, these changes were minuscule. Had they been a bit farther away, Nan Xi might have remained oblivious. At that moment, Qizhao turned to Nan Xi and inquired if they should investigate. The disturbances they sensed indicated that the source was nearby, and in the realm of secrets, opportunities were paramount. Nan Xi nodded in agreement, and they set off towards the direction of the disturbance. The closer they drew, the more pronounced the sensation became, until their surroundings gradually opened up to reveal a shimmering ethereal figure from which glimmering sword lights emanated, alongside distant architectural structures. Is this a space of inheritance? As she recognized it, Luo Tingyan chimed in, affirming that it was indeed a space of inheritance. The Tianyun sword sect erupted in excitement. Not only was it a space of inheritance, but it also appeared related to the sword path, a tremendous opportunity, even if they did not acquire an inheritance. The insights gleaned from the resonance within the space could yield boundless benefits. With such an inheritance space before them, even if they were advised against entering, they might not heed the warning. Nan Xi glanced back and stated, "Let us proceed." Her lack of surprise at the appearance of the inheritance space suggested she had anticipated such an occurrence, and thoughts flitted through her mind, shifting her previously languid demeanor into one of seriousness. However, her change was subtle, noticed only by those closest to her. The inheritance space was a rare find. The ethereal figure they had seen was merely the entrance. Should they choose not to enter upon its discovery, the entrance could close, rendering them unable to access it again. Upon entering the inheritance space, they were greeted by an entirely different landscape. The outside still bore traces of nature, while the interior, with its flora and structures, emanated a sharpness, as if illuminated by fleeting sword lights. The already tranquil atmosphere grew even quieter. Some individuals held their breath, intent on capturing insights from the unfolding scene, while others observed the surroundings of the inheritance space. It was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds, even more. Directly ahead stood a solemnly toned hall. Qizhao approached the door and attempted to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. Nearby, there was a bamboo grove and several winding paths that converged, suggesting a shared destination. Behind them loomed a mountain, its higher elevations shrouded in mist, obscuring the view, while the hall's door remained shut, as if requiring them to ascend to unveil the secrets of this realm. Nan Xi proposed, "Let us ascend. If all goes well, the Yushu sect should also be ascending." The disciples, originally pondering what lay above, were suddenly taken aback. The inheritance space had multiple entrances, drifting within the secret realm, so its appearance could be anywhere, and one entrance closing did not preclude others. Thus, the presence of another group within this space did not surprise them. What astonished them was the identity of that group. It was indeed the Yushu sect. How ironic it was, they thought. A murmur of discussion arose among the crowd, and they followed Nan Xi's lead upwards. The attention on Nan Xi intensified. After all, they were uncertain of what might transpire upon encountering the Yushu sect, or what other narratives awaited them. Yet, the usually vivacious Nan Xi remained as quiet as a mouse, not making a sound. The cultivators moved swiftly, soon reaching the mist-laden heights. At last, someone caught a glimpse of the scenery atop the mountain. It was a sword tomb. There, on the summit, countless swords were visible, scattered haphazardly, evoking a sense of desolation. Simultaneously, they observed a group steadily advancing on the opposite slope. At this realization, they could no longer contain their thoughts. Once again, the Yushu sect? How narrow the path of fate. They better not provoke us. This time, we shall surely defeat them. Indeed, if there were good swords to be found at the sword tomb, they would not allow the Yushu sect to gain even a fraction. Nan Xi, upon hearing this, cast a puzzled glance back at her disciples, wondering about the sudden surge of animosity. Meanwhile, the Yushu sect had also noticed the presence of another group. Qi Qian stood at the forefront, scrutinizing them closely, the Tianyun sword sect. He was the most powerful among them, especially with two conspicuously strong individuals in their ranks. Suddenly realizing Nan Xi's formidable presence, Qi Qian paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. The disciples of the Yushu sect perked up. The Tianyun sword sect? What a coincidence! But if it comes to a contest of strength here, will we be at a disadvantage? Who among the upright would dare to compete in strength with the Tianyun sword sect? Yet they decided to observe first. Conflicts were less likely to arise within the inheritance space. Similar to the Tianyun sword sect, a few direct disciples of the Yushu sect were also in front, and Wu Zhuo glanced over, narrowing his eyes before breaking into a knowing smile. Nan Xi is also here. His thoughts turned mischievous. Senior brother, do you think she likes you so much that if an opportunity arises, she might willingly give it to you? Qi Qian's gaze turned mildly cold as he replied, "Stop thinking about useless matters." Wu Zhuo fell silent, yet the smile on his face remained, his eyes sweeping over Qi Qian. How could those from the same sect be any more virtuous? They were all merely pretending. As they conversed, they ascended steadily, soon arriving at the intersection of two paths where the disciples of both sects faced one another, the atmosphere thick with tension. Nan Xi had already donned a new facade, her expression now brimming with anticipation and delight as her gaze fixated intently on Qi Qian. Ah Qian, what a coincidence indeed. The disciples' attention converged on Nan Xi, their expressions reflecting a mix of intrigue and speculation regarding her true intentions. Haha. Though merely 2 syllables, these cold words encapsulated her feelings perfectly. Observing Qi Qian's indifferent demeanor as he merely nodded at Nan Xi, he remarked, "It seems fate has intertwined our paths." A snicker escaped one of the Tianyun sword sect disciples, though quickly subdued. Among the foremost disciples, Qi Zhao glanced at the performing Nan Xi and then at the stoic Luo Tingyun, reluctantly stepping forward. "There's no need for excessive discussion. The sword mound lies before us. Each sect shall rely on its own skills and refrain from interference. Yes?" His words bore no faults, and Qi Qian prepared to respond with a nod, when Wu Zhuo waved his feather fan, grinning at Nan Xi. "While we shall not disturb you, it would be prudent for you to keep an eye on your senior disciple. She continually vexes our senior brother, causing us great distress." The faces of the Tianyun sword sect disciples darkened at his audacity to openly humiliate Nan Xi in front of so many. Some were unable to restrain themselves and began to step forward, only to be halted by their companions. Qi Zhao's expression, once warm, now turned frostier. As the focal point of the conversation, Nan Xi appeared pale, her demeanor suggesting she had been deeply wounded by his words. Yet, internally, she thought, "You rascal. Last time you exposed yourself to so many of our sect's members, and now you dare to act so arrogantly." The disciples momentarily froze, images of the previous incident flashing in their minds, not just Wu Zhuo, who had been entirely unclothed, but also Qiu Yang, who had suffered an embarrassing fall. The atmosphere among the Tianyun sword sect shifted dramatically. Someone called out teasingly, "Wu Zhuo, how's the quality of your clothing? If you were to strip again, the embarrassment would be minor, but tainting everyone's eyes would be a grave matter." Laughter erupted among the Tianyun sword sect members, who chimed in with their own jests. "Yes. Wu Zhuo, I nearly went blind last time. By the way, how's that unfortunate Qiu Yang? Did he suffer any ill effects? As the Tianyan sword sect disciples reveled in their retorts, Nan Xi maintained a composed exterior. Yet, internally she thought, ha ha ha, true talent indeed. Our Tianyan sword sect is filled with extraordinary individuals. This is too amusing. Wu Zhua's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. I recall some matters. We should thank your senior sister for providing us with much. Nan Xi's irritation towards Wu Zhua intensified, and she inwardly scoffed, I wish I could slap him. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the magical artifact in her hair suddenly sprang forth, expanding to the size of a human hand. Before anyone could react, the artifact, infused with Nan Xi's spiritual energy, swung violently towards Wu Zhua. The force was so great that it sent him flying, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Everyone gasped in shock. Nan Xi exclaimed internally, wait, did this artifact just help me slap someone? This artifact was immensely powerful, especially considering Nan Xi had already reached the golden core stage, a significant elevation above the foundation establishment stage. Wu Zhua, though not knocked unconscious, lay sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise, likely suffering from a concussion. The artifact fluttered gently in the air, its feathers appearing soft and delicate, yet no one could forget the ferocity with which it had just struck. They stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words until the artifact shrank back to the size of a palm, returning to Nan Xi's hair. With a cautious hand raised, she said, do you believe me when I say I still cannot control this artifact? Although the artifact had just connected with her spiritual energy, she had not consciously directed it. Its ability to respond to her thoughts was evident. Had she truly desired to inflict harm, Wu Zhua would have faced a far graver fate. The disciples of the Yushu sect exchanged uneasy glances, their mouths opening to speak, but upon seeing the Tianyan sword sect members grip their sword hilts, they fell silent once more. In a confrontation, they knew they could not prevail against the Tianyan sword sect. A few disciples closest to Wu Zhua helped him to his feet, administering a healing pill with pained expressions. Even the most basic healing elixirs were costly, each one a potential lifesaver for ordinary disciples, yet expecting Wu Zhua to pay for it in his current state was unrealistic. After swallowing the elixir, Wu Zhua regained some clarity, and his gaze towards Nan Xi now held a hint of wariness. Though Nan Xi had not directly attacked, the incident with the artifact had clearly conveyed her strength. He had not even had a moment to respond, let alone defend himself. Truly terrifying. Qi Zhao wore a sincere smile. Since there is no further issue, let us proceed. Without waiting for discussion, he turned to Nan Xi, senior sister, we shall depart. Startled, Nan Xi thought, according to my character, I should be reluctant to leave Qi Qian and insist on staying together, but she feigned a lack of agency, glancing at Qi Zhao, her words unspoken, while casting a reluctant glance at Qi Qian. She felt it was insufficient and needed to maintain her facade, but suddenly, her wrist was firmly grasped. A faint fragrance wafted to her nose as Luo Tingyun's voice resonated. Let's go. Nan Xi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed herself, adopting an appearance of reluctant compliance as she was led into the sword mound. This marked the first direct confrontation between the Tianyan sword sect and the Yushu sect. While victories seemed inevitable, the extent of their losses was unexpected, leaving the Tianyan disciples secretly elated, unable to suppress their smiles. Just then, an odd sound interrupted their revelry. Instinctively, they glanced at Nan Xi, who had lowered her head, obscuring her expression. They could only see the corners of her mouth struggling to contain a manic grin, a sight that sent shivers down their spines.
Gah 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 gah.
An even stranger sound erupted, startling the disciples. After an arduous moment of laughter, Nan Xi regained a semblance of normalcy. I can't take it anymore. This is too delightful. If only I could have slapped him myself, it would have been even more satisfying. Haha, little junior sister is quite bold, dragging me in. How did she know I enjoy a little forceful persuasion? Luo Tingyun, still holding Nan Xi's wrist, felt as though he had been scalded, swiftly retracting his hand and quickening his pace to distance himself from her. If someone were to walk in front of Luo Tingyun and glance back, they would notice a faint blush gracing his cheeks, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance flickering in his eyes, and his tightly pressed lips appearing even more luscious. However, as he led the way, he was destined to remain unseen. Nan Xi was momentarily bewildered by Luo Tingyun's actions, but upon reflection, she understood that he merely wished to avoid delay. It was only natural for him to release her hand now that they had entered. As for why they had to move forward, it was likely to behold the sword tomb. Upon entering the sword tomb, the atmosphere grew palpably somber and majestic. The swords embedded in the ground radiated a chilling light, some appearing as pristine as new blades, while others were battered and rendered useless. A few were rusted, their brilliance obscured. The disciples felt a sense of reverence and straightened their postures, gazing at the surrounding swords with awe. One individual cautiously inquired, "Is it permissible to draw these swords?" Others turned their gazes to him, and then to the leading disciple. The only indication of guidance in this inheritance space thus far had been the arrival at the sword tomb, creating a sense of hesitation among them. Although there had been no prior warnings regarding dangers within the inheritance space, a certain respect kept the disciples from acting recklessly. Nan Xi pretended not to notice the gazes of her fellow disciples and focused her attention elsewhere. It is indeed permissible to draw the swords, after all. One may not necessarily succeed. The sword chooses its wielder, yet if one does succeed, that sword becomes theirs. I would suggest they all give it a try. A well-suited new sword would undoubtedly make the impending battle easier to endure. Initially, the disciples were eager to attempt drawing the swords after hearing the first part of her statement, but they soon found themselves perplexed by the latter. What formidable battle awaited them in the inheritance space? Would they be confronting the Yusu sect? Nan Xi, however, had already directed her gaze toward the uppermost and most central location of the sword tomb. That must be Qi Qian's life sword. It does not appear particularly impressive. As she contemplated, Nan Xi lowered her head and grasped her treasured sword. The treatment she received from her sword was exceptional, though it may not rival divine artifacts. In the entire realm of cultivation, there were likely only a few swords superior to hers, belonging to figures such as He Jian and Li Yunjin. During the selection of materials, Nan Xi had chosen according to her preferences. However, while it bore the same name as the sword belonging to the female protagonist in the storyline, its essence was entirely different. Even within this inheritance space's sword tomb, there were scarcely a handful of swords that surpassed her own, allowing Nan Xi to maintain her composure. As Nan Xi's gaze shifted upward, some disciples who did not require a new sword also cast their eyes toward the sword at the very top. Disciples from the Tianyan sword sect had begun to tentatively draw swords. Despite considering Nan Xi's earlier words, the present situation took precedence, and furthermore, Nan Xi had suggested hastening the attempt. When Nan Xi returned her focus, she was slightly taken aback. Didn't the storyline imply that they had to wait a long time before attempting to draw swords? After all, with the passage of time and the absence of any prompts, one could only focus on the swords present. Even if they did not obtain the inheritance, acquiring a fine sword to take back would suffice. Disciples from the Yusu sect arrived slightly later, witnessing the Tianyan sword sect disciples beginning to draw swords, with some already acquiring new blades. Instantly anxious, they acted without much thought, joining in the attempts, some even striving to be the strongest. Meanwhile, Qi Qian remained still, his gaze fixed upon the sword at the pinnacle, gradually ascending toward it. Aware that a significant moment in the plot was approaching, Nan Xi fixated her attention on Qi Qian, for this did not compromise her character, yet she could not help but feel a twinge of sarcasm. I must say, he's really putting on a show, moving so slowly. The disciples of the Tianyan sword sect, particularly those who had just acquired new swords or did not intend to take one, could not resist glancing at Qi Qian. What had previously felt insignificant now seemed pretentious in light of Nan Xi's comment. Before she could voice her critique, he had already grasped the sword's hilt. The sword was not easily drawn. Qi Qian tested it step by step, ultimately exerting all his strength, bolstered by spiritual energy. At that moment, Nan Xi could not afford to be sarcastic. Her gaze deepened, her expression fading into neutrality, nearly devoid of emotion. Those who had been observing Nan Xi, particularly from the Tianyan sword sect, began to sense the gravity of the situation reflected in her demeanor, causing them to feel an involuntary tension. Luo Tingyun's gaze fell upon Nan Xi's face before he lowered his head and gripped his own sword. With a resonant hum, Qi Qian successfully drew the sword, and instantly, the sword tomb erupted with a cacophony of 1,000 swords ringing in unison, the sound echoing endlessly. Swords that had yet to be drawn were violently jostled, causing the ground to tremble, rendering many unsteady. Nan Xi clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "Control the swords," as everyone instinctively followed her command, forming seals to summon their swords. The surroundings were abruptly enveloped in darkness. Chapter 42. The ground fractured, and in that moment, the world was shrouded in shadow, even the sounds around them becoming ethereal. Such an unforeseen turn of events could incite panic, yet Nan Xi's urgent call helped most of the Tianyan sword sect disciples stabilize their swords, alleviating some of the disorientation that accompanied the sudden loss of weight. Most sensed the shift and moved downward along the flow of energy. Amidst the silence and darkness, a voice emerged, mechanical and unfamiliar, yet resonating within them as if it were Nan Xi's own thoughts. "Host, you should not have called out just now. It does not align with your character." The mechanical voice carried a tone of gravity. "Additionally, you have prematurely revealed plot details." Nan Xi retorted, "That doesn't count. You can only penalize me for not adhering to my character. I merely uttered the command to control the swords. How does that constitute a plot reveal? According to system assessment, you are guilty of a level 4 violation. Penalty: electrocution." A level 4 penalty indicated a breach of character, a consequence Nan Xi found acceptable, thus she refrained from further protest. That single utterance, despite not revealing plot details, combined with her urgent reaction and commanding tone, were elements not characteristic of the storyline's female lead, particularly in the presence of Chi-Chi, a pivotal character. Thus, being deemed a breach of character was entirely reasonable. After a brief interval, perhaps merely a few breaths, everyone re-established contact with the ground, and light returned to their surroundings. Once the disciples of a Tianyan sword sect regained their footing, their first instinct was to focus their attention on Nan Xi. She sat calmly, with her sword in hand, her expression placid, appearing unchanged from before. However, the memory of her earlier voice lingered, and a nearby female disciple hesitated to approach her, asking, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Having just collected herself, Nan Xi smiled gently and shook her head, reassuring her that she was fine, though she felt she had not revealed any flaws. The hyper-aware disciples detected an anomaly. The tone of their senior sister's voice was markedly lower than usual, conveying a hint of weakness. Had they not heard her earlier voice, they might not have paid heed to this subtle deviation, yet at this moment, their hearts ached. Their senior sister had endured punishment for their sake. Had it not been for Nan Xi's timely warning, many would have failed to react in time to the drop's height, landing heavily and sustaining injuries. Thanks to her alert, even those who were slower to respond managed to control their swords and land safely. Now, Nan Xi had risen, surveying the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect, asking, "Is everyone all right?" Just like that, she appeared to have fully regained her composure, her tone steady, betraying no signs of the earlier turmoil. The punishment has been reduced, and it feels remarkably different, barely perceptible. In her heart, Nan Xi felt a surge of pride, reflecting on her clever negotiation with the system that resulted in a lesser penalty. Initially, the female disciple who had questioned Nan Xi silently embraced her friend, burying her face in the latter's shoulder, remaining speechless. Most of the disciples were enveloped in silence, wanting to console Nan Xi, yet finding themselves at a loss. She seemed to require no solace, yet their hearts felt heavy with unease. Before Nan Xi could fully grasp the peculiar tension in the air, Luo Tingyan stepped forward, inquiring, "Is everything all right, senior sister?" Instinctively, Nan Xi turned her gaze toward Luo Tingyan and nodded, "I'm fine. How about you, junior sister?" "We are unscathed," Qi Zhao interjected. "Thanks to you, senior sister." But what exactly is happening now? Among those present, Qi Zhao appeared to be the most composed, not only due to his rational nature, but also because he had sensed something amiss. Nan Xi's sudden disregard for her persona might have been an attempt to shield the disciples from further emotional turmoil. It was highly likely that the injuries sustained now would have more significant repercussions in the future. Qi Zhao lifted his gaze skyward. Here, the sky was obscured, shrouded in a dark crimson hue, casting a faint light that rendered their surroundings exceedingly dim, making it difficult to discern their environment. An undercurrent of oppression lingered in the atmosphere. All signs indicated that this place was far from ordinary, and danger might lurk nearby. Nan Xi cautiously surveyed her surroundings and remarked, "I'm not certain. This place seems to lack a name, but beneath the sword tomb lies another realm, where the souls of the sword's masters are interred. A thought crossed her mind. The sword known as Zhu Yuan Jian is the weapon of the master of this inheritance space. The name was enchanting. Yet the master of this inheritance space was no benevolent figure. He had an insatiable passion for collecting renowned swords, achieving this by defeating their owners and slaying them, thus constructing a sword tomb for their burial. The original wielders of those swords were rendered into living corpses, confined within this subterranean domain. Upon his demise, he created this inheritance space, which was a facade. In reality, he aimed to ensnare those capable of wielding swords within this realm. However, there were indeed means of escape, and the treasures he placed within this inheritance space could greatly benefit others. Yet, he perhaps underestimated the determination of those who would tread upon the bones of countless individuals to escape this domain. A chill settled in Nan Xi's gaze. The narrative predominantly revolved around the entanglements between Qi-Qian and the female protagonist, highlighting the protagonist's assistance to Qi-Qian. As for the subsequent deaths of numerous disciples, the storyline merely glossed over this tragedy, leading to the protagonist facing punitive measures from her sect. However, this was not the crux of the anguish. During her punishment, Qi-Qian would come forth to comfort her, causing their relationship to flourish, a rare moment of sweetness amidst the turmoil. How revolting! Nan Xi's inner voice resurfaced, prompting all to glance at her in bewilderment. By now, they had grown accustomed to this phenomenon, while inner thoughts were indeed inner thoughts. Not all musings could be articulated. Some thoughts defied expression, remaining unheard. Yet, their curiosity piqued regarding what could provoke such a remark from Nan Xi. Nevertheless, upon arriving here and perceiving the unfolding situation through Nan Xi's sentiments, the disciples instinctively became vigilant. The notion that this space housed the souls of sword masters was utterly bizarre. Those who had recently acquired new swords clenched their grips tighter, anxiety coursing through them. Nan Xi recalled the pressing matter at hand, her gaze flitting across the assembled individuals. Indeed, many have obtained new swords. The original masters of those swords will not assault those bearing their essence. This is a glimmer of good news. As Nan Xi contemplated this, chaos began to erupt from the direction of the Yushu sect. A cacophony of voices filled the air. Where is this place? Have any of you heard anything? Ah! It hurts. I just fell. Please don't touch me. Spurred by these outcries, the previously silent disciples of the Tianyan sword sect gradually voiced their concerns. Gripping their swords in anticipation of impending danger, they began to assess their supplies of pills, talismans, and other life-preserving items. Yet, the commotion remained subdued, each engrossed in their own preparations. Meanwhile, Qi-Qian stood apart, clutching the newly acquired sword. His perception was sharper than others, allowing him to discern the subtle movements of the living dead awakening on the stone slabs ahead. The faintly glowing red water below, infused with medicinal properties, ensured the corpse's preservation. Amidst the clamorous backdrop, one living dead figure rolled off the slab and into the water with a splash. Qi-Qian remained silent. From the moment he drew his sword, he had gleaned much: the origins of this inheritance space, the secrets beneath the sword tomb, and the tantalizing true inheritance within that mysterious grand hall above this realm. If he could escape, his cultivation would soar, establishing him as a luminary within the realm of cultivation. Few noticed Qi-Qian's unusual demeanor, for he had always been aloof, rarely speaking, serving as a figurehead among peers. However, a few from the Tianyan sword sect, including Nan Xi, Luo Tingyun, Qi Zhao, and Xin Xinxiu, were keenly observing him. This expression, Qi-Qian surely knows something, Nan Xi mused internally. But there was no time for further scrutiny, as an unusual sound of footsteps reached her ears. And others noticed it too. Qi Zhao's gaze sharpened, issuing a command: form ranks. The disciples reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately aligning themselves into formations of 7, coalescing into an impenetrable unit. The living dead, upon their brief awakening, regained their strength as they stood, nourished by the aura and medicinal waters. They clutched invisible weapons in hand. One disciple from the Yushu sect shouted, "What is this place? Does anyone have any idea? At the very least, can we ascertain our surroundings?" Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the disciple's gaze went blank before his head rolled away. With him as the catalyst, Everyone finally beheld the living dead that had emerged at the periphery of the crowd, the one who had initiated the attack. Wielding an intangible object that now bled into the shape of a sword. He raised his hand, and a faint humming of swords resonated in the air. The disciples of the Yushu sect finally reacted, shouting, "Defend yourselves!" In an instant, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the living dead, pale and expressionless, charged forth with alarming speed. They swung their intangible weapons toward the disciples, who instinctively dodged. The clash of swords rang out as they collided. In that moment, both the Tianyan Sword Sect and Yushu Sect were plunged into a fierce struggle against the onslaught of the living dead. The Tianyan Sword Sect, fortified by their sword formations, managed to cope with the situation. However, the undead, despite being outnumbered, retained their prowess from their living days, relying solely on their physical strength and understanding of the sword path. The disciples found themselves overwhelmed. 1, 2, 3, 80, 81. Nan Xi's thoughts echoed slowly. A total of 81 individuals. As long as they have not formed a formation, we can still handle this. We must evacuate everyone before they do. A resounding clash rang out as Qi Zhao leaped into action, engaging the undead that were attacking Nan Xi. Chapter 43. Nan Xi had just repelled her adversary, swiftly spinning around to elegantly sever the head of another undead behind her, watching the lifeless body crumple to the ground. When Qi Zhao met Nan Xi's gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes exuded calmness, rationality, and an unwavering conviction, radiating an undeniable strength that compelled trust. Nan Xi quickly rejoined the fray, while Luo Tingyan shot a glance at Qi Zhao as he darted past. "What's the matter?" Qi Zhao murmured, realizing that the true senior sister was indeed remarkable. But the pressing situation left little room for contemplation as they soon found themselves embroiled in yet another battle against the undead. Despite their numbers exceeding the undead by more than fourfold, they remained suppressed, with the disciples barely managing to maintain the sword formation, suffering no casualties for the moment. Meanwhile, the situation at the Yushu sect was dire. Nan Xi silently bore the burden for her disciples, discreetly alleviating their pressure while simultaneously surveying her surroundings. This was a space, yet not an impenetrable one. If a breakthrough point could be found, even those at the Foundation establishment stage could escape using powerful artifacts. With her extensive perception and narrative insight, Nan Xi had already identified the breakthrough point within the unfolding story, but she awaited the right moment. Suddenly, her small artifact at her waist flickered, revealing a line of text before her. This artifact, obtained after delving into the narrative with Song Qiqian, served a singular purpose: to communicate with Qiqian. During this time, Nan Xi had been sending periodic messages to Qiqian, though he had not responded. However, this was of little consequence. Now, she squinted at the words before her. "I've found the breakthrough.
Come this way."
In that moment, the disciples of the Tianyan Sword Sect, grappling with the undead, heard Nan Xi's thoughts. Even though they were exhausted, their minds instinctively followed her words. In truth, seeking an exit poses no issue, but since the sword formation centers around her, her departure would cause it to collapse, rendering their defenses vulnerable. As Nan Xi pondered, her gaze shifted towards Luo Tingyun. She dashed toward him, whispering, "Junior sister, I implore you." Luo Tingyun, momentarily caught off guard, felt the connection that had initially been directed towards Nan Xi shift towards him, clarifying his ties with the other disciples. His pupils constricted in realization. Luo Tingyun quickly accepted his role as the new core of the formation, declaring, "Change the formation. 7 people can form a 7-person array. 6 can form a 6-person array. Now that I am the core, as long as I maintain stability, this sword formation will not easily shatter." The disciples once again heard the mechanical voice. "Host, you just..." Nan Xi's calm, yet insistent thoughts interjected. The narrative did not specify how the heroine abandoned her sect.
Did it?
The mechanical voice fell silent, and Nan Xi naturally quieted as well. Meanwhile, the disciples left behind were engulfed in confusion. Had they been forsaken by their senior sister? Yet, Nan Xi had swiftly arrived before Qiqian, her expression feigning vulnerability and trepidation as she exclaimed, "Qian, what should I do?" "Here." Qiqian interrupted her, fixing his gaze upon her, stating, "I've found the breakthrough point. I need your assistance. If we can escape, we will all be saved." His focus was not on Nan Xi or the Yushu disciples who were gradually being consumed behind them. Nan Xi observed everything keenly, nodding in agreement. You say it, I shall follow. How ironic, Nan Xi mused internally. Her gaze drifted past Chi-Chi towards the breakthrough point behind him. Within the legacy of the Tianyun sword sect lay an exceptionally powerful sword technique, renowned for its ability to obliterate all, yet few could master it, and only she heeded Chi-Chi's guidance. Soon, she would unleash this devastating strike to create a pathway for Chi-Chi. You break the heavens and strike there with all your might. Chi-Chi's voice softened. Afterward, I will handle the rest. Upon hearing this, Nan Xi fixed Chi-Chi with a deep gaze. Qian, I trust you. Her words, typically spoken by her, momentarily stunned Chi-Chi. He sensed an emptiness, as if something crucial was missing from her faith, yet he could not articulate what. In that instant, Nan Xi charged forward, and just then, an undead creature emerged behind Chi-Chi. Its face eerily calm as it swung its sword at him. Chi-Chi reacted a moment too late, sustaining several blows before he managed to slay the creature. Meanwhile, Nan Xi's sword tip surged with potent spiritual energy, the sword intent enveloping the blade as she aimed for the fragile point, preparing to unleash a strike capable of shattering all. Her focus narrowed to the tip of her sword. This isn't for Chi-Chi, nor for the narrative. My sword must strike harder. The rupture must be wider, ensuring greater safety for everyone. As the battle raged on and the disciples began to falter, their defenses crumbling, they suddenly heard a decisive utterance. Break. Heavens. The sound of the blades slicing through the air echoed. A rift abruptly tore open nearby, sunlight flooding through in a blinding brilliance. And amidst the brilliance stood a figure clad in light green, her garments billowing in the wind. The disciples, momentarily dazed, heard her command. What are you waiting for? Hurry and flee. There's an exit. Let's go. Qi Zhao shouted, instantly snapping everyone back to reality as they leaped toward the sizable opening. Seeing them mobilize, a subtle smile graced Nan Xi's lips. At that moment, Chi-Chi rushed to her side, his demeanor softened yet unspoken, reaching out as if to embrace her waist. The actions of the Tianyun sword sect disciples momentarily faltered. Nan Xi's thoughts raced. I suppose I should indeed relinquish my strength. Those with remaining energy felt their pupils constrict uncontrollably. Glancing back, yet, Nan Xi had already narrowed her eyes, surrendering herself to gravity. She lifted one arm, encircling Chi-Chi's neck, her voice a whisper, barely audible. Qian, you must catch me. Her tone carried an imperceptible intensity. Chi-Chi's hand failed to encircle Nan Xi's waist, and even the motion of clasping her neck could hardly be deemed intimate. Rather, it resembled a combat maneuver that left him gasping for breath. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by an unbearable force, relentless weight compelling him to plunge downward. Countless disciples soared past him on their flying swords, most of them having already escaped this realm, including several from the Yushu sect. Yet, the fissure was beginning to close slowly. With a flicker of determination, Chi-Chi disregarded the encroaching undead and wrested himself from Nan Xi's grasp. Ignoring her descent, he hastened his exit from the space before the rift sealed completely. Nan Xi landed on the ground amidst a throng of disciples. There were not fewer than 80, mostly from the Yushu sect, alongside 3 or 4 dozen from the Tianyun sword sect. The undead surged forward, overwhelming the disciples, who were relentlessly injured anew. In the original narrative, over 150 disciples remained, predominantly from the Tianyun sword sect, as the female protagonist had abandoned her sect to assist the Yushu sect. The sword formation of the Tianyun sword sect was shattered, leading to significant casualties, and the injured could not break through the rift in time. Ideally, should they have combined their strength with the direct disciples, the Tianyun sword sect could have ensured the survival of at least 90%, rather than the mere 60% that survived in the story, half of whom were gravely injured. All this transpired because Chi-Chi sought to be the first to escape and claim the inheritance. The narrative glossed over these details, focusing instead on the protagonist's collaboration and subsequent developments, while the disciples' casualties were merely mentioned in passing. Yet, upon grasping the fuller reality, Nan Xi understood that the truth was far less glamorous than depicted in the novel. However, Chi-Chi was no longer the first to emerge. If he wished to monopolize the inheritance, he would have to gauge the sentiments of the Tianyun sword sect and the Yusu sect's direct disciples. At that moment, the relentless onslaught of the undead continued. A disciple from the Tianyun sword sect, Wuxia, estimated the invisible sword aimed at his neck and felt despair. But in the next instant, a cool breeze swept past him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Nan Xi standing beside him, battling two undead. A faint smile gracing her lips. "Dear junior brother, do pay close attention," she urged, twirling her sword. "For this act of bravado, I shall endure much hardship."
Suddenly,
a myriad of sword lights flared before them, time seemingly suspended. Even though the sword energies did not strike them directly, the terrifying force they exuded was palpable. Several undead heads tumbled, and many severed limbs fell to the ground, though their bodies continued to writhe. The crimson liquid seeped into the dismembered limbs, forming a bridge that slowly mended the undead's flesh. At this moment, Nan Xi felt a slight fatigue, exhaling softly. Her cultivation was insufficient. Many of the undead had once possessed the power of transformation and integration. Even in death, stripped of their spiritual energy, their residual combat prowess and physical strength remained at the golden core level. Thus, she could only delay. Were it not for the inherent strength of the Tianyun sword sect disciples, she would have struggled to rescue so many. Most of the disciples were momentarily stunned by Nan Xi's strike, only regaining their senses when her gaze swept across them. At the previous rift, "Join me in performing the Breaking Heavens technique," she commanded. A few felt a bond forming and quickly organized themselves. The rest followed suit. When the Breaking Heavens technique was unleashed, a new fissure appeared, this time unimpeded by the undead, allowing everyone to emerge safely from that space. Outside, a multitude awaited, with several direct disciples of the Tianyun sword sect at the forefront. Luo Tingyun's gaze fell upon Nan Xi, concern etched on his face. "Sister, you..." he began, but his words were cut off. As soon as Nan Xi focused her attention on him, she lunged toward Luo Tingyun. Having barely managed to sheath her sword beforehand, "I have no strength left. Please do not let me fall to the ground," she whispered. "Ordinary folk can only unleash one grand move at a time. I should not be ashamed to have used 3. Before closing her eyes, Nan Xi chuckled inwardly. "My junior sister smells delightful. I certainly do not wish for a filthy man to embrace me." Luo Tingyun caught her just in time, his body stiffening. Chapter 44. How is sister? Qi Zhao glanced over with concern. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Tingyun lifted Nan Xi horizontally, shaking his head slightly. She should merely be exhausted and unconscious. Yet, Luo Tingyun felt a tinge of anxiety, his body rigid apart from his arms, reluctant to move as they exited that space. The mountains and sword mound had vanished, leaving only a grand hall. The hall's doors swung open, revealing a bright and solemn interior. The disciples of the Tianyun sword sect stood closest to the entrance. Luo Tingyun cast a detached glance at Qi Qian before stepping inside the hall, without looking back. Qi Qian's expression was grim. However, given the circumstances, the Yusu sect lacked the capability to engage the Tianyun sword sect again. He could only enter the hall after them. The hall's ceiling was open to the sky, sunlight pouring in, combining with the lamps in the corners to illuminate the space, casting away any darkness. The brilliance bore a sense of sanctity. Within the hall stood 4 jade pillars, intricately carved with various artifacts. At the far end floated a radiant object. Behind the throne, a painting depicted a man clad in white, adorned with black cloud patterns, holding a feather fan. His face obscured, he exuded both celestial and sinister airs. The painting shimmered, and the man's head seemed to move, turning toward the assembly, followed by a faint smile. "So many have gathered?" His voice resonated throughout the hall, calm yet carrying an undercurrent. "No need for alarm. I have already perished. This is merely a remnant of my consciousness. Truly remarkable. So many have entered my inheritance hall. However, having entered, you are all fated." He spoke no further. The figure in the painting dissipated in an instant, the luminous orb ahead quivering, then radiating outward. The released energy varied in intensity, flying toward different individuals. A substantial portion surged into Nan Xi's brow, imbuing her with the power of inheritance. In that moment, many recognized a truth. The bamboo abyss Taoist was no benevolent figure. having strayed from righteousness and met a tragic end. Even though he left behind this inheritance space, he harbored intentions to ensnare others. Perhaps it was precisely because he had deviated from the path that he was indifferent to the division of his inheritance and the failure of his traps.
To him,
this so-called inheritance space was merely a plaything. The influx of so many individuals was, for him, a rather amusing outcome. However, among the hundreds present, not everyone was fortunate enough to receive the power of inheritance. The Taoists left behind no sword techniques or methods, only treasures stored within the 4 jade pillars. Nan Xi felt as though she had indulged in a deep slumber, even in her dreams feeling wearied, yet suddenly, clarity surged through her, awakening her with a jolt. As she blinked into consciousness, she remained somewhat dazed. In the fleeting moment of consciousness returning, Nan Xi could not discern the identity of the person holding her. She merely sensed that she was cradled in someone's arms, her nostrils filled with a subtle and pleasing fragrance. With a hint of bewilderment, she lifted her gaze and beheld the exquisite jawline of the person embracing her, whose nose and lips appeared equally refined. Nan Xi finally recognized the person. "Isn't this my junior sister?" Luo Tingyun was cautiously sensing the power flowing into her body, her brows slightly furrowed in concentration, when she was abruptly startled by Nan Xi's inner voice. The muscles in her arms instinctively tensed, and her body, which had just begun to relax, stiffened once more. After a moment, she hastily set Nan Xi down, murmuring softly, "Senior sister, you're awake." Only when her feet touched solid ground did Nan Xi belatedly realize, was it my junior sister who was carrying me just now? She savored the moment carefully, gradually feeling a surge of excitement. A princess carry?
Wow.
My junior sister is so amazing. I adore her. Most of the members of the Tianyan sword sect were drawn to Nan Xi's heartfelt voice. Although they admired her recent actions, they could not escape the complexity of the present moment. They remained in a serious demeanor. However, regarding these matters, Nan Xi remains utterly oblivious. She maintains a facade of composure, feigning fragility as she gently supports her forehead, her expression imbued with confusion as she inquires, "Junior sister, what is this?" Not only the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect, but also many others gazed upon Nan Xi at that moment. Among them were several disciples from the Yushu sect, who witnessed Nan Xi demonstrating her formidable prowess, completely shattering their previous perceptions. Qi Qian's feelings, however, were more intricate. He remained oblivious to the events that transpired within that space thereafter. From the initial appearance of the crack in the space, to the moment Nan Xi descended with him, and finally to his own escape from that realm, Qi Qian found himself utterly perplexed. Where had things gone awry? It appears that there is nothing amiss. If one were to insist, it would be that he had not anticipated the profound weight of a person plummeting downwards, nor did he foresee that when Nan Xi descended, her grip on his arm would fortuitously press upon his vital point. At this moment, the legacy was no longer solely his. Contemplating this, Qi Qian could not help but feel a heaviness in his heart. He wielded the Zhuiyuan sword. Thus the power of inheritance bestowed upon him by the Taoist lord was exceptionally potent, to the extent that a portion of it remained beyond his capacity to absorb. Once he overcame the golden core stage, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Yet it could not compare to the singular acquisition of that power. Presently, however, few were attentive to Qi Qian. Luo Tingyun's gaze rested upon Nan Xi as he recounted the recent events in a tone that was both low and soothing, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives, yet somehow imbued with a hint of tenderness. Nan Xi, however, had already become exhilarated, realizing that the inheritance was no longer hers alone, but rather shared among those who resisted the undead and survived, a most fortuitous circumstance for her. Were it not for the fear of alarming the system, Nan Xi would have been unable to suppress her inner jubilations. Yet, regardless of this, the inevitable still approached. The system intoned coldly, "Host, you have gravely deviated from your character and significantly impacted the storyline. As determined by the system, penalty level, 2nd rank, the pain of purging the marrow." While purging the marrow sounds like a commendable term, those within the realm of cultivation, even if they have not personally endured it, are well aware that it signifies a torment so excruciating it renders one nearly lifeless. The disciples of the Tianyan sword sect, who had previously been perplexed by the sudden voice of the system, now comprehended its implications in that instant. The senior sister was to face punishment, to endure the suffering of marrow purging. The atmosphere, which had been serious moments ago, now grew heavy within the hall, despite their recent gains. Few disciples of the Tianyun sword sect displayed smiles. Nan Xi noticed this and felt a flicker of confusion rising within her. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze met Luo Tingyun's. Those beautiful eyes were fixed upon her, filled with a complexity that Nan Xi could not decipher. But it lasted only a fleeting moment before Luo Tingyun quickly reined in his emotions and softly inquired, "Senior sister, are you still fatigued?" Uncertain of Luo Tingyun's intentions, Nan Xi remained in character, shaking her head with a slight frown. "Somewhat fatigued, perhaps I should rest a while." In moments like these, the script served as her protective shield. The system wouldn't punish her now, granting temporary safety. The scheduled punishment today was meant to be first-degree torment, excruciating pain that would rend flesh from bone and sear the very soul. Yet the covenant Nan Xi had previously forged mitigated the sentence, reducing her suffering. Fatigue isn't the issue. The legacy power has nearly revitalized my dantian and spiritual energy. If only such blessings were frequent. Though independent cultivation has its merits, too. Luo Tingyun's gaze flickered before posing another question. "Senior sister, one matter eludes my understanding. When confronted by an insurmountable chasm, where passage demands unbearable suffering and tribulations beyond mortal endurance, yet promises no certain reward, how would you proceed?" Nan Xi gazed at Luo Tingyun in confusion, uncertain as to why he posed such a question to her. She shook her head, adopting an expression of helplessness.
I do not know.
"Forgive me, junior sister, but if I face another punishment today, I fear I shall not endure it. Perhaps I shall address your inquiry on another occasion. However, if I were in your position, I would likely not dwell on such matters, be it chasms or hardships. If a path towards a goal exists, I would certainly endeavor to traverse it." Her thoughts were casual, and as she spoke of the daunting punishment, her demeanor remained unchanged. The disciples listened intently to Nan Xi, their hearts tinged with sorrow. Yet, Luo Tingyun absorbed her heartfelt words, his gaze subtly shifting, nearly unable to whisper, "So it is." "It seems that cultivation ought to be approached in this manner." Her words echoed in his ears, shattering the once meticulously crafted image of perfection he had strived for. In relinquishing what appeared to be of great significance, Luo Tingyun found himself enlightened, realizing that if one allowed the fear of failure to stifle their resolve, how could they ever achieve success? In this world, one must venture forth. He cannot remain confined within his shell for eternity. Nan Xi had just surveyed her surroundings and was about to converse with Luo Tingyun when she turned her head to behold the enchanting figure whose hair seemed to dance without a breeze. As a whirlwind of spiritual energy suddenly swirled around her, she instinctively took a step back, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wait, has she attained enlightenment? What has transpired? All the disciples present understood. The senior sister effortlessly elucidated the junior sister's predicament. How remarkable! Chapter 45. As all eyes were fixated on Luo Tingyun, while Nan Xi and her disciples were collectively astonished, someone suddenly shouted, "There are treasures within the jade pillar. Come and seize them." To create a legacy space, one must at least possess the prowess of a formidable being in the phase of integration. Moreover, given this Taoist lord's indulgence during his lifetime, possessing whatever he desired, it is no surprise that his treasures are countless. Upon realizing this, Nan Xi swiftly glanced around, then reached into her storage ring to retrieve an array plate, using it to shield Luo Tingyun before hastily proceeding to seize treasures. If only the items here belonged to the Tianyun sword sect, it would suffice. But the petty individuals from the Yushu sect were also present, making it imperative to claim the spoils. Relying on her superior cultivation and the ample space of her storage ring compared to a storage bag, Nan Xi navigated swiftly, filling her storage ring to the brim before leisurely returning to Luo Tingyun's side. The 4 jade pillars appeared modest, yet they concealed profound mysteries within, nearly enough to fill the grand hall. Even if half of the contents were deemed useless, the remaining half would still constitute a bountiful treasure. Not to mention, the valuable artifacts among them were undeniably plentiful. Nan Xi had deliberately selected a few ornamental magical tools for Luotinian, intending to present them to her upon her ascension. By the time Nan Xi returned to Luotinian's side, the treasures within the jade pillars had been largely claimed, with Nan Xi at the forefront. Surrounded by the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect, who maintained a distinct formation in contrast to the Yusu sect. Qi Qian, the core of the Yusu sect, was fixated on Nan Xi, then followed her gaze towards the breaking through Luotinian, his thoughts complex. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze. Nan Xi was aware of Qi Qian's attention, but at this juncture in the narrative, the female protagonist was under the control of the Tianyan sword sect, and thus there was no interaction with Qi Qian. As for the psychological nuances, they were inconsequential and unnecessary to portray. What surprised Nan Xi was the realization that the plot had not indicated Luotinian would break through at this moment. I recall that she was supposed to emerge from the secret realm and enter seclusion for a month before her breakthrough, she pondered. However, her ascent to the mid-golden core stage after 2 levels is quite impressive. Thanks to the recent inheritance power, I seem to be just a step away from the mid-golden core stage myself. Quite promising. Following this, Nan Xi's musings continued. But the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect were preoccupied with a different matter. Could this narrative predict reality? Even within the cultivation world, numerous texts, including casual literature and novels, existed, rendering them familiar with the term plot. They had initially believed that the plot Nan Xi referred to was crafted by a system that mandated her actions, propelling Qi Qian to prominence. However, it now seemed otherwise. Such a narrative, no matter how comprehensive, would struggle to manipulate an individual's cultivation. Even nurturing Qi Qian would require meticulous calculations. Just as everyone was deep in contemplation, the space quivered once more, causing the disciples to tense. The sky shattered inch by inch, revealing glimpses of the secret realm behind the fragmented space. Nan Xi instinctively glanced at Luotinian, whose aura surged violently, indicating she had entered a critical phase. Stealthily, Nan Xi drew closer, enveloping Luotinian within her protective sphere. Should the collapse of this space jeopardize Luotinian's breakthrough, Nan Xi would shield her. Fortunately, as the space continued to fracture, the disciples landed safely back in the secret realm. Qi Zhao examined a compass-like artifact and remarked that only 3 days had passed. The opening of the D by secret realm was time-bound. However, once it closed, it would not expel individuals, necessitating vigilance regarding time. If they missed the opportunity to exit, they would be trapped for a century or find another chance to tear through space, which was hardly a pleasant scenario. There are still 27 days left, Qi Zhao noted. His gaze fixed on Luotinian. Sister should be able to conclude within a day, allowing us to recuperate. He quickly turned to Nan Xi, recalling the impending punishment, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Ultimately, he merely stated, "Sister, do take a good rest." The disciples of the Tianyan sword sect prepared to rest in place, while Qi Zhao led a few individuals to survey the surroundings. Upon returning, several disciples found it difficult to articulate their feelings, primarily due to their aversion to the Yusu sect, wishing to avoid any further encounters. They were taken aback to find the Yusu disciples resting nearby. Yet their actions bore no fault. It was merely the disciples' personal disdain. Qi Zhao silently urged everyone to maintain distance. As time progressed, the commotion surrounding Luotinian intensified, drawing numerous gazes towards her, captivated by the visible surge of spiritual energy enveloping her. Many had never witnessed a golden core breakthrough before, and they watched in rapt attention. When the golden core was formed, a subtle radiance enveloped Luotinian, reminiscent of the essence of Tao, yet it flickered too swiftly to be discerned clearly. Before they could fully comprehend, Luotinian opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, his aura had transformed, exuding a palpable pressure. However, he soon glanced at Nan Xi, consciously tempering his presence amidst the many onlookers. With a faint smile, he declared, "The elixir is complete."
Yay!
Nan Xi rejoiced inwardly, applauding Luotinian in her mind. Clap, clap, clap. Some individuals chuckled, attempting to conceal their amusement, and each offered congratulations to Luotinian. Beyond the mirth stemming from Nan Xi, there was genuine happiness for Luotinian. He was the second among their peers to ascend to the golden core stage, suggesting that others would not lag far behind. After a lively exchange of congratulations, the atmosphere gradually quieted. At this moment, no celestial phenomena graced the scene, as the secret realm temporarily shielded them from the heavenly laws. It would be only upon exiting the secret realm that the commotion of a golden core cultivator would be revealed. Sensing the right moment, Nan Xi turned to Luotinian and said, "Sister, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. I shall rest for a while." As she spoke, Nan Xi surveyed the surrounding disciples before retreating into the shadows. "Do not let anyone disturb me." Luotinian remained immersed in the sensations of his breakthrough, his thoughts swirling, predominantly occupied by Nan Xi, for he keenly understood that her contributions to his enlightenment were paramount. Yet, he was at a loss for words to express his gratitude. Upon hearing her request, he snapped back to reality and nodded, "All right." In Nan Xi's presence, his thoughts seemed to slow, and only when she settled in a dim corner, leaning against the tree and the mountain wall, did he fully register the oppressive darkness surrounding them. Before he could ponder further, a cold and mechanical voice echoed, "Please prepare."
Host.
The chilling tone momentarily stunned Luotinian, and then he heard Nan Xi's calm response, "I am ready." In an instant, Luotinian connected the dots, his pupils constricting. Yet before he could utter a word, he noticed Nan Xi's brows furrow sharply. It wasn't just her brow, her lips, hands, and all exposed skin bore subtle signs of tense muscles, almost imperceptible unless one was standing as close as Luotinian was. In the dim light, such minute movements would evade even the keenest eyes of a cultivator. Understanding the implications of the punishment, Luotinian was painfully aware of why Nan Xi was enduring such torment. Standing so close, he felt helpless to alleviate her suffering or confront the system causing her agony, leading him to lower his gaze slightly. After a moment, witnessing beads of sweat form on Nan Xi's brow and the slight tremor of her fingers, Luotinian seemed to awaken from a dream. He gently shifted closer to sit beside her. Then, taking a silk handkerchief from her bosom, she gently wiped her forehead, momentarily lost in thought. Finally, she withdrew the handkerchief, lowered her head, and grasped the trembling fingertips of Nan Xi with tenderness. In a hushed voice, she whispered, "Such an impressive senior sister." Since the system had spoken, many disciples of the Tianyan sword sect had been vaguely attentive to Nan Xi's plight, especially after learning of her punishment. However, they could not discern the specifics of her condition and could only speculate based on Luotinjian's actions. Even without clarity, the mere thought of the excruciating pain of marrow cleansing sent chills down their spines. The disciples here were all seasoned warriors who had endured their share of suffering, and they had heard tales of others enduring injuries far less grievous than the agony of marrow cleansing. It was difficult to fathom, yet impossible to disregard. Yet, in the face of such torment, the senior sister remained silent, swallowing all her anguish. The complexity of emotions within everyone was palpable, particularly since Nan Xi's suffering was for their sake. This unforeseen incident had resulted in heavy losses for the Yushu sect, while the Tianyan sword sect suffered no casualties. The disparity stemmed not only from the organizational prowess of the Tianyan sword sect being superior to that of the Yushu sect. Upon reviewing the aftermath, they realized that Nan Xi had shielded many from fatal harm. Not to mention, she had ultimately led everyone to safety, extending her grace even to some disciples of the Yushu sect. With this thought, several individuals cast a scornful glance toward the Yushu sect. Despite being by Nan Xi's side, Luotinjian did not hear her utter a single sound. However, the absence of noise only heightened his awareness of the occasional tremors in her fingers and the faint traces of blood seeping through her skin, which made him feel increasingly uneasy. Eventually, when the handkerchief proved ineffective, and since her neck and other areas were sensitive to touch, Luotinjian periodically cast a cleansing spell on her. It was not until he sensed Nan Xi's breath growing steadier that he turned his gaze back toward her. In truth, Nan Xi had rarely endured such levels of pain, especially after she began to accept reality and follow the storyline. Yet, after withstanding it all, she still wished to utter, "It's nothing remarkable." However, setting aside these thoughts, Nan Xi felt that this experience was distinctly different from the past. There seemed to be a gentle, cool breeze brushing against her forehead and face, bringing a sense of dryness and comfort to her body, accompanied by a familiar fragrance that uplifted her spirits. It felt as though her suffering was significantly alleviated. Dazed, she opened her eyes, instinctively considering casting a cleansing spell for herself. After all, She always emerged drenched in sweat after punishment, sometimes with skin torn, blood mingling with perspiration. As she contemplated this and prepared to raise her hand, she felt a gentle warmth enveloping it. Blinking in confusion, she turned her gaze to the side and met Luo Tingyan's eyes, startling her. Junior sister? Indeed. I was taken aback, instinctively retreating to the other side. However, I found myself lacking the strength to leap far and did not seize the opportunity to withdraw my hand. The majority of onlookers were drawn by the commotion, and upon witnessing Nan Xi awaken, their eyes instantly lit up. Nan Xi remained engulfed in a tempest within her mind. During the marrow cleansing and meridian purifying process, was my junior martial sister by my side? Surely I did not make any untoward sounds? She couldn't possibly have noticed anything amiss, could she? Wait for me, I hope I don't appear disheveled right now. No, not my image. Nan Xi instinctively reached for her hair, but habitually raised her right hand, only to realize the unusual sensation in her grasp.
Oh.
She instinctively squeezed Luo Tingyan's hand. Junior sister, when did this happen? Luo Tingyan abruptly withdrew his hand, his voice feigning a sense of detachment. It seemed that senior sister had just experienced a nightmare. So I took the liberty of attending to you for a moment. Chapter 46. Nan Xi was momentarily taken aback by Luo Tingyan's words.
Huh?
A nightmare? Her eyes brightened instantly. Indeed. Having a nightmare, junior sister is truly sharp. Nan Xi felt the dryness on her body and surmised that Luo Tingyan had used a cleansing spell on her. Reassured, she soon placed a hand on her forehead, murmuring in confusion, a nightmare. Thank you, junior sister. I was indeed trapped in a nightmarish slumber. The onlookers who witnessed Nan Xi's reaction, though aware of her pretense, they couldn't ignore the suffering she had just endured, nor could they disregard the dictates of the plot. Thus, one by one, they feigned obliviousness, playing along with Nan Xi's act. Luo Tingyan was no exception. Pressing his lips together, he inquired softly, would senior sister like to rest a while longer? Rest. Nan Xi feigned weakness as she spoke, then took stock of her current condition. A bit drained, but feeling all right. A short respite should suffice to shake off the effects. Though the system's punishment was severe and its mechanisms unclear, it left no lasting physical impact, merely excruciating pain. Yet this agony seemed amplified, peculiarly tormenting. After brief contemplation, Nan Xi, whose worries had never fully taken root, relaxed further. She smiled at Luo Tingyan. Many thanks for your care, junior sister. No wonder I caught that delicate fragrance earlier. This wasn't the first time Nan Xi had remarked on Luo Tingyan's scent, drawing curious glances from surrounding disciples. Just how fragrant was this junior sister? Feeling the gazes of many upon him, Luo Tingyan slightly lowered his eyes, feigning indifference to the attention. His disguise was particularly effective this time, with only the tips of his ears betraying a faint blush, unnoticed by those around him. The atmosphere fell into a deeper silence, as Nan Xi closed her eyes to channel her spiritual energy, seeking relief from her weariness. The Tianyan sword sect had been closely monitoring Nan Xi's condition and had scarcely rested, necessitating a moment to recalibrate their state. The only sound in the vicinity was the gentle whisper of the wind. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the wind's murmur grew slightly louder, carrying a weighty undertone and a hint of a metallic scent. Many had readjusted themselves, and at that moment, someone called out to a companion nearby, inquiring, "Do you detect an unusual odor?" The man furrowed his brow, inhaling the air, and then appeared somewhat bewildered. The scent of earth? As night descended, a damp chill permeated the air. That seems rather plausible, one murmured with a slight nod of agreement. The two figures stood not far from Nan Xi, close enough for their conversation to reach her ears effortlessly. Hearing this, she instinctively glanced upward. Behind her loomed a modest cliff face, no more than 3 to 5 meters high, beyond which lay another winding path. Yet none of this held her attention, for Nan Xi vividly recalled that within this meticulously described secret realm, pivotal events were never singular. There's a nascent soul-stage spirit beast behind us. It should awaken soon. The disciples of Tianyan sword sect, who had been somewhat at ease, stiffened abruptly, their expressions clouded with bewilderment as their gazes snapped toward Nan Xi. Those with higher cultivation and sharper reflexes turned even faster, their eyes locking onto her with unsettling intensity. Nan Xi, still deep in thought, mused, if we react swiftly enough, casualties might be avoided, but how do I warn everyone without breaking character? I can't just blurt it out again. Their stares grew heavy, tinged with unspoken exasperation. Senior sister, there's no need, they already know. If not for the plot's constraints, I could be simply suggested relocating to rest elsewhere. Well, no matter. Soon enough, I'll be standing at the forefront anyway. Her inner monologue faded, yet the lingering glances cast her way carried an inscrutable weight, each one laden with quiet complexity. The Yusu sect remained remarkably tranquil, unresponsive to the growing turmoil. Yet the wind intensified, carrying an increasingly pungent scent of earth that eventually became unsettling. The ground trembled faintly, and soon, distinct growls of a beast echoed from behind the stone walls. The disciples of the Tianyun sword sect swiftly pinpointed the location of the Yuan-level spirit beast, and their eyes widened as a shadow loomed over the mountainside. Before they could glimpse the creature's eyes, Qizhao had already shouted, "Draw your swords and retreat." At this moment, not only the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, but also those of the Yusu sect hurriedly scrambled to their feet. Unlike the Tianyun sword sect, which had already suffered considerable losses in the inheritance space, many Yusu disciples bore injuries, rendering their brief recovery nearly futile. A significant number appeared visibly unwell. However, the core disciples of Yusu sect, possessing commendable qualities, promptly led their juniors in retreat. Yet it was too late. The spirit beast had spotted the disciples below, and after a moment of hesitation, it sensed its territory had been violated, emitting a furious roar that filled its entire being with aggression. While the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect had already stabilized their situation, most of the Yusu disciples were overwhelmed with panic. A Yuan-level spirit beast. How could it be here? We can't fight it. Let us flee. Only 2 golden core practitioners were present, one being Nan Xi and the other Luo Tingyun, and the Yusu disciples were unaware of Nan Xi's golden core status. Even if they knew, both were merely at the initial stage of the golden core, which was worlds apart from the Yuaning. Should the spirit beast unleash its wrath, none among them would escape unscathed. The retreat was swift. In the blink of an eye, they had covered nearly a mile. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, escaping the gaze of a Yuan-level spirit beast was no simple task. Would you like to witness the voices heard by the entire sect? My persona has collapsed? Remember, Nan Xi remained calm, observing the distance between the spirit beast and themselves, instinctively calculating the unfolding narrative in her mind. Next, Qizhao and the others should engage the spirit beast to buy time for everyone to escape. If no one stepped forward and the spirit beast were to unleash its fury, their lives would be lost here. Thus, even though Qizhao had yet to reach the golden core stage as a core disciple, he had to take a stand. Just as he prepared to step forward, Qizhao hesitated momentarily, but quickly emerged from the ranks. Nan Xi's thoughts continued, then not only I but all core disciples will step forward, including Qi Qian. In the face of such peril, regardless of sect affiliation, everyone shared a common interest. Moreover, the commotion caused by the Yuan-level spirit beast drew the attention of many. If the Yusu sect failed to take responsibility now, it would lose its standing with the 5 major sects in the future. Thus, they were bound to act. With Nan Xi's thoughts resonating, led by Qizhao, all core disciples stepped forward in unison, confronting the Yuan-level spirit beast. Even the youngest among them, Qi Qian, stood resolutely as Qizhao turned to him and said, "Junior brother, take everyone away." Qi Qian hesitated, wanting to argue but soon grasped the crucial point, his usual softness replaced by determination as he replied, "I will ensure everyone's safety." He then returned to the Tianyun sword sect disciples, shouting, "Follow me." With the youthful voice echoing, the group, akin to headless flies finding a leader, orderly made their way to safety on their swords. Meanwhile, those standing at the forefront bore immense pressure. A Yuan-level spirit beast was no trifling matter. To it, Foundation establishment practitioners were as fragile as insects, easily crushed. Even Golden Core practitioners were merely more troublesome insects. Should there be a direct confrontation with the Yuan-level spirit beast, the core disciples would be the first to be annihilated. The sight of the unfolding chaos left the surrounding cultivators in shock. This secret realm permitted only those under a century old, meaning that while danger lurked, most threats did not surpass the Golden Core level. Throughout history, a century-old Golden Core practitioner was considered a genius, while a Yuan-ing at that age was nearly unheard of. Consequently, Yuan-ing level spirit beasts were virtually absent from this realm. Even if they existed, encounters were rare. For at least several hundred years, there had been no reports of a Yuan-ing level spirit beast appearing in this secret realm. The group currently restraining the Yuan-ing level spirit beast did not engage it directly. Instead, they relied on the agility of their swords and their teamwork to hold it at bay. However, this was clearly not a sustainable strategy. If the Yuan-ing level spirit beast were to suddenly explode with rage, those present would be utterly incapable of restraining it. Even Nan Xi, at that moment, had no energy to spare. Her focus was fixed on the impending plot. Before the spirit beast erupts, we will scatter and seek safe hiding places. Chi-Chi will endure a blow from the beast, managing to escape but sustaining severe injuries, and I, worried for him, will deliberately seek him out to care for him. Pthahaha, that is hilarious. The narrative even claims he was injured while covering our retreat. But perhaps it's simply because he was the slowest one. It cracks me up, such a weakling, and I'm supposed to care for him. Just a cleaning spell would suffice. Regardless, Chi-Chi is injured, and that makes me happy. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Nan Xi nearly lost control, a smile threatening to break through Qi Zhao and the others. Yet, as Nan Xi had noted, seeing most disciples had distanced themselves, they ceased their entanglements. Qi Zhao declared loudly, "Scatter and leave. Do not linger." With that command, everyone dispersed in different directions. Although their cultivation levels were insufficient as core disciples, they each possessed means to preserve their lives. Finding a concealed spot to mask their presence and then fleeing in different directions would allow them to evade the Yuan-ing level spirit beast. The spirit beast seemed to sense their intentions and roared furiously, launching a final assault. Chi-Chi, positioned at the back, was struck, managing to resist but immediately spitting out blood. He dared not pause, forming a protective seal and swiftly covering dozens of miles. Nan Xi glanced toward Chi-Chi's direction before darting into a crevice of the mountainside. In that instant, she used a concealment talisman to vanish into another location. The remaining individuals employed similar tactics. Once Nan Xi halted, she cast a glance back at the spirit beast. It had lost track of them and was now in a frenzy, causing chaos all around. The cultivators had retreated far from it, silenced by fear. Nan Xi did not linger, knowing that now was not the time to confront the beast. She proceeded toward Chi-Chi's location to unfold the narrative. Thanks to the plot, Nan Xi's keen eyesight allowed her to locate Chi-Chi's cave without much delay. Outside, a concealment formation had been laid. But perhaps due to Chi-Chi's overwhelming exhaustion, he had not set up a barrier, allowing Nan Xi to enter effortlessly. Inside, she found Chi-Chi leaning against the corner, bloodied and battered. His eyes were shut tight, brows furrowed, appearing to be in a state of delirium. As Nan Xi pondered how to avoid physical contact, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, she was taken aback. Junior sister? Chapter 47. Luo Tingyun nearly nodded slightly in response to Nan Xi's gaze. Before shifting her attention to Chi-Chi and inquiring, "Is he injured?" Nan Xi instinctively nodded, unsure of Luo Tingyun's intentions. Then she heard Luo Tingyun ask, "Are you going to help him?" Nan Xi hesitated, a hint of confusion crossing her mind, yet she still nodded. "What does my junior sister intend to do?" Luo Tingyun stepped forward, her exquisite face devoid of any expression, cold to the point of being unsettling. Nan Xi exclaimed, "Sister, you need not assist me." To avoid getting your hands dirty. For the sake of her persona, Nan Xi refrained from voicing this thought, but as soon as it crossed her mind, her eyes widened in surprise. A mist of spiritual energy appeared in Luo Tingyun's hand, transforming into droplets of water. As Nan Xi leaned closer, she faintly sensed a chill emanating from it. The column of water cascaded down from Luo Tingyun's hand, drenching Chi-Chi completely. Nan Xi stood there, momentarily stunned, when she suddenly received a prompt from the system. "Please maintain your character." It was only then that she abruptly realized, rushing to Chi-Chi's side, her face displaying disbelief as she looked at Luo Tingyun, asking, "Junior sister, what are you doing? Planning a murder?" "I find it amusing," But isn't this a bit too direct? When Luo Tingyun regarded Nan Xi, her expression softened slightly, but Nan Xi, having been preoccupied with Luo Tingyun's demeanor, failed to notice. Luo Tingyun stated, "I am cleansing the wound. Chi-Chien's injury is severe. If we don't clean it, it may lead to infection." Nan Xi was taken aback. And then her eyes brightened. "My junior sister is quite resourceful." She hesitated, stepping back and saying, "I see now. It seems my junior sister is quite considerate." The system, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Host." Nan Xi interrupted, "Is there something wrong with my behavior? My junior sister suddenly appeared and is aiding Chi-Chien with his wounds. I feel both inferior and anxious. Wouldn't anyone think I should step aside and let her shine? My persona is being portrayed without issue." The system remained silent. Luo Tingyun turned her head slightly, casting a glance at Nan Xi without uttering a word. In the blink of an eye, a more forceful stream of water cascaded onto Chi-Chien. Although the bloodstains were gone, Chi-Chien's brow furrowed tighter, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. The system spoke with difficulty. "But host, while your persona is intact, the plot has issues. If the relationship between the male and female leads does not develop, I shall have to make adjustments in other aspects. At that point, the presence of the junior sister may not be guaranteed, and the outcome remains uncertain." Nan Xi was taken aback. Luo Tingyun's hand hesitated for a moment. After a while, Nan Xi reluctantly moved forward. Although she could choose not to cooperate with any potentially scandalous scenes, the repercussions of damaging the plot would ultimately fall upon her. Luo Tingyun pursed her lips slightly, yet her actions remained uninterrupted as a flicker of fire appeared in her hand. Nan Xi gasped, "What? Is my junior sister truly attempting to put Chi-Chien in danger? Could it be that there exists some hidden enmity between them?" The flames descended upon Chi-Chien, prompting Nan Xi to rush forward once more, hypocritically attempting to extinguish the fire with her hands, devoid of any spiritual power. However, as she reached out, the flames evaded her touch, causing no harm whatsoever. Subsequently, steam began to rise from Chi-Chien's body. Luo Tingyun's calm voice rang out, stating that he might catch a chill from the water on him and thus needed to dry it off. Seeing that the flames did not scorch Chi-Chien's clothes or flesh, Nan Xi realized the fire was controlled, and a fleeting sense of regret crossed her mind. Nevertheless, the heat was intense, and even from a distance, she could feel it, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Well done, junior sister."
Indeed.
"This is how he should be reprimanded." With a faint look of concern, Nan Xi remarked, "Junior sister, why don't I take care of Chi-Chien?" Luo Tingyun shook her head, resolutely stating, "Naturally, it is my duty to care for him." The steam gradually dissipated, and Nan Xi cast a glance at Chi-Chien. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, realizing she had involuntarily chuckled, quickly covering her mouth to regain composure, feigning sorrow as she thought, "Chi-Chien has suffered so greatly. It is all my fault. Ha ha, his face is turning into a pig's head. I'm dying of laughter. It's so ridiculous." After enduring the icy water and the scorching flames, Chi-Chien may have sustained no significant harm, yet his face was already swollen and red, completely devoid of its former charm, now possessing a comical appearance. Nan Xi found herself laughing uncontrollably, struggling to suppress it, which proved quite arduous. A hint of a smile graced Luo Tingyun's lips, though she ensured Nan Xi did not catch sight of it. Observing Chi-Chien's condition, Luo Tingyun's smile faded as she produced a pill, pinched his face, and forcefully administered it. The roughness of her actions left Nan Xi's eyes widening in shock. "My junior sister's hands have touched Chi-Chien. Oh no, it should have been me. You've sullied my junior sister's hands." Luo Tingyun paused momentarily, and then cast a cleansing spell upon her hands before addressing Nan Xi. "Sister, I recall I have other matters to attend to. Please join everyone else shortly. By the way, if Chi-Chien inquires, do not mention my visit." Nan Xi was momentarily taken aback by Luo Tingyun's swift actions, utterly unable to process what had transpired. Yet by the time she regained her wits, Luo Tingyun had already exited the cave. She felt somewhat perplexed. What was the purpose of my junior sister's visit? To care for Chi-Chien? To insult him? What deep-seated grudge could exist between them? She could not unravel her thoughts and, at that moment, was unable to chase after Luo Tingyun to inquire. nearly forgetting the nature of the pill Luo Tingyun had administered. Then, Qi groaned softly, gradually regaining consciousness. Perhaps due to the severity of his injuries, he experienced extreme fluctuations in temperature, alternating between intense cold and heat, leaving him increasingly dizzy and nauseous until he finally felt a wave of intense warmth coursing through him, allowing him to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Nan Xi. She appeared startled, deeply concerned, her expression frozen in shock, causing Qi to momentarily pause. Was it Nan Xi who was caring for him? Before he could gather his thoughts, it seemed she realized he was awake, and her eyes sparkled with life as she exclaimed, "You're awake." Little did she know. Awake?
Ah?
Just like that? What happened? In Nan Xi's memory, the narrative depicted the female lead waiting for Qi for an entire week before he finally stirred, yet now, it had hardly been an hour. And he was already awake? She had anticipated spending a week in Qi company, which was somewhat bothersome. As she pondered this, she suddenly recalled the pill Luo Tingyun had given to Qi Qian's current state had not truly improved, he had merely awakened. With this realization, Nan Xi quickly associated the pill with Luo Tingyun's actions. The Li Wu pill, capable of ensuring clarity of mind and inducing forced wakefulness, was not particularly rare or beneficial. However, it could indeed save a life in critical moments. Yet, its side effects were quite evident, leaving the individual feeling a burning sensation, with discomfort difficult to suppress, serving primarily to prevent fainting at crucial junctures. Nonetheless, it is commendable that he was given a pill. Nan Xi felt a sense of satisfaction within. If she were to administer medicine, setting aside the fact that she lacks such potent elixirs, given the circumstances, she would at least be expected to provide high-quality healing pills. Whether she'd feel pained by the loss is secondary. Nan Xi simply has no intention of offering Qi anything of value. As she lost herself in contemplation, Qi eyes flickered with emotion, his voice softening. "Was it you who saved me?" Nan Xi snapped back to reality, momentarily bewildered, then shuddered involuntarily.
Ah.
Well, I suppose. Wait, no. It was only my duty. Her expression brimmed with tender affection. Qian has suffered such grievous wounds, yet I cannot share even a fraction of your pain. My heart aches. Deeply moved, Qian's pupils trembled, and with great effort, he lifted a hand as if to caress her face. Nan Xi instinctively recoiled slightly, but her demeanor remained flawlessly composed. Before Qi could detect anything amiss, she lowered her gaze demurely. Qian must rest now. Luo Tingyun, concerned for Nan Xi, had not strayed far from the cave. Lingering nearby, he caught fragments of her unspoken thoughts drifting through the air. What kind of expression is Qi making?
Disgusting.
Ugh, he actually tried to touch me. Shameless. Iya. As the final cry echoed, Luo Tingyun felt a tightening in his heart and, without a moment's hesitation, moved forward in search of Nan Xi. Upon entering the cave, the next thought of Nan Xi swiftly followed. I miss my junior sister, yet I do not wish to see this vile man. Both individuals within the cave turned their gazes towards Luo Tingyun, a spark ignited in Nan Xi's eyes, while Luo Tingyun abruptly halted once more. In Chapter 48, upon encountering Luo Tingyun, Qi momentarily froze, instinctively retracting his hand. Nan Xi, uncertain of what to say, fell into silence along with the cave's atmosphere. It was Luo Tingyun who first regained composure, approaching Nan Xi and casting a gentle gaze upon her as she crouched there. Senior sister, I have come to find you. All eyes in the vicinity focused intently on Luo Tingyun, and upon hearing his words, Qi's fleeting hope dissipated. Nan Xi rose, seemingly hesitant as she cast a glance at Qi. System, may I leave now? The plot has nearly unfolded as it should. The system remained silent, but it was Qi who spoke first. Now that I am awake, I can inform my Sect's disciples, so I shall not delay you further. How rude. Not even a word of thanks. Nan Xi, oblivious to the profound gaze of Qi, displayed a reluctant hesitation on her face, as if she were utterly unwilling to depart. She wished to prolong the scene, yet Luo Tingyun had already approached the cave entrance, urging, Senior sister, it's time to go. Everyone is waiting for you. In the original narrative, by this point, The female protagonist had become universally disliked. Even when seeking help, it was merely symbolic. When unexpected events occurred, no one paid her any attention, let alone sought her out directly. Much of the plot had indeed been disrupted, yet the crucial main storyline seemed unaffected. After a brief silence, the system finally spoke. "You may proceed." Thus, Nan Xi ceased her hesitation, turned, and followed Luo Tingyun. She then softly inquired about something she had not had the chance to ask earlier. "How did the junior sister manage to find me?" Time seemed to fly. The footsteps and figures of the two individuals gradually receded, and Chi-Chian observed this scene until they departed from the cave. Though this moment should not signify anything of consequence, it inexplicably evoked a profound sensation within him at that instant. At present, he found it challenging to decipher the meaning behind this feeling, only to later realize it was an overwhelming sense of emptiness, a sensation of grasping at nothingness. Nevertheless, Chi-Chian remained resolute in his belief that, at the very least, he could hold on to Nan Xi. Fortunately, Nan Xi remained unaware of Chi-Chian's thoughts. Otherwise, she might have been inclined to spit in his direction. Luo Tingyun responded to Nan Xi's query, having noticed her senior sister approaching and wishing to join her. "Earlier, when I attended to Chi-Chian's wounds, did my senior sister find it inappropriate?" Upon hearing Lu Tingyun's inquiry, Nan Xi felt a measure of astonishment. In a subdued tone, she replied, "No. Junior sister must have her own reasons for acting this way. Tending to wounds. Indeed, who says it is not about tending to wounds? It is quite commendable that Chi-Chian is able to tend to his wounds." Upon hearing Nan Xi's remark, Luo Tingyun's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. As Nan Xi was contemplating the earlier events, she unwittingly missed this fleeting smile. Before a new topic could arise, the communication jade talisman flickered, and upon examination, Nan Xi discovered that Qi Zhao had sent a location, informing them that everyone was waiting there. Luo Tingyun received the same message, and then turned to Nan Xi. "Shall we proceed, senior sister?" The gathering place of the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect was still a considerable distance away. Meanwhile, the infant's soul-level spirit beast, exhausted, had settled in place to rest. Consequently, the duo took a considerable amount of time to navigate around it and finally reached the assembly point of their fellow disciples. Upon arrival, they observed that everyone appeared to be in good spirits, either standing or seated. However, in addition to the disciples, Nan Xi noticed individuals who did not belong to the Tianyan sword sect. Qi Zhao stood at the forefront, and upon catching sight of Nan Xi, he remarked, "Senior sister." These individuals approached us after witnessing the infant soul-level spirit beast. His tone was somber as he continued. "They express a desire to ally with the Tianyan sword sect to slay that infant soul-level spirit beast." The plainness of his words belied the gravity of their content, sending a jolt through Nan Xi's heart. As she surveyed the newcomers, she noted that the weakest among them was at the golden core stage, with some even surpassing her in cultivation, having reached the mid-golden core stage. The distinction between the infant soul and golden core stages is a chasm apart. Indeed, the transition from foundation establishment to golden core is a significant leap, but the shift from golden core to infant soul is a metamorphosis, a true entry into the realm of immortals, where one can perceive the Tao. In the world where Nan Xi resides, the paths of cultivation are flourishing. Golden core practitioners are not uncommon, and while infant souls are merely addressed as Tao lords, the very nomenclature signifies a stark difference between the two levels. Even a congregation of golden core practitioners attempting to confront an infant soul would be akin to mayflies attempting to shake a tree. Even Nan Xi found herself momentarily rendered speechless by this audacious proposition. Although those who can enter the Imperial White Secret Realm are all under a century old, it is remarkable to see several who are barely 50. Truly, they are the cream of the crop. Among the newly arrived golden core practitioners, there were approximately 8, 5 of whom were under 50, and 2 in the mid-golden core stage were nearing a century. Nan Xi keenly observed the confidence and arrogance radiating from them. Despite their composed demeanor, they could not conceal the powerful aura that emanated from within, a testament to their unwavering self-assurance. This made her reflect on herself. Do I appear so confident? Surely not. The disciples, following the resonance of Nan Xi's thoughts, turned their gazes towards her, only to find her gazing down at the hem of her garment. To speak candidly, Nan Xi exuded a sense of restraint in comparison to these exceptional individuals. However, the disciples had witnessed her formidable side. In terms of both strength and inner fortitude, she was undeniably their equal. It seemed that every powerful individual carried with them an aura of authority. What, then, is this aura? The disciples found it somewhat difficult to discern the situation. However, at that moment, the gaze of the golden elixirs present was not directed at Nan Xi. Their arrival at the Tianyin Sword Sect was motivated by two primary reasons. First, Tianyin Sword Sect is renowned as the most aggressive among the 5 great sects, being the origin of the saying that one sword can shatter all. Secondly, there was a golden elixir practitioner, Luo Tingyun, who was yet to reach the age of 30. Although Luo Tingyun made a breakthrough in the secret realm, as fellow golden elixir practitioners, they could easily sense the commotion around them. As for Nan Xi, the leader among this group, who possessed the highest cultivation level, fixed his gaze upon her and inquired, "Are you Nan Xi?" Nan Xi glanced at him, quickly identifying him as Ji Huizhou, the most renowned genius of the present era, destined to be defeated by Qi Qian, which would shatter his state of mind and lead him down the path of demonic cultivation, ultimately becoming Qi Qian's adversary. The disciples, who had just been contemplating the differences between the strong and the ordinary, were taken aback. Why is Qi Qian being mentioned again? And this is Ji Huizhou we're talking about. In the current generation of the cultivation world, while some might be unaware of Nan Xi, Ji Huizhou was a household name, having entered the golden elixir stage by the age of 30 and now, at 89, fully established in the mid-golden elixir stage. He had never tasted defeat in any competition. Moreover, he was known for his noble character and significant contributions to the cultivation community. Nan Xi, oblivious to the thoughts of the disciples, had heard of Ji Huizhou's exploits over the years. He was a man entirely different from what the narrative depicted. Therefore, when Ji Huizhou spoke to her, she maintained a cordial demeanor. "I am," she replied. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is family." The disciples pondered. Ji Huizhou observed Nan Xi, perceiving only her perfected foundation establishment cultivation, yet her striking features and demeanor intrigued him, suggesting she too was formidable. Furthermore, being under 30 and already at the perfected foundation establishment stage, her opportunity to break through to the golden elixir level was likely imminent, not far off from his own.
Hence he smiled gently.
"It is an honor to meet you. We intend to confront that nascent soul beast. May I ask for your thoughts on the matter?" As Ji Huizhou posed this question again, Nan Xi, momentarily distracted by the unfolding narrative, glanced towards the direction of the nascent soul beast, her heart stirring with anticipation. The Emperor by Secret Realm was not particularly vast, though it contained numerous subrealms and inheritance spaces. The beast occupied a significant location on the realm's map. Near the Enlightenment Platform and the Spirit Abyss, one could gain profound insights there, while the latter presented the most formidable trials, a rigorous test for enhancing one's strength. In a few days, the Spirit Abyss would open, and nearly everyone would venture within. They could not afford to harbor the delusion that the nascent soul beast would simply relocate. Its aggression and peril had already become evident. As Nan Xi contemplated, a wave of excitement surged within her. In the original narrative, the female protagonist played a mere supporting role, overshadowed by Qi Qian's brilliance, yet now she could participate fully. After a moment of reflection, she gradually stated, "Let us go." Warning: host, character integrity compromised. The system's alert went unheeded by Nan Xi. How could this statement compromise my character? Even the female protagonist would assess the situation. It is evident that we cannot afford to hesitate. She turned back to Ji Huizhou, adopting a demeanor of vulnerability befitting a protagonist, saying, "But my cultivation is insufficient. I should remain in the rear." Ji Huizhou, taken aback by her demeanor, sensed a stark contrast from earlier. Nevertheless, he replied, "No matter. The sword array of the Tianyin sword sect is formidable. We merely require you to restrain it." Nan Xi nodded slightly. Subsequently, other golden elixir practitioners stepped forward, including the direct disciples of the Tianyin sword sect. It seemed they had already devised a clear plan prior to their arrival, although they were in discussion. The proposals offered left no room for dissent from the Tianyin sword sect members. Qi Zhao concluded, "If that is the case, when shall we proceed?" Ji Huizhou glanced at the slumbering beast, saying, This beast has moments of vulnerability. We shall strike then. Nan Xi looked towards it as well, only to suddenly realize, wait. When do we strike? 2 days later, at noon. Nan Xi fell into contemplation. System, are you certain that Qi-Qian will be involved? The system remained silent. According to the narrative, Qi-Qian's recovery took 7 days under the female protagonist's meticulous care and the use of superior healing elixirs, allowing him to awaken in an already improved state. Furthermore, after comprehending the path to advancement, he would have reached the golden elixir stage before confronting the nascent soul beast. Originally, this would have been at least 10 days hence. Yet now, due to factors surrounding the inheritance space, Qi-Qian had not reached the golden elixir stage. And without Nan Xi's attentive care, his forced awakening left him in a dire state, making further advancement to the golden elixir level exceedingly difficult. Nan Xi did not dwell on these matters, but the system, after a brief moment of consideration, felt overwhelmed. The immediate priority was to ensure Qi-Qian advanced to the golden elixir stage, allowing him to align with the unfolding narrative. It remained silent, once again granting permissions and focusing on Qi-Qian. Qi-Qian had already joined forces with disciples from the Yushu sect. It was unclear what elixir he had taken, but his complexion had improved considerably, though still pallid and marked by weakness. His expression bore a heavy countenance, indicating his thoughts were elsewhere, far from cultivation. The system felt the urgency of the situation, contemplating repeatedly. Ultimately, it resorted to utilizing stored energy to rectify the imbalance. As Qi-Qian pondered his previous interactions with Nan Xi, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a spider weaving a web. The wind was strong, and each time the web neared completion, it was destroyed, yet the spider persevered, starting a new time and again until it finally crafted a resilient web. Unbeknownst to him, Qi-Qian became entranced, subconsciously relating to the spider's struggle. He too had faced numerous challenges recently, with every endeavor thwarted, even his attempts to break through to the golden elixir stage. Yet in that moment, he experienced an epiphany, perceiving the path ahead as clear and unobstructed. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged through the area, startling the disciples from the Yushu sect, who instinctively turned to observe Qi-Qian. They witnessed the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him, unmistakably indicative of a breakthrough. Chapter 49. The distance between the location of the Yushu sect and Nan Xi's position was not great, and as unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from that direction. All the golden elixir practitioners present instinctively turned their attention there. Nan Xi followed suit but quickly recalled something and turned her head back, glancing at the position, and soon deduced the situation. Qi-Qian has broken through? The disciples gasped in astonishment. According to the narrative, he should have already achieved his breakthrough by this time. But in reality, the inheritance is not solely his to claim. Now exhausted in body and spirit, he lacks the conditions for a breakthrough. It must be the system intervening. In the preceding moment, they had been contemplating how Qi-Qian had suddenly made a breakthrough. In the next, upon hearing Nan Xi's words, shock and indignation surged within nearly all of them. The entity known as the system could manipulate an individual's cultivation, enabling them to break through at will. Such mysterious and uncanny powers not only astonished them but also instilled a sense of fear, leading them to understand why Nan Xi had no choice but to heed the system's commands. Their indignation stemmed from the belief that Qi-Qian had no rightful claim to such an advantage. They had witnessed the might of the golden elixir stage and had observed Nan Xi's exceptional temperament and virtues befitting those under 30 in that realm. Yet, what did Qi-Qian possess? And why had the system woven a narrative to assist him? The disciples were perplexed, discontented, and somewhat lost, feeling utterly powerless. At this moment, the system spoke. It is I who must intervene. Host, the discrepancies in the narrative require my correction. Oh, Nan Xi replied disinterestedly. Then inquired about matters of her own concern. Although all things in the world possess their own cause and effect, it seems that Qi-Qian, as the male lead, is somewhat undeserving of his role. As for his ascension, it is achieved through unscrupulous means. Now I require your assistance. A cryptic smile appeared on Nan Xi's face. The system urged, please maintain your character. This implied a refusal to communicate, yet Nan Xi did not genuinely seek answers. She merely smiled and fell silent. The disciples listened attentively to the exchange between Nan Xi and the system, and their mood inexplicably calmed. From Nan Xi's words, they gathered that she had never truly regarded Qi Qian with any seriousness. The tone she employed suggested she perceived Qi Qian as an inconsequential individual. Why should they harbor distress for someone so insignificant? With this realization, the disciples finally exhaled in relief, though upon further reflection, they still found Qi Qian exceedingly detestable. Along with that insipid system, how they wished to eliminate both. Ji Huizhou gazed in that direction and remarked, "It seems someone has made a breakthrough. But does anyone know who it might be?" The people of the Yusu sect were present, and only one among them had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Luo Tingyan responded to Ji Huizhou's inquiry. The other party pondered briefly, and a look of understanding crossed his face. Qi Qian? Mentioning Qi Qian, Ji Huizhou discreetly glanced at Nan Xi, his eyes flickering momentarily, yet his expression remained unchanged. Unlike him, the other Golden Core practitioners did not attempt to conceal their scrutiny of Nan Xi, although they said little. It was evident they were aware of her entanglement with Qi Qian. Nan Xi feigned ignorance and dutifully turned her gaze in that direction, her expression one of feigned astonishment. Ji Huizhou did not speak immediately. Instead, another Golden Core practitioner interjected, "One more person means one more strength. Ji Daoist, shall we wait a moment?" It appears that in the narrative, there was no waiting, yet Qi Qian will still have his moment to shine here after his initial failure, Nan Xi mused. True to her thoughts, Ji Huizhou soon spoke, suggesting that if they missed the opportunity 2 days hence, they would have to wait an additional 9 days. The spirit realm abyss would open 5 days later. Waiting for Qi Qian would cause delays. Upon hearing this, everyone understood Ji Huizhou's intentions, and after a brief contemplation, they unanimously agreed. The significance of the spirit realm abyss was well understood, and none wished to waste time. Thus, after a brief discussion, they prepared to take action. Nan Xi, aware of this outcome, was promptly summoned by Qi Zhao to discuss how those of them who had not yet reached the Golden Core stage would coordinate with the group. During the discussion, the disciples of the Tianyan Sword Sect could not help but glance at Nan Xi, their expressions inscrutable, leaving her perplexed. "What is it? Are you afraid I will hold you back?" At this, the disciples were taken aback, hastily shaking their heads, only to realize they mustn't let Nan Xi know they could hear their thoughts, awkwardly stopping mid-motion, feeling quite uncomfortable. Eventually, Qi Zhao spoke first, addressing Ji Huizhou. Although the senior sister is not a Golden Core practitioner, her strength should not be underestimated. I believe we, the Foundation establishment members, can be led by her. Nan Xi, lost in thought, considered that she shouldn't be involved in this matter, but then heard Qi Zhao calling her name. Nan Xi responded, "What are you talking about? In the narrative, you did not say this. Weren't you quite eager to volunteer?" The disciples finally learned to ignore Nan Xi's thoughts, nodding in agreement. "We feel the same. Senior sister can lead us." Nan Xi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the situation. When she finally did, she hastily shook her head, "No. I cannot. My abilities are average." Ji Huizhou's gaze fell upon her, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He had seen Nan Xi before and later heard of her association with Qi Qian. He found it hard to believe, even struggling to imagine that the radiant girl he once met could resemble the tales told. Even just moments ago, witnessing her attitude towards Qi Qian, he had not doubted her. Now, hearing the Tianyan Sword Sect members recommend her, he instinctively affirmed her strength and slowly stated, "Since everyone trusts you, let you lead." His decision was firm, leaving little room for dissent. Nan Xi felt momentarily lost and asked the system, "Should I agree or decline?" The system replied, "According to your character, you are unlikely to refuse. However, an unforeseen incident must occur that renders all plans null and void." The disciples were taken aback, their hearts igniting with indignation. Had it not been for the fear of repercussions, they might have already struck the system with a sword. For now, they could only stifle their frustration. Nan Xi remained silent, concealing her thoughts from the system. Typically, the system did not intervene after issuing commands, and this was not a crucial plot point. Even if Nan Xi did not comply, the inevitable outcome would remain unchanged. The Yuaning stage spirit beast could only be fatally struck by Qi Qian. Unaware of the system's intentions, The group observed as Nan Xi accepted the leadership role, their expressions brightening. Confused by the disciples' attitudes, Nan Xi felt a twinge of fear. She couldn't help but replay in her mind what egregious acts she might have committed to incite such a desire for her to falter. Yet, after much contemplation, all she could recall was the camaraderie among them. With her confusion lingering and a hint of frustration, she set aside her thoughts as the group began to formulate specific plans, quietly listening to the discussions. The following 2 days were spent adjusting and cultivating, waiting for the opportune moment. The yawning stage spirit beast was particularly slothful, having slept soundly for 2 full days without even turning over. In such circumstances, everyone stealthily surrounded it, encircling it. However, slumber did not equate to a lack of vigilance. As all the Golden Core practitioners floated in the air, some forming hand seals, others gripping their swords in preparation for attack, the yawning stage spirit beast stirred from its slumber, its eyes slowly opening. At that very moment, all began to move. The Golden Core practitioners targeted the beast's various weaknesses, while the Foundation Establishment practitioners, organized by Nan Xi, gathered their strength to form a massive sword shadow, capturing the spirit beast's full attention. With a roar, the spirit beast, in pain, slowly rose, shaking its head and letting out a furious howl. Its gaze fixated on the frontmost target, the largest, a group of Foundation Establishment practitioners, before lunging forward to bite. Yet, before it could act, all disciples had applied high-tier speed talismans, allowing them to outpace the spirit beast. Nan Xi had never intended to heed the system's commands and falter at a critical moment. After all, in this additional narrative, she needed to maintain her character without resorting to foolish methods. The Golden Core practitioners employed concealment talismans, remaining undetected by the spirit beast as they moved in to strike at its most vulnerable points. With a swift motion, the spirit beast bore several new wounds, halting in its tracks and erupting in anger. Meanwhile, a tempest suddenly arose in the surroundings, howling fiercely around the spirit beast. Anything that ventured too close would be swept into its grasp, torn apart by the ferocious power contained within. The hurricane moved with remarkable speed, encircling the spirit beast, and in an instant it closed in on one of the Golden Core cultivators. The individual, caught off guard, sustained numerous injuries, even though they ultimately escaped the maelstrom. The others, positioned at a safe distance, retreated several miles, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Yet, the atmosphere was still thick with dread. A spirit beast at the nascent soul stage proved to be terrifying, capable of summoning a tempest that could shred a Golden Core practitioner to pieces. "Look, what is that?" A keen observer noted the glimmering membrane covering the spirit beast's wound. Although its nature remained elusive, it instilled a sense of foreboding. South she focused intently. Her previous insight gained amidst the dense fog, allowing her to perceive the truth. It is the manifestation of rules. In the imperial realm of Bai, ascending to the nascent soul stage intertwines one's fate with the laws of the realm, thus offering protection. The disciples of Tianyun Sword Sect, hearing South Shi's thoughts, were momentarily shaken and turned their gaze towards the spirit beast's injury, realizing the predicament they faced. How could they possibly defeat such a creature? Yet it seems not impervious. The power within this secret realm can indeed harm the spirit beast. No wonder Qi Qian managed to slay it, wielding the Zhu Yuan sword which, having lingered in this realm, could be considered a part of its forces. After piecing together South Shi's realization, Luo Tingyan spoke up. "My senior sister and I have encountered similar circumstances in our Sect's records." He recounted her insights in his own words, leaving South Shi somewhat bewildered. "We did read together, but was this content included? Was my focus lacking?" Though she had unraveled the mystery of the membrane, the current situation was dire. The spirit beast, thoroughly enraged, inexplicably fixated on South Shi and charged at her with a thunderous roar, its speed overwhelming. South Shi had to employ her utmost swiftness to evade, her brow furrowing slightly. She too wished to vanquish the spirit beast. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, the fan-shaped artifact she had long disregarded stirred, shimmering with a faint light. Chapter 50. No one noticed the anomaly unfolding near South Shi. As the leader, her focus remained entirely on the situation at hand. Although the system compels unforeseen events, there are no rigid plot requirements. Even if I diverge, it matters not. My sole duty is to excel in my role. What was her role? To lead the Tianyan sword sect effectively, assisting everyone in subduing the spirit beast. Even if they could not eradicate it, inflicting significant damage would suffice. Just as South Xi contemplated, a voice from beside her called out urgently, "Senior sister, be cautious." A jolt of awareness surged through South Xi as she sensed the imminent danger approaching from her side. In that instant, her hair stood on end, and she instinctively moved upward.
Boom.
The nascent soul spirit beast collided with the mountain wall behind, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone stared in astonishment at South Xi, surprised by her quick reflexes, yet the impact was inconsequential to the spirit beast. It shook its head and charged towards her once more. South Xi was perplexed. Why is this creature fixating on me? Shouldn't it be targeting Ji Huizhou instead? But as she pondered, a group of Golden Core practitioners advanced, united in their determination to slay the spirit beast rather than acting independently. Ji Huizhou, the most powerful among them, took the lead, his life-bound artifact floating beside him as he performed incantations. Hum. The artifact emitted a low hum, resonating within their minds, while the onlookers beheld the nascent soul spirit beast momentarily stilled in place. In those fleeting seconds, Luo Tingyun drew his sword, executing a graceful and forceful strike aimed directly at the spirit beast's Tianmen, cleaving downward.
Clang.
Luo Tingyun's blade met an impenetrable force, unable to descend further. While the recoil contorted his brows, the sword trembling even as he withdrew. This revelation left not only the disciples of Tianyan's sword sect but all present aghast, as they glimpsed the swirling energy within the gaping wound, now discernibly indomitable. What now? Should they retreat? They were utterly incapable of breaching that barrier. If they withdrew, the next opportunity would be 9 days hence. They murmured among themselves, but in the next instant, they hastily retreated, compelled by the spirit beast regaining its senses. Roaring and charging at them anew, a tempest swirling around it. Its furious winds could even sever a century-old tree in an instant. Thus, not only the Golden Core practitioners but also South Xi, leading her fellow disciples, abandoned their formation, focused solely on fleeing for their lives. Amidst their retreat, South Xi caught sight of a lagging disciple. His escape talisman had failed, slowing his speed, even as he frantically activated another. It was insufficient for him to evade the approaching nascent soul spirit beast, its gaping maw poised to devour him. South Xi's pupils constricted, and in that moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Let it perish. With a swish, the fan-shaped artifact surged forth, expanding to envelop the spirit beast's entire head, simultaneously drawing upon her spiritual energy. The already radiant feathers glimmered brilliantly, slicing through the air towards the spirit beast with astonishing swiftness. The wound at the Tianmen, previously opened by Luo Tingyun, shimmered with the flow of rules. The artifact, imbued with an unstoppable momentum and a formidable presence that commanded retreat, aimed its razor-sharp edge at the gaping wound.
Swoosh.
Just as South Xi observed the unfolding events, the artifact penetrated the flesh of the spirit beast to a depth of 3 inches, when suddenly, she felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, rendering her incapable of wielding her sword, nearly plummeting to the ground. Having exhausted her spiritual energy, she was fortunate that her previous altitude had not been too great. She grasped a nearby branch mid-fall, adjusting her position with inertia to land safely. Crouching upon landing, her sword embedded in the earth, South Xi's gaze remained fixed on the spirit beast, now wounded at its brain. Everything around seemed to fall silent as the artifact lodged within the spirit beast's Tianmen. The artifact, unable to draw any more energy from South Xi, lost its potency, halting its descent, while the nascent soul spirit beast's body stiffened, its status uncertain. All were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Moments later, the spirit beast opened its crimson eyes, releasing a shattered roar of fury as it staggered forward 2 steps. Its colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood cascading from its wounds, while the artifact, seemingly aware of its completion of the task, shrank back to its original size, shaking off any residual blood before drifting back to South Xi's side. Even South Xi could not suppress a smile, her voice slightly hoarse as she murmured, "Well done." No one heeded her words, and thus, The notion of her collapsing persona was never broached. After a while, all the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect heard the system's somewhat distressed mechanical voice exclaiming, "How did the Yuan-ing level spirit beast perish?" Nan Xi tossed a healing pill into her mouth, feeling her strength gradually returning, and immediately sought to absolve herself of any blame. "It has nothing to do with me. This inexplicable artifact acted of its own accord. I haven't collapsed my persona. This artifact is simply too formidable." It was rare for her to hear the system express such agitation. The last time had been when she had just traversed into this world and was reluctant to follow the storyline, prompting the system to exhaust all its means in a fit of rage. It had even contemplated applying for her eradication until Nan Xi eventually came to terms with certain matters and agreed to follow the plot. Amidst the dialogue between her and the system, as the spirit beast fell, everyone finally reacted and almost simultaneously approached Nan Xi. They clearly recognized that the defeat of this spirit beast was indeed her accomplishment. Luo Tingyun was the swiftest, rushing to Nan Xi's side, extending his hand toward her, who was nearly kneeling on one knee, and gently inquired, "Are you all right, senior sister?" Nan Xi blinked and, upon raising her gaze, was struck by Luo Tingyun's striking beauty. In that instant, she felt rejuvenated, confidently reaching out for him to assist her in standing up. After testing her slightly weakened legs, she shook her head. Aside from the exhaustion from depleting her spiritual energy, she felt no other issues. Qi Zhao's eyes sparkled as he remarked, "Senior sister is indeed remarkable." The youngest disciple, Lian Xianxia, timidly approached Nan Xi and whispered, "Senior sister, you are so impressive. I want to be as impressive as you." Lu Wenju suddenly dashed over, embracing Nan Xi with exuberance. "Senior sister, you are incredible. From now on, if anyone says you are not formidable, I shall send them flying." Shin Xinqi stood at the back, casting a gentle smile at Nan Xi. Meanwhile, the system was still in turmoil, utterly preoccupied with whether Nan Xi's actions constituted a collapse of her persona. In a brief moment of clarity, Nan Xi realized that Qi Qian's Zhu Yuan sword was an artifact of power within this secret realm, and thus, her newly acquired artifact had also been sourced from the same place. Therefore, if the Zhu Yuan sword could slay this Yuan-ing level spirit beast, her artifact could certainly do the same. Moreover, her artifact possessed an active agency, striking precisely where directed, proving to be exceedingly effective, though its rank remained uncertain. At this juncture, Nan Xi suddenly remembered, "Oh right, I haven't named my newly acquired treasure yet." Chapter 50, What shall I name it? She retrieved the artifact from her hair, examining the small, palm-sized object that shimmered beautifully. "Let us call it the illusory feather fan," she decided contentedly, believing herself to possess a certain talent for naming. The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting skepticism towards Nan Xi's chosen name. The artifact was exceptionally fierce and unexpected in its capabilities. In their opinion, it should be dubbed the slap fan or perhaps the brain-slapping fan. They could not discern any fan-like qualities in it, and believed a suffix like stab or something equally sinister would be more fitting. As Nan Xi turned around, she noticed the disciples huddled together, murmuring something, their heads bobbing in unison, which made her feel an urge to intervene. "I could just swat those heads in a line," she mused. The disciples instinctively raised their heads in alarm, wondering what had prompted such a reaction. They were uncertain if they had inadvertently offended Nan Xi. Although they did not understand why they had suddenly distanced themselves from her, Nan Xi contemplated that should she truly act on her impulse, she might be regarded as a monster, and thus reluctantly restrained her eager hand. At that moment, Ji Huizhou approached Nan Xi, his gaze somewhat light, yet his features deep and enigmatic. He smiled at her and said, as expected of the esteemed disciple of the Tianyun sword sect, "You are indeed formidable. I look forward to competing with you when you reach the golden core stage." Ji Huizhou's demeanor was exceedingly amicable, hinting at a desire to befriend Nan Xi. Observing him, she felt puzzled. In the storyline, Ji Huizhou was not like this. I recall he maintained a respectful distance from me, although I may have garnered a bit of attention. Shouldn't it be evident to discerning eyes that it was the artifact that was impressive? That last strike was clearly devoid of skill. It was purely a stroke of luck. Nonetheless, Nan Xi feigned a bashful demeanor, replying, "Dear friend, please do not flatter me. I am not remarkable. When I reach the golden core stage, I doubt I will be able to compete with you. The golden core cultivators behind Ji Huizhou regarded Nan Xi with admiration, wishing to forge a connection with her. They hadn't anticipated her to appear so delicate, yet they were acutely aware that her recent feat was impressive. They understood that even if they exerted all their strength, possessing an artifact capable of breaching that barrier, they might not achieve a swift victory. The fact that Nan Xi could accomplish this indicated the depth of her spiritual energy and the potency of her abilities. The realization that such a person was merely at the foundation establishment stage was astonishing, leading them to wonder just how powerful she would become upon reaching the golden core stage. As for her character, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. A slightly gentle disposition posed no significant issue, provided her heart was not corrupted. Nan Xi remained the esteemed disciple of the Tianyun sword sect. They had resolved to befriend her. While Nan Xi diligently maintained her persona, a sudden throng of individuals approached her, praising her prowess and expressing a desire to exchange messages via communication jade talismans, ensuring frequent contact. This left her utterly bewildered. It is imperative to note that communication jade talismans differ from mobile phones. One can only add a limited number of contacts, 50, to be precise, rendering such slots exceedingly precious. Yet, she found herself inexplicably thrust into the social circle of golden core prodigies, which felt utterly absurd. Fortunately, following the resolution of the Yuaning spirit beast incident, there remained the matter of dealing with its carcass and appropriately distributing the resources it bore. The group quickly busied themselves, and Nan Xi found herself too preoccupied to expend energy on maintaining her persona while managing so many individuals. It was only at this juncture that she realized the system had been unusually silent for a considerable time, and upon a brief assessment, she sensed no activity from it. Where is the system? It hasn't challenged me over whether that incident counted as my fault. I don't believe it did. It was all an accident. The system had not registered Nan Xi's remarks. It was currently in a state of utter disarray. Indeed, while this incident was not of monumental significance, as the female protagonist was scarcely involved and had little screen time within the narrative, it was nonetheless critical as Chi-Chi's first battle after attaining the golden core stage. However, the current predicament was that the spirit beast had perished, and Chi-Chien was unable to garner attention, having just completed his advancement without comprehending what had transpired. Even his subsequent interactions with this group of talented cultivators required reevaluation. Should this situation not be adeptly managed, the narrative might veer off course, favoring Nan Xi's ascendance. The pressing concern was that the system had recently expended energy to facilitate Chi-Chien's golden core breakthrough, a precarious endeavor. Should it draw upon its resources again and attract the attention of the heavenly Tao, the system would face dire consequences. Currently, it was frantically sifting through its database in search of a suitable resolution. At last, it managed to uncover a relatively viable approach. It would not be the rapid rectification method employed previously. This time, the energy utilized would be minimal, gradually steering the narrative back on course, albeit at a slow pace, requiring 3 to 6 months. Yet, this was the best solution available at present. Having made its decision, the system exhaled a sigh of relief. But in the next instant, the system observed the data before it fluctuating wildly, and when it gradually stabilized, the final computational results revealed the fortune value of Chi-Chien has decreased by 20, currently standing at 60. The system experienced a moment of darkness. At this juncture, Nan Xi remained oblivious to the system's turmoil. Even if she were aware, she would merely applaud and laugh heartily. After resolving the matter concerning the spirit beast of the nascent soul stage, there was little commotion in the secret realm. Not to mention, those who participated or observed Nan Xi would surely concoct tales about the event. After a prolonged wait, the system finally reappeared. Host, I have detected a significant deviation in your character setting. The mechanical voice betrayed no emotion, and naturally, Nan Xi could not perceive the system's current lethargy. She retorted confidently, "This is not my fault, and the description of the protagonist's strength in the narrative is rather scant. Moreover, there are few opinions from others regarding the protagonist. I believe this punishment should not fall upon me." Deep down, Nan Xi was well aware that she had the authority to stop the siphoning of her spiritual energy by the illusory feather fan, yet she pretended otherwise. even controlling her thoughts to ensure the system remained oblivious. The system remained silent for a moment before responding. Understood. Ordinarily, this matter might not have been so easily concluded, but the system was currently at a loss, and punishing someone also required energy, which it was reluctant to expend at this time. The disciples, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, suddenly realized they had extracted some crucial information from the exchange. Nan Xi stated it was not her fault, and thus the system refrained from punishing her. Did this imply that if Nan Xi did not err or deliberately cause destruction, the system lacked the authority to penalize her? While this may not have been a significant advantage for Nan Xi, it was monumental news for everyone else. This meant that in the future, if they were to disrupt the narrative or surprise Nan Xi with unforeseen events, they need not worry about her facing repercussions. Joy filled the air as the disciples exchanged excited glances. Among them, Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao pondered the implications the most. Yet they ultimately chose to keep their emotions in check, leaving much unspoken. After a brief respite, the disciples of the Tianyan Sword Sect organized their thoughts and proceeded toward the Enlightenment platform. With only 2 days remaining until the opening of the Spirit Abyss, which promised perilous trials and lengthy durations, this would likely be their final battle within the Imperial White Secret Realm. The Enlightenment platform was an essential destination. Many disciples, grappling with uncertainties regarding their minds and the Tao, could find clarity here. Countless disciples had achieved breakthroughs in past years. They hastened their steps, arriving at the Enlightenment platform before darkness fell. The platform was expansive, a grand elevated area. Originally, it contained but a few words, imbued with the principles of the Tao. The monument standing upon the Enlightenment platform seemed to possess a unique formation. Each individual who comprehended its essence would find their insights recorded upon this monument. Over time, it would become densely inscribed, and during the night, each character emanated a warm white light, illuminating the entire platform with an aura of sanctity. Nan Xi recalled that in the narrative, both Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao had achieved breakthroughs here, and she had barely managed to keep pace with the core disciples. Reflecting on this, Nan Xi approached a stone tablet and began to call upon the system. The commotion of my breakthrough should be your responsibility, as I cannot possibly undergo the golden core stage again here. The system. Creating such a commotion would also require energy, and it was resistant to this task. However, neglecting it might lead to narrative discrepancies, which would cost it the energy it had painstakingly accumulated. After a prolonged silence, it finally said, "Remember to seize the opportunity after Qi Zhao." Nan Xi's eyes brightened with understanding, and she inadvertently voiced her thoughts, drawing the attention of those nearby. Luo Tingyun looked at her and inquired, "Senior sister, do you have any insights?" Nan Xi shook her head. In truth, she had not comprehended any of the words inscribed. Yet upon further reflection, she found some thoughts emerging. It was remarkable how each individual possessed such distinct fates. Every person who sought enlightenment here appeared similar. Yet each was granted a unique opportunity. Upon closer inspection, their troubles varied, and each gleaned different experiences from this place. This realization was indeed wondrous. After observing for a while, Nan Xi suggested to Luo Tingyun, "Shall we examine the main tablet?" In truth, not only the tablet but also the ground and stone pillars bore numerous inscriptions, some mere characters, others phrases, and some lengthy narratives chronicling an individual story. Anyone present would be moved by the myriad experiences of life. The main monument, which initially contained the principles of the Tao, had ensnared Qi Zhao, who seemed oblivious to Nan Xi's presence. However, she was unfazed. She directed her consciousness into the blank tablet, and in an instant, she felt herself enveloped by countless characters and principles. Yet upon closer inspection, nothing was discernible. The inscriptions were meant to be understood only by those who were ready. If one could not comprehend them, it could either signify an inherent understanding or a distance from that realm. Even if one could perceive them, comprehending their depth remained elusive. Nan Xi savored this extraordinary sensation for a while, failing to discern any characters. Just then, the system's voice echoed. "Qi Zhao has broken through." Nan Xi's awareness promptly returned to her immediate surroundings. She glanced at Qi Zhao before closing her eyes. Spiritual energy surged toward her, and waves of breakthrough energy enveloped her. However, as she scrutinized the sensations, she discovered that these fluctuations were hollow and even the energy surrounding her was illusory. Nothing more than a facade of energetic disturbance. Unable to contain her sarcasm, Nan Xi remarked, "How stingy. It won't even genuinely summon spiritual energy for me to absorb." The system remained silent, offering no explanation. Meanwhile, the disciples, still possessing their faculties, turned their gazes toward this scene. Although they understood it to be an illusion, they were nonetheless immensely thrilled. Soon, their senior sister would be recognized as a legitimate golden core cultivator. Chapter 52. The Enlightenment platform was not only populated by the disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect, but also by many other cultivators. After all, its proximity to the Spirit Abyss made it a necessary stop for those traversing the Imperial White Secret Realm. Most cultivators would choose to conclude their journey here. The breakthrough to the Golden Core stage was not limited to a few individuals, yet Qi Zhao and Nan Xi undeniably drew the most attention. Witnessing them now, many felt a sense of validation. Indeed, the disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect were formidable. 3 had achieved breakthroughs within this secret realm. Perhaps not just 3. As the Spirit Abyss lay ahead, the opportunities within the Imperial White Secret Realm were abundant. Those under 30 who attained the Golden Core stage outside had significantly more advantages. Such feats were extraordinary. Encountering such opportunities at their age and seizing them foretold an unlimited future. How infuriating it was that I could not be counted among these geniuses. Although this was not true spiritual energy, Nan Xi chose to begin her cultivation in light of the current circumstances. After all, she would need to wait at least a day for Qi Zhao to complete his breakthrough, and idle time would not serve her well. Thus, she remained oblivious to the whispers of excitement among the disciples. How delightful! Soon, their senior sister would be a bona fide Golden Core cultivator, a prodigy of the Golden Core stage. Just wait and see who would dare to spread rumors about her mediocre strength in the future. In the midst of everyone's concealed excitement, Qi Zhao achieved a breakthrough in a day, successfully advancing to the Golden Core stage just before the opening of the Spirit Abyss. Nan Xi, too, emerged from her meditative state, feigning that she had just completed her own breakthrough. As soon as she concluded, everyone surrounded her, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Senior sister, what does it feel like to be at the Golden Core stage? Senior sister, are you feeling elated and invigorated? Senior sister, does this mean you can conquer the world without rivals? Nan Xi felt momentarily bewildered by the throng of eager disciples. As she absorbed their words, she found herself even more dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure, bowing her head and speaking in a soft, gentle tone. "I feel no different than before. I merely possess a bit more spiritual energy and clarity of mind. But what use is that?" The enthusiastic disciples exchanged glances, their disappointment palpable. Noticing their disheartened expressions, Nan Xi stifled a chuckle inwardly, amused by their unrefined reactions. They haven't been through the trials of humility. How amusing. Do they wish to strike me? The disciples, feeling a sense of indignation, clenched their fists. Yet, amidst the playful banter, Luo Tingyun soon stepped forward, her beautiful yet serene gaze fixed upon Nan Xi. "Senior sister, the Spirit Abyss is about to open." Finally realizing the urgency, Nan Xi shot a quick glance at Luo Tingyun before retreating behind her. It was time for everyone to gather at the entrance. The Spirit Abyss, as its name suggests, is not immediately revealing of its purpose. However, understanding its significance clarifies why it is called an abyss. This is a training ground left behind by an ancient master, where the spirit realm exists, indicating a space constructed from spiritual energy. It is named Abyss due to its profound depths, with each level presenting different spirit beasts, plant spirits, and even the spirits of immortal beings. There are a total of 9 levels, and one must defeat a specific number of spirits to advance to the next. Once inside, the disciples engage in relentless battles day and night until they are utterly exhausted. Nan Xi felt a surge of excitement, standing at the forefront of the cultivators, positioned at the entrance of the Spirit Abyss. Though her expression remained composed, her gaze was fixed intently on the soon-to-be unveiled entrance. Within the Spirit Abyss, each individual perceives a unique scene, their silhouettes and features becoming indistinct. This means that even if Nan Xi exerted her full strength, her identity would remain concealed, allowing her to wield her sword freely and gauge her current peak of power. Previously, she had employed a group attack, a skill akin to a grand technique, seldom used, especially against formidable opponents in one-on-one combat, as it would be tantamount to self-destruction. She was hidden and alone, surrounded only by those nearby, no one witnessing her rare serious demeanor. Luo Tingyun's gaze lingered on Nan Xi for just a second before she turned her attention back to the entrance of the spirit abyss. As the hour of the rabbit passed, a shimmering wave of spatial distortion appeared at the entrance, which then began to slowly open. Luo Tingyun softly urged, "Senior sister, let us enter." Nan Xi nodded, stepping forward as a breeze swept by, causing the edges of her garments to flutter. Upon entering the spirit abyss, she found herself enveloped in a sea of ethereal light. Raising her hand, she observed that it appeared as a luminous phantom, and soon, many similar white phantoms emerged around her, their forms indistinct. This was the state of the spirits. However, the tranquility was short-lived. In an instant, a flash of light caught Nan Xi's attention, and before she could react, a beastly spirit suddenly appeared, roaring as it charged toward her. Instinctively, she reached for her waist. Sensing the sword's presence despite its ethereal form, she evaded, swiftly drawing her sword and executing a fluid strike. The blade pierced through the beast spirit effortlessly, disintegrating its form in an instant. Nan Xi was momentarily taken aback by how simple the first level was for her. Yet almost immediately, new spirits began to materialize, not one at a time, but in groups of 2 to 5, all rushing toward her. Although they were easy to defeat, the speed, angles, and movements of these beast spirits were remarkably agile, drawing Nan Xi deeper into the fray. At a certain moment, she sensed a stillness enveloping her surroundings, the atmosphere shifting as the appearance of beast spirits halted for several seconds. A roar erupted as a markedly different beast spirit emerged. Realizing this was a transition to the next level, Nan Xi tightened her grip on her sword, with scarcely a moment to catch her breath before she faced the new wave of spirits. These spirits were stronger, no longer charging recklessly, but rather evading her attacks with greater force and resilience. Nevertheless, for Nan Xi, they remained manageable. As she continued to fight, she discerned that these beast spirits were at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. In this space, time seemed inconsequential. She swung her sword relentlessly, her mind consumed solely with how to vanquish the spirits and evade their strikes. Step by step, she advanced to the next level, encountering not just beast spirits but other entities as well. Initial stages of foundation establishment, mid-stage, late stage, and finally the great completion. Upon reaching the 8th level, Nan Xi beheld a tree spirit before her. Though she struggled to discern its form, she noted its branches and leaves, reminiscent of a willow tree. More importantly, she understood that the spirit at this level was already at the golden core stage. And even a single tree spirit should not be underestimated. Taking a slow breath, she smiled, acknowledging the rigor of reaching the 8th level, which allowed her but a fleeting moment of respite. Almost simultaneously as she thought this, the tree spirit's branches surged forth, slicing through the air, infused with an equal measure of power and spiritual energy. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled as she did not retreat. Instead, she charged forward, swiftly severing the approaching branches, aiming directly for the heart of the tree spirit. The spirit did not falter. After a brief test, all its branches sprang into action. Employing not only slashing attacks but also piercing and binding techniques, their strength significantly enhanced compared to earlier levels. As her blade met the branches, she heard the sharp clash of metal. Her focus sharpened. She withdrew her sword, pivoted, and poured forth greater power. Within mere seconds, her blade struck the resilient branch once more, cleaving it with ease. The battle ensued, and as she became increasingly engrossed, the strength of her sword intent illuminated the once gentle hues of the space with a piercing brilliance. Time passed, and the tree spirit's branches continued to regenerate, inflicting some wounds upon Nan Xi until finally, when the branches ceased their assault, she lunged forward, her sword striking true at the core. Her grip tightened around the sword as the tree spirit disintegrated, revealing a humanoid spirit coalescing before her. This was the 9th level, the final layer of the spirit abyss, where the spirits would undoubtedly surpass her capabilities. Without uttering a word, Nan Xi's sword trembled slightly in her grasp, and 2 streaks of sword intent shot forth from her position. The humanoid spirit manifested a long blade akin to her own, casually raising it to parry. Its movements strikingly familiar. As she assessed the spirit's power, she recognized that its actions mirrored her own, both in form and ferocity. As Nan Xi's pupils constricted, she grasped in a flash what the 9th level entailed. She was to confront a more formidable version of herself, despite the grave circumstances. With the spirit replicating her every move poised to thrust its blade towards her face, a smile threatened to break upon her lips. Having left nothing to chance in the previous level, she found herself devoid of any trump cards to combat this spirit. Yet, what of it? Nan Xi bent low, evading the sword that lunged at her eyes, gracefully sidestepping to dodge the spirit's downward strike, and countered with a sweep of her sword aimed at the spirit's waist. The spirit recoiled, momentarily creating distance between them. However, Nan Xi was acutely aware that had it been her true self, she would never allow the enemy a moment's respite. As anticipated, the next instant saw the sword thrusting towards her once more. The more urgent the situation became, the cooler Nan Xi's mind grew as she continuously predicted her own movements, engaging her opponent from angles she had never considered before. In this heightened state, the images in her mind crystallized. The spirit's blade once again found its mark upon Nan Xi. She felt neither pain nor the waning of her strength. Rather, her gaze brightened, and a smile slowly unfurled at the corners of her lips. "I have discerned the means to vanquish you." It seemed a declaration to the spirit, yet also a promise to herself. In that fleeting moment, her speed surged. Her sword intent vanished entirely. Her figure became almost ethereal, with her murderous intent barely perceptible. The spirit appeared momentarily stunned, upon sensing her sword intent anew. It had just managed to block one strike when an unprecedentedly fierce sword intent seared towards it, leaving a gaping wound in its chest. Nan Xi sheathed her sword, observing as the spirit gradually dissipated, her own injury substantial and the white light surrounding her nearly extinguished. Yet, the shadows of the space began to fade, revealing a lush green tree before her. Though she had merely traversed a spirit realm abyss, her aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Upon regaining her senses, Nan Xi noticed a gathering of onlookers, including many disciples from the Tianyun sword sect. As her gaze shifted towards them, they approached, teary-eyed and sorrowful. "Senior sister, I failed at the 9th level. Woe is me. I couldn't even reach the 9th level. I am too weak." Nan Xi blinked in confusion, unsure why they sought her solace, but after a brief hesitation, she sighed. "I, too, fell short. The 9th level is exceedingly difficult. Do not blame yourselves. I succeeded with ease." The disciples seeking comfort from Nan Xi were taken aback. Well, perhaps not with ease, but overcoming the 9th level was quite exhilarating, though regrettably, I cannot reassure them of a second chance. "Oh, wait, it seems there will be no next time." The disciples felt increasingly despondent. If even their senior sister did not care for their plight, who would? Totally oblivious to the disciples' emotional turmoil, Nan Xi scanned her surroundings and inquired, "Is there anyone yet to emerge?" Her question stemmed from the observation that nearly all the Tianyun sword sect disciples had gathered, with only a few stragglers remaining, those who likely had exited earlier than she. Sister Luo Tingyun, Brother Qi Zhao, Sister Xin Xinshu. One by one, the disciples named their fellow sect members, most of whom were direct disciples, alongside a handful of formidable inner disciples. Glancing at the time displayed on her artifact, Nan Xi remarked, "They should be out shortly. Let us wait a few more days." Although she had nearly been defeated upon her exit, she still possessed some strength, whereas Qi Zhao and the others could not be far behind her, even if they had not conquered the 9th level. Exhaustion, or the fading white light, would soon usher them out. As expected, it wasn't long before the remaining disciples emerged one after the other. By the next day, all Tianyun sword sect disciples had assembled, with only 3 days remaining until the secret realm closed. The last to emerge was Xin Xinshu, who, despite her usual tranquility, stood silently, her eyes devoid of concern, as she gathered her spiritual energy within a minute. Nan Xi observed this with mild surprise. "Let me see, aside from myself, has our Tianyun sword sect produced 3 who have broken through to the Golden Core?" After a moment's reflection, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What an impressive sect! While each time the Emperor by Secret Realm concluded, the cultivation world witnessed the emergence of numerous talents. This number paled in comparison to previous eras. During the same period, the count of golden core prodigies under 100 years old would scarcely exceed 50. Historically, the aftermath of the Emperor by Secret Realm had yielded only a dozen or so golden core talents, truly an astonishing figure. This time was no exception. But for Tianyun Sword Sect to claim 3 of them was a remarkable feat, especially since all were under 30. Nan Xi's gaze drifted to the disciples behind her. Though only 3 had broken through to the golden core, every disciple exhibited varying degrees of enhancement, whether having ascended to a minor realm or significantly bolstered their strength. Not to mention the treasures and opportunities gained within the secret realm, this expedition had proven fruitful for Tianyun Sword Sect. The disciples marveled at xianxia's breakthrough and were further elated by the continuous praise emanating from Nan Xi's heart, which brought forth an involuntary pride upon their faces. I recall, even in the narrative, despite the female protagonist causing harm to the sect, leading to significant losses for Tianyun Sword Sect, they remained unyielding even after her expulsion, as Qi Qian incited her to divulge secrets, allowing Yushu Sect to exploit the situation. What a magnificent sect! The previously proud disciples were struck by a profound revelation, their eyes widening in confusion and shock. What astonishing news had they just heard? Their senior sister was contemplating something grave again? Not only were the numerous disciples astonished, but 2 composed and astute direct disciples present also felt a surge of indignation rise within them. Absurd. At this juncture, they were fully aware that the so-called female protagonist was none other than Nan Xi. The notions of a senior sister harming the sect, being expelled, or aiding Yushu Sect against them were all sentiments capable of obscuring one's vision. Qi Zhao's hands trembled slightly as he turned to Luo Tingyun, who also bore a look of disbelief. What a narrative! Almost everyone felt a fire ignite within their hearts, struggling to fathom how Nan Xi could assist Yushu Sect or be expelled from her sect. Though these events had not yet transpired, the overwhelming sense of desolation was palpable. It was evident that this was not Nan Xi's own thought but rather a fate she seemed destined to endure. Who could possibly assist their senior sister now? The disciples glanced at each other before their gazes settled on the 2 individuals standing beside Nan Xi. Regarding the mention of betrayal within Nan Xi's heart, it was almost instinctively overlooked, not due to its insignificance, but rather because of the unprecedented trust they placed in her. Just recently, she had willingly accepted punishment to save them. How could such a person ever betray her sect? At this moment, the spotlight fell upon Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao. Both harbored their own sentiments, yet it was neither the time for discussion nor lamentation. Once they exited the secret realm, they could convene with the elders to deliberate further. Nan Xi was uncertain about the thoughts of others. She had her own musings regarding the betrayal of the sect, but they remained mere thoughts. To avoid arousing suspicion from the system, she refrained from dwelling on them. 2 days later, xianxia completed her breakthrough, with less than a day remaining before the secret realm would close. A day may seem neither long nor short, yet within the confines of the secret realm,
Time was a peculiar concept.
any delay could result in being trapped in the secret realm for centuries once the exit sealed. With resolute determination, Nan Xi led everyone to the exit, managing to escape just before the realm's closure. The scenery outside was starkly different from that within the secret realm. The winds here were expansive and far-reaching, and in an instant, Nan Xi felt a refreshing breath that broadened her perspective. The Grand Elder and Li Yunjin awaited the arrival of all from the Tianyun Sword Sect at the exit. Upon spotting Nan Xi, Li Yunjin greeted her with a radiant smile, raising her hand in a casual wave. "How do you fare? Any gains?" It was evident to her that several individuals exuded the aura of the Golden Core stage, and a glance at the other disciples confirmed that overall, they had made significant progress. In a mere 2 months, their advancements rivaled years, even decades, of cultivation. The Grand Elder could not help but display a satisfied expression, and Li Yunjin's smile appeared even more genuine than before. Nan Xi's eyes curved with a delicate charm, and her smile was particularly endearing as she replied, "Greetings, Shu. We have reaped considerable rewards." Emerging from the secret realm felt like escaping a high-pressure environment. They instinctively relaxed, and the previously suppressed feelings of achievement and satisfaction surged forth, making it difficult not to feel joy. As long as it is considerable, Li Yunjin remarked, noticing the increasing number of people around them. She glanced at the disciples behind her and smiled. We have hardly rested in the secret realm. Today, I shall treat everyone to a splendid meal. And then you may return to rest properly. What? A splendid meal? Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, nearly bursting into cheers. Shu is brilliant. The disciples behind echoed her enthusiasm, filling the air with a lively atmosphere. Many from other sects or loose cultivators, hearing the commotion, were drawn over to greet the Tianyan sword sect disciples. Ji Huizhou approached, his gaze locking onto Nan Xi. Congratulations on breaking through to the golden core. Meeting his gaze, Nan Xi instinctively touched her illusion feather fan, recalling her courageous deeds of slaying a nascent soul beast. After a moment's hesitation, she managed a shy smile. It was merely good fortune, but thank you nonetheless. I was truly remarkable before. Make sure to sing my praises when we return. The Tianyan sword sect disciple's laughter faded as he retracted his grin, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Observing Ji Huizhou's focused smile, the expressions of the disciples gradually turned somber. They wondered how this esteemed figure would react upon learning about the true nature of their senior sister. However, all attention was on Ji Huizhou, and none noticed Luo Tingyan standing quietly behind Nan Xi, her gaze solely fixed on her. Chapter 54. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yunjin led Nan Xi and the other disciples to a well-known local tavern. Upon entering to find the place empty, they realized Li Yunjin had reserved it for the day, further solidifying her formidable reputation. Although Nan Xi affected a demeanor of restraint, she devoured her meal with an astonishing speed, akin to a whirlwind. Had it not been for her frequent exclamations of delight over the flavors, the others might have been fooled by her appearance. With hundreds of disciples from the Tianyan sword sect, the once empty tavern soon brimmed with life. During a brief pause in her meal, Nan Xi glanced toward Li Yunjin, who retained her customary carefree smile, flanked by Luo Tingyan and Qi Zhao. The latter two wore expressions that were consistently subdued, even in this festive atmosphere. Nan Xi quickly diverted her attention back to her meal, relishing the delightful fare. The dishes, made from spirit beast meat and other spiritually imbued ingredients by skilled culinary cultivators, required little effort to digest and facilitated the purification of impurities, making them truly exquisite. The only drawback was that, despite her considerable appetite as a cultivator, Nan Xi could not consume much of this exceptional food. She paid little mind to Li Yunjin and her companions, unaware that their conversation revolved around her. Knowing that Nan Xi would likely glance their way, they maintained their serene expressions. It was said that the forthcoming events might prove more challenging for their senior sister. Luo Tingyan slowly articulated her thoughts, suggesting that the narrative Nan Xi referred to was not merely a calculation but seemed to hint at a predetermined future. Upon mentioning this, even with her composed demeanor, Luo Tingyan's expression grew slightly colder. Regardless of whether it was predetermined or calculated, it was evident that the narrative could be altered. Li Yunjin toyed with her wine jug, a smile gracing her lips. Additionally, why have we suddenly begun to hear the system's voice? Do you have any theories? Her inquiry prompted the other two to ponder deeply. Qi Zhao shook his head slightly, admitting, I have no clues. It appeared suddenly, much like our senior sister's inner thoughts. A moment of silence enveloped them, until Luo Tingyan finally spoke. In the future, we shall see how our senior sister acts. I will adhere to the arrangements of Shu and our master, without fail. He regarded Li Yunjin's expression, clearly contemplating, yet the specifics of the narrative remained unknown, including when the plot to expel Nan Xi from the sect might unfold. It seemed they could only proceed one step at a time. I understand. I will inform your master upon our return, Li Yunjin replied. Not just you, but when necessary. All disciples of the Tianyan sword sect must cooperate with us, or your senior sister. The current circumstances were advantageous for them. Nan Xi's thoughts and the system's words could be heard, though they remained oblivious to this fact. By leveraging this advantage, they believed they could one day seize control of the system. After a day and night filled with feasting and relaxation, the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect finally embarked on their journey home. Concurrently, the names of those who had excelled in the D by secret realm began to circulate quietly throughout the cultivation world, with all marveling at the exceptional talents of the younger generation and expressing astonishment at the remarkable performance of the Tianyun sword sect. Seizing this opportunity, the Yushu sect also began to make its presence known in the cultivation realm. However, contrary to the radiant impression Nan Xi held, this time, alongside the rising fame of the Yushu sect, insidious rumors began to spread. Whispers suggested that the sect's morals were questionable or that it was prone to harboring unscrupulous individuals. Although such rumors were limited by Yushu sect's standing, they nonetheless tarnished its reputation. Unbeknownst to Nan Xi, she, despite her resilience, indulged herself during this time. She not only slept nearly a full day and night in her temporary quarters, but also succumbed to deep slumber on the return journey aboard the flying vessel. It could be said that she was entirely oblivious to the happenings beyond her immediate world. When she finally awakened, she found herself back at the Tianyun sword sect. The duration of the disciples' absence coincided with the profound stillness of the Tianyun sword sect. The matter of the Emperor White's secret realm was of great significance, prompting the return of all disciples to be awaited by He Jian and the entire assembly of elders at the training ground. This was not to impose immediate assessments upon their return, but rather to discuss the Emperor White's secret realm and the future cultivation directives of the sect, which He Jian and others were to impart to the disciples. The return journey of the flying vessel was considerably slower than the outbound trip, allowing ample time for the disciples to recover from their fatigue. Each cohort of disciples had a pivotal juncture. Beyond this point, systematic training would be diminished in favor of independent exploration and cultivation. The cohort that entered the Emperor White's secret realm exhibited the most pronounced transition, regardless of prior achievements or age, as this experience undeniably accelerated their growth. This particular group comprised the youngest entrants in the history of the Tianyun sword sect, with none exceeding a century in age and barely 50 surpassing 50 years. The majority were youthful in their 20s. Upon gathering, He Jian's gaze lingered on Nan Xi for just a moment before sweeping across all the disciples. Among them, only a few could be considered young adults. The rest were merely children, yet each had returned unscathed from the perilous Emperor White's secret realm, their growth evident. Even He Jian, known for his sternness, felt a swell of satisfaction. Nan Xi stood at He Jian's side, facing the assembled disciples, her eyes scanning the crowd as she listened to his discourse. Your efforts have been acknowledged, and I shall refrain from excessive words. From this day forth, the sect will no longer organize collective sword practice. All provisions and accommodations within the sect will no longer be complimentary and must be exchanged for contribution points. These points can be earned through undertaking tasks and can be redeemed not only for essentials, but also for secret techniques and magical resources. In the future, all activities within the sect will be posted on the bulletin board and participation will be voluntary. Cultivation is fundamentally a personal endeavor, and while structuring disciples in a singular location is appropriate during the early stages, over a decade has passed, and nearly all can now stand on their own. It is time to venture forth and hone their skills. Despite the seemingly rigid regulations, the resources provided by the sect in exchange for contribution points far surpass those found externally. The disciples had long anticipated this development. While the notion of contribution points brought a tinge of disappointment, the prospect of future adventures ignited excitement. As Nan Xi absorbed the information, her mind began to wander. It's amusing how everyone resembles university students eager to explore the world. Children, the outside realm can be perilous indeed. The term university student puzzled the disciples.